You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 501, Doubts from 3,700 Years Ago. Yu Sheng sat opposite Bailey Qing's desk, silently going over what the other party had just said in his mind again. Alien God, World Bridge, Dark Star. He furrowed his brows, trying his best to correspond the clearly special terms mentioned in the text with the intelligence currently known. It took him a while to raise his head. The alien god mentioned here should be the Omen Goddess. But what is the World Bridge? Could it mean that tower? Is the essence of that thing a bridge? I also lean towards this answer, but there is too little information about this tower, and there is no other record from the classical era that mentions what exactly the World Bridge is. So for now it's just a guess. Bailey Qing nodded and said, judging by the name, its function should be to connect two spaces, or even two different worlds. And the record mentioned the overlapping of the dark star and the dome, which might mean the appearance of the World Bridge has prerequisites. Dark star? Yu Sheng subconsciously repeated the term, but for some reason, what came to his mind was the strange celestial body that Master Yuan Hao once referred to as the Black Star. Could this be related to the Black Star? We can assume that it's at least very close in name. Yu Sheng rubbed his chin and murmured to himself. The phrase with the most information now is meet as promised. Yes, meet as promised, Bailey Qing exhaled lightly, and a face that usually lacked expression now showed a hint of gravity. If this sentence is neither misrepresented nor misunderstood, it means that the scene recorded by that blonde automaton 3,700 years ago was not an accidental descent, but a deliberately planned meeting, and those exploration teams that appeared around the tower were originally reception personnel, but because the World Bridge broke, the whole process got out of control. Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, but after thinking for a while, he cautiously started. Considering the essence of the Omen Goddess might very likely be one of the Dark Angels, isn't this record even more questionable? After all, who would actively invite a Dark Angel to make an appointment? So this is very likely an angel summoning incident that happened 3,700 years ago, and the person who left this record might have been an angel believer of that time. Bailey Qing nodded. The simplest explanation is that they specifically summoned a dark angel named Omen, and then, as it fits the stereotype, the ritual went out of control. But there are several major doubts about this assumption. Yu Sheng raised his head. Doubts? Bailey Qing's tone was serious. First, the World Bridge. The record clearly mentions a transportation passage used to let a dark angel enter this world. Although this bridge eventually broke, it was at least really built by someone. This indicates that the descent 3,700 years ago had a very rigorous plan, even accompanied by large-scale construction projects, which is entirely different from the general perception of angel believers, random worship, and hasty summoning. You've had dealings with angel believers. You should have seen their abstract behavior of drawing a circle on the ground, and then performing self-harm to prepare for summoning an angel's descent. These people whose sanity has been crushed by angelic whispers couldn't possibly build something like a World Bridge. Not even the well-organized Venerate Saints Monastery has the technology. No, they definitely don't have this technology. Otherwise, with their execution and organization, they would have already turned the observable universe upside down by digging holes everywhere. Second, from the visual records provided by Marin, the entity suspected to be the Omen Goddess clearly has rationality, even though its existence may come with intense mental pollution. It does not fit the characteristics of typical dark angels. Complete chaos and utter irrationality. There was obvious communication between the blonde Aaron and the Omen Goddess, although the communication process was not pleasant. Third, and most importantly, in the visual record, the blonde Aaron is clearly covering for the exploration team that is evacuating. It must be noted, as a dependent of the ancient saints, Alice puppets have no fondness for angel believers or cultists like the Venerate Saints Monastery. If that exploration team was genuinely there to receive the Lord, the first target of the blonde automaton would probably be them. Yu Sheng's thoughts quickly shifted with Bailey Qing's analysis, and the emergence of each doubt made him rapidly realize one thing. The matter of the Omen Goddess is indeed deep. He mumbled softly, his mind involuntarily imagining a 66.6 cm tall automaton furiously typing against a clueless online opponent. In contrast, Aaron is much more shallow. If there weren't so many clues and they all pointed in one direction, he would truly have a hard time connecting that noisy, naive, and rather inept little soda in his home with this deep and historical drama spanning 3,700 years. Bailey Ching probably guessed something from Yu Sheng's expression changes as well. She was silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. In any case, even if the Omen Goddess's essence is a dark angel, she should be the most special dark angel that we know of so far, and you are the only expert in the angel field. We hope you can handle this matter carefully. I will definitely handle it carefully, honestly, when it comes to things like dark angels. Which one isn't special? They all need to be handled carefully, Yu Sheng immediately replied. But he quickly understood Bailey Ching's meaning, so after a slight pondering, he added, I'll pay more attention to Aaron anyway, no matter how the situation develops. I'll find a way to ensure the safety of the boundary land. But also, I will also do my utmost to protect Aaron. Her safety and the boundary land's safety are both very important to me. I understand. Bailey Ching nodded solemnly, then exhaled lightly, and a glint of amusement seemed to float at the corner of her eye. I can tell you care a lot about that automaton. No way around it, she just doesn't let people relax. Yu Sheng's expression relaxed too. He raised his hand to point at his head. For example, right now, she is buzzing in my head, urging me to hurry back. Let's leave it at that. Bailey Ching stood up from behind the desk, slightly bowing. The arrangements at Jinglin Sanatorium are all set. I'll send you the related precautions. It's a special sanatorium, but not dangerous for visitors. I'll keep an eye on the progress of this matter. If you need anything from the Special Service Bureau, feel free to contact me anytime. Yu Sheng thanked him, then waved to Bailey Ching, turning to open a door that led to number 66 Wudong Road. The next second he heard a swoosh by his ear, followed by a familiar and chatty voice as a shadow darted onto his shoulder. Yu Sheng, you're back. Before Yu Sheng could respond, a little puppet by his ear started chattering away. Yu Sheng, let me tell you, Hu Li used her tail to sweep me down again just now. She's been shedding quite a bit lately, and it's all over my joints. It's so itchy. See, Buckle won't let me watch TV. She insists that what I'm watching affects her thought process, all because I said she looked like a floor-cleaning robot. The phone watch you got me can play games. My rock ball can lift me up and fly. Little Red Riding Hood just now. Yu Sheng was immediately overwhelmed by the chatter from Beeper, quickly raising his hand to pluck the little puppet from his shoulder and held it in front of him. Stop, I get it, but please calm down, my head hurts. Aaron then swung back and forth in his hand, chuckling like she was on a swing, and continued to mutter softly. Even if no one paid her any attention, she grumbled to herself quite happily. Finally, Little Red Riding Hood had the chance to speak. Are all the procedures complete? Yu Sheng hurriedly gathered the chaotic thoughts in his mind related to the Omen Goddess, Dark Star, and World Bridge, nodding to Little Red Riding Hood. The procedures are fine, and arrangements have been made at the sanatorium. We'll be met by people from the Special Service Bureau when we get there. Little Red Riding Hood, good, shall we head out now? Let's go now, Yu Sheng nodded, then after a moment's thought turned to look at the people at home. Hu Li wagged her tail and came over. Savior, do you need me to accompany you? In theory, we're just visiting a mental hospital. There's no need for a fight. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, deciding to have the Fox girls stay at home. You and Luna should stay, I'll just take Aaron. Oh, Hu Li's ears drooped a bit, but then perked up again. Hey, do you want to take the monster from the valley? Yu Sheng was momentarily confused. Snake Princess, why would I take her? Hu Li, dead serious. She used to be in a mental hospital. No need. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand, marveling at the Fox girl's unexpected line of thinking. The person we're looking for isn't truly insane. Plus, there are a lot of genuinely disturbed patients there. If I bring a snake demon over and she has a fit and turns into something weird, it might trigger a medical incident. Oh. Finally fooling the home Fox, Yu Sheng left home with Aaron and Little Red Riding Hood. Standing on the open ground in front of number 66 Wudong Road, he curiously asked, How do we get to Jinglin Sanatorium? How far is it? We'll take a shortcut, Little Red Riding Hood said as the gigantic shadow wolf gradually formed behind her. Let's ride my wolf over. Yu Sheng looked at Little Red Riding Hood, then at the shadow wolf behind her, unable to resist his curiosity. Shortcut, network can only be accessed by car, right? Can your wolf go into the motor vehicle lane? Then he saw Little Red Riding Hood rummage through her bag, pulling out 2 temporary license plates, quietly attaching them to the wolf's neck. Boundary Land is a very tolerant place. Chapter 502, Jinglin Sanatorium. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood rode on 2 shadow wolves with temporary plates through the old streets and alleys of the old city district, leaping from a nearby underground parking lot into a shortcut. They quickly got onto the fast lane. After traveling through the spatial network covering all of Boundary City for 30 minutes, the shortcut automatically delivered them to a special exit. Tunnel seemingly appeared out of nowhere, with a somewhat gloomy sky outside. The shadow wolf leapt out of the tunnel entrance. Riding on the wolf's back, Yu Sheng looked back only to see the tunnel, which was well lit and supported by steel and concrete just a second ago, had already turned into a giant tree hollow. A massive withered tree, appearing almost large enough for 10 people to encircle with their arms, stood quietly, with the tree hollow serving as the shortcut's exit near its roots. Erin held onto Yu Sheng's head, curiously surveying the surroundings. She saw a forest around the withered tree, nameless towering trees extended to the edge of her vision. The sky was gray, like it was about to rain at any moment, and a path led through the woods, ending at a large gray and white building standing silently in the forest clearing. "Wow," the little puppet exclaimed. "Is there such a big forest in Boundary City?" "This forest is also part of the Jinglin Sanatorium. We're no longer in Boundary City." Little Red Riding Hood's voice came from beside them. "Follow me and don't stray too far. This is the sanatorium's outer exotic realm. If you wander off, you might be identified as a lost patient and be forcefully teleported to a ward." Yu Sheng then rode the wolf and followed Little Red Riding Hood, passing through the forest path together under the gray sky. The breeze in the forest carried a slight chill and moisture, noticeably a few degrees lower than the current temperature in Boundary City. At the edge of the forest and clearing, he saw several large signs standing on the ground with words like "Welcome to Jinglin Sanatorium," "Enter with joy, leave with health," and "Stay clear of the depths of the forest, be wary of deceptive trees." As they approached the sanatorium gate, Little Red Riding Hood retracted her shadow wolf, and Erin, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, curiously asked, "Shall I play dead later?" "No need," Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. "Jinglin Sanatorium isn't open to ordinary people. Only Spirit Realm detectives, investigators, and Special Service Bureau employees are inside." As they spoke, the three had already reached the sanatorium entrance. Yu Sheng looked up and saw that the large building consisted of 3 main bodies and interconnected strip-shaped structures. The main building facing them was almost entirely a high wall made of concrete from top to bottom, with not a single window. Even the side buildings flanking the main building had extremely limited narrow windows, all located at the building's corners. Apart from that, 90% of the exterior walls were a uniform concrete structure. Yu Sheng couldn't say what the sanatorium looked like from other angles, but just from the front view, it made people feel overwhelmingly oppressive. Even Erin, usually carefree, couldn't help but murmur, "Such a big building with so few windows, wouldn't it drive normal people inside crazy?" The interior environment of the sanatorium is normal. The inside and outside of this building aren't consistent. You'll see once you go inside, Little Red Riding Hood explained from the side. The windows are not visible from the outside to prevent unauthorized glances into the wards and to prevent some patients with mental disorders from jumping out. Yu Sheng blinked, momentarily thinking he misheard, then feeling like the girl before him might have uttered a subtle Freudian slip. But before he could ask, he saw the only large door at the bottom of the concrete high wall beginning to open. The black metal door creaked, revealing a brightly lit hall inside. An exceptionally tall figure appeared at the door, slightly bending over, seemingly there to greet Yu Sheng and the others. Yu Sheng looked at the tall figure and was taken aback. The figure was over 2 meters tall, wearing a striking white coat, but what topped its neck wasn't a human head. Above the coat's collar was a spherical fishbowl, filled with clear water and tiny bubbles. A palm-sized goldfish was swimming slowly in it, and numerous small electrodes and probes were attached to the side and bottom of the fishbowl. These gathered into several wire bundles, extending into the white coat. Apart from that, the whole body of this fishbowl-headed figure was tightly wrapped, with even its hands wearing a pair of exceptionally thick leather gloves. "This is the director," Little Red Riding Hood whispered in Yu Sheng's ear, awakening him from his daze. "The director is an entity generated by the Jinglin Sanatorium. Additionally, its true form is that goldfish." Yu Sheng. He listened, bewildered, while director, entity, and goldfish turned over repeatedly in his mind. Despite mulling over these words for a while, he failed to understand how they could be strung into a sentence. Just then, the director approached, and Yu Sheng saw the spherical fishbowl swaying in his line of sight. The goldfish inside made a few circles in the water and then stopped, its bulging eyes fixing on his gaze. The director slightly bent down, extended a hand, and a somewhat hoarse and lazy, yet gentle and captivating female voice reached Yu Sheng's ears. "Hello, I've heard about you from the Director General. I'm the responsible fish here." The voice puzzled Yu Sheng again, and then he reacted, reaching out to shake hands with the other. He touched the apparently thick leather glove only to feel its interior soft and fluid, as if filled with water. "I hope my appearance hasn't troubled you," the husky yet charming female voice emanated from some sound structure beneath the fish tank. "Most people, by which I mean those of sound mind, are usually startled when they first see me here. They can't quite comprehend having a fish as the head of this sanatorium, but honestly I do a rather decent job in this position." Yu Sheng had just snapped out of his bewilderment, unsure of what to say, so he responded with a few casual grunts. He thought he had seen many strange things and beings, considering himself quite open-minded, but this head stretched his imagination. For a moment he didn't even know from what angle to start commenting. After holding back for so long, he could only marvel in his mind. Truly, this boundary land is extraordinary. What on earth is going on? Moreover, this head is an entity generated by Jinglin Sanatorium. So entities can communicate with people like this, or even cooperate stably with them. A fleeting doubt crossed his mind as Yu Sheng's gaze fell on the array of electrodes and probes around the spherical fish tank. Is this Special Service Bureau's doing? Are they set to maintain the head's stability and enable conversation with people? He had a slew of speculations but didn't dare to ask outright, so he suppressed his curiosity and greeted the head normally. However, he apparently forgot there was someone present who wasn't holding back. Aaron, who had been wide-eyed and watching for a long time, suddenly sprang from Yu Sheng's shoulder, pointing at the head, strictly speaking at the goldfish in the tank. "Are you really an entity? I've never seen anything like you. Why can an entity not only communicate with people, but also work with the Special Service Bureau?" "Because I've never fought against Bailey Ching," the lazy, alluring female voice replied. "Yu Sheng, and then she had me installed inside this device," the head continued nonchalantly, as if talking about someone else's affair. "Ah, that was about half a century ago." Yu Sheng blinked, turning to glance at Little Red Riding Hood. "I'm not really familiar with this place myself," Little Red Riding Hood muttered. "I only found a lot of information last night." At that moment the head raised a hand and made an inviting gesture. "Please follow me. The person you wish to see is in the deep layer ward. Let me lead the way for you." Yu Sheng quickly gathered his scattered thoughts and followed the head, along with Aaron and Little Red Riding Hood, stepping into the building of Jinglin Sanatorium. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious and bright lobby. Bright lighting overhead, clean and ample surroundings, with conspicuously marked guide signs and rest areas on both sides. Facing the entrance was a comprehensive information desk, and in the lobby, medical staff in sanatorium uniforms and patients accompanied by staff could be seen. Despite the building's oppressive and eerie exterior, the interior was unexpectedly normal. However, upon closer examination, Yu Sheng ultimately noticed some unusual aspects here. Following the head across the lobby, his gaze flicked to nearby walls, where those reminders posted on them stood out. No one is allowed to cross the red beam at the inquiry desk after curfew. Medical staff are prohibited from alone contacting patients, with a care level above level 2. All wards are single occupancy. If occupancy in any ward reaches 2 or more, a secondary personality materialization alert will be triggered. The head will not roam the corridors between midnight and 4 a.m. If the head is seen during this time, press the nearest oversized red button immediately. Normal sanatoriums would not display such reminders. With the head leading, Yu Sheng slowly moved forward, recalling some of the notes Bailey Ching had sent to his phone midway. Visitors in Jinglin Sanatorium must adhere strictly to various visitation rules. Certain floors and specially colored wards are off-limits, and sanatorium staff stick to their duties, not engaging willfully with visitors. Details like that. The rules weren't complex. The L1 depth of Jinglin Sanatorium meant it was relatively non-threatening compared to other exotic realms. But indeed, this place was quite intriguing. Chapter 503 Sudden Turn. The lights in the sanatorium corridor were bright, and there was occasionally a slight scent of air freshener in the air. Yu Sheng was carrying a small puppet, following Little Red Riding Hood behind the director. Occasionally, staff from the Special Service Bureau appeared in the corridor, greeting the director, who responded politely and amicably. Everything seemed so normal, if you ignored the fact that the director was actually a goldfish. The towering figure, over 2 meters tall, walked ahead with a fish tank perched on his shoulder, emitting a series of tiny bubbles. The goldfish within slowly swam, its gaze occasionally landing on Yu Sheng. "You seem quite curious about this place?" the goldfish asked. To be honest, every time this fish spoke in that lazy, magnetic voice, Yu Sheng felt a bit on edge. The last time he felt this way was when he first heard a cat speak with Zhao Zhongxiang's voice when encountering the king. I was just a bit surprised. Despite the unsettling voice of the fish, Yu Sheng quickly replied, I thought this special. Mental institution would be more oppressive or more strict in regulation, that's how it seemed when I looked at the building from outside. Yet inside, it's quite relaxing. Putting a group of spiritual ability users who already have mental issues in a stressful environment is not a wise move. The goldfish swam in the water. The nearly transparent ends of its fins seemed to stir illusions. My job is to get those on the verge of loss of control back on track, or at least prevent their situation from worsening, not to guard a prison. As for strict regulation. The goldfish suddenly released a bubble, reflecting faces with constantly changing emotions. The regulation here is certainly strict. The entire sanatorium operates according to high-level containment facility standards. You don't need to doubt Bailey Qing's abilities in this regard. However, strict regulatory measures don't contradict a relaxed and comfortable living environment. The former is for safety, and so is the latter. How is that Sun Chen doing here? Little Red Riding Hood suddenly asked. Sun Chen is a very special patient. When this name was mentioned, the director seemed to pause slightly in his steps, but soon returned to normal. He's the only patient who came here voluntarily with complete consciousness, and according to the sanatorium's rules, normal people like him can't stay here in principle. So that person Sun Chen isn't crazy, right? Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened instantly, then she was startled again. In principle, he can't stay here, so how did he end up living here? The doctor who talked with him went mad, the director replied. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood. Aaron couldn't hold back. What's with the doctor going mad? Literal meaning, the director said leisurely. According to the rules, even seemingly normal people must undergo basic inquiry and examination by a psychiatrist after submitting a residency application, even if they don't meet admission criteria, before they can leave the sanatorium. So I arranged a doctor. They conversed for 20 minutes, during which Sun Chen underwent simple hypnotic inquiry and psychological piercing examination. 20 minutes later, the automatic alarm in the ward was triggered. When I arrived, the psychiatrist responsible for the examination was repeatedly writing indecipherable symbols and chaos-ridden phrases on the wall, completely unable to communicate, while the patient was soundly asleep on the exam bed. The good news is, the psychiatrist only experienced temporary madness, recovering after a week of treatment. The bad news is he completely forgot what happened in the ward at the time and couldn't explain the meaning of the symbols he wrote during his mental aberration. Afterwards, Sun Chen was placed in the ward with the second highest containment level in the entire Jinglin Sanatorium, and until today he still behaves like a perfectly lucid normal person. Why only the second highest containment level? Aaron suddenly asked, her attention obviously differing from the others. Such an eerie situation, shouldn't he be in the highest containment level? The doctor went mad. The towering figure stopped. The fish tank serving as a head slowly turned with the small goldfish inside. In this facility, the highest containment level is my room. Aaron thought for a moment, wow. Yu Sheng didn't speak. He fell into a contemplative state after hearing the director's account. After a while, he suddenly broke the silence. So Sun Chen himself isn't mad, but has some sort of thing on him. Perhaps, but even the psychiatrists sent by the Special Service Bureau are helpless regarding this. For several months, our diagnosis and treatment of Sun Chen has made no progress, the director slowly spoke. On the other hand, patients as odd as him are not uncommon here. This sanatorium gathers nearly half of Boundary Land's spiritual ability users with complicated cases. We don't have unlimited manpower and resources to analyze his peculiarities. So now I'm very curious. Why did our director Bailey suddenly issue a special visitation permit for you to meet this patient? What has happened outside? Yu Sheng looked up, staring intently at the goldfish in the tank, while the goldfish curiously looked back at him. Evidently, although this entity, generated by the sanatorium, is currently a special collaborator of the Special Service Bureau and controls the entire Jinglin Sanatorium, Bailey Qing did not tell it about the Omen Goddess. Oh, so this is a secret. The goldfish suddenly shifted its gaze. Then I won't ask. The straightforward attitude left Yu Sheng a bit unprepared. I thought you'd be more curious. Cats are curious, not goldfish. Goldfish just want to avoid the gaze outside the tank. A languid, magnetic female voice spoke slowly. and then the entity stopped walking. We're almost there, the room with the blue door. Puff! A strange and faint muffled sound suddenly reached Yu Sheng's ears, like the noise of something bursting after swelling to the limit. Everyone instinctively paused their steps. The director's speech was abruptly cut off. A bad premonition quickly emerged, and immediately Yu Sheng heard an exclamation by his ear. Oh no. The next second, he saw that towering figure more than 2 meters tall abruptly dash out, the goldfish in the bathtub swirling rapidly. The director rushed to the blue door and delivered a direct punch. With a loud bang, the seemingly sturdy and heavy door was shattered by the director, and immediately a strong scent of blood wafted into everyone's noses. Little Red Riding Hood reacted instantly, the intense bloody smell causing a pair of wolf ears to pop out from under her hair. She swiftly pulled Yu Sheng, rushing towards the patient room at the corridor's end. The scene inside the patient room confirmed Yu Sheng's earlier ominous premonition. In the spacious single-occupancy room, a body dressed in a shirt and long pants was sitting at a desk by the window, its head missing, and a large amount of blood was splattered around, even reaching the high ceiling, the entire room almost covered in horrifying bloodstains and scattered tissue fragments. Even Little Red Riding Hood, who was accustomed to various terrifying scenes and bizarre incidents, instinctively took a cold breath, momentarily on edge at the sight. Damn! Yu Sheng's expression wasn't much better. The gruesome sight and the abrupt interruption of critical clues brought about an impact that caused his brow to furrow instantly. And in the next moment, he sharply noticed the other things in the scene besides the bloodstains. On the walls, the floor, and even on the bed linens were dense symbols, numbers, and geometric figures. The dazzling characters filled every visible inch of the room, some written with pens, others clearly etched with something after the pen stopped working, and some even had suspicious bloodstains intermixed. Densely chaotic symbols and unrecognizable text jumbled together, layered upon one another, to the point that even a mere glance would cause dizziness, creating an illusion of being surrounded and buzzed by words. Little Red Riding Hood quickly pulled out a sanity blocker from her bag and injected herself. First to burst into the room, the director had by now taken a strange, small device from his coat, quickly pressing a button on the device, and Yu Sheng heard a slight vibration coming from below the room. Then outside the glass window on the other side of the patient room started to rapidly darken. A thick cement-like material began spreading up from the window ledge like living sludge, beginning to seal off the entire patient room. After completing the emergency sealing, the director stepped quickly to the headless body at the desk. The goldfish swam out of the fish tank. The fish tank was completely sealed, with no openings on the spherical glass container. Yet at that moment the goldfish seemed to become an illusion, silently passing through the solid glass tank. It wagged its tail in the air, swimming slowly as if collecting something, circling the corpse twice, then swiftly returned to the tank. "It's no good," the goldfish said. "The spirituality is dissipating rapidly." But before it finished speaking, Yu Sheng interrupted. "Let me." The next second, Yu Sheng directly placed his hand on a nearby pool of blood. "Come and speak with me." Chapter 504, Deadly Knowledge. The moment his fingers touched the blood, the dead world constructed of black, white, and gray instantly descended, and all sounds vanished in a blink, with every perception from the real world becoming hollow and distant. The towering director and the nearby Aaron and Little Red Riding Hood all turned into phantoms suspended in the air. Yu Sheng looked up in the direction of the headless corpse, seeing a middle-aged man in shirt and trousers sitting dazedly by the desk, seemingly calculating something intently. Yu Sheng stepped forward and patted the man's shoulder. "Hey, I have some questions to ask." "Give me a little more time, just a little," the middle-aged man said without raising his head. I know I'm already dead. He has given me the power to see through the calamity, but I'm just a bit short. I'm about to figure out what this thing really is." Yu Sheng was suddenly bewildered. This wasn't his first time communicating with the dead, but this situation was clearly different from any before. The dead man named Sun Chen continued to scribble furiously at the desk, seemingly indifferent to his fate of death. He wasn't even curious about why a Yu Sheng suddenly appeared in the world after death, a stark contrast to the muddled dead Yu Sheng had encountered before. In the next moment, Yu Sheng forcefully restrained the surge of curiosity in his heart. He didn't interrupt the busy figure bent over the desk, but cautiously leaned over to see what this Sun Chen was writing that made him unwilling to stop even after death. He saw dizzying numbers and calculation symbols, even making him feel lightheaded, just like the ones on the surrounding walls. It was a thick notebook in which Sun Chen was quickly sketching lines of content on a new page. They looked like calculations, but the symbols and rules of operation exceeded Yu Sheng's understanding. Amidst the numerous equations were a series of complex and chaotic geometric figures, as if they were not only part of the equations, but also illustrative structures to describe spatial relationships. In those geometric lines, a large number of annotations were added. Sun Chen wrote and erased and wrote again repeatedly. Still not right, still not right. I still can't understand this structure. Maybe I got some condition wrong from the start. Sun Chen suddenly began to mutter, seemingly trapped in a dead end within his calculations. But suddenly it was as if he figured something out and began to continue calculating and recording in the notebook. However, his figure was already starting to become faint, clearly running out of time. Knowledge, the figure becoming thin, suddenly spoke, still not stopping his writing, but his conversation was clearly directed at Yu Sheng beside him. What killed me was knowledge, knowledge from another world. Yu Sheng was taken aback, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the dead man waving his hand without looking up. Don't ask, let me speak, I know what to say, that faint figure said quickly. I know you're here to investigate, sent by the Special Service Bureau. Or did that director notice the abnormality here, or something else? It doesn't matter. I know I will die, but I can't stop. The first thing I calculated was my death omen when the calculation started, but I must keep going. This is the thing from my nightmares. From the moment I first saw him, it has been lurking in my mind. I don't know what happened, but at some instant I suddenly realized its existence and understood its first level of interpretation. Then the whole process went out of control. I remember I heard some melody or a whistle. That seemed like a starting signal. I don't know exactly what I'm calculating this. Knowledge. It runs in my mind like a living thing, and there is a perception barrier between me and them. They reorganize themselves and try to find their resolution. I only have a vague impression, roughly knowing it's an ultimate answer about the convergence of the world. Now I am almost about to calculate it. Its resolution should be. Sun Chen's figure wavered, the thin shadow floating in the black, white, and gray afterlife world like a mist about to evaporate. He completed another line of writing, but suddenly his movements stalled, and his words were abruptly cut off. Yu Sheng saw him slowly lift his head. The dead man's hollow visage seemed mired in immense shock and bewilderment. The surrounding black, white, and gray world began to collapse, with colors and sounds from the real dimension quickly flooding in. But in the last second of this collapse, Yu Sheng still heard the other's voice enter his ears. Not enough mass. The dead world collapsed with a bang, and all colors and sounds instantly restored. Yu Sheng abruptly looked up, seeing a pair of scarlet eyes staring intently at him nearby. The little puppet was gripping his head, while Little Red Riding Hood beside and the director, not far away, remained in their initial positions. To the real world, dead communication only lasts for an instant, and no one ever moves from their place. Did you find anything? Erin was most familiar with the process, so she knew Yu Sheng had already returned, when she saw the flash in his eyes and immediately asked, how did the person die? Yu Sheng, just returning from the state of dead communication, had prepared a bunch of things in his head to explain what happened to Sun Chen. But as he was about to speak, he met Erin's clear and transparent eyes. He had to admit they were a bit too clear, so clear that he swallowed back more than 80% of his prepared explanation, and after opening his mouth a couple of times, he finally organized his words. Yes, knowledge. The deceased came into contact with knowledge beyond human comprehension and involuntarily tried to calculate it. As Erin listened, her eyes gradually widened, and without knowing how she thought and understood it, she turned to look at the headless corpse by the desk, with a look of sorrow and sympathy. Suffocated from not being able to solve the problem, math is really terrifying. Yu Sheng. His emotions were a bit disjointed, but he suddenly didn't know how to continue explaining this to the little puppet, especially since he could feel that Erin was sincerely sympathizing with the deceased. Though in her understanding, the person died from being unable to solve a math problem. Let's clean up this place first. Yu Sheng coughed twice, turning to the director and said, and carefully search the scene to see if there's any other information. Okay, I'll arrange for the cleanup team to enter, the director said solemnly beside him. A cleanup team, dressed in special protective suits and marked with the Special Service Bureau's insignia, quickly entered the area. After sealing off the corridor leading to the deep layer, these professionals began cleaning up the gruesome scene in the ward with extreme efficiency. Considering the very obvious mental contamination factors in this incident, the deceased's body was cautiously transferred into a meticulously structured metal container, along with tissue fragments collected from the scene being properly placed into the containment device. Meanwhile, the vast amount of blood in the room was evidently more troublesome to clean, a meticulous and time-consuming task, and much more challenging than simply cleaning bloodstains were the symbols and geometric figures scrawled across the walls and floors. The director ordered the cleanup team to record all the symbols left by the deceased, which would later be handed over to Special Service Bureau experts for research. Additionally, while cleaning the bloodstains, they were instructed to preserve the traces as intact as possible. Yu Sheng stood in an unobtrusive place outside the ward, watching the busy cleanup team inside, frowning slightly. They look very professional. Does this kind of thing often happen here? Not quite. A low, raspy female voice emanated from the towering humanoid shell as a goldfish swam slowly in the spherical fish tank. Extreme incidents of patient death are very rare. Most patients entering the asylum maintain stable conditions. However, correspondingly, the occurrence of minor incidents here is not low, typically involving situations like nightmare manifestations, soul separation syndrome, multiple personality conflicts, and so on, which can be handled by regular mental health professionals or security forces. The cleanup team's job is mainly to handle the aftermath post-incident, eliminating any hazardous factors left at the scene. Some patients' nightmares leave a significant amount of pollution in the real world, and those things are troublesome to deal with. Sometimes the situation is even worse. Over time, naturally, they've honed their professionalism. Yu Sheng nodded lightly, while his mind involuntarily recalled what he saw during dead communication. As he was lost in thought, Little Red Riding Hood beside him curiously asked, "Was Sun Chen always normal before? Were there really no warning signs before the incident? Has he ever started calculating or written a lot of stuff out of the blue before?" "No," a stream of bubbles floated up in the fish tank. "I monitor every patient here. Sun Chen wasn't a scholar, and during the few months of his stay, he didn't show any interest or talent in this area. His daily life consisted of resting in the ward, watching movies in the recreation room, taking walks in the courtyard, and occasionally chatting with the on-duty medical staff. Overall, it was routine and monotonous." "Has he recently been in contact with anyone? I mean extra people or anything else?" Yu Sheng suddenly asked. The knowledge that killed him had been lurking in his mind for a long time without incident, but it suddenly erupted now. "I have a feeling there's a trigger in between. The deceased mentioned a melody, or a whistling sound, saying it led to his sudden understanding of the first layer of knowledge and beginning to calculate it." "A melody?" "Yes, a melody, but the deceased could provide little information, and he didn't clarify what it was." The director seemed to fall into thought. Yu Sheng couldn't make out any expression from the goldfish circling in the fish tank. He could only guess from its silence that it was pondering. And after a while, that raspy female voice broke the silence. "This clue is too vague, but I will check the surveillance records in this area from the past few days, and the various audio materials the victim recently encountered, but to be honest, don't hold too much hope." Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by this answer, just sighed. "Well, let's just do our best." Chapter 505 Innate Explorer's Sacred Body. Under the efficient action of the professional team, the hospital ward was quickly cleaned up. Of course, it was only a preliminary cleanup, including gathering the bodies and removing most of the obvious bloodstains. Later, a more cautious and thorough aftermath management will be needed here, during which higher-level experts in mysticism will perform spiritual vision observation and assessment on the entire room to ensure that no dangerous pollution remains, but that's for a later time. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood followed the tall director back into the ward. There was still some finishing work to be done here. A strange, cool, and chilly scent wafted through the air, a smell from the chemical mist sprayed by the cleanup team. Meanwhile, a Special Service Bureau officer wearing a yellow protective suit was placing a small silver-white device in the center of the room. At the top of the device floated a hexagonal prism structure embedded with a blue crystal. Every piece of crystal on the prism's surface would occasionally emit a slight clicking sound as it rotated. Moreover, 2 armed officers wearing light armor stood vigilantly at the door, faces tense. The headless body in front of the desk had already been taken away, and 2 staff members were checking other traces left by the deceased. Yu Sheng saw them carefully placing a blood-stained notebook into a sample box, which was precisely the notebook that Sun Chen kept writing in continuously in the afterlife. "Wait a moment," Yu Sheng suddenly called the staff to stop, stepped up, and reached out for the notebook. "Let me see it." The two staff members looked at each other and subconsciously glanced at the director beside them. The fish in the water swayed its fins, and a soft, magnetic voice emanated from the speaker. "Let him see it. He has direct authorization from the bureau chief for the investigation." Yu Sheng picked up the notebook. The nearby staff seemed to want to remind him about protecting evidence and preventing contamination, but quickly noticed the director's gesture of consent, though they didn't quite understand how they noticed. So they pulled their colleague aside silently. Yu Sheng paid no mind to those around him, but casually flipped through the records in the notebook. He felt a small body grabbing onto his pant leg, climbing up, and soon Aaron's small head came close, looking alongside him. The pages were filled with chaotic and complicated symbols and equations, far beyond Yu Sheng's understanding of mathematics. These things appeared to be some sort of calculation, but upon close observation, he realized that there wasn't a single normal, logical mathematical symbol on them. It was more like someone had been immersed in a frenzied and confusing dream realm for many years, and in a slowly awakening dazed state, their hands were entirely guided by subconscious hallucinations and hysteria, barely able to scrawl a language not belonging to this world. The symbols written in the notebook were even more chaotic than those on the surrounding walls. How long would it take for a person to fill this much of a notebook, and also write on the walls, floor, even bedding? Yu Sheng suddenly asked. If they neither eat nor drink nor sleep, it might only take a day or two, perhaps even less, the director said from beside him. A normal person would be limited by fatigue and mental capacity, but clearly the person in question was not normal when they wrote these things. Yu Sheng acknowledged with a sound, then suddenly turned his head to the puppet on his shoulder. "Aaron, can you understand it?" He asked subconsciously, curiously observing the little puppet's expression. He saw Aaron actually studying those bewildering formulas earnestly. The little puppet widened her eyes as she looked at the notebook in Yu Sheng's hand. She examined it closely for a long time, then jumped onto his arm, almost laying herself on the pages. After a series of thoughtful ohs and ahs, she climbed back onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, pinched her chin, and pondered for a few seconds, finally looking up confidently. "I don't understand it at all." Truth be told, Yu Sheng's heart almost leaped out of his chest the second before she spoke. When she finally answered, his heart figuratively hit his appendix with a thud. Yu Sheng felt a bit helpless. "You don't understand, yet you were making all sorts of noises. I nearly thought you were recalling memories of a past life." "I thought I was about to awaken too." Aaron's eyes were wide. "In most stories it unfolds like this. The atmosphere and clues are all set. The female protagonist with a load of secrets opens the blood-stained notebook. The movie BGM should be kicking in, so I was just building up the atmosphere. How was I supposed to know nothing would happen in the end?" Yu Sheng sighed twice heavily, restraining the urge to toss the little thing on his shoulder out the window. He closed the notebook while Aaron muttered beside his ear. "Maybe it's about the BGM? How about opening the door and bringing the mermaid over, let her hum a suspenseful tune, and I can take another look. I think as long as you keep this mindset, we'll never have to worry about you awakening past life memories." Yu Sheng handed the notebook back to the staff, glanced at the little puppet. "All right, stop your jabbering, you're just adding to the chaos here." "Oh," Aaron responded, paused for a moment, then patted Yu Sheng's head. "Is that a compliment? I mean about the mindset part." Yu Sheng was already too exhausted to deal with this little thing. About 10 minutes later, they returned to the entrance hall of Jinglin Sanatorium. "I'm very sorry, this incident is my responsibility." The tall director stood at the main entrance, the goldfish inside the fishbowl on his head lying dejectedly at the bottom. "I will report to the bureau chief about what happened here. If there are any developments in the subsequent investigation, I will contact you immediately." Indeed, this needs thorough investigation, though. It's all a bit too coincidental. Having the lead abruptly cut off was naturally frustrating for Yu Sheng, and besides this frustration, he felt a vague unease. Based on what we know, Sun Chen first came into contact with the suspected source of contamination 3 years ago. For a long time thereafter, except for having nightmares, he wasn't overly affected by this knowledge. As I've said before, there's no reason for the situation to suddenly worsen. There must be some kind of trigger in between. "I understand." The tall figure stood upright. The fish in the fishbowl made a bowing gesture. "No matter who it is, if they indeed reached into this sanatorium, they must pay the price." Yu Sheng and his group left the sanatorium and followed the path through the gloomy, misty woods again, entering a shortcut back to Boundary City through a giant tree hole deep in the woods. As the shadow wolf swiftly traversed the tunnel, Little Red Riding Hood, riding on the wolf, came alongside Yu Sheng. "Do you think there's a conspiracy behind all this?" she asked curiously. "Do you think that Sun Chen was murdered?" "I'm just suspicious," Yu Sheng nodded. "Regarding evidence, there's nothing decisive. The only suspicious point I mentioned earlier is that the victim mentioned a melody, which seems to have activated the knowledge in his mind, initiating his calculations. This appears to be a trigger appearing out of nowhere." Little Red Riding Hood frowned. "Do you think someone could sneak into Jinglin Sanatorium, bypass all the surveillance and security, and secretly get close to Sun Chen to play some kind of melody for him?" "How would I know? I don't really understand how capable this Jinglin Sanatorium is," Yu Sheng replied candidly. "But from a common-sense perspective, this would be quite difficult to pull off. Although the director doesn't seem easy to gauge, this facility is still a special service bureau unit, and its security is no joke." Little Red Riding Hood pressed her lips, hesitated a bit, then asked, "So what next? Do you have any plans going home to wait for news, or—" "Let's head to that dark alley once more." "To the dark alley again. The lead on Sun Chen is broken. Unless the director finds something useful from Sun Chen's belongings, we shouldn't expect any other clues about the broken tower for now," said Yu Sheng. "In that case, why not try our luck in the dark alley again, this time with Aaron?" "That could work. Should we call the king along?" Yu Sheng thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, call him. We'll probably have to deal with the cat in the dark alley." He suddenly paused, as if he had just remembered something, and added, Speaking of that, we can also bring someone else." Little Red Riding Hood looked curious. Who to bring?" "The travel agency's trailblazer, master explorer of exotic realms, born to be a force our dear nephew." "Little Red Riding Hood, can we really do that?" "Yu Sheng, just say whether you want to try it or not." "Well, that's true. What, Brother Li, why do I suddenly feel a bit cold?" Sitting at the curb next to number 66 Wudong Road eating boxed lunch with Li Lin, Zheng Zhai suddenly raised his hand to touch his neck and turned his head to speak. "The wind's picked up and it's getting colder these days," Li Lin said as he shoveled rice, looking up at the sky. "It should get colder. It's been hot for so many days." "Oh," Zheng Zhai muttered, taking another couple of bites of his meal and suddenly seeing Li Lin stand up. "Hey, Brother Li, where are you going?" "I'm going back inside to get a can of Coke." "Hey, grab one for me too." "Lazy Bones, a cold one." "Cold, thank you, Brother Li." Zheng Zhai happily thanked him, watching Li Lin get up and walk to the small room nearby to get something, then put another piece of fried chicken into his mouth as he casually looked around. Then his gaze was suddenly drawn to a long trench on the road not far away. It was where Aaron usually polished the Omen Wandering Star on the open ground outside. The little puppet had some strength, although it couldn't beat Hu Li and Luna, and her stone ball was really durable. Over time, it was quite normal for a trench to form on the ground. Zheng Zhai stared at the trench for a few seconds, and then suddenly got up curiously, carrying his boxed lunch in one hand as he walked over. "What is this thing?" He frowned in confusion, looking at the faint black threads drifting out from the trench. One of the threads floated gently and landed on his arm. It was chilly. It chilled him to the bone. All around suddenly seemed to become particularly dark. "I haven't even finished my food, and now this damn thing brings me where?" Chapter 506, Uneasy Ripples. "What do you mean you went back to grab a can of Coke, and when you came back, Zheng Zhai was gone?" At the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng stared wide-eyed at Li Lin, completely dumbfounded. Li Lin across from him looked just as baffled. "I don't know. He was just here a moment ago, and everything was normal when we were chatting. Now his phone is unreachable and the locator has no signal." Yu Sheng clicked his tongue, then looked at the curb beside him. After a long pause, he finally blurted out, "No way, I didn't even get a chance to take him to work and now he's gone. What were you two talking about? Did he mention any plans?" "Li Lin, we talked about the weather, then he asked me to get him a can of Coke chilled." Yu Sheng felt even more troubled after hearing that. At this moment, Hu Li also dashed out from the house. After hearing Zheng Zhai was missing, he started searching around with Little Red Riding Hood. The two of them led 7 or 8 wolves to sniff around the vicinity of number 66 Wudong Road. Finally, Little Red Riding Hood returned, frowning. "The last scent is at the intersection. This area should be within the influential range of your house. Theoretically, it shouldn't be affected by external forces." Yu Sheng was still racking his brain, trying to figure out what kind of encounter led to his nephew's disappearance, when Little Red Riding Hood's muttering suddenly triggered an idea. Right, this open space is within the extended range of number 66 Wudong Road, so anything effective within this area. While mumbling to himself, his eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, and then several gazes around him almost simultaneously focused on one spot. Not far away, there was a small dent in the concrete ground. It was the most noticeable mark in the area where Zheng Zhai was last seen. WH what? The little puppet sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder shrunk its neck involuntarily, even though she didn't know why she felt guilty. This is my grinding ball spot. You even gave that dent a name? Yu Sheng was taken aback, then carried Aaron to the dent and squatted down, touching the rough concrete surface while murmuring thoughtfully. From a mystical perspective, when something bizarre happens, the closest bizarre object to the incident site is the most suspicious. Aaron was bewildered by Yu Sheng's mysterious demeanor. Yeah, no way, since when do you know so much about mysticism? Yu Sheng didn't answer, only furrowing his brows tightly. When his fingers brushed over that rough concrete surface again, a familiar chilling sensation suddenly appeared in his perception. Touching that chill, Yu Sheng contemplated for a moment, then closed his eyes slightly, focusing all his attention on the source of the cold sensation. After concentrating for a moment, he suddenly felt as if he grasped something and instinctively lifted his hand. When he opened his eyes again, a pitch-black thread was already entwined around his fingertips. Aaron stared dumbfounded at this scene, and after a few seconds the little puppet suddenly screamed, Hey, Yu Sheng, how do you know how to pull threads? You secretly learned my skills. Learned what? This is your spider silk. You've been grinding stones here all the time, leaving traces. Yu Sheng scolded the little puppet. Zheng Zhai most likely encountered this thing, and with his constitution he was taken. Hurry over and check where this thread leads. Only then did Aaron react, quickly jumping to the ground to grab the floating spider silk, shaking her head as if diagnosing a pulse, unsure if she could get results, but she looked rather professional. Li Lin, watching this scene, seemed a bit stunned. After roughly understanding Yu Sheng's words, he became even more confused. Looking around, he found nobody questioning the situation, so he quietly asked Little Red Riding Hood, who was closest, What does it mean? What's the principle? Don't ask me, I don't know how to explain it, Little Red Riding Hood sighed. Anyway, Zheng Zhai's constitution is vague between reality and the surreal. Even the exotic realm's barrier is as fragile as non-existent to him. Nearby, Yu Sheng couldn't help but nod in agreement, listening to Little Red Riding Hood's lament. He had indeed observed his nephew's constitution at the Takesu Spirit Hub, where even under the watchful eyes of Master Yuan Hao in the Supreme Unity Realm, he could vanish unexpectedly. How to put it, sometimes he even suspected his nephew to be the holy relic of Anka Ayla, inheriting the Dark Angel's piercing traits. And at that moment, the little puppet diagnosing next to the grinding spot suddenly said, Huh, interrupting everyone's actions. I think I felt something. Aaron's eyes lit up, quickly getting up and grabbing the floating black thread, tugging forcefully. Although it didn't move at first, she gripped Yu Sheng's clothes with her other hand, pulling vigorously. Got it, this thread leads to a distant place. The little puppet was shouting halfway when she suddenly froze. She stared blankly in a certain direction in the distance, as if she had suddenly forgotten what she was doing. Yu Sheng instantly noticed the anomaly, mainly because Aaron suddenly stopping her chatter was truly unusual. What's wrong? This direction? The little puppet blinked, raising her hand to point in a certain direction. I just had a moment of blurred vision, almost lost it. Hold on, this thread isn't strong enough. I need to weave a few more strands to strengthen it, otherwise it will snap with a little force. While speaking, the little puppet began to quickly sketch black threads in the air, the spiderweb-like lines weaving and constructing rapidly around that floating strand of spider silk. Deep within the Special Service Bureau building, inside the director's office. Countless holographic projections floated in the spacious office, scenes displaying various situations throughout Boundary City, from focus events in some city areas to changes in a space rift near the distant border, from cross-border phenomena on a certain floor of the Special Service Bureau building, to real-time images transmitted back by the deep dive team executing exploration operations in the foggy Boundary City, enough to make ordinary people dizzy and confused. But for Bailey Ching, this was just the most ordinary work scene. She held a cup of coffee, leaning against her large desk, while paying attention to each rapidly refreshing projection around her, and directly in front of her was a communication interface. In that interface was a tall figure in a white coat, the head fixed with a large spherical fish tank, a goldfish swimming slowly in the tank, its semi-transparent fins appearing to tremble slightly. I understand the situation. This is indeed your responsibility accident, but what's more important now is to find out the reason, Bailey Ching said calmly as she looked at the director in the communication interface. Find out exactly who or what got into the sanatorium. Don't mess it up this time. Yes, I understand. The tall figure in the communication interface slowly retreated, and this holographic projection gradually dissipated in the air, soon replaced by a surveillance feed from foggy Boundary City. In the footage, a team of deep divers was setting up communication relay devices on a fog-filled street, and faint weapon flashes could still be seen in the distance. Seemingly, the ahead exploration personnel were engaging entities generated by the fog. Bailey Ching gently waved her hand. The nearby holographic projections reassembled accordingly, and the surveillance focus shifted to a certain border in Boundary Land. Outside the light curtain formed by the continuous boundary steel, monitoring drones were watching over a space rift leading millions of light-years beyond. The distant starlight leaking from the space rift appeared somewhat distorted. A pair of faint eyes quietly appeared amidst the layers of holographic projections, and Bailey Zhu's voice sounded out of nowhere, feeling uneasy. Things have been unrestful lately, Bailey Ching said lightly. Several space rifts at the border have experienced several anomalies tides recently, suspected of being human interference. This isn't something ordinary stowaways could achieve. Boundary Land is the most tightly guarded place in this world, yet it is also the most easily invaded place in this world. Frankly, considering the impact of the Angel Fall incident and the truth behind it gradually spreading in the universe, it wouldn't be surprising if anyone attempted to sneak in here to do something at this time, Bailey Zhu said. Our place has always been like a sieve. Wasn't a smuggling ship from the Black Dot Group intercepted at the port just a few days ago? Bailey Ching frowned without saying anything, just casually dispelling the holographic projection array in the office. We'll still need to visit the archives again in the near future. She broke the silence after thinking for a moment. Still investigating the descent event from 3,700 years ago, Bailey Zhu asked curiously. Do you think there's more information in the archives that we overlooked? 3,700 years ago, an alien god named Omen was actively invited to this world by the then people of Boundary Land. Although that descent was not completed in the end, the whole action from early planning to specific implementation was undoubtedly a massive operation. Even the World Bridge, left at that time, appeared again 3 years ago, and an investigator died from witnessing the knowledge pollution brought by the World Bridge. Various signs show that information related to the Omen goddess has not been completely erased by the era stratification of Boundary Land. This information remains in Boundary Land, just hidden in any case. We need to check the fragments of the classical era in the archives again. What if we can't find it in the archives? Bailey Ching slightly frowned upon hearing this. Then we can only hope Yu Sheng and his amazing team of troublemakers can break a gap in that misty history. Chapter 507 Pulled Back. A strange, untraceable dim glow filled the entire space, and the air carried a musty scent mixed with chemicals. Zheng Zhai cautiously poked his head out from his hiding spot, carefully observing the environment he was currently in. It was the interior of a large building, with a vast circular hall visible outside. The white walls and dome ceiling still barely held traces of their past grandeur, but clearly, that splendor belonged to a bygone era. There was also a set of columns arranged in a circular formation, surrounding the hall. 2 of the columns had already collapsed, breaking into several sections in the center of the hall, and large chunks of debris from the roof were scattered around. Above, on the high dome ceiling, a central structure covered by a hemispherical glass could be seen, possibly deformed due to the collapse of the supporting pillars. 1/3 of the glass shell had already shattered, revealing only a chaotic darkness beyond the gaping hole, making it impossible to discern the situation of the sky. Zheng Zhai was currently in a small cubicle at the corner of the hall. The cubicle was piled with a large amount of rubbery junk that seemed to have randomly taken shape after melting, its original appearance unrecognizable. What kind of place is this? Is this something an intern is supposed to face? Zheng Zhai muttered with difficulty, and then looked down to check the items he carried with him. The phone had no signal, the locator was giving errors, and he only had a self-defense pistol since he was in an intern phase, so he couldn't use high-power disintegrating bullets, only regular rocket-propelled explosive rounds. Other than that, he just had the packed meal in his hand. The bad news was only half was left, but the good news was there were still quite a few chicken nuggets. Zheng Zhai recalled what he had learned during training and the contents taught in the agent's emergency manual. He found that the only part he could use at the moment was maintaining a good mindset. That part wasn't difficult. He always had a good mindset, and he had adapted to situations of suddenly landing in strange places. So he adjusted for a while in the hiding cubicle, observing the hall outside for quite some time to confirm that it wouldn't collapse, and that there were no other suspicious live entities within his line of sight, before boldly stepping out. He carefully walked through the empty hall, passing between the remnants of the broken columns, attempting to find an exit that could lead back to the real world. When he reached the other side of the hall, he turned back to glance at the path he had just walked, noticing large patterns on the ground. Alternating light and dark lines formed some kind of design. Although a significant portion of the pattern was covered by the collapsed ruins, it was still roughly discernible as some spider-like shape. Zheng Zhai went through his limited knowledge of mysticism and the exotic realm, but couldn't find any corresponding reference. He also couldn't identify the style or origin of this building. Walking along the edge of the hall for quite some time, he finally found a door that seemed to be an exit. The door was not locked, merely ajar, and Zheng Zhai boldly stepped forward to push it, finding it opened easily. At least I can get out of this dangerous building. Zheng Zhai let out a sigh of relief, pushed the door open, and poked his head out to look around. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly caught off guard, the rest of his words stuck in his throat, and the remaining breath became a gasp. What the hell? Luckily, he took a look outside first, or he would have almost stepped into the void. There was nothing outside the hall. Beyond the door was an empty and chaotic dark space, without sky or ground, boundless and endless. This is really not something an intern should face. Zheng Zhai gulped, his legs twitching a bit as he looked at the situation outside, hesitating for several seconds before mustering the courage to poke his head out a bit further, turning to look at both sides. He saw the entire hall he was in floating in such darkness, and the hall itself seemed to be just a part of a larger structure torn away from another entity. He saw more debris, chunks of construction in varying sizes, some even barren rocks and soil, floating around in the dark, as if stirred by an invisible force, aimlessly swirling and drifting in the void. He stared outside for quite a while, finally taking a sharp breath, unable to resist the oppressive unease in his heart, and quickly withdrew his gaze. But at the moment he retracted his sight, he suddenly felt as if he had seen something in the deepest part of that darkness. There seemed to be some massive structure floating amidst the numerous fragments of debris. Zheng Zhai rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying his utmost to look into that darkness, attempting to distinguish that outline from the blurry, chaotic background, but he couldn't see anything clearly. After a while, he came to his senses, quickly placing the remaining half of his packed meal on the ground beside him, and swiftly drew out his phone. The phone had no signal, but taking pictures didn't require an internet connection. With the modern technology-supported high-definition camera, it was more capable than the human eye. Low-light night vision, deep space mode, AI compensation, smart stacking, with all parameters turned up to maximum. Zheng Zhai pressed the shutter, trying to steady his phone, and finally saw a somewhat clear image appear on the screen. A tower constructed from an unknown black material stood tilted in the center of a vast expanse of ruins, as if it pierced through the entire space, floating in a void. At the same time, within the limited range that the phone could capture, the tower presented another bizarre scene. It seemed both ends were being infinitely stretched, with no visible start or finish, extending into the depths of darkness beyond the camera's capability. Zheng Zhai clutched the phone tightly with both hands, eyes wide open, staring at the image on the screen. After a while, he finally snapped back to his senses and realized there seemed to be something at the edge of the image. Take a look, take a look, take a look. A certain deadly attraction seemed to stir in his heart as Zheng Zhai felt a buzzing in his ears. He slowly lifted the phone, aiming the camera at a certain position above the tower, constantly adjusting the image, trying to see more in the chaotic darkness. Unsure of how long he adjusted, he finally saw some vague outlines appear in the center of the screen. A dark star, a massive black celestial body. It perched coldly like a giant moon atop the endless tower, hanging aloof over countless floating wreckage around it. When Zheng Zhai suddenly woke up, he realized he had somehow stepped out of the broken hall where he had been hiding, and was uncontrollably floating upwards. He was being drawn by that black star, constantly drifting skyward. A bone-chilling cold swept through his entire body, and Zheng Jai exclaimed, trying with all his might to run back in this unanchored chaos. But there was nothing to grasp or hold in this environment. He couldn't escape the immense gravity coming from the black star, and could only feel himself floating faster and higher. "Damn it," the unlucky intern flailed in the air. "Rescue! Brother Yu, save me." He didn't know why he suddenly thought of calling Yu Sheng for help, but in his desperation, that name popped into his head instinctively, and just as he called the third time, a peculiar, icy chill surged in his heart. Zheng Jai widened his eyes in shock, seeing a pitch-black thread somehow appear beside him. In the dim surroundings, this black thread was hard to discern with the naked eye, but for some reason it exuded an extremely strong presence, almost as if it was burning bright in his vision. There was no time to think. Zheng Jai reached out and grabbed the thread. The bone-chilling cold almost made him let go in an instant. But in fact, he couldn't let go even if he wanted to. The thread seemed alive, instantly wrapping tightly around him, and then a massive pulling force came abruptly. He also heard some familiar voices in his ear. I've got it. A bit heavy. Arm, my arm's about to break. Yu Sheng, help me out here." Then came a chaotic rumble. Erin exclaimed and fell backward, luckily bumping into Yu Sheng behind her, with the little puppet only colliding on the latter's leg, while a black spider silk soared into the air. A twisted crack carving through the air like a hot knife through butter, and then a figure flew out from that crack, dog paddling in the air as they came out. Zheng Jai was pulled back by Erin just like that. Several people immediately surrounded him, helping the dazed nephew up, while Li Lin leaned in close, noticing the dazed expression and odd, foggy eyes of the younger man in front of him. He felt a tightening in his chest and slapped him twice on the face. "Wake up! Wake up!" With 2 slaps landing on his face, Zheng Jai suddenly came to his senses, looking around slowly and muttering, "I'm back." Yu Sheng first picked up the little puppet that had bumped into his leg, holding it in front of him, carefully checking the arms. "How's it going? Did your arm break?" "Scared the hell out of me, almost broke. This body is made of lotus root by you back then. I always said it's not strong enough." Erin patted her chest, muttering as she adeptly flipped around and climbed Yu Sheng's arm onto his shoulder, finally turning to look at the still somewhat dazed Zheng Jai. "Hey, nephew, how are you?" Oh, I'm fine, just a bit stunned from the fall just now." Zheng Jai finally fully came to his senses. His frequent drops into the exotic realm and being pulled out had accustomed him to regain his composure quickly. He immediately took out his phone. "Brother Yu, I fell into I don't know where, but I took a picture. Come and see." Several gazes instantly fell upon Zheng Jai's phone screen. Yu Sheng also came closer with Erin on his shoulder. The little puppet blinked, looking at the screen with everyone else for a long while before hesitatingly raising his head. "This just shows nothing on your screen. It's all black." Chapter 508 Escape. Zheng Jai stared blankly at the black screen on his phone, then stubbornly opened the photo album, only to find that several recently taken photos were the same. "This isn't right," he muttered to himself in confusion. "I clearly captured it. That place is a hall. Outside the hall it's both ruins and a tower, and there's a pitch black." Just as he was muttering halfway, Yu Sheng suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did you say was there?" Zheng Jai snapped back to reality, looked around at the pairs of eyes focused on him, and immediately adjusted his demeanor, starting to recount everything he saw in that bizarre, dim space. To be honest, when Yu Sheng heard the description of the tower, his expression was relatively calm, until Zheng Jai mentioned that black, celestial body. His eyes suddenly changed. Black Star. Although Zheng Jai's final memories were a bit hazy, filled with many illusions caused by psychic contamination concerning that dark celestial body, the scene he described was unmistakably the Black Star. In his memory, the Black Star was suspended at the endless tower's peak, surrounded by countless strange remnants. This immediately reminded Yu Sheng of Bailey Qing's description. The year of wandering, dark star overlaps the dome, alien god descends along the world bridge. Even Little Red Riding Hood was taken aback, looking at Zheng Jai with a strange gaze. "Where on earth did you go?" "I don't know." Zheng Jai spread his hands innocently. "I just remember seeing a black thread floating on the ground before I fell in, the kind Erin usually uses. I was halfway through my meal when I fell in." Upon hearing this, Hu Li couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity. At the same time, several gazes again focused sharply on Zheng Zhai, making him shiver involuntarily, his neck shrinking. Wah, what is it? You need to go back there again? Aaron pointed at the young nephew with an air of justification. I can't just go back when I want to, Zheng Zhai almost cried as he heard this. I don't even know how I fell in last time. Aaron turned her head again to look at her usual grinding place. However, the black spider silk that had been floating in midair had long since dissipated. The puppet thought for a moment, then looked up at Yu Sheng, only to see the other person deep in thought. She reached up and nudged his head. Yu Sheng, what should we do? We don't know if Zheng Zhai's process of falling can be replicated, but this time his fallen at least indicates two things. Yu Sheng lifted his head, thoughtfully analyzing. First, to find the eerie space where the tower is, the black spider silk is key. Second, Zheng Zhai's physical constitution seems to be effective. Zheng Zhai blinked his eyes as he listened, suddenly poking Li Lin's arm with his hand. Brother Li, why do I feel a chill on my back again? Li Lin didn't even turn around. The temperature dropped in the past 2 days. Zheng Zhai was stunned just as he was about to speak. He suddenly felt a chill come over him, and when he looked up, he saw Aaron throwing a bundle of black thread at him, already wrapping him twice. Why isn't it working? The puppet looked directly into Yu Sheng's eyes. Black thread, young nephew, both conditions met. Maybe the thread you deliberately summoned doesn't work. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand upon seeing this. Or there may be other conditions missing. Gather up the thread first. It was hard enough to get the person back. Oh. The black thread vanished into thin air. The chilling sensation finally dissipated, and Zheng Zhai belatedly shivered, starting to rub his arms while muttering. Tell me next time beforehand, this thing is as cold as a ghost. All right, go rest for a bit, Yu Sheng said, explaining to Zheng Zhai the original plan. We had planned to go to the dark alley today and take you along, but since you just got lost, it's not suitable to go to the exotic realm. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zheng Zhai, who patted his chest. I'm fine, brother, you just got a bit lost. It happens often. When I tell you to rest, you'll rest. Little Red Riding Hood glared at him unceremoniously. That's a proper exotic realm, not the yard at number 66 Wudong Road. Though the youngest in age, Little Red Riding Hood, who's been a parent in the fairy tales for years, had an aura when scolding people that made Zheng Zhai deflate, smiling awkwardly. All right, I'll go rest first. Night Jinglin Sanatorium, Director's Office. The sanatorium maintained synchronization with the external world's day and night cycle. Outside the window, it was already the depth of night. According to the operational rules here after dark, all human employees were required to leave the facility's core area, so only a lone figure inhabited this large room, and the hallway outside was also silent. A tall figure in a white coat sat behind the desk, one hand supporting a fish tank serving as a head, tapping its walls idly with the elbow resting on the chair's armrest, while the other hand moved the mouse on the desk, operating something on the computer. The screen in front of the director was playing image records obtained from the surveillance system. The upper left corner of the screen displayed relevant surveillance data. A day ago, 4:10 in the afternoon, reading room. In the camera's view, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt and trousers sat quietly by the table, casually flipping through a magazine in hand. Sun Chen, at that time, he was still alive, and appeared completely normal. The goldfish swam slowly around the spherical fish tank, maneuvering its humanoid shell to move the mouse, rewinding the footage. Sun Chen read a magazine for a while, then raised his hand to knock on his neck, exercising his shoulder and neck joints. After a few more minutes, the man on the screen suddenly stood up from the table, looking around somewhat dazed. He turned around, his steps somewhat stiff, and began to walk out of the reading room. The departure was an hour earlier than his usual habit. The dean leaned forward slightly, dragging the progress bar backward again. Sun Chen finished reading the magazine, exercised his shoulders and neck, abruptly stood up, and in the limited surveillance view, his expression clearly shifted to confusion. But there was absolutely no one else around him. The goldfish uneasily waved its fins in the fish tank, pulling the footage back again while further increasing the volume. Sun Chen returned to the moment of exercising his shoulders and neck again. A vague sound came from the speakers. It was a melody, a whistle. No one else was visible on the screen. Sun Chen himself was whistling. Just from the footage, it appeared to be a completely normal behavior. He was flipping through a magazine in the empty reading room, whistling out of boredom, then exercised his shoulders and neck, and then abruptly became dazed amidst his own whistling. The Dean instantly sat up straight, dense bubbles rose in the fish tank where its head was, and the goldfish rapidly fluttered its translucent fins in the water. At almost the same moment, it seemed to sense something. Its tall humanoid body suddenly dodged to the side as the air beside it abruptly twisted. A figure accompanied by the failure of the optical force field appeared out of nowhere, wielding a faintly glowing blade that slashed past the Dean's body, the decomposition force field easily cutting through the backrest of the office chair. The goldfish looked through the transparent fish tank at the assailant in the office. A human in a shirt and long pants, but above the neck, there was no longer any human appearance. Swollen and deformed nerves and a tangle of blood vessels sprouting from the neck of that shell, twisting and intertwined like chaotic vines, forming a giant, swollen, brain-shaped flesh mass, which seemed to continue slowly swelling over time. The assailant turned around, the two eyes inset in the front of the swollen brain calmly gazing at the nearby Dean. He shook the dagger in his hand, the blade buzzing in the air, the illusory light of the decomposition force field gliding along the edge. The Dean stared intently at the human before him. A hoarse, magnetic female voice emerged from within. "Feign death. No, Sun Chen's corpse is still in the containment room. Is it character embodiment? They said that as long as I cooperated with them to extract the knowledge from my brain, they would find a way to get me out of that tower." Sun Chen's voice emanated from the swollen brain, sounding slightly elated. "Even though this process is not quite what I imagined now, I feel great." "They," the Dean's voice was low, "who are they?" Sun Chen did not reply, only continued to gaze serenely at the towering figure in front of him. The office fell into silence, the drips of water sounding exceptionally abrupt. A trickling stream was running down near the Dean's neck. The bottom of its head fish tank had a small split, and the transparent liquid inside was continuously leaking. The goldfish suddenly reacted, raising its hand to press on its fish tank. However, the containment device had already been broken by the decomposition force field, and the fluid inside was draining even faster. "Being stuck in this fish tank all the time. Very stifling, isn't it?" Sun Chen spoke softly. "Today is the day I gain freedom, and Dean, you are free too." The goldfish gave no response. Instead, it suddenly raised its right hand towards him. An invisible water flow appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Sun Chen in layers, and the immense water pressure started compressing and tearing at his swollen, deformed brain as if to crush him in water. But the next moment, that gathered water mass suddenly lost control, starting to disperse in all directions. The office's humidity rapidly increased. Streams of water began flowing everywhere along the floor, walls, and ceiling. The liquid in the spherical fish tank completely drained. The goldfish turned into a phantom, swam out along the last stream of water from the tank, wandering all around in the increasingly humid, even spontaneously condensing droplets of air. Sun Chen's figure gradually disappeared in the air. The goldfish wandered aimlessly in the office, and then suddenly seemed to regain a momentary clarity. The next second, it fiercely rammed into a big red button on the side of the desk. A piercing alarm instantly rang throughout the building, accompanied by repeated urgent broadcasts. "Alert Dean, containment breach, facility emergency evacuation. Alert Dean, containment breach, facility emergency evacuation." Chapter 509. The Goldfish's Fleeting Freedom. A black car passed through the gloomy woods and followed the forest path to the building that looked like a cement tombstone, completely devoid of windows. The Special Service Bureau officers stationed in front of the main building immediately approached. The car door opened, and Bailey Ching, dressed in a white suit, stepped out. She gave a slight nod to the armed Special Service Bureau officers in front of her, and then lifted her gaze to the gray sanatorium building. "What's the situation now?" Scene Commander immediately spoke up. "An hour ago, the alarm sounded in the core zone. Currently, all patients and medical staff in the main building have been evacuated to the Shortcut Transit Station and the Woodland Sanctuary according to emergency plans, but there is a security team still trapped in the building. They are the Dean's surveillance team. They were supposed to evacuate with everyone else when the alarm sounded, but for some unknown reason, they remained in the building. The signals monitored by the communications station indicate they seem to be engaged with an unknown enemy." Bailey Ching furrowed her brow almost imperceptibly. "Are there any other signals in the building now?" Only the Dean's containment system continues to issue leak alerts. Otherwise, the entire facility has been shut down, the commander replied gravely. The core zone is currently in a flooded state, so it's impossible to confirm the situation on the office side. Bailey Ching nodded and ordered the on-site personnel to continue sealing off the facility, then stepped towards the building entrance. The access control system had already been lifted. Bailey Ching pushed open the door of the Jinglin Sanatorium, and a damp atmosphere hit her face. The first-floor lobby was empty, illuminated only by the dim emergency lights casting a ghostly glow on the deserted hall and corridor. Behind the reception desk not far away, the large screen continued flashing alerts about the Dean's containment breach and facility emergency evacuation. The surrounding air was so humid it felt like it was saturated with water. Breathing gave one the illusion of drowning, and many small streams seemed to slither along the ceiling and walls like living creatures, forming various-sized puddles on the ground. Without any accompanying personnel or guards, Bailey Ching only slightly frowned at the situation in the lobby, then proceeded towards the corridor leading to the core zone. The interior space of this building was far more expansive than its theoretical physical structure, especially after the goldfish containment breach. The flooded environment magnified the deep corridors and expansive areas. In the deserted building, illuminated by the dim light, there was an eerie silence, broken only by the hollow echo of Bailey Ching's footsteps in the corridor. As she went further, the surroundings grew colder and damper until the entire corridor presented a bizarre atmosphere, as if it had been submerged underwater for decades or even centuries. The mottled algae covered the walls, and coral-like structures jutted abruptly from the ground. The ceiling draped with glowing filamentous water plants, numerous streams detached from the walls, floating weightlessly airborne, silently flowing between the corals and water plants. A pair of pale eyes emerged on the damp wall, and Bailey Zhu's voice sounded. The Dean has been quite well behaved for half a century. How did it suddenly breach containment? All entities tend to breach containment, which has nothing to do with whether they are well behaved. It's just a matter of suitable conditions, Bailey Ching said indifferently. So rather than the breach itself, I'm more curious about who created this condition for it. That goldfish doesn't like anyone intruding into its office. She halted. A distinctly defined water surface suddenly appeared in the hallway. Just a few meters ahead, the corridor leading to the Dean's office was completely flooded. The rippling water surface was perpendicular to the walls, seemingly bound by invisible force. Clear water filled the entire core zone, expanding outward at a very slow pace. A few figures wearing light power armor floated in the water not far away, swaying slowly with the currents. It was the missing security team. Bailey Ching's expression remained unchanged as she walked straight toward the water body. A fine, scale-like, faint light pattern suddenly appeared on her cheeks and arms. As she walked through the water, she moved as if she were in the air, without any resistance. She approached the Special Service Bureau officers floating with the current and placed her hand on one person's head. The helmet mask of the light power armor quickly turned transparent, revealing it hadn't filled with water. The young officer was still conscious, with a serene and content smile on his face, his eyes open as he floated in the water, a goldfish swimming magically inside his helmet. The goldfish wagged its tail in the air under the mask, occasionally darting into the officer's head like an illusion, swimming through his eyes, then out of his ears, leisurely and carefree. Bailey Ching inspected the entire security team, and saw that each had a goldfish swimming inside their mask. These people were still alive, but half an hour later they might as well have been dead. They would live forever in a dream where they were a goldfish, gradually forgetting how to breathe air. Bailey Ching waved her hand. An invisible force propelled the security team trapped in the goldfish dream out of the water, dropping them clumsily onto the corridor outside the water body. They suddenly awoke from the dream, looking up dazedly at their surroundings. Withdraw, there is backup outside the main door, Bailey Ching's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Then Bailey Ching turned around, ignoring the security team beginning their retreat, and continued to walk deeper into the corridor. The goldfish's illusion appeared in the water, swimming around her. Tiny, sharp noises began to emerge around her ears. The goldfish swam faster, seeming somewhat agitated. Bailey Ching frowned, and endured listening to the non-stop tiny voice in her ears. I was attacked, despicable attacker. The voice, which could make ordinary people dizzy, and even fall into an unending dream realm, was babbling. I didn't break the fish tank on purpose. I was forced to break the containment. That lunatic without a disease broke my fish tank. I'm innocent, I'm the victim, I didn't want to run out. I wanted the security team to retreat, but they were knocked out. I entered their mines for protection purposes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived in the waterlogged environment until now. I know you can definitely arrive here within 2 hours. Bailey Ching stopped and looked expressionlessly at the goldfish illusion swimming back and forth before her. The goldfish floated in front of her, its semi-transparent fins trembling constantly. Hit lightly in a moment. It cautiously negotiated. Okay. The illusion of the goldfish disappeared, and the office door of the director was ajar where it had vanished. Bailey Ching pushed the door open and entered. In the office filled with clear water, many fragmented objects floated within, and besides that, bubbles of various sizes were everywhere in the room. Each bubble contained a blurry light and shadow. There were daily scenes from Jinglin Sanatorium, records of Yu Sheng and his group visiting, scenes of the director checking the surveillance, and the scene of the attacker taking action in the office. The images within each bubble repeated continuously every 7 seconds. And a goldfish, not an illusion, was slowly swimming between those bubbles, going round and round, as if wandering in its own dream realm. Bailey Ching's gaze first landed on those bubbles. After watching the images reflected in each bubble, she stepped into the center of the office. A tall human female shell floated lifelessly in the water, with a crack on the spherical fish tank where the head should be. Although the entire office was submerged in water, not a drop of water was in that fish tank. Bailey Ching carefully examined the human shell and the spherical fish tank for a moment, then calmly stared at the crack at the bottom of the tank. The crack on the fish tank was reflected in her extremely light-colored eyes. Moments later, the crack reflected in her eyes began to shrink slowly, and with the change in the scene in her eyes, the crack on the spherical fish tank began to heal. The water level in the office began to decrease, and the goldfish swimming between the bubbles seemed disturbed, immediately struggling. Then this struggle turned into a ferocious rampage. But it only had time to ram a few times before it was suddenly gripped by an invisible force. Bailey Ching extended her hand towards the goldfish. Fine scales covered her forearm and the back of her hand. The originally pale and delicate human palm suddenly became rugged and fierce. The stout and powerful knuckles and sharp hooked nails quickly swelled and grew with creaking sounds. She looked up and stared intensely at the goldfish, which was instinctively struggling, gradually applying force, with the invisible force imprinting the goldfish's entire body, and then dragging it slowly towards the fish tank. The goldfish's eyes bulged out, its whole body expanding and contracting violently like a balloon about to burst. A tiny voice echoed in the water. Gentle, gentle, I didn't want to run, but you know I can't control. Hey. Stop gripping. The boss gently. X is about to come out. Bailey Ching swung her hand and tossed the goldfish straight into the spherical fish tank. Water accumulated in the office quickly receded. The pervasive dampness in the air seemed to fade like an illusion as the ventilation system restarted. Bailey Ching's arm soon returned to its original state. She turned her head to see that the 2-meter-tall human female shell was shakily standing up, its movements clumsy and stiff like a system rebooting. The goldfish that had been gripped nearly lifeless swayed around in the fish tank for 2 laps before its fins began to relax and stretch. It feels so good to have clear thoughts again. A lazy, charming female voice came from the speaker beneath the fish tank. Chief, fortunately, you arrived in time. Bailey Ching nonchalantly shook her hand, then pulled a tissue from the desk to wipe her fingers. The previous submersion seemed like an illusion. After the goldfish returned to the fish tank, the things that had been soaking in water returned to a dry state. All right, now tell me, how did you end up like this? Chapter 510, Black Spot. The goldfish swam slowly in its spherical tank. As if drifting between wakefulness and dreams, it swam outside the tank and blew a bubble in front of Bailey Ching. Then it quickly returned to the tank, while the bubble grew larger and larger until it became a translucent sphere about 1 meter in diameter, shining with a strange light. The sphere's surface showed a clear image. It was the entire process of the attacker appearing in the office. Compared to the uncontrolled bubbles that emerged in the office when the containment zone was in the flooded state earlier, the image projected by the goldfish was now much clearer and complete, revealing many previously unseen details. The goldfish then spit out another bubble. The image within was more dim and obscure, showing the edge of the core zone where a security team was engaged in a fierce firefight with unidentified enemies. Their opponents were several tall and slender figures in black combat gear, moving swiftly like the wind, not only fully armed, but seemingly using bizarre extraordinary skills. The attacker who had appeared in the director's office before was standing behind these tall and slender figures, clearly being protected. A distorted and blurred voice emerged from the image, seemingly the swollen and twisted-headed attacker speaking. "Don't kill them. If the security team dies, it will trigger a core zone burial. First, take me out of this place." After that, the image in the bubble froze. Bailey Ching raised her head and looked at the director, standing in front of her. "This is all I saw," that tall humanoid shell slightly bowed. "After that, I completely lost control and couldn't see what happened next." Bailey Ching didn't speak. She just turned her head to look at the two bubbles, and after pondering for a moment, broke the silence. It was agents of the Black Dot Group. She then raised her hand, pointing at the attacker in the office. "The one who attacked you was an infiltrator of the Black Dot Group. Likely he also served as the inside agent letting those agents into the sanatorium." "Infiltrator?" The goldfish's voice was filled with astonishment. But this person named Sun Chen before being admitted was just an independent investigator. He hadn't even left Boundary Land. He may have lived in the Boundary Land for half his life, but his mind might have left long ago. Most Black Dot Group's infiltrators don't even know they are Black Dot employees until activated, Bailey Ching calmly explained. Infiltrators lurk in their own brains, just like parasites latch onto a host, which is why they're the most notorious infiltrators in the world. The goldfish was stunned for a moment. Its fins were anxiously moving. "So, what should we do next? Those people might have already escaped. Can they still be caught?" "They went through such lengths, even willing to expose an infiltrator and a team of operatives. It's impossible they came just to break your fish tank." Bailey Ching shook her head, having quickly thought of many things. "These people are here for knowledge buried deep within history, and there will certainly be more actions following." Then she paused briefly and suddenly spoke. "Where's Sun Chen's body, the one with the exploded head?" "It should still be in the morgue," the director quickly replied. "I just checked the access control. There's no signs of tampering in the morgue's security system." "Good, take me to see it." Bailey Ching rose from her seat. "If the Sun Chen who attacked you was a latent personality, separated from his body due to the realization of personality, his original nervous system might still have traces of guidance left by the Black Dot Group." The director hastily followed while speaking. "The head exploded. Can there still be clues left?" Bailey Ching turned back, the fading pupils reflecting the shadow of the goldfish. "No problem. As long as there was a head before it exploded, I can inspect his mind from yesterday." Night had deepened. In a high-class apartment in the Boundary City Central District, Bailey Ching stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window. The house was unlit. In the darkness, only the dim nightlight in the corner cast a faint glow. This made the city's night scene outside the window particularly vivid, with cars flowing like water, neon lights stretching endlessly, and the bustling noise of the metropolis maintained under the night's embrace, while the corrosion, pollution, oddities, and reshaping occurring beyond ordinary sight seemed as distant as another world. A pair of huge eyes silently floated on the floor-to-ceiling window, and Bailey Zhu's voice emerged. "What do you think the Black Dot Group is after? Could it be the Omen Goddess?" "Very likely. After all, they are most interested in knowledge and artifacts, and the words Sun Chen said before attacking the goldfish revealed his superiors were at least targeting the secrets of that tower. And that tower is a crucial part of the Omen Goddess's descent," Bailey Ching mused. "It's just that it's unclear how much they've actually learned. Sun Chen first encountered the tower 3 years ago, and there are clues indicating it was just an accident," Bailey Zhu said. "But it can't be ruled out that he was led by the Black Dot Group to contact that tower, judging by the traces left on the corpse. His neural anomalies also began around 3 years ago. Either the Black Dot Group led a gifted independent investigator to contact that tower 3 years ago, or an unlucky investigator inadvertently contacted the tower and got mind corrupted by the knowledge, subsequently drawing the attention of the Black Dot Group's Human Resources Commissioner, resulting in a tragic recruitment," Bailey Ching speculated, letting out a soft sigh. "Anyway, it's another frustrating affair. It's really never a dull day." "Indeed, we never lack annoying issues," Bailey Zhu said leisurely. "Then it's necessary to share this troubling matter." Bailey Ching raised her eyebrows, instantly understanding her sister's intention. She took out her phone and glanced at the nightscape outside. "I guess Yu Sheng isn't asleep yet." "Why don't you wait another hour before calling?" Bailey Zhu suggested, He'll definitely be asleep by then. Childish rotten idea. Bailey Ching commented lightly, then picked up her phone and began scrolling through her contacts. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was in the attic at number 66 Wudong Road, applying plaster to Aaron's arm. Previously, when pulling Zheng Zhai out of that bizarre space, Aaron had exerted a lot of force. Given the urgency of the situation, she hadn't had time to carefully select her vessel, using a body that Yu Sheng had previously crafted out of lotus root. It wasn't very sturdy. Although she ultimately succeeded in pulling the person back, and her arm wasn't really broken, she discovered a few cracks in her arm before bed, thus requiring repairs. The little puppet sat obediently on the table, her arms resting on the wooden racks on either side. Yu Sheng sat across from her, holding a small bowl, carefully picking out repair materials, cautiously applying them to the cracks on Aaron's arm and slowly smoothing them out with a spoon. Hu Li sat nearby, wide-eyed, watching her savior repair Aaron's arm, drooling profusely. Yu Sheng glanced over, applied some more to Aaron's arm, scooped a spoonful from the bowl, and stuffed it into Hu Li's mouth. The air was filled with the aroma of lotus root powder. He continued to apply some to Aaron, feed a bite to Hu Li, apply again, and feed again. Nearly half the bag of lotus root powder was used up. Hu Li squinted happily. Lotus root powder is so tasty, Tilda. Aaron, emanating the aroma of lotus root, puffed her cheeks. If it's so good, make some downstairs yourself. Why come here and... Hey, stay away from me. Go lick the bowl yourself. Hu Li quickly gave a lick on the little puppet's arm, then grabbed the bowl used to mix the lotus root powder on the table and started slurping it up. Yu Sheng happily watched the scene, just about to say something, when the urgent ringing of a phone interrupted him. He took out his phone and saw the call was from Bailey Ching. Aaron peeked over, greatly surprised. Wow, it's rare for her to call you in the middle of the night. Yu Sheng was also quite surprised, picking up the call while rubbing Hu Li's head, reminding the girl not to lick Aaron's arm that hadn't fully healed yet, then put the phone to his ear. Hello? Director Bailey, it's so late. Before he finished speaking, he heard Bailey Ching's voice on the other side. There's a situation at Jinglin Sanatorium. A group of rats has sneaked into the boundary land. I think they might be after the Omen Goddess. Yu Sheng, huh? Beside him, Hu Li's ears perked up with a boing. Minutes later, they learned about the attack at Jinglin Sanatorium. Utilizing the mechanism of personality materialization, the infiltrator entity that emerged after Sun Chen's death briefly breached the containment director, infiltrated the sanatorium's special ops team, and the Black Dot Group. Everything happened not long after Yu Sheng, and Little Red Riding Hood left that sanatorium. Yu Sheng listened in a daze, holding his phone. My gosh, he was amazed. Wasn't that just after we left and so much happened? And this Black Dot Group? He paused, quickly matching the information in his mind. All right, I remember now. I heard about it before. It's supposedly a civilian dynamic group on par with the Angel Sect and Venerate Saints Monastery, right? How did such a group suddenly pop up? From the perspective of the boundary land and most orderly civilizations, the Black Dot Group, like the Angel Sect and Venerate Saints Monastery, is a dangerous extremist organization. But the Black Dot Group doesn't see themselves that way. They have always defined themselves as a cutting-edge technology company and a free academic organization. Bailey Ching's voice sounded somewhat tired. Some of their members come from the Terra Archaeological Association and Algerd Astrological Association. I suspect the mice sneaking in this time belong to the mentioned branches, drawn and most likely due to the knowledge about the Omen Goddess. Chapter 511 Extremist Academic Organization. Black Dot Group, Angel Sect Believers, Venerate Saints Monastery, along with various other strange organizations of converts. This world is never short of those who have gone mad and come out to wreak havoc on society with great vigor. And among the top of these evil powerhouses, each organization naturally has its own unique ideas and astonishing skills, not to be generalized. The Angel Sect Believers are characterized by chaos and turmoil, focusing on linking their brains with angels, pollution substituting for thought. My brain's been fried by an angel, so don't talk to me about this or that, they declare. Light a candle, sprinkle some incense, slash a knife, and fall to the ground for prayer. Done. If the Lord doesn't descend from heaven, I'll ascend to find him, spilling blood on myself on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and spilling blood on others on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, with the angel descending on Sunday for a grand explosion, living wildly and dying noisily with complete nonchalance. The Venerate Saints Monastery, on the other hand, is characterized by highly organized, unified goals with successful self-brainwashing into madness, unshaken by anything else. I'm the savior, convincing themselves until they believe it. Further driven by hatred of the perishable flesh, the dull human intellect, the weak soul, the limited heaven and earth, the seas drying up and stones crumbling, hating that this world is never satisfactory, hence desiring the weak flesh to explode along with it. The first step is mastering the power of the dark angel to punch holes in this universe. You disagree? Then you'll explode with us. What if the world isn't fixed after the explosion, you ask? Not a big deal, they've already exploded by then at worst. The epitaph will attribute it all to them. As for the Black Dot Group, they embark on another path under breathtaking wisdom. They're a big company, legally operated for a long period, arguably, and managed by a group of scholars. They even have dozens of planetary colonies under their name. Where internal order is impeccable, industry is complete, society is prosperous, and many businesses are spread across the world. Their only minor issue is a bit of a penchant for archaeology and research. Well, possibly more than just a bit. The birth of the Black Dot Group is complex. Tracing its root reveals it initially was just a special project group, jointly established by a batch of Algerd Star Nobles and Terra Academy. Bailey Ching explained the origins of the Black Dot Group to Yu Sheng on the phone, and much of the content included details Yu Sheng hadn't discovered in the public archives. In fact, this project still continues today, just with all personnel, project titles, and other public details altered. Currently known as the Old World Tracing Plan led by Terra Archaeological Association. Detailed information on this tracing plan can be found on the Open Network. It's nothing special itself, merely an excavation, organization, and protection effort for the heritage of the Old World, lasting for hundreds of years, with similar archaeological activities visible throughout the universe. Bored at the table awaiting her arm healing, Erin couldn't help but ask, "Oh, just an archaeology activity. Then how did an extreme organization come about?" Excessively detailed specifics perhaps only witnesses of the time can clarify, yet according to my intelligence, the birth of the Black Dot Group seems to be related to a too aggressive dig by the founding team hundreds of years ago. Some say they dug too deep, surpassing subspace's critical point, while others claim they breached a boundary, uncovering truths mortals shouldn't know. Regardless, there are many similar speculations, but the common point is that the group back then dug up something they shouldn't have. Dig, here being a metaphor, as no one knows the exact means they used to search for Old World heritage, for those overly aggressive technologies, including related ideas, have now been completely banned by Terra Academy. In short, after a certain aggressive exploration action, the then action leader and almost all team members who had been exposed to the content underwent some conceptual changes. These changes caused them gradually to have disagreements with other project group members, even an increasing conflict with Terra Academy, which oversaw the entire project operation back then. Almost all of them were from Algerd. Many were Star Nobles themselves, wielding great influence in Algerd society, hence they readily mobilized and reorganized substantial resources. And not long after, they declared their departure from the original project group, forming a new team named Black Dot, that marked the precursor of the Black Dot Group. The newly formed Black Dot team claimed to still be an academic organization, still focusing on the Old World tracing cause, yet quickly, their activity focus shifted from direct archaeology to various supporting technologies related to archaeology, then rapidly expanded into other fields. From Algerds, Star Nobles being many cross-field technology experts themselves, plus the massive technological team they gathered through substantial investment later. The cutting-edge laboratories established by Black Dot soon produced many things that can only be described as inconceivable. From regional time trace technology to subspace probes, from entropy reorganization fields to instant omniscient mechanisms, these are all their creations. Fairly speaking, these advanced technologies indeed had significant impacts. Many were propagated across various civilization circles. Hence, for a long time, both the Black Dot team and the subsequently established Black Dot Group were well-known and popular tech giants amongst the stars. Even now, many still do business with them, though the relationships have become subtly altered. Throughout this process, as the Black Dot team embarked on track and began rapid development, they also publicly released the famous technology Black Dot theory, marking their first explanation of their name origin. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows, curiosity in his voice. Technical black point theory. Bailey Ching's voice came through the receiver. Simply put, the universe ultimately has a question, its solution exists, but there is no solution on the observable side, and the solution means doomsday. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, lowered his head to look at Aaron, who had already started to drift off, then turned to glance at Hu Li beside him, who was holding an empty bowl with a downcast expression. He hesitated slightly. This might be a bit too simple. Black point theory posits that everything within the universe, including the universe itself, can be studied and analyzed. The entire world is a brilliant mathematical model that can be calculated and inferred. This is the first half of the theory. This part is actually not problematic, as scholars from many circles of civilizations have similar conjectures, and even if they don't, everyone generally acknowledges the idea that all things can be investigated. The crux lies in the second half. The second half of the black point theory suggests that as analysis deepens, the truths of the universe will gradually be assimilated, and its solutions will slowly approach the limit that information can express. The world, this vast mathematical model, will at some point collapse into a single unique creator's equation that defies logic and computation. The entire process is akin to the tip of a spindle contracting to a point, with this creator's equation located on this point. It is the sum of all information from the birth to the death of the universe. This equation has a solution, but the solution to this equation is the end of the observable universe. And because humankind exists within the observable universe, they can never reach the understanding of this solution's endpoint. That is, the ultimate answer to the universe is an eternal black point for humanity. Any civilization, any intelligent creature, any form of intelligence, using any method to research the essence of the universe, will at some stage observe the existence of this black point, but will never comprehend its content. And the ultimate goal of the Black Dot Group is to observe this technical black point and find any possible way to bypass this black point before the observable universe ends, even if, according to their own theory, it is unfeasible. Hu Li, who was licking the bowl, twitched his ears, suddenly raised his head. That sounds pretty contradictory, believing that man can conquer nature yet thinking human power is limited. With the speaker on, Bailey Ching naturally heard this sentence, and her voice seemed to carry a tinge of emotion. Yes, some contradictions, many things in this world are contradictions. Aaron was still in a daze, and after a while she blurted out, "I think the brief explanation was pretty good just now." Yu Sheng casually pressed the head of a little puppet, muttering with a frown, "Then it sounds like their goal is quite grand. The style of action itself is just a bit like an obsessive academic group. Doesn't seem that crazy, right?" Bailey Ching on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "When a math problem goes unsolved for too long, it can cause issues." Yu Sheng. If it had been 2 days ago, he wouldn't have felt much from this sentence. But at this moment, he recalled the one who burst a vessel in his head at the sanatorium, left a very deep impression. So, they became academic terrorists then? Even Aaron reacted, mainly because unsolvable math problem was a concept without any understanding barrier for her. Have they taken the path of evil cultivation? Bailey Ching on the other end of the phone clearly sighed. Almost when scientific research loses its moral shackles and gains grand ambitions as a whip, the harm it can cause far exceeds that of a few angel sect devotees stabbing necks around a bonfire. Even if the latter stabs hundreds of necks, they might not attract the attention of an angel, but the former's cutting-edge laboratories can blow up 2 a year during peak periods, and with each time, something might escape from the laboratory. Therefore, when realizing that the actions of the Black Dot Group were becoming increasingly extreme, many of their technologies were becoming more and more risky, and even that much of their technology itself began to carry spiritual contamination. More and more circles of civilization classified them as a high-risk group, or even directly labeled them as a terrorist organization, an extremist sect. But in any case, today's Black Dot Group has developed into a behemoth that cannot be simply eradicated, even occupying a lawless star region openly, with significant influence among the stars, more or less like a nation. Chapter 512. Oh no, they're after someone something. A Black Dot Group, born out of an exploration activity hundreds of years ago, initiated by a group of deviated star nobles from Algerd, began as a scholarly group, but has transformed completely over centuries of development into an uncontrollable behemoth. Whatever its original purpose may have been, it is now an entity that cannot be ignored. As a technological giant, independent military force, extremist organization, black market player, and actual controller of large areas of the lawless star region, the Black Dot Group has long ceased to be a scholarly organization. Although rumors persist that it is still led by those original Algerd scholars, it clearly has strayed far from the grand vision those scholars initially held, picking up too much baggage along the way. According to Bailey Ching, Yu Sheng feels that the organization's complexity now is as chaotic as Hu Li's stew. The Black Dot Group is a behemoth, with a vast and mysterious organizational structure, the details of which are unknown to outsiders. We only know that its top layer is still tightly controlled by a board of directors composed of those former star nobles, while the execution of the group's will is handled by countless project departments. They conduct research, trade, investment, espionage, invasion, sabotage, kidnapping, assassination, all to achieve that noble and rational goal. Their reach isn't limited to lawless areas. The business of the Black Dot Group spans across the starry sky, containing both legal and illegal endeavors. By layering cover-ups or through secret financial and personnel channels, innumerable industries fall under their control. These industries penetrate various civilized circles, some even operating openly while others run long-established commercial routes, seemingly mundane civilian businesses that might just be shadows of the Black Dot Group. This is what sets them apart from the Angel Sect or the Venerate Saints Monastery, although many civilized circles broadly categorize them all as dangerous elements. Undeniably, unlike the Angel Sect members brainwashed by the Dark Angel or the fanatical and closed hidden monastery, the Black Dot Group still retains some elements that bring it closer to civilized society. Listening to the voice on the other end of the receiver, Yu Sheng wore an expression of contemplation. This was his first time delving so deeply into the mysterious Black Dot Group, and many of the details diverged from his previous impressions. Perhaps due to dealing too much with the deranged Angel Sect members and the obsessively fanatical hidden monastery, he had preconceived notions that the Black Dot Group was similarly a group of lunatics, but now it seemed. This massive commercial plus extreme technology organization was far more complex than those two cult groups. After a moment of thought, he suddenly became curious. Given that the Black Dot Group's influence is so wide, doesn't the Boundary Land also have? He didn't finish, and after a moment of silence, Bailey Ching's voice came over the receiver. The umbilical cord technology used by deep divers. Wow, Aaron exclaimed in exaggerated surprise and then began to whisper to Yu Sheng. I told you this thing looks shady. Seems like it's dabbling in black spirit abilities and subspace stuff. It's suspicious, see? Turns out there's some clandestine dealings after all. It's not about clandestine dealings, Bailey Ching calmly explained, having overheard the puppet's muttering. The Black Dot Group's various exotic realm detection devices circulate in the black market, and we use them for reverse engineering. Technology itself has no bias, and it's good as long as it's useful. At least the umbilical cord technology reduces the deep diver's casualty rate by nearly 50%. Listening to the explanation on the phone, Yu Sheng didn't say much, but clearly, the Black Dot Group's contributions to the Boundary Land might extend far beyond just this piece of technology. After all, according to Bailey Ching, this extreme technology giant has created countless good things. Dangerous technology or not, there are far more dangerous things in this world than those technologies. Moreover, he didn't continue to pursue whether the Special Service Bureau or the Boundary Council also had a little bit of private connections with the Black Dot Group. This question evidently wouldn't have an answer, or even if it did, it wouldn't mean anything. Now this group has reached into the Boundary Land, Yu Sheng said, stroking his chin with his phone on speaker on the table. They're coming for knowledge. But speaking of which, I saw Sun Chen's corpse, even talked to him once after his death, yet I didn't notice anything unusual back then. That's because before his death, the Sun Chen, who was an infiltrator for the Black Dot Group, had already utilized the personality entity mechanism in the sanatorium to separate from the main body and hid away. This matter might have been planned for several years, and perhaps there was more than one infiltrator, and the original mission of the infiltrator, named Sun Chen, might not even have had anything to do with the knowledge in that tower. Agents from the Black Dot Group are like cockroaches, laying dormant eggs all over, and using a variety of dubious technologies to control these infiltrators or set various activation conditions for them. These eggs are hidden so well that even they themselves might not realize their employee status and the tasks they bear. Only when conditions are right will these cockroaches emerge unexpectedly from unfathomable places into your face. Halfway through, Bailey Ching spoke, and Yu Sheng finally couldn't resist. Stop, I understand what you mean, but that analogy is a bit disgusting. After that, he took a breath and changed the subject. So what plans do you have next? How to deal with those Black Dot agents? The Special Service Bureau will follow up on this matter. Their target is knowledge related to the Omen Goddess, and the knowledge taken by Sun Chen is unlikely to suffice for his department's KPI requirements. They will certainly take further action, Bailey Ching said. I contacted you just to offer a warning. Your current investigations overlap with the objectives of those Black Dot agents, so be cautious. I will compile some information related to the Black Dot agents for you, including their operational style and some common tactics and abilities, but only for reference. If you truly encounter them, you'll need to adapt flexibly. Of course, given your skill, taking on those agents shouldn't be a problem, but caution is always wise. I understand, thank you for your concern. In addition, if I find any clues about those Black Dot agents, I'll contact you immediately. Okay. After ending the call with Bailey Ching, Yu Sheng put away his phone and rubbed his temples, frowning slightly. Beside him, Hu Li placed the bowl, which had been licked clean and shiny, onto the table, sharing a similarly serious expression with Yu Sheng. Luna, having come up the stairs at some unknown time, also stood quietly by her expression, just as usual. Erin, whose arms had healed by now, glanced at Yu Sheng and then at herself, resting her chin in her hands, exuding a lotus fragrance. She also adopted a contemplative look. After a few seconds, she suddenly clapped her hands. Oh no, they're coming for me. Yu Sheng, you all say this thing is messed up. I'm a perfectly elegant and powerful Alice puppet with beauty and grace, but just because I had a fight with a dropping-in alien god back then, now I'm targeted by these dark forces. Erin stood on the table, hands on her waist, eyes gleaming. Who knows what she had to be smug about, but she just sported a smug face, babbling complaints and nearly twisting her head around. This bunch is obviously after me. What am tilde I to do tilde? Yu Sheng, looking at the inexplicably smug little puppet, didn't even know how to respond, and just in that moment of distraction, Luna suddenly broke the silence. No, they're not after you. Erin snapped her head around, staring at Luna with her scarlet eyes. Why? They're after the knowledge of the Omen Goddess. The focus is on knowledge, Luna said, after pausing for a couple of seconds, speaking the longest sentence in her history. Erin doesn't have knowledge. Erin stood there, processing for a moment, then let out a screech and lunged forward. See, level, grasp, damn you. What followed was a series of clattering and banging noises from the attic. Seeing this, Yu Sheng quickly grabbed Hu Li and ducked by the window, simultaneously casting an extra appreciative gaze at Luna, who was casually swatting Erin back to the ground with random arm waves, musing thoughtfully. With such a huge delay, splitting a sentence 7 ways, yet needs to provoke Erin twice, Luna sure has her addiction bad. Erin asked for it. Hu Li squatted beside Yu Sheng, hands on the floor, tail swaying like a melon-eating spectator. She always finds chances to mess with Luna, though she's usually smacked back without much effort. At this moment, Yu Sheng saw Luna elegantly dodge an Erin flying tackle by moving gracefully like a dance, leaving the latter flailing midair coming towards him. He stepped forward and casually caught the little puppet, raising an arm and waved. All right, it's like you're tearing the house apart at midnight. Luna instantly and elegantly lifted the hem of her nun's skirt, curtsied gracefully, then silently retreated to a corner of the attic as if nothing happened. Erin could only grimace fiercely, and from a distance. Jokes aside, Yu Sheng hurriedly shifted the attention between the big one and the small puppet. Seeing this. No matter what, those Black Dot agents have already infiltrated, and given such a major influence, their daring act in the Boundary Land signals that the knowledge of the Omen Goddess is a tremendous lure for them. Their infiltration is unlikely to just be a couple of nobodies. We're probably gonna have to deal with them. Yu Sheng paused briefly, and Hu Li tilted his head toward Erin. How about you lay low for a while? The little puppet perked right up upon hearing this, arms crossing at her chest, eyes glaring. Am I supposed to lay low from them? That would disgrace the entire travel agency, plus, I have the military strength of 4 groups under my command. Who am I afraid of? As long as the drawing isn't lost, I can crush them with clones. The little puppet's arrogance was quite justified, and as Yu Sheng listened, he nodded repeatedly, but halfway through he suddenly realized. Wait a minute, 4 groups? Since when? Last night at 2:30. Erin immediately shrunk her neck. The little blood you had stored is used up again, and this time even the mysterious iron left by the silly fox is exhausted. After speaking, she scratched her head, thought for a bit, and added an awkward and uncouth smile to Yu Sheng. He tilde. Chapter 513, A Valley Full of Puppets. Early the next morning, Yu Sheng didn't do anything else, but first went to the mountain valley. Everywhere in the valley, Erin was running around. All right, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, considering the valley now covers a vast area and contains numerous subsets of spaces generated by exotic realm, even with 4 groups of mass-produced dolls spread across the place. There aren't actually that many. But undeniably in areas where the dolls are most concentrated, such as around the teleportation hub and fairy tale town, Aaron is indeed everywhere. Some are being chased around by doll heads in the town, some are helping clean the streets and alleys, some are helping take care of the generators, water pumps, and similar facilities, and many dolls without tasks are wandering about, on rooftops, treetops, and the wild everywhere. Yu Sheng even saw a few that got lost and trapped in a loop, bumping against walls at the castle until they fainted and were carried back by other passing dolls for a reset. Yu Sheng sat on the stairs in front of the castle with Little Red Riding Hood, watching a line of mass-produced errands pass by carrying small spades from the open space not too far away. He didn't know what they were up to, and then in the corner of his eye, another doll slipped while helping lay roof tiles and rolled off, getting stuck on some treetop. Within seconds, other dolls rushed over with bamboo poles to poke their trapped companion down. These dolls running around have now become a part of the town's scenery, and everyone has got quite used to them, Little Red Riding Hood said with a smile on her face. Though small in size, they help a lot as well. They can understand simple instructions for easy tasks and can learn complex tasks if demonstrated a few times. No need for Aaron to control them personally. Yu Sheng was relieved. That's good. I was initially worried that the increase in doll numbers would trouble you all. Not at all. These mass-produced dolls are actually much more trouble-free than their original. Little Red Riding Hood waved her hand. Just that due to their small size and simple minds, they occasionally get stuck in strange places, like falling into pits or hanging from trees. But if truly stuck, they will call for help loudly, and the mass-produced dolls will assist each other, so there's no need to worry too much. She paused for a moment and then added, Mr. Yun quite likes them too. He's planning to set up a pill room on the east side of the town and has called a lot of dolls to help. He says these mass-produced errands are very spiritual and have something called innate spiritual bone, far beyond ordinary mechanical puppets. Given time, they might even awaken their spirit root, though I don't quite understand. It seems he's trying to help these dolls in Foundation establishment. Yu Sheng was taken aback, and images of Yun Qingzi, a figure embodying essence and Tao, teaching earnest sermons in front of a group of dolls emerged involuntarily in his mind. But the image was too outlandish to proceed with, and snapping back to reality, he saw a mass-produced Aaron calmly walking by, a little figure that stopped a few steps away, staring with blank fish eyes, unmoving. Mass-produced dolls often gather like this, mostly out of simple curiosity in their minds towards the big humanoid entities appearing in their field of vision. Yu Sheng didn't pay much attention and casually muttered, "Looks foolish." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the doll's eyes turn, pupils swiftly gaining highlights, and then she dashed over. "You're the one that's foolish. I was just curious about what you were doing and came to take a look, and here you are talking bad about me." Yu Sheng laughed and casually picked up the little thing to place beside him, quickly changing the subject. "Speaking of which, is everything fine? There are nearly 10,000 clones now, even if it's just to maintain their most basic mobility. Can you manage?" Aaron understandably nodded, "Yes." Yu Sheng pondered while rubbing his chin. "This doesn't seem like what I initially thought." "It's not what I thought initially either." Aaron, occupying a temporary mass-produced body, appeared thoughtful while swaying idly. "I used to worry that having more bodies to control would make my mind less efficient, and that so many unforeseen clones might slow my thinking down like becoming a C-shaped cocoon. But somehow, after surpassing 3 groups of these mass-produced shells, I found instead." She paused, organizing her thoughts with her head raised. It felt easier, or maybe even more enlightened. Yu Sheng looked at this small doll, perplexed. "Huh. Have you not noticed?" Aaron puffed out her chest confidently. "Haven't you noticed I've been smarter and sharper recently?" "I haven't," Yu Sheng said without hesitation. "If anything, I'd say you've been chattier than usual. Hey, let go, let go, let go." Aaron bit Yu Sheng's arm, her eyes glaring round. "Yu Sheng, you darn." Yu Sheng struggled mightily to detach the small doll from his arm, holding her by the back of the neck at a safe distance, ignoring her flailing, and after a thorough observation, finally set her down. "Seriously, you really feel more at ease after the number of mass-produced shells exceeded a certain amount?" Aaron stood with her hands on her hips. "Yeah, why would I lie to you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng's eyebrows furrowed tightly. "For now, don't manufacture any more mass-produced units, not even one," he suddenly spoke. Aaron looked at him surprised. "Why?" Yu Sheng furrowed his brows, momentarily unsure how to explain his subtle intuition and caution to this little figure. having learned of the connection between Aaron and the Omen goddess. He is now extra sensitive to any changes in the little doll's mindset and spiritual state. But at the moment, this faint, forming caution lacks grounding, and after organizing his words for a long time, he hesitantly explained, "I'm worried that the unstable part of your mind is taking the opportunity to activate." He paused again, feeling this explanation too general. Considering the little doll's comprehension ability, she probably couldn't understand. Just as he was contemplating how to further explain, Aaron abruptly nodded. "Oh, all right." Yu Sheng looked astonished. "You understood?" "No," Aaron replied confidently. Yu Sheng, "But you're smarter than me. We agreed last time that you'd think through complex problems for me," Aaron continued confidently. "This problem seems very complex, so you must have thought about it for me. Let's just do as you said." Yu Sheng, he never expected this little thing to give up thinking under such logic. But the next second, seeing the puppet with such self-assured and confident appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. "All right, let's do as I said." Aaron was pleased and sat beside Yu Sheng again, swinging her legs in satisfaction for a while, then suddenly asked, "So what do we do next?" "There's nothing planned for today, just rest up, save energy." Yu Sheng squinted his eyes. "Come evening, we'll invite the king, and the little nephew. He should be rested by today. Let's take another trip to the dark alley." Deep within the Special Service Bureau, on a hidden floor. The long corridor was empty and silent. The light from the ceiling cast an unusual chill. A tall silhouette walked leisurely down the corridor. The sound of heels clicking on the ground echoed between the walls. Bailey Ching raised her head, looking at the connecting section ahead, marked with various danger levels and permission warnings. Aside from the warning signs up ahead, the entire corridor was pure white along the way. Wearing a white suit dress, with her pale hair color, Bailey Ching's figure seemed to blend into the corridor. She calmly watched ahead, her faded eyes reflecting the door at the exit. Only after a long time did she withdraw her gaze and, as if speaking to the air, said, "Today the archive seems quite calm." "It was rather lively here right after Anka Ayla fell." Bailey Zhu's voice sounded beside her. Her eyes appeared on the left wall. "The whole building was lively." Bailey Ching acknowledged with a hum and continued forward. She passed the warning signs in the connecting section, completed permission authentication at a turnstile, and then pushed open the seemingly ordinary door at the end of the corridor. Creak was the sound of the door opening, as if echoing in an extremely vast space. A space of intertwined black and white came into Bailey Ching's view. Clearly within a floor of the Special Service Bureau building, yet opposite the door was vast emptiness. The dark chaos space seemed endless, with countless large and small gray-white boulders floating in front of the standalone door. On each boulder stood numerous pale and giant bookshelves. Countless scripts lay quietly on the shelves. Each shelf was very tall and large, and many upper parts of the shelves appeared fragmented, pieces extending to the dark depths. Outside the towering bookshelves were fractured white walls and broken, floating pillars. These shattered structures were adorned with lavish and intricate relief patterns, faintly presenting a time of bygone splendor. The entire space was like a shattered, pure white library, floating in a time-space that has ceased to exist. Bailey Ching was clearly very familiar with this place. She went straight onto a gray-white boulder suspended in midair, then followed a continuous floating path towards the center of those bookshelves. Countless low and indistinct whispers drifted from between the nearby shelves, seemingly discussing, interspersed with greetings. Then a hoarse and aged voice came from the end of the path. "Ah, the colorless descendant, you've come again." Chapter 514 Retreat. Bailey Ching raised her gaze, looking towards the direction from where the ancient voice came. Midst countless towering bookshelves surrounding them, a broken stone platform floated among various large and small stone slabs. The shape of the platform resembled an altar, with edges covered in reliefs and time-worn cracks. A gigantic, clearly non-human crystal skull was placed at the center of the platform. The skull was entirely translucent, with a long and narrow face, sunken eye sockets, and jagged teeth, resembling features of a large reptile. It lay quietly on the platform, with its size comparable to that of an adult human. A faint glow flickered in the eye sockets of the crystal skull. As Bailey Ching approached, the glow brightened slightly, and a hoarse voice emanated from the skull cavity. "Tell me, what do you wish to know today?" "Still about the classical era, concerning the world bridge, dark star, and the descending alien god, named Omen." Bailey Ching calmly gazed into the eye sockets of the crystal skull and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Extracting information from the deep layer is risky and rarely fruitful." The glow flickered in the eye sockets of the crystal skull. "There's nothing new to find after repeated searches, O colorless descendant. This is a dead library. Everything that should be here is already here, and what isn't here won't be found again." "I brought a more effective medium this time." Bailey Ching raised a finger to her head. "Perhaps it can draw out something deeper." The crystal skull was silent for a moment. "Show." Bailey Ching gave a slight nod, and then half-closed her eyes. A misty fog enveloped her before she knew it, within which flashed a pair of faded, enormous eyes, followed by illusions that appeared in the fog. The sanatorium in the woods, the principal's office in a soaked state, the principal struck down by a shattered aquarium, and the attacker monster with a swollen, distorted head holding a dagger. Scenes flashed rapidly in the mist, records from Bailey Ching's perspective intertwined with scenes the principal had once shown her in bubbles. After several seconds, the record reached the moment when the attacker was about to hide and leave the principal's office. The illusions in the mist froze at this scene, then the main perspective began to slowly shift toward the attacker. The scene appeared as if moving within a paused holographic scenario. Bailey Ching's perspective finally locked onto the attacker's swollen, distorted brain. Then the scene flashed, and her perspective abruptly plunged into the pair of eyeballs embedded on the brain's surface. Then the illusions in the mist flickered again, and the depths of the mist revealed the scene in the mortuary of Jinglin's sanatorium, where Sun Chen's headless corpse lay quietly within a containment container. Bailey Ching gazed at the corpse in her view. Sun Chen's shell seemed to reverse time. Its skull rapidly reformed, then slowly opened its eyelids, blank pupils reflecting Bailey Ching's faded eyes. The victim who died from the gunshot, the attacker born out of distortion. Regardless of which Sun Chen, they both had operated within Jinglin's sanatorium, leaving traces of their existence within specific temporal and spatial boundaries. Having left traces, they couldn't evade the gaze of the Special Service Director. All illusions gradually faded, leaving only a broken tower floating in darkness in the mist, a scene particularly profound in the memories of both Sun Chen. Though merely an illusion, it was a medium Bailey Ching directly extracted from Sun Chen's memory. The destabilized knowledge within, albeit scarce, remained vibrant and restless. Even under the suppressive environment of the archives, the phantom of the broken tower pulsated and throbbed as though it possessed life, akin to a beating heart. The glow in the crystal skull's eye sockets flickered intensely. "O colorless descendant!" Its voice was low, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. "Always so reckless, it'll be your undoing." Bailey Ching sighed, "Because I'm busy to death." The mist dissipated, and the crystal skull atop the stone platform also let out a sigh. "Go ahead, 30 minutes, whatever you can salvage depends solely on your skills. Remember the guidelines, don't be tempted by knowledge, don't listen carelessly, only focus on what you want, only take what is agreed upon, and aside from that, all those things that reach out to you begging to be taken out. Do not heed them." "I understand." Bailey Ching nodded gently, then stepped forward and placed her hand on the surface of the crystal skull. In the next moment, the entire broken library began to silently tremble. The enormous pure white bookshelves surrounding the stone platform wobbled, cracked, countless white fragments and scrolls rained down like a downpour from the collapsed heavens, completely covering Bailey Ching and the stone platform beneath her. Bailey Ching lifted her head, neither dodging nor hiding, letting herself be submerged layer by the fragmented and chaotic remnants of history from the boundary land. Dusk approached. In the restricted area, a phantom door suddenly appeared near the node, set by the Special Service Bureau. The door opened, and Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood returned to the dark alley entrance in East City Qinghe District. This time, not only did he bring the king, who excelled at dealing with cats, but also several more people. Hu Li, Luna Aaron, and most importantly, the nephew. The sky was darkening, the evening breeze cool, the area near the node deserted, and any occasional passers-by from distant intersections wouldn't glance in this direction. Zheng Zhai instinctively shivered in this somewhat chilly and somber environment, rubbed his arms, and looked around. "Brother Yu, why do I feel a bit cold?" "It's normal as autumn approaches," Yu Sheng answered without looking up. "Getting colder these days." Zheng Zhai paused. "Brother Yu, why do your words sound familiar to me?" "Hey, don't be so nervous." Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward and patted Zheng Zhai's shoulder. We have so many people with us this time, and didn't Yu Sheng give you a portable number 66 Wudong Road card beforehand? So even if you really end up alone in an alternate dimension, you can use it to run back. Relax, relax. Well, I'll relax. Zheng Zhai's expression was subtle, but having ventured through several exotic realm crises before, don't ask how the exotic realm crises came about. He quickly adjusted his mindset, stabilizing his emotions while muttering. But then again, is this really reliable? My physique is somewhat special, but I still feel like this is a matter of luck. How could it be every time? Before Zheng Zhai could finish speaking, the king jumped directly onto his shoulder. Young man, this just shows your lack of experience. Having team members with high spiritual vision pave the way is very natural in our profession as spirit realm detectives and investigators. Zheng Zhai was dumbfounded. Do you really do things like this in your line of work? Little Red Riding Hood. In civilian circles, it's wild. It's normal you wouldn't know, since you entered directly into the Special Service Bureau. Zheng Zhai. Yu Sheng watched as a perfectly genuine young man was about to be misled, so he quickly coughed twice to interrupt them, then pointed toward the entrance of the dark alley not far away. Let's drop it for now, it's about time, let's start preparing. While talking, they arrived at the narrow entrance between two buildings. Zheng Zhai stuck his head out to take a look inside, murmuring, "It's pretty narrow, it's gonna be tight for 3 people to go through together. That's why we'll go in phases. Both of us will take Aaron and the king in first. They don't take up space and can sit on our shoulders," Yu Sheng said casually. "Then Little Red Riding Hood, Luna, and Hu Li will follow." Zheng Zhai nodded repeatedly. Oh. All right, now let's begin the enchantment preparations before entering. Aaron, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, raised her hand, pointing at Zheng Zhai. "Stretch your arm out." Enchantment? Zheng Zhai was a bit puzzled, but still instinctively raised his arm. What are we doing? The next second, a thin black thread appeared out of thin air, bringing a bone-chilling coldness as it directly entwined his hand, even penetrating his skin and muscles, digging into his body. Zheng Zhai shouted, "Oh my God!" almost jumping up on the spot, then started rubbing his arm vigorously. "Of course, it's to strengthen your connection with that thing," the little puppet said proudly while retracting its hand. "And it leaves a connection point on you, just in case you're really caught by something. I can pull you back in time." Hiss, Zheng Zhai grimaced while rubbing his arm forcefully, reacting with a twitch of his mouth upon hearing the puppet's words, nearly gritting his teeth. "Well, thanks a lot." "Aaron, you're welcome. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Zheng Zhai looked puzzled. "No, why are you asking?" "If you do have one, call her now and tell her you're going on a business trip, and when you return, you'll marry her, to further increase the likelihood of things going wrong," Aaron said righteously. "That's how it goes in the TV shows I've seen. Of course, if you don't, forget it." Zheng Zhai was stunned, turned to look at Yu Sheng. "Brother Yu, what did I do wrong?" "She's not targeting you specifically," Yu Sheng sighed. "She just has a mouth that's been blessed." Aaron thought for a moment and started yanking Yu Sheng's hair. Was that a compliment? Yu Sheng sighed again, ignoring the small paws messing around on his head, and turned to the wall leading to the dark alley. Having done the preparation work and understood the mechanism of the dark alley ahead of time, Zheng Zhai adjusted his state quickly and joined him in front of the wall. In the dim twilight, the surroundings became increasingly silent. Time ticked by second by second. After a considerable time, Zheng Zhai finally couldn't hold back and looked up beside him. "Brother Yu, I don't feel any wind coming from the other side." Yu Sheng finally noticed something was off, looked up, then turned and asked Little Red Riding Hood, "Why isn't there any response?" What he saw was the same puzzled expression on Little Red Riding Hood's face. The fox girl next to Little Red Riding Hood tilted her head. "Is the dark alley not opening today?" "Never heard of the exotic realm shutting down," Little Red Riding Hood said promptly. "Maybe the timing was off earlier. You should step out and try re-entering. There are occasional failures." So Yu Sheng and Zheng Zhai tried again. The entrance to the dark alley still didn't open. The wall remained lifeless, with no breeze blowing through. Unconvinced, Yu Sheng tried again, watching the mottled old wall intently. This time, the exotic realm's entrance finally reacted. The wall shifted half an inch back right before his eyes. Yu Sheng. Chapter 515, Penetration and Spread. The wall moved back slightly, and if Yu Sheng hadn't been staring at it, he might have missed the instantaneous change. But he was sure he wasn't seeing illusions. The wall was moving backward. After being stunned for a moment, Yu Sheng raised his hand and tried to approach the wall once more. The wall retreated again, and this time the movement was even more pronounced, so much so that even Zhang Zhai beside him immediately noticed the anomaly. "Brother Yu, this thing isn't quite right." The young, and not yet officially turned, Special Service Bureau officer stared blankly at the high wall in front, visibly tense. "The wall is moving backward." This time, Little Red Riding Hood and Luna, along with Hu Li, couldn't stand still either. Several people suddenly crowded into the narrow gap between the two buildings, and under the gaze of multiple eyes, during Yu Sheng's another test, the high wall leading to the dark alley retracted yet again by a few centimeters. After nearly half a minute of silence, Yu Sheng finally turned his head and looked at Little Red Riding Hood behind him. "Has this phenomenon ever happened before?" "How could it have?" Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened, looking at Yu Sheng as if she saw a ghost. "How come you can scare an exotic realm into closing its doors?" "How could it be me scaring it?" Listening to the taunts of this outdated JK in front, Yu Sheng couldn't hold back anymore. "Not to mention I haven't done anything to it yet, even if the blame for the collapse of the old bookstore last time was on me. Such a reaction from an exotic realm is unwarranted, right?" Speaking of which, he heard a slight rustling sound from beside him. Turning his head reflexively, he saw the wall retreating a few more centimeters right in front of everyone. The parts of the high wall connected to the buildings left behind gray-white traces, as if torn. At this moment, everyone on site fell silent, not just Little Red Riding Hood stopping her taunts about Yu Sheng, but even Aaron, who would usually chatter for hours just overhearing sneezes, became quiet, unsure how to respond. After a good while, Yu Sheng suddenly touched his chin thoughtfully. "Hey, I suddenly have an idea. You guys say if I keep approaching, how far might this wall retreat? It can't be infinite, can it? Could it possibly retreat all the way out of Boundary City?" The high wall was dead silent, yet for some reason Yu Sheng found this silence deafening. If exotic realm could curse, it would be cursing horribly now. Little Red Riding Hood's eye twitching while looking at Yu Sheng. "You're really something." Yu Sheng didn't speak. He just casually pressed against the mottled old brick wall. This time the wall did not retreat again. Perhaps because its retreat ultimately had limits, or maybe due to some other reason. Either way, the entrance to the dark alley showed no sign of opening. But Yu Sheng had his own approach. He explored the rough surface of the wall, imagining a door existing there which would lead directly to the dark alley. Thus, he found a door handle. Originally, Yu Sheng didn't want to use this method because the dark alley is a typical layered structure, and its inherent spatial rules determine where each intersection leads. Recklessly, opening a door could interfere with the entire mapping logic of the dark alley and might result in all exits leading out of exotic realm like last time, hindering exploration. But now he couldn't worry about all that. The exotic realm seemed to be undergoing some mutation. Its former spatial rules were likely malfunctioning. The illusory door appeared out of thin air. Yu Sheng pushed open the door and saw a dimly lit alley extending from behind it, with hazy light and deep shadows. He stepped inside, maintaining the door's open state from the other side, and the others proceeded in. The king was the first to jump in, waving his claws as he landed and summoned the hero wielding the village sword and his companions into this world. Next came Zhang Zhai, Luna, Hu Li, and Little Red Riding Hood. The alley was chilly under a breeze, twilight's cold light suffused with an oppressive feeling from everywhere, like a viscous liquid so dense it couldn't disperse, permeating the air. Little Red Riding Hood felt her hair standing on end, and as she entered, a pair of wolf ears popped out from her head as a reflexive response to the dangerous environment. Then she abruptly raised her head, looking at the dark alley's sky. Light inhaling sounds rang out in succession. A dense, crisscrossed web of black spider silk appeared in everyone's view. "Whoa!" The outdated JK nearly bit her tongue, seeing the entire dark alley covered in chaotic webs, with the already twilight sky veiled by a large net, making it even more deceitful and gloomy, and numerous disordered strands shooting out from both sides of shop rooftops haphazardly, without patterns, weaving into tangles roughly 3 to 4 meters above the ground, entangling flickering colorful light strings, blurred signage, fluttering banners in the wind, and countless cats. The pitch-black cat was entangled in the crisscrossing black spider web suspended in the air, trembling and writhing like a caught insect in the chaotic web. The disjointed sense unique to such physical activities created a dizzying misalignment across the entire web, as if every second a cat escaped from it, yet in the next instant, just as many cats were caught by the web, hanging in midair. This scene was exactly as the blind seer Kongdaman described. On the great spider web called End, the end of all things has long been measured out and marked. Who is the blind seer Kongdaman? Yu Sheng was in a daze for a moment, always feeling as if some inexplicable sentences had just popped into his mind. But the next second, those contents turned into some rapidly dissipating impressions. He felt someone tugging at his hair, turning to look, and saw Aaron, who was looking nervously and anxiously into his eyes. Zheng Zhai's voice came from the side. You. Don't keep saying you so much, it sounds like driving cattle. Yu Sheng interrupted Zheng Zhai's stuttering noise. He wasn't sure if it was just a delusion, but the moment he spoke, the oppressive, glue-like chill in the air seemed to dissipate a lot. Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on either. I could hardly catch my breath just now. Hu Li took a deep breath and then frowned, looking into the air. The threads here. The demon fox girl hadn't finished speaking when the little puppet hurriedly waved its hand in a panic. It wasn't me. I know it wasn't you. Yu Sheng pressed Aaron's head and looked at the threads with a serious expression. It seems this is the reason for the changes happening in the dark alley. It looks like the erosion has expanded further since we last left. Little Red Riding Hood quickly responded and recalled the eerie scene when Yu Sheng and the king saw after digging a big hole in the old bookstore during their last exploration of the dark alley. Previously, these spider webs were only wrapped around the dark alley's boundary. Now they're almost covering the whole alley. Yu Sheng instinctively exchanged glances with the king, and after holding back for 2 or 3 seconds, he spoke with a slightly ambiguous expression. Could it be because of the hole we dug last time? The king wore a heavy expression on its cat face and shook its head after a moment. I know nothing. I can't bear such a big responsibility for a cat. Yu Sheng was at a loss for words, then turned to look at the little puppet on his shoulder. Can you control these spider webs? I'm trying. Aaron was obviously still a bit nervous, but holding onto Yu Sheng's head made her feel a bit more secure. She raised her hand and swiped twice in the air. Strands of black thread extended from her fingertips, moving slowly and cautiously towards the spider web in the air of the alley. Seems like it doesn't work well. I can feel these threads, but they aren't listening to me. They're too stiff and won't budge. Yu Sheng frowned, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Aaron's head. What about that ball of yours? Omen Wandering Star. The little puppet was momentarily stunned. I left it at home. I'm training it to fetch takeout. Yu Sheng instantly had a black line across his face. You have free time. You might as well get it over here to try doing something useful. With that, he casually pulled open a small gate leading to number 66 Wudong Road in the air beside. And a moment later, Aaron on the other side of the door ran over with the Omen Wandering Star, tossing the stone ball this way. The Omen Wandering Star visibly lagged for a moment when passing through the small gate, lingering midair in confusion. But the next second it sensed Aaron on this side, instantly realigning its target, and circled around the little puppet's head in loops. Aaron blinked, soon realizing the change. Hey, Yu Sheng, these threads are starting to listen. Her eyes lit up as she looked up at the crisscrossing black spider webs over the dark alley. It's really working. How did you know this method, Yu Sheng? As they spoke, everyone saw a faint gleam spreading across the spider web covering the dark alley. This gleam, originating from the threads in Aaron's hand, expanded its area rapidly, as if invading and taking over control. I didn't know either, but I thought it was worth a try. Yu Sheng waved his hand, but his gaze remained fixed tightly on the Omen Wandering Star circling Aaron's head. At least it's another trinket. You might as well consider it a bonus. He said this casually, but the little puppet apparently took it at face value, her eyes lighting up. Oh, that's great. So what do we do next? Find a way to bring these cats down, Yu Sheng quickly said, and then have the king check out the situation. Great. The little puppet agreed happily, then began trying to control the spider webs in the dark alley that trapped the cats. After several unskilled attempts, she finally managed to make some of the spider threads in midair loosen and hang down toward the ground. A captured cat entity broke free from the spider web, flipped to the ground, turned toward the group, and arched its back high. Hiss. Chapter 516, Suspicious Clues. Few minutes later, the king leisurely sat on the shoulder of the wandering mage big sister, licking his paws, while the young swordsman, the village girl priest, and the mysterious silent stalker from the adventurer team formed a circle not far away, shouting things like, for everyone in the village, "Don't underestimate our bond. This is the power of our mutual trust," which were incomprehensible phrases, while beating up a cat with clangs and clashes. Anyone just hearing the sounds might have thought the three were attacking the Demon King's city. Cats are like this. The entity is no exception. The king lazily looked at Zheng Zhai, who was about to speak. You save it, it will hiss at you. You're polite to it, it will still hiss at you. You ignore it. It's likely to hiss at you as well, so sometimes it's better to give it a beating. But it's only effective right after the beating. Next time you meet it, it will still hiss at you. Zheng Zhai held back for a while and finally couldn't resist. But you're also a cat. I'm a cat and I say so, because the difference between cats is sometimes greater than between you and me, said the king, stretching vigorously and yawning, then lightly jumping off the wandering mage and walking gracefully forward. All right, you can stop now. This level should be sufficient for proper communication. The village girl priest, who was swinging a short staff excitedly, stopped first, then quickly pulled the young swordsman and stalker, and the three turned respectfully to bow to the king, quickly stepping aside. The black cat, which was just moments ago hissing at everyone in its spiky dragon form, obediently lay on the ground, showing a submissive stance to the approaching tabby cat. The king then started to meow with this local cat, inquiring about the current situation in the dark alley, interspersed with gestures, anxious expressions, mutual paw-waving, and the king's frustrated low growls about the inferior language skills and poor vocabulary of his fellow cats. Yu Sheng seized the moment to let Aaron promptly deal with the remaining spider webs covering the dark alley. Not really working, Yu Sheng, the little puppet fiddling with a handful of threads stopped with a worried face. Seems I've hit a limit, even with the omen wandering star amplifying. I can only control the nearby threads. The farther I go, the more I feel a resistance, as if something is constantly pushing back the threads I'm extending. Resistance? Yu Sheng frowned instantly at this, instinctively looking into the depth of the dark alley, of course, seeing nothing. Can you find the source of that resistance? Can't find it, Aaron sensed seriously for a moment, shaking her head. Just feels like it's everywhere. As they spoke, Luna's figure suddenly leaped from the team again, lightly stepping onto a nearby rooftop, crossing the intertwining black spider silk, soon reaching the highest building beside the dark alley, observing for a few seconds before lightly returning to Yu Sheng's side. Spider webs extending infinitely, the holy lady said, sharing her discovery, structure like a cocoon. Hu Li also approached a spider silk hanging from midair, holding a large tail, rubbing the tip to create a bright blue-white flame, nearly dazzling, using argon fox welding to scorch the seemingly fragile thread. Fox fire spread along the spider silk. The black thread momentarily disappeared in the air, but the instant Hu Li retracted the fox fire, the burnt spider silk returned to its original state. The demon fox girl raised her head. Can't burn it, savior, this thing regenerates instantly. Yu Sheng felt there was something off about the fox girl's phrasing. But before he could speak, the king completed his communication with the local cat. Seeing the serious look on its face as it approached, he quickly stopped his idle thoughts. What's the situation? According to the cats, these threads originally appeared suddenly over by the crossroads, and then starting from the crossroads began to emerge from every building in the alley outward, said the king, cat face stern. They have now actually stabilized, at least not increasing. Aaron immediately nudged Yu Sheng's head. Hey, looks like it's not your fault digging holes in the old bookstore. It started appearing from the crossroads. Little Red Riding Hood then raised her head, looking at those black cats trapped and still struggling within the spider silk above the dark alley. Then why do these spider threads capture the cats in the dark alley? She frowned in confusion. We've tested for a long time. These spider threads don't seem to react much to external stimuli. The king licked his paws, purely mischievous. Little Red Riding Hood. They saw something unfamiliar appearing in the alley and pounced on it, the king said lazily, and then hung around here. Everyone. And at the same time, in the silence, Yu Sheng seemed to suddenly think of something, a trace of contemplation appearing on his face. The little puppet quickly noticed the change in his expression. What are you thinking about? According to the rules of the dark alley, normally, cats don't appear on the first level. Yu Sheng broke the silence, speaking as he looked up at the dimly lit, sign-blurred shops in the alley. Only when someone activates a deeper layer of the dark alley at the crossroad do entities begin to appear here, including last time when we saw a large number of cats in the alley. It was because the collapse of the old bookstore forced everyone straight into the deep layer of the dark alley. Hearing this reminder from Yu Sheng, Little Red Riding Hood also realized abruptly, looking up towards the depths of the alley. When they first entered, everyone initially noticed only the eerie scene of webs covering the place, so much so that even Little Red Riding Hood, a seasoned spirit realm detective, didn't notice certain environmental details beneath the webs. Now, she finally realized the source of the persistent sense of dissonance. The signs of the street-facing shops were blurry, and the text on the signs seemed unreadable and chaotic from the start. The strings of lights wrapped in webs glowed with an eerie luminescence, not a result of spider silk interference. The edges of the puddles on the road were covered with dirty moss, which extended to the nearby walls, displaying various bizarre contours. In the alley, the daylight was dim, mingling with a faint tinge of blood red. All these are typical features of the dark alley, having entered a deep layer. No wonder there are so many cats. Little Red Riding Hood took a gentle breath. When we first came in, it was already in a deep layer state. Zheng Zhai thought for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Could it be the influence of these spider silks? This place has turned so bizarre, maybe the operational rules have also changed along with it. Although this possibility can't be ruled out, it's best not to lightly attribute unexpected situations in the exotic realm to rule failure, Little Red Riding Hood quickly said, reminding Zheng Zhai, the purest of newcomers. Rules are the most stable underlying structure in the exotic realm, and in all causes that might lead to unexpected events. Rule failure should always be placed last. Zheng Zhai opened his mouth. Then this situation now is. Surely someone else entered the dark alley and triggered the conditions for generating entities here, Little Red Riding Hood said, her eyes reflecting a wolf-like vigilance in the twilight. And whatever that person did, it clearly maintained the dark alley in a deep layer state. The king seemed to catch on quickly as well, speaking rapidly. Maybe that's why these spider silks can spread over such a wide range. Normally, the exotic realm periodically resets itself. But now it's the time of day when the dark alley has just opened, yet the state here seems frozen. A slight chill spread through the air, and Zheng Zhai subconsciously rubbed his arms, but when he looked up at the depths of the alley, all he could see were crisscrossing spider silks, silent and deserted streets, and shuttered shops on both sides. There was no sign of any other visitor in sight. People must have already left, right? He spoke hesitantly. Could it be other spirit realm detectives or investigators, your peers? But before he could finish, Little Red Riding Hood interrupted him. Impossible. After we returned from the dark alley last time, we reported the situation here to the Special Service Bureau, and they suspended the access permissions to the dark alley. Currently, only the travel agency and fairy tales have access here, and any other investigators or spirit realm detectives approaching the node device here would directly trigger an alarm. Zheng Zhai immediately fell silent, while Yu Sheng couldn't help but recall the intelligence information Bailey Qing mentioned to him earlier regarding the Black Dot Group. He broke the silence after a brief contemplation. Let's go to the crossroad. If the spider silk is spreading from there, there may be some traces at the crossroad. But the road leading to the crossroad seems to be completely blocked by webs. Little Red Riding Hood looked up towards the end of the alley, her eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The closer we get to there, the more spider silk there is. Yu Sheng didn't speak, just slightly turned his head to glance at the little puppet on his shoulder. I'll try my best, Aaron nodded immediately, but the usually fearless and always arrogant little puppet seemed a bit lacking in confidence this time. Not sure if it'll work, these threads don't really listen to me. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was quite nonchalant. Go as far as we can, and if we really can't get through, let's have Hu Li do a saturation bombardment, just to get a peek at the situation at the crossroads. At these words, Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth as if she had suddenly bottled up a lot to say, but when she looked at Yu Sheng's matter-of-fact expression, and then glanced at the nine-tailed demon fox beside him whose eyes were gleaming, she eventually swallowed all her words back down. Oh well, every organization has its own corporate culture. Chapter 517, Technological Constructs. In the shattered Pale Library, the fragments of history sent forth hollow howls that continuously swept across the collapsed columns and walls, in the boundless dark chaos, where the library's boundaries surged uneasily. Then all this turbulence halted in an instant. As if time were reversing, the crumbled and shattered shelves and scattered scrolls and stone tablets swiftly reset, with a vortex of history fragments rewinding to its original state. Amidst the towering, restored bookshelves, Bailey Qing's silhouette wavered like a water reflection, reorganizing and swiftly regaining a solid form. Behind her, within the shattered light and shadow fragments, there remained a lingering shadow of disturbance, as if countless struggling illusions were trying to squeeze out from that phantom realm, accompanied by layered moans. Save us, we are still alive, we are still alive. Everything outside is false. The truth is imprisoned here, turn back, quickly turn back. Child, run quickly, find someone to rescue us. Sister, it's me, I am little Zhu, you left me behind. The one beside you is false, it is false. Bailey Ching opened her eyes, and those struggling and wailing things in the ghost images behind her instantly transformed back into hollow howls from history fragments, gradually dissipating. Only at this moment did Bailey Ching finally glance back. A moment later, she breathed a sigh lightly. Any new discoveries? An aged voice came from the stone platform as the light in the eye sockets of the crystal skull flickered. Bailey Ching turned back, her expression somewhat complicated and hesitant, but she soon collected it and nodded lightly. I found some clues previously unnoticed. Good, the crystal skull said faintly. As per the usual rule, I will not inquire specifically what you have discovered. Since you returned to this world rationally, you are entitled to take this portion of knowledge. Now leave with what you dug out from the library. Do not return here within 7 days. Bailey Ching said nothing, merely nodded silently, then turned rapidly away from the stone platform surrounded by towering shelves, and along the continuous floating path through the dark space filled with countless floating monoliths. She quickly returned to the pure white corridor connecting the Special Service Bureau building. It was only after traversing the entire corridor, back to the normal atmosphere of the regular floors, that she gently exhaled a breath. A pair of gigantic eyes quietly floated on the nearby wall. The descent from 3,700 years ago turned out to be even more complex than we imagined, Bailey Zhu's voice resonated. If the echoes in the archives were not distorted or tampered with, if the related records were genuine, then back in those days, the World Bridge was actually built by a joint effort of numerous dark angels. The Omen goddess descending via the World Bridge was just one of them. Rational, able to communicate, even capable of coordinated actions, utilizing formidable techniques attempting to establish contact with this universe. If these messages were publicized, the whole world would be in upheaval, Bailey Ching spoke softly. Our understanding of dark angels needs to be reconstructed by all of us. The sisters fell silent simultaneously. After a few seconds, Bailey Zhu suddenly spoke. More than this, I am suddenly more concerned about what role did the Aaron figure from 3,700 years ago truly play in the entire matter. None of the historical fragments contain records related to her. Marin could not find any information about that golden-haired puppet in the Garden Network, and no corresponding clues in other databases. Bailey Ching slightly furrowed her brows. From this perspective, that Aaron seemed to have appeared out of thin air, as if she was specifically created for the descent action from 3,700 years ago. It's exceedingly suspicious. Maybe we should contact Terra over there. They have the largest cosmic database, and their historical records are also more complete than other civilized circles, relatively knowledgeable about ancient saints. They might know some situations about certain special puppets in Alice's cottage. It's a line of thought, Bailey Ching pondered briefly and lightly nodded. But before that, let's visit Layer N. I should find a quiet place to purify you. Purification. The illusion in the archives learned your name and tried to mimic your voice to tempt me. Bailey Ching furrowed her brow, looking at the massive eyes on the wall next to her. Honestly, during my descent did you idly look around again? I did not, Bailey Zhu immediately exclaimed, but then hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, added. But I myself cannot completely close my eyes, with closed eyes I still have vision. Bailey Ching sighed. Next time I go to the archives, you go stare at number 66 Wudong Road, she said suddenly. Why? The huge eyes seemed to pause, then with some pondering. Do you suspect number 66 Wudong Road? No, purely to find a target with high information density that is hard to shake off to occupy your vision and prevent you from bringing trouble onto yourself. Bailey Zhu. Bailey Ching said no more, just turned and silently walked towards the elevator leading to Layer N. The enormous eyes that normal people cannot perceive floated in the air alongside her and on the various surfaces she passed, silently accompanying her. This silence lasted for a long distance until in the elevator, Bailey Zhu suddenly spoke. Sister, did you hesitate earlier? Earlier? When rising from the historical fragments of the archives, an illusion mimicked my voice. Did you hesitate at that time? No. You didn't worry about what if I've really been left behind in the archives and the one following you out is fake? Bailey Ching turned her head, calmly watching the large eye that appeared on the elevator cabin wall. You're not really Bailey Zhu, she said expressionlessly. have you forgotten you're originally fake? The eye moved slightly from side to side. It makes me a bit sad when you say that, she spoke, her tone seemingly carrying a hint of grievance. If you truly care, next time stop wandering around. My energy and time are very limited. Okay, sister. Intertwining black spider silk covered the entire alley, and as they advanced toward the intersection, the chaotic webs increased in number and density, becoming more difficult to interfere with by the puppet's power. In the most densely webbed areas, the black threads seemed to possess their own will and rules. In Erin's words, they appeared to consciously reject her control, being quite exclusionary. But the good news is, despite the controllable range steadily shrinking, Erin's influence over these spider silks was still strong enough to create a narrow path for passage. Yu Sheng looked up, cautiously observing the surroundings. The dense black spider silk was everywhere. When first entering the dark alley, these webs merely covered the air, with the lowest hanging about 3 to 4 meters high, but after progressing deeper, a large amount of silk started stretching from the air to the ground, entangling everything. Quite a few of the webs protruded from the doors and windows of nearby shops, warping some of them, enormous black threads spilling out like uncontrolled hair, in a chilling manner covering vast expanses of walls and ground. And through the gaps in those deformed windows and doors, the interiors of the shops could be vaguely seen. Trembling, writhing furniture, illogical arrangements, and eerie shelves and mannequins, these originally bizarre and deadly traps of the dark alley, were now all eroded and covered by the invasive spider webs, having transformed from life-threatening perpetrators to victims of this intrusion. All shops were in a ceased business state. Moreover, there were many cats caught in the webs visible. These shadows slowly struggled in the mid-air webs, occasionally emitting chaotic whimpering sounds, which made the silent alley even more eerily terrifying. Initially, Erin attempted to save a few cats, but those rescued black cats would immediately adopt a thorny dragon shape upon landing, hissing at people, and 2 even scrambled back onto the roofs only to be recaptured by the spider webs in an instant. After such hassles a few times, she lost interest in saving them. Even the king suggested it would be better to leave these cats hanging in the webs. After all, they were entities not fearing death, and the threads seemed unlikely to harm them substantially. Hanging these dangerous black cats potentially prevented them from causing chaos. The suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Ahead is the intersection. Yu Sheng halted in front of a network of crisscrossing black spider silk peering across. The road is heavily obstructed. Erin, are you okay? The puppet sitting on his shoulder was nearly exhausted, but at this moment it instantly perked up, patting its chest. You've said it, who am I? How could I not be okay? Yu Sheng looked at the little thing wobbling on his shoulder, frowning slightly. Take it easy. If you're struggling, why not pull another body over to help? Controlling these silks depends on consciousness, not the number of bodies. Erin waved her hand, then leaning on Yu Sheng's head, she deeply inhaled, slightly adjusting her state. All right, I'm going to deal with the obstacles ahead. As she spoke, she raised her arm again, palm upward. The omen-wandering star orbiting her head altered its trajectory, hovering a few centimeters above her palm. Black threads extended from the puppet's fingertips, connecting to the surrounding webs with rustling sounds coming from all directions. The webs blocking the intersection trembled, slowly receding to the sides. The process was slow, yet undeniably effective. Yu Sheng supported the puppet on his shoulder with one hand, cautiously proceeding through the newly opened pathway. The next second he suddenly halted. What's this thing? A silvery white strange device appeared in his view, buzzing. Technological creation. This was definitely not something originally found in the dark alley. Chapter 518. The suddenly appearing passage. A silver-white artifact that seemed completely out of place in the dark alley stood just like that at the intersection at the end of the alley, emitting a low humming sound, with black spider webs spreading out around it. The entire device was about the height of a person, with a diameter of about 0.5 meter, resembling a cylinder. Its silver-white casing was inlaid with slender, light purple crystals at regular intervals, and complex grooves surrounded those crystals. Inside, lights could be seen flickering, brightening, and dimming in tandem with the humming sound within the device. This thing was clearly operational, but what exactly was its purpose? Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He cautiously circled around the device twice, took out his phone, and snapped several photos from various angles, then turned to look at Little Red Riding Hood and Zhang Zhai. Does anyone know what this thing is? Never seen it before. Little Red Riding Hood immediately shook her head. It's obviously not something from the exotic realm, nor does it seem to belong to the Special Service Bureau. Aaron fiddled with Yu Sheng's hair while muttering, "Could this be some contraption from that Black Spot group?" "It's the Black Dot group," Hu Li promptly corrected from the side. "Can't rule out the possibility." Yu Sheng frowned as he glanced at the large amount of spider silk surrounding the silver-white device. Then he recalled the intelligence the king learned from those black cats. The spider silk began spreading from the intersection. Could it be that the web covering the entire dark alley was lured by this device? Was it the doing of the Black Dot group? What was their conspiracy in setting up such a thing in the dark alley? While Yu Sheng pondered swiftly, Hu Li seemed to have discovered something else. She approached the device and scrutinized it for a while, then suddenly pointed at a protrusion on its side. "Savior, this looks like where something broke off. You see this glowing edge?" Yu Sheng hurriedly looked in the direction Hu Li's finger indicated, and indeed saw something peculiar close to the top of the cylindrical device. It looked like some kind of connection structure, but appeared as if cut by an invisible blade, presenting a smooth and abrupt fracture. Inside the fracture, threads resembling cable textures could be faintly seen. Immediately after, Yu Sheng noticed around the ground surrounding this cylindrical device were some not too obvious fracture marks, seemingly caused by an impact. Yu Sheng stroked his chin. Rather than saying this thing was deliberately placed here, it acts more like it broke off from something and slammed down here. "Slammed down here?" Little Red Riding Hood frowned. "But this is the exotic realm, a closed space accessed via specific rules aside from your door. I haven't heard of anyone able to smash something into the exotic realm. Oh, the Dark Angel can, but this doesn't look like the Dark Angel's doing. Can the Black Dot group really create such black technology?" "You're asking me who should I ask?" Yu Sheng mumbled, then quickly made a decision. "Regardless of where this thing came from, it obviously shouldn't be here. Let's take it back." "How open a door? This thing looks quite heavy, and moving it recklessly might cause problems." Little Red Riding Hood stroked her chin. "Won't it just explode? Even if it doesn't, this thing looks so precise, wouldn't it become useless if bumped?" Professional spirit realm detective indeed considers things more comprehensively than the untrained. With Little Red Riding Hood's muttering, Yu Sheng immediately realized it was unwise to move it recklessly before understanding what the device's purpose truly was. With this thought, he casually took out his phone, rapidly typed a message, and opened a small door leading to the outside world, sending out the message alongside the photos he just took. "I'll message Bailey Ching, let the Special Service Bureau worry about it later." Just then, Zhang Zhai suddenly raised his head, staring with confusion at the opposite side of the intersection. Within the intersecting webs, the opposite side was another dark alley. The scenery within the alley mirrored that of this side. But an inexplicable sense of discord gradually rose. Zhang Zhai rubbed his eyes, looking at the area separated by a web, and in a trance, he saw the edges of the spider webs quietly slicing through the space, fissures opening in the air. Strange humming emerged from those fissures. Zhang Zhai paused for a moment, quickly reacting with his experience. "Brother Yu, something's wrong. I saw something again." The next second before Yu Sheng could ask, he swiftly began describing. "There are fissures at the web's edge across the intersection. They're about to open. There's noise. Sounds like something tearing. Wait, there are shadows. There are shadows on the other side of the fissures." "Good job, young nephew." Yu Sheng instantly responded, then tugged Zhang Zhai back. "Hide behind us." Virtually at the same time, everyone moved. Little Red Riding Hood immediately summoned several shadow wolves to stand at the front of the team. Yu Sheng swung out his tetanus wand. Luna Blade expanded shielding beside Yu Sheng, Hu Li's treasure sword unsheathed with a clang. She wielded 2 tails on either side like a Gatling gun. 6 tails stretched behind her like a sword tomb. Foxfire blazed. And due to the narrow intersection with numerous areas web-sealed, the king's summoning army had difficulty maneuvering here. He opted to have his hero squad remain on the site. Each team member quickly rifled through kits, ingesting pills, applying oil, burning incense, praying. The next second, Yu Sheng noticed the air at the intersection opposite was rapidly twisting. Several unstable fissures almost instantly filled the entire intersection, the black cobwebs fading into the voids. Just a few seconds of vibrations later, the fissures merged into a clear and massive portal, and on the other side of the portal was a gigantic laboratory. Even Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. The situation on the other side of the portal was completely opposite to what he expected. The eerily mysterious alternate dimension he anticipated did not appear. Instead, there was a brightly lit hall, a vast indoor space seemingly built for some large-scale experiment. He could see a platform elevated above the ground in the distance, a black irregular shard trapped in the floating force field on the platform, yet he couldn't tell what it was. Surrounding the platform were many peculiar devices running automatically. But he didn't have the chance to observe more details. Because there were people on the other side of the portal, many people wearing white or light blue robes were standing at the edge of the portal, and some armed personnel were guarding directly opposite the entrance. They were staring dumbfounded at Yu Sheng and his team on this side of the portal. This scene was somewhat comical, because obviously when the portal opened, both sides were a bit stunned. But the stalemate caused by mutual bewilderment didn't last long. Someone on the other side of the portal shouted, "Category III accident." The next second, Yu Sheng saw all those in robes scatter, while the armed personnel in black combat uniforms shielded the retreating researchers. At the same time, the portal's edges began to flicker and shake violently, seemingly as if the people on the other side were forcibly closing the fissure. Accompanied by a series of piercing noises, the entire intersection began to sway and vibrate. The black spider silk covering the intersection seemed to be disrupted and began breaking and retracting. "Hey, they're trying to escape," Aaron exclaimed on the spot, standing up directly from Yu Sheng's shoulder. "These must be from the Black Dot group. They've drilled a hole right under our noses." Before the words were finished, the little puppet had already raised her hands and summoned vast spreads of spider silk, the black threads weaving into a net and covering the rapidly closing edges of the fissure, as if forcibly trying to keep the portal open. Then the armed personnel on the other side of the portal began their attack without hesitation. They expertly tapped into the fissure's edges and the laboratory terrain to establish firing points, using various strange weapons to fire at Yu Sheng's team, dense ion beams and bullets whistling sharply across the portal through the air. The wandering mage from the hero squad immediately raised a shield, but the shield only held for a few seconds before it began flickering rapidly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yu Sheng's group used the few seconds the mage's shield delayed to swiftly find cover and began counterattacking. The foxfire barrage from Hu Li's side poured towards the fissure like water, followed immediately by 6 fox radish missiles tracing dazzling paths in the air before crashing into the laboratory opposite. Microglow flickered on the shields of the armed personnel simultaneously. In the explosion caused by the fox radish missiles, some were blasted away on the spot, but the timely raised shields coupled with Hu Li's deliberately controlled power only rendered them unconscious. Immediately, Yu Sheng shouted, "Find a way to capture a couple alive." Meanwhile, the edge of the fissure started flickering violently again. The support structure Aaron maintained with spider silk was rapidly disintegrating. The little puppet stretched her arms furiously, her face flushed from effort. "Yu Sheng, I can't hold it anymore." Yu Sheng widened his eyes, turning to look at the little being. "You should have brought a sturdier body out for fighting." "I brought the wrong body." Just then, Aaron's scream hadn't even landed when a piercing noise spread through the air, followed by the spider silk she summoned snapping in pieces, swiftly closing the precarious portal. But before this, a shadow had already darted out. Like dancing amidst a storm, like petals flying through a hail of bullets, Luna rushed directly towards the remaining firing points opposite the portal, facing a barrage of bullets pouring from those armed personnel. Their reactions were not slow. They could barely keep up with Luna's movements, but only barely. Almost instantaneously, Luna had darted back out from among the enemies, unharmed. The portal shut closed with a boom. A dazedly unconscious armed personnel was carried back by Luna. She tossed the person in front of Yu Sheng, a note of apology in her tone. Only caught one. "Dear God." Chapter 519. Even Bailey Ching gets confused sometimes. Everything happened in a very short time. From the rift opening and the people on both sides staring blankly at each other, to the other side taking the initiative to fire, and then to the collapse of the pathway, Luna crossed the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye to grab someone from the other side. The whole process actually only took a few dozen seconds. By the time Luna tossed the captured person onto the ground, Zhang Zhai was still somewhat baffled. Then the entire alley fell into silence. On the scene, only that odd silver-white device at the intersection was still humming. A considerable portion of the spiderweb originally covering the area had been torn and dissipated during the previous rift turmoil. The remaining spider silk lay chaotically around the intersection and didn't seem likely to regenerate anytime soon. Yu Sheng looked down at the armed personnel in front of him who was still unconscious, twitched at the corner of his mouth, then looked up at Luna. Well done. Luna modestly lifted her nun's skirt hem, bowed slightly and stepped aside. Hu Li cautiously moved closer, squatted in front of the captive, reached out to poke him, then looked up at Yu Sheng. Savior, he's still alive. Erin swung her arms, which had cracked open again and were about to break off. Silly fox, your phrasing has some real issues, I gotta tell you. Don't swing them, they'll fall off later. Yu Sheng raised his hand to support the little one on his shoulder and sighed. I'll fix them when we get back. This body's really prone to errors. The king suddenly jumped onto Zhang Zhai's shoulder, stretching out his head to observe the situation at the various intersections. His cat face was serious. Can you still see anything unusual now? It should be no longer visible. Zhang Zhai hesitated for a moment, observing around while mumbling. The main thing is I often can't tell whether what I see is unusual or not. I don't know what an average person should see at this point. Anyway, all I see now is the intersection, spider webs, similar alleys on each side, plus a cat hanging in the air. Then it's all right, that's what we see too. Little Red Riding Hood was relieved at the words, turned to Yu Sheng. So what's next? There were too many unexpected events this time. Withdraw the harvest today is already enough, Yu Sheng immediately said. You guys return to number 66 Wudong Road, and Luna and I will take this captive directly to the Special Service Bureau. While speaking, he had already opened a door, and on the other side was the living room of number 66 Wudong Road. Hey, what about me? Erin immediately shouted. My arms are broken again. You follow Hu Li home and wait. Yu Sheng grabbed the little puppet from his shoulder and directly threw it into Hu Li's arms. After I'm done, I'll fix you. If you're short on hands for gaming, just use a mass-produced sister out of the valley for now. Erin turned over in Hu Li's embrace, her head poking out. Oh, then come back early. I've developed feelings for this body now. Yu Sheng waved his hand, watching others fish through the door leading to number 66 Wudong Road. After everyone had left, he breathed a sigh of relief, then opened another door, nodding slightly at Luna still beside him. At the same time, in the director's office of the Special Service Bureau headquarters, Bailey Ching was calling Song Cheng over to plan an investigation into that bizarre device in the dark alley. Suddenly feeling something, she looked up at the empty space in front of the desk. A phantom door had already opened there out of thin air. Yu Sheng's head peeked through, glancing around with a smile on his face. I encountered some situation here, brought someone over. Oh, Captain Song is also here. While speaking, Luna in her nun attire had already walked out of the door, and dumped a captive in battle gear whose weapons had been removed on the office floor, producing a thud sound. Song Cheng, in the last second still discussing the situation with the director, was stunned at this moment. He turned to look at the armed personnel thrown on the ground of unknown origin, then looked up at Luna's eternally unchanged smiling face, full of question marks. Bailey Ching stood up from behind the desk. Even with her ironclad expression, she was a bit puzzled. She glanced at the person on the ground, then at Yu Sheng who had walked in through the door, hesitating for less than 2 seconds. What's going on? We got into a fight at the crossroads at the end of the dark alley, Yu Sheng explained. Didn't I send you some photos? Just across from that silver device in the photos, a pathway suddenly appeared out of thin air. I suspect it's the Black Dot group. Immediately, he briefly explained what happened in the dark alley to Bailey Ching and Song Cheng, then pointed at the captive on the ground. This one was directly grabbed by Luna on the other side before the pathway collapsed. Consider it a local specialty. Standing beside the desk, Song Cheng's face changed as soon as he heard Yu Sheng's account. He had no time to think about whether the word local specialty was suitable here, but quickly exchanged glances with Bailey Ching. He then rushed to Yu Sheng's side in a whirlwind to check the captive. After quickly inspecting the equipment and some insignias on the captive, he looked up at Bailey Ching with a solemn expression. It's a soldier from the Black Dot group. Judging by the gear and badges, he should be deployed locally for security tasks. Yu Sheng suddenly noticed the key phrase in the other's words, deployed locally. He looked at Bailey Ching and saw a somewhat nuanced expression on the female director's face. She opened her mouth but ended up not saying anything after thinking for a while. Then she took a gentle breath and turned to instruct Song Cheng. Immediately dispatch a team of deep divers into the dark alley to figure out what that device is. Bring it back if possible. If not, establish observation facilities on site. Also, due to the presence of Black Dot armed personnel at the scene, remind the action team to prepare for combat. Yes, Director. Song Cheng immediately nodded in acknowledgement and quickly left the office. Subsequently, Bailey Ching picked up the phone on the desk and gave a few instructions. Moments later, several fully armed Special Service Bureau officers and a few medical personnel hurried in. "Take him to the medical center first," Bailey Ching instructed, pointing to the Black Dot Group soldier still in a deep coma on the ground. "Don't let him die. Once stabilized, send him to the Block 1 cell and I'll interrogate him myself. Be careful, he might be very aggressive when he wakes up." After arranging and handling all this, Bailey Ching took a gentle breath and looked up at Yu Sheng. "Tell me more about that passageway and the laboratory on the other side. What exactly does it look like?" Yu Sheng nodded, then casually pulled a chair from the side and sat opposite Bailey Ching, but as he was about to speak, Luna suddenly interjected, "I have a record." As she spoke, she raised her hands in front of Yu Sheng, interlocking them in midair, palms up. After a moment's delay, a vibrating light screen appeared about 10 centimeters above her palms, quickly transforming into a clear holographic projection. Yu Sheng was taken aback. "You have this ability." "Always have," Luna stuttered, nodding, "but never used before." "Ah, this is good," Yu Sheng smiled broadly. "From now on, you can act as the battlefield recorder." Luna glanced at Yu Sheng, opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing. "The Holy Lady sure secretly records a lot of things." Meanwhile, Bailey Ching's attention was quickly drawn to the footage Luna had recorded. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Pause for a moment," she suddenly said. The image on the holographic projection paused, capturing the moment when the passageway had just opened, and the researchers and armed personnel on the other side stared in stunned silence. Bailey Ching and Yu Sheng exchanged a glance. A pair of gigantic eyes appeared in the air nearby, with an ethereal voice from Bailey Zhu. "It looks like the people on the other side are even more surprised than you are." "Good evening," Yu Sheng greeted Bailey Zhu, then nodded. "Yes, I also noticed it. The people on the other side didn't seem to expect the passageway to suddenly open. Both parties were stunned for a moment." "Were they not expecting the passageway to open, or were they not expecting what happened after it opened?" Bailey Zhu slowly said. "Those are two completely different questions." Yu Sheng frowned. "You mean?" "The other side does appear to be some kind of research facility, coupled with the presence of many technical staff. What you saw is very likely some kind of experiment site." This time it was Bailey Ching speaking. The female director seemed to have some guesses. "The passageway that appeared in the dark alley might be some kind of test, some sort of transportation device or something similar." Yu Sheng pondered. A transportation device directly leading to the exotic realm, a wild advanced version of umbilical cord technology. "Hard to say, but theoretically there shouldn't be such a thing. The rules for entering and exiting the exotic realm are very strict." Bailey Ching said this, and couldn't help but glance at Yu Sheng. It seemed every person who knew Yu Sheng would have this subtle and slightly annoyed reaction when discussing the strict rules for entering and exiting the exotic realm. Then, with a bit of reluctance, she continued. "Even umbilical cord technology operates under the premise of obeying the exotic realm's rules. It merely simulates the conditions for explorers entering and exiting the exotic realm using safer technical means. But the passageway, you saw, such a large-scale and stable rift already belongs to an entirely different level of technological artifact." She shook her head at this, signaling Luna to continue playing the footage, and paused again a few seconds later, pointing at the center of the frame. "The key is this black object floating on the central platform of the laboratory. It seems to be the core of the entire laboratory. You can clearly see all the surrounding equipment operating around this platform." Yu Sheng rubbed his chin. He, of course, had noticed that thing too. He noticed it the moment the passageway opened. His brow furrowed little by little. "So, what on earth is this thing?" Chapter 520, Hardcore Medical Zone. Luna maintained the holographic projection midair with both hands, while Yu Sheng and Bailey Ching studied the peculiar object at the center of the projection together. The item was clearly the focal point of the entire laboratory. It floated prominently on the most noticeable anti-gravity platform in the hall, surrounded by a faint blue light curtain for protection or suppression. Countless advanced equipment and technicians encircled the platform. Even when fierce conflicts erupted on both sides of the corridor, and Hu Li's Fox Radish missiles crashed into the passage, technicians near several key devices by the platform did not retreat, appearing ready to live and die with the equipment. However, the object looked rather unremarkable. It was merely an irregular black stone, like a fragment chipped off a larger entity, with edges showing a hint of an obsidian texture. The fragment's size was about as tall as Aaron, making it quite inconspicuous when floating in the force field. Luna adjusted the holographic projection, enlarging the image so Yu Sheng and Bailey Qing could see more details of the black fragment. One could say the Holy Lady's resolution is quite high. There seemed to be some patterns on this side of the surface, looking like part of a relief or carving. Bailey Qing was the first to notice something. She frowned slightly, pointing to a detail on the black fragment. "Miss Luna, can you extract this pattern separately?" "Sure." Luna nodded, and then the holographic projection floating above her hands suddenly flickered a few times. The scene of the laboratory disappeared, replaced by a brightly highlighted pattern. She extracted and processed the patterns on the surface of the black fragment she had captured, and with repeated visual reinforcement, the processed pattern became increasingly clear in the holographic projection. Yu Sheng suddenly frowned, looking thoughtfully at the pattern projected by Luna, a mysteriously familiar feeling stirring within him. "I feel like I've seen this thing somewhere." Bailey Qing and Bailey Zhu spoke in unison. "You've seen it." Hold on, let me recall." Yu Sheng nodded, then began to frantically search his memory. Soon he found the source of the familiarity. I think I know what it is." The next second he opened a small door beside him, accompanied by the faint sound of Aaron yelling, "Silly fox, you stole the soy paste again," from the other side of the door. He quickly retrieved something from number 66 Wudong Road. It was a tattered piece of cloth, with complex and mysterious runes printed on its edges. Yu Sheng unfolded the cloth and compared it with the pattern in the holographic projection. Instantly, his eyes lit up. "It's definitely this." Bailey Qing almost immediately recognized the piece of cloth in Yu Sheng's hand. She raised an eyebrow. "I remember this is." "A fragment of the Omen banner," Yu Sheng quickly said. "Texu's spirit hub also has a piece. The patterns here should be some emblematic symbols related to the Omen goddess." Bailey Qing's expression didn't change much, but her eyes suddenly showed a few degrees of gravity and seriousness. She looked at the holographic projection in Luna's hand, slowly spoke. "So, the Black Spot Laboratory on the other side of the passage is researching some kind of relic related to the Omen goddess. Then the things they possess seem even more extensive than we imagined." Yu Sheng nodded, then thoughtfully said, "So, what's up with that suddenly opened passage? Is it connected to their ongoing research?" "Using the power of the Omen goddess to open a gateway across dimensions." Bailey Zhu's eyes drifted to the alloy shell of Luna, murmuring while pondering. But judging from the situation at the time, this process was more or less out of control. Either they didn't expect the passage to open, or they didn't expect someone on the other side of the passage. But then again, they still had the ability to forcefully close the passage in the end. Yu Sheng didn't speak for a moment, still pondering the suddenly opened passage. Amidst his thoughts, he had another epiphany, and an image of a noisy and clumsy dwarf began to bounce around in his mind. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Bailey Zhu's eyes had drifted onto Luna's face, blinking over her eyes. "Bailey Zhu, can you move somewhere else?" Yu Sheng broke into a cold sweat. "This looks a bit creepy." Next to him, Bailey Qing also immediately put on a stern face. "Don't mess around, come down." "Oh," Bailey Zhu responded, then slowly floated to the floor-to-ceiling window nearby, continuing, "Overall, it seems that the Black Dot Group is clearly up to some new black technology. Although that thing still looks unstable, they already have the ability to open the gateway into the boundary land. Although this time they opened the door in the dark alley, it's not excluded they can open it elsewhere. In fact, I even suspect they have already established some hidden passages in the boundary land. Only this time they were exposed due to an experimental accident." Bailey Qing immediately frowned slightly, watching her sister climbing up and down the window. "You mean?" "The Special Forces squad that appeared at Jinglin Sanatorium," Bailey Zhu said slowly. "Such an external team and fully armed at that, even if they're the renowned Black Dot agents, it isn't easy to infiltrate the boundary land, and we still haven't figured out how they got in. But what if they punched a hole in the boundary land? Then the border barrier and the checkpoints in Boundary City naturally wouldn't see any traces." Bailey Qing's gaze became sharp. It was Yu Sheng's first time seeing the female director's gaze change so drastically, not just her eyes, but he suddenly felt a certain indescribable aura from her. An intangible yet palpable presence was slowly spreading from her seemingly frail figure. But this feeling vanished in an instant. The next second, Bailey Qing returned to her usual calm and indifferent demeanor. She merely took a light breath and nodded slightly. This guess is not unfounded. It seems we'll need to closely watch everywhere for a while. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the hallway, interrupting the conversation in the office. A girl with short hair wearing a suit and skirt pushed the door open and hurriedly bowed to Bailey Ching. "Director, our captain would like you to come to the 77th floor medical area. They said that the black spot soldier has woken up." Right after this short-haired girl looked up and saw Yu Sheng standing in the office, her eyes instantly brightened. "Hey, Mr. Yu." "Uh-oh, it's the urging shipper, Ren Wenwen." As soon as Yu Sheng saw her bright eyes, cold sweat immediately formed, and he hastily responded with a few perfunctory words, then called for Bailey Ching to go outside. "Let's deal with the urgent matter first. Let's check on the captive we caught." For a moment, Bailey Ching seemed a bit puzzled by Yu Sheng's reaction, but she nodded and stepped outside the office, with Luna following closely behind Yu Sheng. Ren Wenwen, of course, didn't dare block the director's path, but she still followed them to the door, enthusiastically seeing Yu Sheng off. "Mr. Yu, next time you come, let me know. Looking forward to your new work, Tilda." Walking in the hallway leading to the medical zone, Yu Sheng couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Bailey Ching seemed to understand and turned to him with an expressionless face. Being popular is a good thing. "It's quite stressful," Yu Sheng chuckled dryly, "especially since the couple she ships is a bit peculiar." Bailey Ching paused her steps slightly. "What is a couple?" "Yu Sheng." He glanced at Bailey Ching, who appeared to be in her 20s, and realized this director lady of the Special Service Bureau, who had been in charge for a century, probably didn't know much about young people's stuff. "Seems fortunate." Seeing Yu Sheng not speaking, Bailey Ching didn't press further. She just pondered briefly and continued walking forward. After a few steps, she suddenly added, "Actually, I've also read what you've written." The cold sweat Yu Sheng had just managed to subside suddenly reappeared. "Couldn't quite understand, but they seemed like very interesting stories." Bailey Ching seemed not to notice Yu Sheng's momentary awkwardness and continued talking to herself. "I rarely have time to read books, so I'm not very familiar with current novel trends. But your stories, they seem quite relaxing. However, it seems like you haven't written for a long time. Have you been too busy lately?" I'm writing. It'll be just about ready once Aaron returns my computer." The cold sweat was about to reach Yu Sheng's heels. He didn't even know what he was saying. After all, he hadn't expected to be urged to update his work by this ironclad-faced director. Moreover, he couldn't directly tell Bailey Ching that recently, after finishing his groundbreaking works, New Folder, and New Folder 1, he was currently working hard on completing New Folder 2. As they spoke, they had crossed the hallway and, using the Special Service Bureau building's peculiar magical elevator, traversed countless fantastically bizarre floors, eventually arriving at the medical area in an unknown dimension. The reason for saying unknown dimension was that as soon as Yu Sheng stepped out of the elevator, he saw two alien giant beasts fighting in space outside the medical area corridor's windows. The sight of them crashing into the shield on the hallway's side would cause anyone to lose sanity. It was then that a security guard dressed like an Astartes stepped out and handled the aliens. "Isn't the medical environment in your bureau a bit too hardcore?" Yu Sheng couldn't help but murmur. "With so many stable floors, why was this one chosen?" "The building has more than one medical area," Bailey Ching calmly replied. "This region is specifically external. The unique environment configuration and treatment ambience here can effectively improve patients' cooperation level." Yu Sheng opened his mouth, but only managed to say after several seconds, "Then it seems you could sit at the same table as the doctors from Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain." Chapter 521, The Travel Agency's Post-War Analysis. Walking through the corridor of the medical ward, Yu Sheng finally saw the black spot soldier that Luna had captured, inside a room closely guarded by Special Service Bureau officers. The other party had already been stripped of their equipment and was only wearing an orange protective suit, lying stiffly on the bed. The suit was thick and complex in structure, seemingly equipped with devices for monitoring vital signs, and was secured to the bed with several restraint buckles. Besides this, there were two Special Service Bureau officers in thick power armor standing on both sides of the bed, their figures resembling interstellar soldiers, but the markings on their uniforms indicated they were doctors. Behind the hospital bed was a wide window, and outside it lay a chaotic scene of an alternate dimension. The two alien creatures that had been killed in the hallway earlier were now drifting past the window. their shattered bodies revealing frozen blue-violet bodily fluids, blood congealing like flowers in the universe. The scene depicted a pure white and empty sickroom, heavy restraint clothing, doctors in power armor, and the alien creatures outside the window that had been killed by security. It was a harmonious portrayal of medical-patient relations. Yu Sheng followed behind Bailey Qing, stepping forward as his gaze fell upon the black spot soldier's face, and he raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. "Elf," he murmured instinctively. The person lying on the bed had their helmet and mask removed, revealing a head of dazzling short golden hair beneath which lay an exceptionally handsome face. It was evidently male, yet almost describable by the word beautiful, with conspicuous pointed ears peeking out from under the hair, just like the elves Yu Sheng had heard of. Beyond that, even more striking were their eyes. The black spot soldier had distinctly non-human golden pupils, surrounded by tiny golden specks of light, looking almost like a starry sky. This appearance surprised Yu Sheng greatly. After all, it was difficult for him to connect an elf, with an alien firing a particle rifle at him through a spatial rift while dressed in power combat gear. However, his surprise was brief, as he soon thought of the immortals from Qianfeng Ling Mountain who piloted ships to the sun's orbit to bathe in the spiritual energy of the constant star, seeking comprehension of the universe's principles. What can I say? This world is truly full of exceptional people and vibrant lands. "It's an Algredian, probably your first time seeing one," Bailey Qing's voice chimed in from the side. "From the existing classification of intelligent species, they are indeed considered a branch of elf-like. The starry pupils are their typical feature. Unlike the Terran elves, Algredians don't possess natural or life affinity abilities but instead have many wondrous talents in the field of the starry sky." At the same time, the argled elf, lying on the bed, raised their head, looking towards the direction of the conversation. The next second, Yu Sheng watched as the elf's pupils contracted sharply. Even the tiny golden light specks withdrew into the pupils, their gaze fixed intensely on Bailey Qing standing beside, their entire body visibly tensed. After a moment, they forced out words from their throat. "Evil spirit of Boundary Land." Yu Sheng was momentarily dumbfounded, turning to look at Bailey Qing. "Your reputation is that big out there." Even Bailey Qing's expression turned somewhat subtle. She slightly tilted her head. "Just had a few encounters with the Black Dot group." Yu Sheng instantly became curious about the few encounters Bailey Qing mentioned, but he didn't pursue it further. Instead, he quickly focused on the black spot soldier who was evidently nervous. "Do you still remember my face?" The black spot soldier's gaze shifted between Yu Sheng, Bailey Qing, and Luna in the distance a few times, quickly calming down, and they sighed softly. "Of course I remember. You were standing on the opposite side of the rift, and there was a group of peculiar people beside you. I didn't understand what happened before I passed out." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the other party was more cooperative than he expected. When interrogating those angel sect and hidden monastery sect members before, the atmosphere wasn't this congenial. He harbored some doubts, but before he could voice them, he saw the black spot soldier on the bed sigh again, face full of gloom. "I'm just a guard temporarily transferred to the scene, still a D-rank contract soldier. I don't know anything even if you captured me. You'd be better off capturing our lab director." Yu Sheng, a lab director? The boss of the entire facility, her name is Loer. She has everyone call her boss. At that time, she was standing in the control area. Oh, from your angle on the other side of the rift, you probably couldn't see her. Yu Sheng. He suddenly realized that this seemingly fluent and highly cooperative argled elf in front of him might be another kind of tricky interrogation subject. If this was a slippery character, they'd likely be more indomitable than those cultists who stand their ground. Because answering every question can also mean answering every question randomly. The fellow before him was definitely trained. Without a bit of professional interrogation skills, this guy could likely maintain 24 hours of high-intensity fabrications. Of course, this black spot soldier must be aware that escaping from Special Service Bureau's headquarters is impossible, and there's no way someone would come in here to rescue him. His random answers were clearly meant to buy some time, perhaps to divert the Special Service Bureau's attention, or to allow ample time for those in the lab to transfer data, or for certain remnants of the rift to naturally dissipate. Many times, delaying itself is the purpose. But Yu Sheng didn't have the time or energy to verbally spar with a professionally trained soldier who answered randomly. He looked up at Bailey Qing. This might require an expert, someone skilled in the great memory recovery technique. I'll handle it personally. Restoring certain memories is my specialty, Bailey Ching replied, her expression unchanged. But this might take a little time. You can go back and wait for my news. All right then, I'll leave this to you. Yu Sheng nodded, then exhaled, casually opening a door to the side. I'll go back and help Aaron with the arm. Luna, let's go home. Turning his head, he glanced at the Algredian lying on the hospital bed. The elf was securely fastened to the bed in a restraining hospital gown, with only his head free to move. He looked quite forlorn, yet his gaze unwittingly drifted to the door leading to number 66 Wudong Road, a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Bailey Ching walked over, blocking the view between him and Yu Sheng's door. Well then, it's time for the next treatment, she said unhurriedly. At number 66 Wudong Road, on the attic's alchemy table, Erin was sitting dutifully on a stack of books, extending her arms for Yu Sheng to see. Her slender puppet arms were covered in cracks of various sizes, looking quite pitiful. This was the result of her trying to use her own power to hold up the collapsing space portal. Luna was beside her, slowly stirring a bowl of lotus root starch, while Hu Li peeked over eagerly with a head full of curiosity. Initially, the fox girl was responsible for mixing the lotus root starch, but she couldn't control herself, mixing and eating at the same time, so Luna eventually took over. If I had reacted a bit faster at the time, Yu Sheng mumbled while examining the small doll's arm wounds. I should have just rushed to the other side of the rift and marked it. Even if they closed the passage afterward, I could reopen it whenever I wanted. You have quite the imagination, Aaron glanced at him. But with the firepower density on the other side, you couldn't have made it 2 steps without getting halfway dead. You think everyone's like a C-type buckle, dodging bullets while dancing. Yu Sheng pondered. If I had run a bit harder, maybe inertia would have flung my corpse to the other side even if I died. Aaron, still not feasible. It's too far and there were too many people in the way on the other side, plus the passage collapses in seconds, not enough time for you to speed up. Yu Sheng, then I should have had Hu Li use her tail to launch me over, and after exploding on the other side, I might have smeared everywhere, maybe achieving even better results. Aaron, this idea seems plausible. Yu Sheng smacked his lips, suddenly feeling something was off. Isn't our post-battle analysis a bit twisted? The small doll glared immediately. Didn't you start this? Yu Sheng chuckled, reaching out to take the bowl of lotus root starch from Luna, and began spreading the paste on the little puppet again. Let's not blame each other, look at you, just repaired and already cracked again. Hee tilde. Yu Sheng was long used to this carefree and shameless state of the puppet. The puppet's arm slowly healed, and Hu Li's tail swayed in Yu Sheng's peripheral vision, prompting him to glance at the 9-tailed fox. Wait a bit before eating. Aaron's arm is worse this time, it needs fixing first. I know, Hu Li nodded vigorously, wiping her mouth. Then she looked at Aaron's arm and mused, seemingly pondering something serious before speaking. Savior, I'm curious about something. Go ahead. Hu Li put on a serious face. Tell me, Slurp, if we stuff Aaron's arm with meat now, does that mean? Slurp, she could be considered a kind of lotus root sandwich. Slurp. The attic fell silent for a moment, lasting 4 or 5 seconds, then Aaron leaped from the stack of books. Silly, fox, girl. Yu Sheng hurriedly pressed down the angry little puppet. Sit down, it's not fixed yet, it's still soft. Hey, it cracked again. It's cracked again, silly fox you owe. Savior, I want to eat lotus root sandwich for lunch tomorrow. Now's not the time for this. Aaron, sit back down. The attic suddenly became quite lively, but Luna just silently stepped back a few paces, standing elegantly in a corner detached from the world. She started uploading footage to Otherworld's database. 8K high definition. Today at number 66 Wudong Road, everything was as peaceful as ever. Chapter 522, Breakthrough Progress. Early the next morning, Yu Sheng received a message from Bailey Ching. Her interrogation over there had results. Though he didn't know how the bureau director did it, it was clear she had some unique techniques in restoring people's memories. After cooking for Hu Li, Yu Sheng casually tucked an Aaron under his arm, opened the door, and headed to the Special Service Bureau. He then followed Bailey Ching around until they reached a place specially used for detaining dangerous prisoners. The Black Spot soldier was no longer in the medical area and had been transferred to a solitary cell. Inside the cell, separated by a force field shield, the Algredian elf in an orange prison uniform was sitting on a chair without any visible injuries, but his mental state seemed quite poor. Upon seeing Bailey Ching entering the cell, he visibly shuddered. This sense of fear seemed far more genuine than when he lay in the hospital bed yesterday. He then showed a cooperative attitude. "Repeat those things you told me before." Bailey Ching sat across from the prisoner, her expression as calm as ever. "Start with the research project in that laboratory, like the origin of that stone." The black spot soldier sighed lightly. The struggle in his eyes lasted only a second. Then he glanced at Yu Sheng and Aaron sitting nearby before slowly opening his mouth. "That thing is called the Zolda Black Stone. People in the lab usually just call it the Black Stone. It's named this because it first appeared in the Great Triangle Star Zone on a ruined planet called Zolda. The local scavengers said the stone fell out of a black crack, but the exact time of appearance is unknown. For a long period, that black stone was a sacred object to the local superstitious scavenger tribes. The barbarian leaders regarded the black stone as a symbol of divine revelation and chosen destiny. They consumed large quantities of hallucinogenic herbs and prayed to the black stone all day, supposedly to gain the power of prophecy. There were also local legends that the black stone could lead people to the star realm without hunger and disease. Some even claimed to have witnessed it opening a rift under everyone's eyes, and on the other side of the rift was the star realm paradise, filled with endless food, from which brave warriors crossed the rift and returned with heaps of goods. Anyway, these were all chaotic legends with varying degrees of truth, and these stories eventually caught the attention of some local barbarian warlords. Subsequently, the upheaval among warlords caught the attention of the company's local business staff. Eventually, the Zolda Black Stone was sent to our laboratory. As the black spot soldier spoke to this point, he suddenly paused with some hesitation, as if the series of background information had stuck his mind a bit. After a few seconds, the confusion and absent-mindedness in his eyes slowly faded, and he continued as if nothing had happened. "I'm just a guard not familiar with the technical aspects, but it said that scholars discovered incredible power within the Black Stone, along with information echoes contained inside it. I don't know the specific contents, as I've only heard bits and pieces from the researchers' chats. They seem to believe the Zolda Black Stone is just a fragment that fell off a large device." "A large device?" Yu Sheng felt a sudden impulse in his heart, his spiritual intuition buzzing. "What large device?" The black spot soldier frowned, hesitantly speaking. "Something used for world traversal, some kind of bridge. That's how the tech experts described it." Yu Sheng took a light breath, simultaneously feeling Aaron on his shoulder poking his head. "Sounds like a world bridge." The little puppet leaned in, whispering in his ear. "Chances are," Yu Sheng immediately nodded, controlling his facial expression while speaking softly. So the Black Spot Laboratory was researching a fragment of the world bridge. At this moment, many things suddenly made sense to him, and some doubts were instantly answered. So the fissure that appeared in the dark alley at the time was actually opened by that black stone. The black stone contained a part of the world bridge's power, hence able to puncture through the structure of space-time. And the Black Dot group targeting the Omen Goddess's knowledge and activating an infiltrator to find the secrets of the broken tower, world bridge, was also because they unlocked part of the Black Stone's secrets. So what exactly does the Black Dot group want to do? Do they want to rebuild a world bridge, to master this kind of technology, to find the Omen Goddess? Yu Sheng's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He knew the world bridge had the power to penetrate worlds. After all, its original function was to introduce the Dark Angel into the observable universe, but this world-penetrating power was essentially amplifying the Dark Angel's penetrating trait. Given the collapse of the world bridge, this technology was evidently unstable. At this thought, his expression turned a bit subtle. Not to mention, the original world bridge had already collapsed, and yet those Black Dot scientists dared to use a fragment and a bunch of possibly incompatible knowledge to patch together a knockoff version. Yu Sheng suddenly understood all that Bailey Ching had told him about the Black Dot Group situation earlier, and why such a technology company could mix it up at the same table as two groups of cultists. They're really not afraid of blowing something up big time. "You're not planning to restore that large device, are you?" Even Aaron picked up on this point, looking directly at the black spot soldier on the other side of the shield. "I don't know, I said I'm just a guard." The black spot soldier shook his head but then changed his tune. "But if it's feasible, why not?" Yu Sheng was stunned on the spot. "Damn, you guys haven't even figured out what that thing actually does or how it works, and you've just launched the project like this. How long have you been at it?" "According to Terran Standard Time, about 7 years, the black spot soldier replied honestly, not forgetting to add a few words at the end. "Actually, I also feel that this project is somewhat unsafe. Most people in the laboratory know its risks. Although many people outside say we're extreme, we do understand the concept of risk management. Yu Sheng stared with wide eyes. So we buried a nuclear bomb under the laboratory, the black spot soldier said with a face full of self-evidence. We've made sufficient safety preparations. Yu Sheng. Aaron, holy crap. The prisoner on the other side of the barrier sighed. I don't understand why you backward savages are always so shocked by our safety measures. This exclamation was evidently heartfelt, stemming from a worldview and prejudice ingrained in the bone, making it exceptionally fluent when he said it in front of Bailey Ching. Yu Sheng couldn't help but scrutinize the black spot soldier's face closely, but all he saw was calmness and self-righteousness. In those eyes, filled with pale golden starlight, there was no fanaticism, no blindness, only a serene rationality. And the black spot soldier continued his endless chatter. From a probabilistic perspective and considering the uniqueness of the project itself, once an experiment involving a time-space rift gets out of control, there's no chance of escape. Fleeing might even further exacerbate the damage caused by the loss of control, because any form of faster-than-light engine would further tear the rift opened by the black stone. So interrupting the entire laboratory's operation within the millisecond, the nuclear bomb detonates is the most effective way to control the risk. It's a simple mathematical problem. And we're not going to detonate the nuclear bomb at the slightest sign of trouble. We also have other safety measures. Yu Sheng blinked, for example, eliminate any operator contaminated by the black stone at the first opportunity. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand. All right, I get it, you don't need to say any more. The black spot soldier on the other side sighed again. Even though he didn't say anything, he almost wrote, it's really difficult communicating with you backward savages on his face. Even after Bailey Ching personally performed a memory recovery, this Algredian still maintained an unbreakable arrogance deep down. So when did you guys set your sights on the boundary land? Bailey Ching asked from the side. When did you convert that infiltrator named Sun Chen? I don't know, the black spot soldier shook his head frankly. That's beyond the scope of my duties. I only know that in the early stages of the project, technical experts extracted information about a broken tower from the black stone. But the information was very vague, and the process of reading it cost several spiritual ability users. How they later managed to pinpoint boundary land as the target from that little bits of vague information is not something I could inquire into. And as for the so-called infiltrator named Sun Chen, I've never heard of it either. That's the concern of other departments. One more question, Bailey Ching asked again. How much do you know about the next step in the experimental plan? I don't know, the black spot soldier shook his head once more, but under Bailey Ching's gaze, he soon showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment hesitantly spoke. Well, I only know that the experiment to open the rift is conducted daily, but not every time is successful. In fact, Black Stone would often not respond to any of our input commands in most past instances. Only occasionally would it open some unstable channels under the stimulus of specific energy sources. It's only recently that there's been some change. Yu Sheng frowned. Change. It's just in the past few months, the activity of Black Stone suddenly started to increase and also began to actively respond to the energy and activation instructions we input. The channels opened have also become more stable, even functional to some extent, as if it suddenly came alive. After saying this, the black spot soldier sighed lightly and spread his hands. That's all I know. Chapter 523, Gloom in the Fog. The black spot soldiers on the other side of the barrier seemed to indeed not know any more information. Afterwards, Yu Sheng inquired about the strange device at the dark alley intersection, but the other party reacted with confusion, claiming complete ignorance. Considering this person was just a guard in the laboratory, and Bailey Ching's expertise in memory restoration techniques, what he said should be true. With a slight mechanical friction sound, the isolation gate of the single-person cell closed again. Yu Sheng carried Aaron back to the door with Bailey Ching beside him. Now you should understand why I say the Black Dot Group is an extreme academic organization. Bailey Ching sighed slightly, lifting his eyelids to glance at Yu Sheng. Their research is always so reckless and careless, and their laboratories are really prone to big explosions. Also, they might blow up someone else's house, right? Yu Sheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, but then quickly changed the subject. But to be fair, they do manage to get some real stuff. A fragment of the world bridge, huh? No wonder they could open a rift leading to the dark alley. Bailey Ching frowned slightly and broke the silence after a moment of thought. A deep dive team has already entered the dark alley. They found the silver-white cylinder you mentioned and are now figuring out how to transport it out. We can't be sure what it's for yet, but one thing is certain. It's indeed a device made by the Black Dot Group. The soldier just now said he doesn't know about any silver device, nor is he aware if his superiors have deployed any equipment to the boundary land. Yu Sheng said, contemplating. I previously thought they opened that rift to recover the machine at the intersection, but now it seems. It's more like two unrelated accidents. It doesn't rule out that he's lying, Bailey Ching said slowly. Of course, your speculation is also very likely. After all, that is a Black Dot Group project. Accidents and loss of control are the norm. Yu Sheng deeply agreed with Bailey Ching's statement. After leaving the Special Service Bureau, Yu Sheng didn't go straight home, but opened a door leading near number 66 Wudong Road, walking slowly in the direction of home with Aaron. Why not go home directly? The little puppet lying in Yu Sheng's arms muttered quietly while sneaking glances around. I have to pretend to be dead outside. This road usually has no people at this time. You should also come out for some fresh air occasionally, Yu Sheng said casually, then looked down at the little puppet in his arms. He hesitated slightly before continuing. Aaron. Aaron lifted her head. Huh. How long has it been since I let you out of that painting? Yu Sheng asked with a serious expression. Aaron paused, seemingly unsure why the other party suddenly asked this, but she still thought seriously, recalled for a moment, and then said uncertainly. Has it been a year? Should be less than that. Then a few months, I'm not sure either. Yu Sheng didn't seem to care much about the answer, just muttering to himself. Judging by the time, the period when the Zolda Black Stone in that laboratory abruptly became active was about when I created your first body, letting you out of the oil painting. Aaron listened, eyes slightly widened, and after a while she dragged her voice, saying, Wow. Yu Sheng often couldn't understand this little thing's reactions to various matters, but he had gotten used to it. If you feel there's anything wrong with yourself, or if you see or hear something, immediately tell me. Or anyone around you who Li or Luna would do. Menla. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, still somewhat worried, and added, Including if you feel your mind suddenly clears up or becomes confused, you should promptly tell us. Aaron, but I feel my mind has always been very clear. That's an illusion. I mean if you suddenly feel a change. Oh, mem. Yu Sheng thought for another moment, suddenly stopping. Forgot to go to the supermarket. What are you going to the supermarket for? To buy lotus root and meat stuffing. Aaron looked puzzled. But my arm is already repaired. Not that. Hu Li wants to eat lotus root pockets. I almost forgot. Yu Sheng hurried to open a small door leading to number 66 Wudong Road's living room, speaking quickly. You go home first, I'll go to the supermarket. Before the voice had even faded, he placed the small puppet he was holding onto the sofa opposite the door, then turned and opened another door leading to a nearby supermarket and hurried out. Aaron was completely taken by surprise, and by the time she snapped out of it, she found herself sitting on the sofa at home. The little puppet blinked and looked around, first mentally greeting Yu Sheng's uncle, then forgetting the grudge of being casually thrown home upon seeing Luna cleaning and jumping up to point at the artificial saintess. Ha! Sweeping robot. The thick fog spread over the streets. The familiar cityscape had transformed into indistinct, seemingly paradoxical reflections within the fog. Towering skyscrapers stood like slanted tombstones shrouded in mist. The normally bustling streets of the real world appeared desolate in Mist City, with only a few shell cars parked at nearby intersections, their windows filled with twisting, dark shadows. Occasionally, suspicious clusters could be seen passing through intersections in the distant fog, along with giant insect-like shadows with long legs moving slowly between the clouds and skyscrapers. Bright red beams of light projected from the tops of nearby buildings, creating distinct boundaries in the fog, with large holographic displays looping. Warning, dense fog area ahead. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. This is the Foggy Boundary City, a massive exotic realm located below the real Boundary City. As a newly discovered exotic realm, many of its rules and physical boundaries remain unexplored. Considering the astonishing size of Foggy Boundary City, potentially covering the entire boundary land, and the high risk of dense fog areas, the Special Service Bureau remains cautious in exploring this alternate dimension. Except for a few thin mist districts that have been charted and open to spirit realm detectives or investigators, more than 70% of Foggy Boundary City remains accessible only to deep dive teams of the Special Service Bureau. A burst of gunfire noise came from within the dense fog area, accompanied by the distinct bright blue flashes from the annihilation of matter via particle weapons, and the energy hum from spiritual ability users employing purification techniques. The fog in the entire district began to churn violently as if boiling, and then quickly settled back to calm. Several entities wandering at the edge of the dense fog were annihilated, and a team of figures clad in heavy power armor stepped out from the dense fog. The leading figure was particularly robust. Sujali opened the mask of her power armor helmet, turned to glance at the barrier of the dense fog area, and rubbed her nose. Honestly, seeing a clown entity outside the circus is really gross. It's using instant teleportation all over the open area, and I've never fired so many empty shots in my entire life before today. But in the end, you still blew its head off with one shot, boss. A petite figure wearing light power armor with cat ears on the helmet also emerged from the dense fog, happily looking at Sujali. It didn't even have time to open the gift box tilde. Of course, it's all thanks to my superior skills, Sujali said cheerfully, raising a hand to rub her nose again. Then her expression turned peculiar as she looked down at her gloved, thick fingers in the power armor, her mouth twitching. What's wrong, boss? One of the top 10 most painful things while wearing power armor happened. I really want to pick my nose. Sujali's face contorted slightly, and then she glanced at the spiritual servant nearby. Lingdeng, do me a favor. You, boss, that's a bit gross. Lingdeng immediately stepped back half a step with a look of disdain and waved her hand. I'm also wearing power armor, so you'll have to hang on, boss. Sujali tugged at the corner of her mouth, rubbing her nose harder, muttering, strange. There's this weird smell, but the environmental monitors aren't detecting anything. Boss, another deep diver came over from the side, a muffled voice coming from beneath the heavy mask. The barrier area scan is complete, entity generation confirmed stopped, and the recent battle data has already been uploaded. Got it, Sujali nodded, glancing down at the info terminal on her arm. This area next is for the tactical walker. We'll proceed as planned through Qinghe District to East Forest Square to meet up with a technical team that just landed there and assist them in setting up communication relays. Along the way, watch for changes in fog density. The thin mist districts in the eastern part of the city have been quite unstable lately. Roger. Orders given, the deep divers quickly completed a simple check on their equipment and set out for the next fog-covered area. Lingdeng and several spiritual servants were safeguarded within the team. In general, spiritual servants only accompany deep divers on external missions, but given the unknown and unstable conditions in many areas of Mist City, the deep dive team has recently started including spiritual servants in their expeditions. The keen perception and mind protection abilities of spiritual ability users could play a crucial role in this overwhelming fog. The action team began moving along the edge of the barrier of the dense fog area, proceeding cautiously and swiftly through the fog-covered areas. They navigated through roads that were slightly misaligned with the real world, searching for the correct path and leaving small Dow markers for subsequent teams to follow. Suddenly, Lingdeng stopped. Every deep diver has a certain level of telepathic connection with their spiritual servant, and Sujali immediately sensed the cat-eared girl's anomaly. What's wrong? Cold, Lingdeng shivered, quickly moving closer to her boss. I felt like I tripped over something just now, and suddenly it chilled me to the bone. Sujali knitted her brows tightly. In the next moment, she heard an exclamation from a teammate nearby. Something got me wrapped up. Chapter 524, Exotic Realm Phenomena. Bone-chilling sensation struck instantly. In the next moment of his teammate's exclamation, Sujali felt his own steps abruptly hindered, as if something had suddenly entangled his hands and feet. A coldness capable of freezing the soul instantly made even such a powerful deep diver lose control over his body. Until then, only his peripheral vision noted the strands of black threads appearing in the fog. The barely perceptible black lines floated as if they had condensed out of thin air, crisscrossing the street, and 3 deep divers had already inadvertently touched those threads, the irresistible coldness and stiffness freezing their bodies in place. The next second, the power armor started alerting, and the perception module connected to the umbilical cord detected an anomaly in the user. Warning, mild soul dislocation. Warning, mild soul dislocation. The spiritual servant walking alongside instantly perceived the anomaly in the contracted deep diver's status. Lingdeng's pupils shrunk to a narrow slit, fur on the tail bristling. Boss, what's wrong, meow? Saying this, the Japulo girl picked up her mechanical magic ball. ready to set up a spiritual ability field to disperse the eerie thread-like spider silk. But Su Jiali suddenly stopped her. Wait, retreat, and wait. All other unaffected deep divers also retreat slowly beyond these threads. All deep divers immediately maintained a defensive formation, slowly retreating, and protected the few spiritual servants in the team, while Su Jiali and the other two affected deep divers remained amidst the crisscrossing spider silk fog. Don't fight back forcefully, move your hands and feet slowly, Su Jiali said in a deep voice while gradually moving his arms bit by bit to free himself from the spider silk. Don't panic, we aren't tied up, we've just touched it, but if you thrash about it might really ensnare you. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. The other two deep divers quickly followed suit, with a muffled voice coming from beneath one of their helmets. Captain, do you know what this is? Su Jiali frowned, looking at the floating spider silk in the fog. Yes, I've seen it, but they shouldn't be here. He recognized them as Aaron's threads, but why would the puppet's threads appear in this place, moreover spreading like this in the fog? Su Jiali's heart rose in confusion, amidst various chaotic speculations. His gaze scanned the streets on either side, suddenly noticing that the unexplained floating black spider silk in the fog might not just be in this area. There were more higher up, floating haphazardly, weaving in and out, passing through the barriers between the dense fog district and the thin mist district. And even in areas where the fog was thinner, they were seen passing directly through those towering buildings. The visibility in the fog was terrible. He could only observe a small portion of the spider silk, but even just this observable portion instilled a chilling feeling in him. As if there was a net possibly woven long ago, yet unnoticed, invisibly covering the entire city. The chilly feeling suddenly faded from within him. Su Jiali's hands and feet finally escaped from the black threads going through his limbs. He instantly stepped back 2 steps, and in the next second, he was astonished to find that the spider silk which had just trapped him and his teammates had vanished right before his eyes. Even those webs stretching into the thin fog, floating in midair, disappeared. Captain, a deep diver who had just freed himself from the spider silk, immediately spoke. That thing is gone. I saw it. Su Jiali waved his hand, cautiously raising his heavy particle rifle to probe the area where the spider silk had floated, and moments later reached hand over to test, discovering it truly vanished. Collective illusion, highly unlikely. Su Jiali furrowed his eyebrows, immediately activating the communication device to report this anomaly. Standard communication equipment cannot be used under exotic realm conditions, but deep divers, umbilical cord devices are not affected. Moreover, recently, communication nodes based on spiritual fox mysterious iron technology have been extensively set up in large exotic realms like Mist City, making it possible for him and his teammates to contact the Special Service Bureau headquarters from here. Theoretically, it's supposed to be this way. Only unstable noise filled the communication channel. Soon, the other deep divers discovered the anomaly in their communication devices. Captain, communication interruption. Su Jiali deeply furrowed his brow, then sharply looked down at his chest. A chain covered in black alloy joints extended from the interface of the power armor, only about 10 centimeters long, as if floating in invisible water, slowly drifting, with red light flickering between the chain links, steady in rhythm. Umbilical cord connection normal, but all communication is cut. His face was stern, quickly ordering. Number 2, number 3, attempt emergency, float up. The umbilical cord devices at the chests of 2 deep divers flashed a few times, then calmed. Report float up attempt failed. No response from submergence port. Lingdang, you try to disengage. Boss, we can't get out, meow. The Japulo girl operated a few controls on the arm guard of her light power armor and looked up with blinking eyes. The spiritual energy link is also cut off. After coming into contact with those black spider silks, all communication was lost. Although the umbilical cords were still connected, the entire team was unable to surface. The spiritual servants were unable to return to reality, and the spiritual energy link was interrupted. These conditions may recover over time, or they may not. Continue moving towards the target district as planned. There's a fixed communication node and a safe house near the next thick mist barrier, Su Jiali ordered without much hesitation. Meanwhile, continue attempting to contact the port and other deep dive teams in Mist City. Number 3, release the relay drones and try to contact those walking machines we left behind. See if their communication devices are functional, and if they are, bring one over. Lingdang, stay vigilant. Leave those unseen things to you. Received, got it, boss. After quickly completing the arrangements, the deep dive team continued moving along the mist-covered streets. They crossed a perpetually slanted intersection and passed a cluster of buildings at the edge of the thick mist that swayed like thin paper cutouts. The lights in the distance became increasingly blurred and indistinct, and the towering buildings appeared as if they would never be reached, standing silently in the fog and shadows. Sujali suddenly slowed his pace. Everyone promptly stopped behind him. A sleek road surface appeared in front of the deep dive team. It gleamed with a silvery white sheen, as if made from some kind of alloy. "Boss, the roads in the city don't look like this, meow," Lingdeng muttered in a low voice with wide eyes. Sujali tightened his grip on his weapon and cautiously led the team a bit further forward. The scene ahead left the battle-hardened deep divers in stunned silence. They saw a towering, slightly arched wall that resembled the outer hull of some large space structure. It stood amidst the mist, tilting approximately 30 degrees to the ground, with one end buried in the earth and the other pressed against a nearby shopping mall. Additionally, various mechanical structures extended from the high wall, seemingly fused into surrounding buildings. Sujali, what on earth is this? How could this thing be in Boundary City? Mist City is an exotically duplicated replica of Boundary City, where everything is a shadow cast by the real Boundary City. Although the projections in the thin mist district can appear distorted and disoriented, Sujali had led his team through countless operations here without ever encountering a scene so outrageous, let alone the fact that this isn't even the thin mist district. Where did this thing come from? In the blink of an eye, just as Sujali was dumbfounded, he suddenly noticed that the distant wall was moving. That enormous alloy wall, reminiscent of a giant space station's outer wall, glimmered within the mist before it started to lurch along the street towards them, its speed increasing rapidly, like a mountain rolling over them. "Holy crap, get out of the way!" Sujali felt his hair standing on end and shouted as he led the team to dodge to the side, while still grasping the nearest spiritual servant. The sound of the power armor's joints suddenly overloading shattered the silence in the foggy street, and the flash of the booster rockets lit up the surroundings. Lingdeng, dragged by her boss through the air, screamed as she spouted incoherently. "Boss, I've always wanted to tell you that I used the allowance you had in your balance to buy catnip. I've had a good life with you in this lifetime. If there's a next, I still want to be with you. Do you want to join me in learning to use catnip?" Bit my tongue off, meow. The next second, the massive alloy wall that covered the sky suddenly accelerated again. Even with the divers' speed, they couldn't evade in time, and everyone could only watch as the enormous structure, capable of crushing an entire district, loomed overhead. Then they watched it pass through the entire street as if it were an illusion, leaving everything untouched. Sujali was dumbfounded, watching as the seemingly non-illusory alloy high wall silently passed through Mist City. He could even distinctly see the structure behind the alloy wall: large supports, complex pipes and cables, bizarre mechanical chambers, corridors, and airlocks. Then he saw a massive chamber. It looked like a cafeteria, with many individuals dressed like researchers and others in combat uniforms, sitting together eating. He and his deep dive team swiftly brushed through the middle of this cafeteria, and then two researchers' eyes became dazed before they suddenly seemed to see something, rising abruptly from behind the table, pointing towards Sujali's direction in alarm. Sujali couldn't hear what they were shouting, because the entire scene was silently unfolding. Then the alloy wall, the cafeteria, the ingredients, everything dissipated into thin air. Chapter 525, A Certain Omen. Everything disappeared like an illusion. The giant space station that crushed down like a mountain passed through the buildings and ground of Mist City, maintaining a tilted angle as it merged into the earth, and the whole process didn't even make a sound. If the monitor on the power armor hadn't faithfully recorded the thrilling scene just now, Sujali would have doubted whether it was a collective hysteria. The Japulo girl beside her was trembling slightly, her cat-like eyes glinting with a hint of tension in the dim mist. Sujali turned to look at her, and she jumped nearly a meter high in place, like a cat suddenly discovering a cucumber behind them. "Boss, why are you suddenly looking at me? You scared me, meow." "What did you say you used my allowance for just now?" "Boss, you must have misheard," Lingdeng quickly said, but halfway through, she shrank her neck and turned her head awkwardly. "I'll make it up to you with my salary this month, meow." Sujali didn't pay any more attention to this cat who spent every day close to losing touch with reality due to catnip addiction, but instead frowned and continued to vigilantly observe the situation on the street. He then checked the various environment parameters automatically recorded by the power armor and found a large number of inexplicable blanks and brief interferences, something unprecedented in his service career. "Captain, communication has been restored," a deep diver's voice interrupted Su Jiali's thoughts. "The signal from submergence port has also come through. Everyone surface immediately." Bailey Qing's expression was as usual, but if someone familiar was present, they might have seen an unusual gravity in her extremely light gray eyes. She carefully looked at the report just sent back from submergence port, and only after a long time did she raise her head to look at Song Cheng standing across the table. "Has the health check report of that team come out?" "The deep divers are in good health, showing no signs of pollution. 3 of them briefly experienced soul disassociation, but it was mild and left no after-effects," Song Cheng replied immediately. "Several accompanying spiritual servants showed mild mental distraction and spiritual agitation, possibly a mild stress reaction caused by witnessing a trans-limit event. But they're fine, and a short rest will lead to self-recovery. I've already arranged a vacation for this team." Bailey Qing nodded slightly, then asked, "Song, what do you think about this incident?" Song Cheng pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "The black thread they encountered is likely similar to the situation in the dark alley, a sign of the Omen goddess's power spreading in the exotic realm. As for the encounter mentioned in the report, I believe what they encountered belongs to the Black Dot group. From the footage captured by the on-site personnel's personal recording devices, it appears to be a large space station, similar in style to the Algredians' observatory, but I didn't see the mark of the Star Nobles." Bailey Qing said nothing, her gaze falling again on the screen in front of her. The screen showed the moment a huge alloy wall was crushing down the streets of Mist City. That was a scene captured by the power armor of a deep diver. "Issue risk alerts to all Spirit Realm detectives and investigators, cautioning against entering exotic realm areas deeper than L2 for the time being. Additionally, if anyone finds traces of suspected black spider silk within any exotic realm, they should immediately evacuate and report to the Special Service Bureau," Bailey Qing ordered without raising her head. "Finally, deploy 20 more deep dive teams to Mist City, with a focus on monitoring the boundary of the Misty District and several identified weak points in space." "Understood." Song Cheng left, and the large office quickly returned to silence. Bailey Qing sat behind the desk, rubbing her forehead as if caught in long-term contemplation. After an unknown period, she seemed to come to a decision, casually setting the office to a lockdown state, then raised her hand to remove one of her earrings. The delicate silver earring held a light purple crystal, in which extremely intricate and complex patterns were hidden, though it appeared naturally formed. Bailey Qing turned the crystal facet upwards, her fingers brushing the edge of the earring, and waited silently for a few seconds. A flow of light appeared on the surface of the pale purple crystal, and a palm-sized holographic projection emerged above the crystal. The projection showed no images of people, only the words, "channel encrypting." Some noise-like movements came from the other end, followed by a clearly processed electronic synthetic voice reaching Bailey Qing's ears. A rare guest, doing business, or sponsorship. "Some things have happened recently in the boundary land," Bailey Qing said expressionlessly. "Your people are getting close to overstepping the bounds of little tricks." The other side of the communicator was silent for several seconds. Bailey Qing didn't expect a response from the other party, speaking straightforwardly. "Let's be honest, what are you up to? Has something already lost control?" "Why are you so sure it's me?" The response finally came from the earring. "The group has countless project divisions, and perhaps you and I aren't that familiar." "It seems I'm wasting my time." Bailey Qing seemed to quickly lose patience, but also appeared to have gotten the answer she wanted. She shook her head, fingers again touching the edge of the earring. "You can continue hiding in your secret base somewhere, but you should know that if the boundary land falls into danger, any place that's been connected to the boundary network will no longer be safe. Just a friendly reminder, don't tamper with things beyond the boundaries of rationality." In the last moment before the communication was cut off, Bailey Qing heard a voice reach her ear. "If we can only remain confined within borders, then rationality itself is meaningless." Then the communication was cut off. It was the other side who cut it off unilaterally. "As always, it's annoying." Bailey Zhu's voice came from the side. A pair of giant eyes appeared on the nearby wall. "If only we knew where those Black Dot lunatics were hiding, we could just send 2 boatloads of soldiers to blow them up and be done with it." Bailey Qing, however, made no response. She merely calmly put her earrings back on and then turned her head to look at the massive floor-to-ceiling window, a window that at the moment reflected the normal scenery of Boundary City, showing no illusion or mist like an ordinary window. She blinked, and then in the depths of her faded pupils, another scene appeared that only she and her sister could see, an endless stretch of city buildings, crisscrossed with countless fissures and secret pathways. The clusters of fissures ran through the entire megacity, and the numerous secret pathways wove between earth and sky. Some of these fissures and pathways were entrances to exotic realms scattered throughout the city. Some directly led to certain path points of the observable universe, and others were secret passages akin to shortcuts effective within the boundary land. Technicians at the Special Service Bureau could monitor the conditions of these fissures and pathways in the city using various detection devices, pinpoint their locations, and calculate their recent tendencies for change. But observing them directly with the eyes was evidently a different experience. In the eyes of the monitoring department, abstract data and blurred radar images were a magnificent and deceitful spectacle before Bailey Ching. Bailey Zhu's eyes floated languidly to the floor-to-ceiling window, starting to wobble back and forth in Bailey Ching's sight. Bailey Ching frowned. "Don't mess around, I'm observe." She suddenly stopped. In her vision, the countless fissures spread across the entire boundary land outside the floor-to-ceiling window suddenly flickered, and then dense black spider silk abruptly emerged from each fissure, like countless interwoven hidden giant webs descending in an instant. The entire city was enveloped layer upon layer by the gigantic webs, and even the sky plunged into darkness. Bailey Zhu, who was clambering on the window, let out a gasp and instantly shot up to the ceiling. However, in just an instant, the deceitful and terrifying sight vanished, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window returned to a normal scene. Bailey Ching gasped a cold breath, stunned as she looked at the restored scenery outside. Bailey Zhu floated down from the ceiling. "Sister, was that just?" "I saw it too. It's not something that's really happening now, but it's not an illusion either. Some sort of omen. Some sort of bad omen." Achoo! Erin, who was sitting on the coffee table passionately arguing with foolish netizens via her phone watch, suddenly sneezed heartily, losing her balance and tumbling onto the carpet with a clatter. Yu Sheng, who was holding a stack of draft papers and sketching on the sofa, felt something collide with his leg. He looked down and saw the little puppet lying between the sofa and the coffee table, blinking up at him. "How can you, a puppet, even sneeze?" Yu Sheng casually picked up the little thing, patted the dust off, and placed it back on the cushion as he casually remarked, and with such intensity. "I'm not an ordinary puppet, I'm an Alice puppet," Erin said proudly, looking up, evidently having forgotten her online argument. Her attention was then drawn to the draft papers in Yu Sheng's hand. "Hey, what are you doing? What's this?" "Weapon design drawings," Yu Sheng replied as he continued to doodle. "I'm preparing them for myself. I'll send them to Moran later to have her help me produce a batch." Erin blinked as she listened to Yu Sheng's explanation, then looked at the somewhat abstract schematics on the draft paper. After holding back for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask, "What's what? What's a blood reservoir? What's a blood gun? What's a blood needle launcher? Do these grandiose names have any connection to your abstract doodles?" Yu Sheng's face showed unabashed embarrassment. "I admit my drawing is a bit rough, but not to the point of being abstract doodles, right?" Erin gave an O, pointed to the draft paper. "Then explain what this water gun is for, will you?" Yu Sheng thought for a moment and said seriously, "It's for laying fungal mats in a situation where you try not to get killed." Chapter 526, Yu Sheng's Marvelous Gadgets. Yu Sheng quickly explained his thoughts to Erin. Tracing back to the source, these ideas had actually popped up during the post-battle review after returning from the dark alley last time. "I feel like I lack long-range attack methods, and there's also great potential for the development of my blood in terms of use." Yu Sheng looked seriously at the little puppet. "Hu Li helped me enhance my Wolf Fang Club, so it's fine for close combat, but it's not really useful when facing distant enemies or situations where I need to project my blood. This blood tank can be understood as a blood grenade, and the blood gun and blood needle launcher can be combined. The former is used to spray blood directly, and the latter packs the blood into something like needle bullets to shoot out, slightly longer range." The little puppet sat on the sofa staring blankly, while Luna had apparently walked over at some point, sitting across from Yu Sheng, nodding as she listened, as if she had a wealth of relevant experience, specifically from being splashed with blood by Yu Sheng. After Yu Sheng finished explaining, Erin let out a long "oh," and then began thinking deeply with her arms crossed, frowning, without anyone knowing what she was pondering. Suddenly she clapped her hands. Sounds like a pervert tilde. Yu Sheng frowned instantly. Is it really that bad? Think about it. Erin climbed onto the coffee table, spreading her arms, grabbing a notebook like a shield and flipped it in front of her, observing it while chattering. We're in a fight. The opponents have long guns, short cannons, bullets, missiles, laser ion beams flying all over in a battlefield shrouded in smoke and rising flames. And there you are charging head-on with a wolf fang club on your shoulder, a water gun in hand, and a string of water balloons on your waist, happily charging in. And after a couple of hits, blood splatters everywhere. Your look makes you at least look like a mental patient boss in a movie, the kind who either wears a mask or paints their face, secretly peeking from behind a fence gate at the school entrance. And later there's specifically an episode about your childhood trauma. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded by the puppet's series of remarks and suddenly realized, looking at the little puppet in surprise, "Wow, you're even using idioms now." Erin hesitated for a moment, turning her head to look at Yu Sheng. Is that a compliment? Sort of. No, I mean you watch too many different things. Yu Sheng raised his hand to press on the puppet's head, quickly shaking off the images that involuntarily formed in his mind just now, exerting great effort to escape the rhythm brought by this little thing. Let's put aside the style for a moment. Just tell me if my setup is practical or not. He couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain inside, not about his style, but about the style of his entire group. Little Puppet made a fair point. Usually when they fought others, the opponents had their long guns and short cannons. Not to mention the travel agency's leader is a brute who charges with a wolf fang club, and often dies on the way. The second in command uses spider silk to bind people on the battlefield. The third in command fires her tail with a howl, and the only one with an elegant style, the fourth in command, is an artificial saintess who spins and dances while slicing people on the battlefield. How to put it, they might still be a bit far from being villains, but they're not remotely close to being heroes either. Meanwhile, Erin surprisingly didn't start chattering immediately this time. Upon hearing Yu Sheng's words, she even seriously pondered for a long while, eventually mumbling while touching her chin. Actually, it sounds theoretically useful, but I have a question. Won't these blood supplies lose effectiveness if you die once? I actually thought about that, Yu Sheng replied with a laugh. Do you remember the blood that I extracted in advance for you to use on the puppet in the valley? Erin blinked, quickly realizing, right. My death resets the state of myself or the items I carry. I've studied this process carefully. It actually has a range of retrospect and repair, Yu Sheng explained seriously. The boundary of this range, put simply, is a death event. Erin had a weird expression. What does that mean? Yu Sheng was patient. The location where the event happens, the time it occurs, what I come into contact with during the event, the cause and outcome of the event. These limiting conditions together form the event boundary of a death event, and when a reset occurs, everything will strictly adhere to this boundary. Therefore, only things with a direct connection to the death event, or things I directly interacted with at the time, will undergo this state reset. The blood pre-extracted, and any clothes changed a day before don't fall under the death event, so they won't be retrospectively affected by my resurrection. So, as long as the blood in these blood tanks and blood needles is pre-prepared, there's no need to worry about them losing effectiveness if I die once. Erin listened attentively with wide eyes, but in the end, she couldn't help scratching her head. The logic makes sense, but this topic still sounds strange. Nearby, Hu Li's ears twitched, but Little Red Riding Hood said before that no one in this house is quite normal every day. That's true, isn't it? What to say, watching the little puppet quickly accept the idea that there isn't a normal person at number 66 Wudong Road, Yu Sheng still felt kind of sad. To be honest, your abstract painting isn't the problem, it's mainly the principle behind it. Erin seemed not to notice Yu Sheng's slight reaction of sadness and quickly raised a new question. Do you really know how to do it? You can't just make a water gun, can you? Nonsense, of course I don't, Yu Sheng replied casually. I'll just state the requirement and let Moran organize people to research how to achieve it. She has quite a few skilled artifact refiners over there. He then smacked his lips and added, Actually, I initially wanted to involve the Special Service Bureau in this, given that they have quite a bit of black technology, but their technological route doesn't align with mine. There's quite a difference. Moreover, if we produce this at Shuji, at least it's part of my industry, making the process easier to control and less likely to have follow-up troubles. The most important thing is that I feel more at ease. Hu Li sat cross-legged on the carpet, grooming her big tail, and suddenly raised her head, looking puzzled. The Special Service Bureau's technological route isn't suitable, but Shuji's is. Savior's blood control technique is unique in this world. No one outside would know it, right? Yu Sheng heard this, clapped his hands, and his face lit up. Hey, don't they have something called Evil Cultivator over there? The whole living room then fell silent. Yu Sheng also felt something was amiss, carefully adjusting his sitting position amidst the awkwardness. Well, let them try first. If they can't create too complex special effects, just make a fresh-keeping container and a simple launch device. We can't actually go up and fight with water guns and water balloons. Using Aaron's words, that would look traumatic from childhood. Aaron responded with a string of dry laughs that didn't reach her eyes. Luna returned to her daze. Only Hu Li remained the same as ever, looking up with admiration at Yu Sheng, a Samiad-like pure smile on her face. Apparently, in her mind, Savior is always the most powerful and correct. Even when Savior was knocked to the ground with blood stabbing, she thought it was full of artistry. Yu Sheng continued focusing on his designs, while also controlling the star body in the Feiyu star domain, communicating his needs with Mo Ran over there. And he suggested catching a couple of specialized researchers in blood curse technique to align with the research progress. City Lord Fairy was deeply shocked. Nonetheless, considering she'd already been astounded once by Yu Sheng True Monarch's remarkable ideas when formulating Shuji's revitalization plan, her ability to accept such things had significantly improved. She was only shocked for a short while before starting to gather her followers to discuss where to catch evil cultivators reliably. They concluded to import them from the Demon Suppression Tower of Takesu Spirit Hub. Those evil cultivators confined in that place generally have assured quality and quantity. Their morality might be questionable, but their business skills are top-notch. The only issue is convincing Takesu Spirit Hub to agree to this, but actually it's not a big deal. Just push Yu Sheng forward. When the time comes, just say it's for the preparation of Yu Sheng True Monarchs, amazing tools for fighting Dark Angel in the future. An urgent phone ringtone then interrupted Yu Sheng's busy activities. Erin, holding her phone in both hands, jumped from the coffee table to the sofa and raised it up to Yu Sheng. Here, it's Ironclad Expression calling. Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised, took the phone, casually answered it, and after listening for a few sentences, his expression gradually turned serious. Hu Li instantly pricked up her ears. What happened? Erin asked curiously, leaning her head forward. What's so serious? Yu Sheng didn't have time to speak. Hu Li, listening in, answered for him. Su Jiali's deep dive team encountered a situation in Mist City. Black webs appeared in the thick fog area near East City, like the ones you usually use. Then they also saw Black Dot Group's space station running in the street. Aaron, what's a space station running in the street? It's hard to explain quickly, but it's obvious that what's happening in the dark alley has now spread to other places. Yu Sheng, by then having disconnected the call, suddenly stood up from beside the coffee table. Let's go check out the situation. Saying this, he picked up Aaron beside him, but felt the weight was off, thought about it and put her back, walked to the dining room to pick another one up, weighed it twice and put it down again, finally from the window ledge picked up a heavy one he nodded approvingly, and carried it towards the door. He didn't open the door leading to the thick fog alien land, but directly turned the door handle. In the next moment, the entire number 66 Wudong Road plunged into Mist City. Chapter 527, Breaking Through with Force. Yu Sheng carried Aaron reinforced steel, accompanied by Hu Li and Luna, and pushed open the door to number 66 Wudong Road. Outside the door, the once familiar street had now turned into a mist-laden landscape, with slightly distorted buildings transforming into wavering silhouettes in the fog. Li Lin and Zheng Zhai were just pushing the door open, stepping out from the parcel collection shed, both raising their heads in bewilderment at Yu Sheng standing at the entrance of number 66 Wudong Road. Aaron reached up and fiddled with Yu Sheng's hair. Did you forget about this parcel collection point situation again? Yu Sheng stiffened his neck. This is all part of the plan. Then you did forget. Zheng Zhai also stepped up at this moment. Brother Yu, what are you? Your director just called me. There's an issue in Mist City, Yu Sheng immediately said with a serious face. I'm heading over there now. Zheng Zhai responded with an "oh," quickly opened his mouth. Then I'll go with you guys. Yu Sheng suddenly hesitated a bit. He looked at his eager and sunny nephew, then raised his head and glanced at the foggy sky of Mist City. After hesitating for a few seconds, he spoke. The density and abnormal environment of this place are not like the outside. We are headed to the dense fog street. Your constitution might be a bit too robust here. I know, Zhang Zhai nodded earnestly, but I can't just take my salary for nothing. The Bureau sent me over to assist you. I might be able to help out. The Bureau sent us over to help number 66 Wudong Road collect parcels. Li Lin coughed dryly from the side, somewhat awkwardly reminding. Zhang Zhai was taken aback. Is that the case? It's no big deal since you want to follow. Then come with us. You might even find more clues. Yu Sheng thought of something and patted the still somewhat bewildered Zhang Zhai on the shoulder. Then Li Lin, you stay here and keep an eye on environmental changes around number 66 Wudong Roads, safe zone. Contact us immediately if there's any situation. The Bureau has already installed communication nodes in most areas of Mist City. The phones will have signal. Remember to stay within the safety zone range. Don't cross the line of the parcel station. Li Lin immediately nodded. Okay, I understand. Yu Sheng acknowledged him with a sound, then turned to look at the nine-tailed fox beside him. Hu Li. Before he finished speaking, he saw the fox girl had already run a few steps forward, taking advantage of the momentum to leap with a bang, transforming into a silver-white demon fox as big as 2 vans. The large fox carried Yu Sheng and the others and charged into the fog. The area where Su Jiali's team initially encountered the spider silk was not far from Wudong Road, and even if Hu Li was using a pace close to strolling by her standards, she quickly arrived at the mist-covered intersection. Yu Sheng carried Aaron and jumped down from the demon fox's back, first looking up at the surrounding environment. A sharply defined fog wall stood 10 meters away on the street, covering the entire area ahead in dense fog, with warning lights at the edge of the dense fog district shining a glaring red light, highlighting the dangerous zone to spirit realm detectives and investigators who might intrude upon the street ahead. The buildings within the fog were tilted and distorted. The edges of the high-rises trembled as if alive, occasionally seeing suspicious shadows strolling between those buildings, uncertain if they were entities formed within the fog or strange illusions generated purely by the abnormal environment. Aside from that, there were no traces of black webs in the entire area. According to Su Jiali's team report, they started encountering strange occurrences after encountering those webs in this area. But they also mentioned that those webs only appeared for a short time before disappearing into thin air. Aaron, do you feel anything? Yu Sheng turned back, looking at the little puppet on his shoulder. Aaron's head floated with the omen wandering star used as an amplification pendant, as she raised her hand at that moment to summon strands of black thread, searching for traces of the same source as herself within the surrounding fog. She frowned and shook her head upon hearing Yu Sheng's words. No, but it might be that this place is too chaotic. I need to look more carefully. After saying, she jumped down from Yu Sheng's shoulder, removed the omen wandering star from above her head, and held it in her hand, using the other hand to lead a few strands of black thin threads, walking around with a serious expression. To be honest, Yu Sheng, watching her serious demeanor, feared she might suddenly spout something like, seeking the dragon and distributing gold depends on observing the entangled mountains. Do not touch gold when the rooster calls and the lamp is extinguished, lest she look too much like a tomb raider with her temperament and the environment around. Then Yu Sheng turned his head to his nephew. What about you? Have you noticed anything? Zhang Zhai, eyes wide open looking around, shrunk his neck upon hearing. I didn't notice anything like spider silk, but the fog seems rather lively, especially on the other side of the isolation barrier. In just this short while, 7 or 8 things that look like acquaintances popped out from there calling me over. My great-grandmother alone appeared 3 times. Yu Sheng initially asked casually, stunned by this response. My goodness, your constitution is indeed a bit too robust here, really no problem. No issue at all compared to usual, it's just the frequency increased, nothing more outrageous emerged. I'll handle it as per experience. His nephew waved his hand, showing remarkably strong psychological qualities, even grinned. Brother Yu, let me tell you, I've gotten used to seeing them. Yu Sheng had a peculiar expression, even used to seeing great-grandmother. Zhang Zhai spread his hands. How to say, after my great-grandmother passed away, I've seen her more frequently than when she was alive. Yu Sheng. After marveling at his nephew's hardcore daily life, Yu Sheng decided to continue walking towards the East District, following the route Su Jiali's team had originally taken to find more clues. Aaron continued walking beside Yu Sheng, holding a ball in one hand and a string in the other, like a feng shui master, mainly because her body was too heavy for Yu Sheng to carry any longer. Zheng Zhai pulled out a pistol for self-defense, and from his pocket, he retrieved a pocket watch, which he kept checking as he walked. This was issued by the Special Service Bureau, a kind of life monitoring device, he explained enthusiastically, noticing Yu Sheng's curious gaze. Sometimes exotic realm environments can cause chronic loss of vitality or even make people unaware of their own death, so this thing gives alerts. When the needle stops, the person is dead. If the movement slows, it means gradual life loss. Additionally, color changes on the dial can indicate potential mental contamination. Yu Sheng looked at the pocket watch in Zheng Zhai's hand with amazement, thinking about the mysterious gadgets the Special Service Bureau had, and couldn't help but ask, "Can I have a look?" Zheng Zhai handed over the watch immediately. "Of course you can." Yu Sheng happily took the pocket watch and glanced at the dial. The needle was spinning backward. After 3 backward rotations, it suddenly stopped and began erratically twitching, spinning in the correct direction. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned, then saw the needle spinning faster and faster, until it was faster than a high-speed fan. The next second, a light cracking sound was heard, and the dial of the pocket watch shattered, the needle escaping the axis, standing upright on the dial. "Yu Sheng, Zheng Zhai." "This thing," Yu Sheng's embarrassment was palpable. "Did I break it?" The nephew was on the verge of tears. "Seems like it. I just got it a few days ago." "Does your bureau cover it?" "They reimburse, but you need a valid reason. If it's broken without cause, a report is needed." "I'll talk to your boss to get you a new one," Yu Sheng said, returning the pocket watch with the needle still upright, full of apology. "I'm kind of special myself, and it might have clashed with this thing. I'm really sorry." Zheng Zhai could only sigh, sorrowfully taking back the watch, carefully pressing the needle back to its axis, staring as it spun forward, backward, then wobbled in place. From this pocket watch, he somehow saw a confused vibe seeping into the mechanism. He sighed again, closed the cover, and put it back in his pocket. The unlucky intern agent shook his head, continuing to pay attention to the surrounding atmosphere. To the left was a silent street, shrouded in mist, dimly lit. To the right was a brightly lit hall, with 2 strangers in white coats busily working around him. Zheng Zhai didn't immediately react at first. Once he realized what he was seeing, he instinctively yelped and leaped away. "Oh shit!" Everyone in the team was startled, and by this time, Zheng Zhai had already instinctively hid behind Yu Sheng, raising his gun reflexively as he quickly spoke. "Brother Yu, I saw 2 people there." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly. There was only fog in front of him. Where were the strangers? It seemed to be a momentary, dimensional slip. If it were a regular spirit realm detective team or agent squad, there wouldn't be much they could do. Passing by abnormalities in a split second, and having someone in the team see that moment of clues is a gain. Zheng Zhai thought just that. But Yu Sheng's side was clearly not an ordinary spirit realm detective team. Just a few explosive roars of foxfire piercing the air, with Hu Li still maintaining a giant demon fox form, launching 6 oversized fox radish missiles in the direction Zheng Zhai had pointed, followed immediately by Erin casually waving her hand, sweeping large batches of spider silk towards the foxfire explosions as if they were unlimited. As the explosion's smoke hadn't even dispersed, Hu Li's fox radish machine gun barrage followed, and before Zheng Zhai could process, Yu Sheng spat blood to the side, and almost simultaneously, a little puppet let out a go, swinging its arm and sending the omen wandering star flying. Zheng Zhai was dumbfounded. Then he watched with wide eyes as vast cracks appeared out of thin air midst Yu Sheng's team's ferocious bombardment. Chapter 528, Blood-Boiling Combo Technique. To be honest, in that instant, Yu Sheng's mind didn't react either. He had no idea what Zheng Zhai saw, nor what the current situation was, and he was very sure that Hu Li and Erin should be in the same state. Luna was hard to say. The Holy Lady might be the only one in the travel agency whose thinking surpasses her actions, somewhat calmer than the others. But being unclear about the situation didn't affect Yu Sheng and his companions taking action. Because the company's culture at the travel agency has always been to use superpowers to solve problems that superintelligence can't handle. After all, with Erin dragging down the average, the whole travel agency couldn't muster any superintelligence, so they might as well just charge ahead blindly. Anyway, in the exotic realm, there's no need to worry about damage compensation. Flames, explosions, blood, spider silk, and the ball Erin threw out. Even though Yu Sheng and his group couldn't figure out what the nephew saw, one thing was certain. What he saw was ephemeral, so in desperation, everyone threw out all the moves they could use, hoping that the unstable environment might explode something, and as a result, it actually did. Yu Sheng wasn't even sure which move did the trick, but he saw cracks appearing out of thin air nearby, the closest rift being only 2 or 3 meters away, right where he had just spat out blood, and the furthest extending 100 meters away, deep into the misty area. The tail missiles launched by Hu Li soared into a dazzling blue fireball in that mist. Several twisted shadows screamed as they were blown away, then were instantly torn to pieces between the rifts. No one knew if those shadows included Zheng Zhai's great-grandmother. Holy shit, it actually worked! Aaron was stunned. The little puppet looked up at the largest rift across the street expanding continuously, then suddenly realized and immediately pulled. Countless strands of black spider silk spread from her fingertips. The silk, like a living creature, quickly wove along the direction of the rifts in the air and clung to the main rift. A space crack with strange colors surging inside, preventing it from closing. I'm holding it! I'm holding it! The little puppet shouted excitedly, her eyes almost glowing red, and almost at the same time those temporarily appearing space rift clusters caused by the spatial turbulence started to quickly fade away. Only the main rift forcibly interfered by her spider silk remained in a stalemate. Not enough, not enough, I need to make it bigger. Something on the other side seems to be forcibly closing this thing. The little puppet clamored while looking a bit uneasy. Glancing around, she quickly crawled along her black web to the rift, picked up the Omen wandering star she had thrown out earlier, blew on it, then lifted it high to smash it towards the space rift. Hey! The solid gray stone ball, when it struck the theoretically untouchable space structure, emitted a loud metallic clang. Waves of distortion spread from the point of impact, even briefly dispersing the mist on the street. The last time Yu Sheng saw this ball being used to hit something was when Hu Li used it to smash walnuts. Now it showed power far greater than smashing walnuts and a bizarre nature. Hey! The little puppet lifted the gray stone ball high again, using all her strength to smash it against the rift's edge, while the other hand tugged the black web, trying to rip the space passage further open. She didn't know why this worked, didn't understand why her spider silk could stabilize a space rift. There were even moments she didn't know what she was doing. But she vaguely remembered it seemed not to be the first time. When was it? Was it when she helped Yu Sheng open the door to the Black Forest? Or earlier? The puppet laughed excitedly. The stone ball hit the rift again, shattering a large crackling crack pattern in midair. An even more powerful shockwave wrinkled a large area of space, dispelling the street's mist, even temporarily ripping this street like pulling back a curtain. Yu Sheng stared around in amazement, seeing the streetscape of Mist City cracking into countless gaps, seeing those towering buildings turning into jagged, bizarre black stone pillars or some molten, piled ruin form, seeing deep, bottomless abysses cracking beneath the entire city, and pitch-black, lightning-like matter floating above those fractured pillars, stretching infinitely far. But the scene of Mist City being torn apart only lasted a moment. The next second, everything in front of him returned to the intact street appearance. The space that Aaron struck with her 3 balls fragmented quietly like peeling wall paint, opening up. Zheng Zhai felt his heart nearly leap out. When the last shockwave hit, he even thought he saw a fortification battalion's great-grandmother, with several second uncles mixed in. Then the great-grandmother and the second uncles became a space passage twisting open. On the other end was a brightly lit hall, and a group of technicians urgently evacuating, black spot soldiers on high alert. Type III incident, rift out of control, cut the power to the rift generator. Someone shouted loudly in the hall, while on that prominent anti-gravity platform, fragments of the Black World Bridge trembled crazily within the containment field. Waves of purple and black lightning erupting from the ancient and mysterious Zolda Black Stone, fiercely pummeling the barrier as if attempting to break free. The blinding red light flashed above the platform, and several devices around the platform were emitting sparks and dense smoke. 2 technicians, carrying fire axes, rushed towards the platform recklessly and desperately cut off some equipment's power supply. However, the next second they were hit and flung away by several purple-black lightning bolts shooting out from the barrier, lying far away, their fate unknown. Zheng Zhai couldn't continue watching, because the black spot soldiers armed to the teeth on the other side of the passage had started shooting at this side. As the least combat-savvy person in the team, he could only hide awkwardly behind a nearby cover. It's on, Aaron squealed excitedly, dodging as 2 ion beams passed through the rift and hit the ground near her hair. She quickly descended along the spider silk to the ground, then crawled towards Yu Sheng using all four limbs, like an alien scurrying along several spider threads, instinctively dodging the hail of bullets behind her while feeling extremely excited. Crawl, crawl, I crawl really fast. Seal the breach, it's those people again, shouted the commander-looking fighter on the other side of the space passage, raising a hand to point at the little puppet quickly crawling on the spider's silk. Eliminate that. Strange thing, she's the one interfering with the rift. You damn freak, your whole family are freaks. Erin exploded with anger upon hearing that, turning her head and yelling curses at the opposite side of the passage before waving her hand. Dozens of twisted light projections instantly appeared around her. A large swarm of mass-produced puppets was summoned by her from the canyon to the vicinity of the rift, starting a firefight with the black spot soldiers on the other side. Good job, Erin, keep them busy, Yu Sheng shouted immediately upon seeing this, then turned and ran towards the nine-tailed fox suppressing the other side with firepower from the fox radish machine gun. Hu Li. As soon as his voice fell, the great demon fox had already turned her head quickly, simultaneously spraying propulsion flames from one tail as it flew towards him, Hu Li's voice sounding exceptionally happy. Got it. The Black Spot commander suddenly felt some kind of gigantic crisis. It was the ominous premonition descending from the stars. Blow up the rift generator. A series of explosions were heard from the hall on the other side of the passage, with flames and smoke rising from the edge of the passage. The next second, the unstable edge began to flicker violently, swell and shrink unpredictably, and the spider web that Erin used to keep the rift open instantly suffered violent impacts, rapidly breaking and shattering. Erin let out a startled cry, the impact from the breaking spider silk slowing her reaction by half a beat, resulting in several mass-produced puppets being hit by the firepower from the opposite side. These mass-produced shells were blown to pieces even before they could teleport back to the canyon. Erin felt a buzzing in her head, a rush from the low-level mind assigned to the mass-produced shells returning in succession. The unstable space rift began to close rapidly. But by now, Yu Sheng had already climbed onto the fox's tail. He hugged the huge fluff tightly, staring resolutely at the Black Spot laboratory located in some faraway star region, his face showing an expression of excitement. This feeling was akin to sitting with jumping Yu Lei rushing towards the inferent star body at that time. But this time, it was the exhilarating combo technique of him and Hu Li. The next second, the fox tail erupted with fierce propulsion flames, and the demon fox girl joyfully launched her savior. The Black Spot soldiers on the rift's other side watched in bewildered shock as a human with a wild grin charged towards the laboratory, hugged by a flaming fox tail. Even in some frenzied illusions caused by black stone pollution, the people in this laboratory could never dream of such an inexplicable scene. Even in their state of shock, muscle memory-conditioned reflexes allowed the soldiers to perform accurate and timely interception shooting, creating a rain of bullets woven into a net aimed at the man riding the fox tail flying in. He was instantly hit over 100 times. To be honest, at this moment, the soldiers were somewhat confused. Seeing Yu Sheng fly over, they instinctively thought he was some bulletproof monster from the opposite side, yet unexpectedly their weapons easily turned this bizarre enemy into a sieve. Then this blood-soaked sieve gleefully rushed through the rift, flying into the laboratory in the last second before the space passage closed. The space passage closed. Chapter 529, a trajectory gradually going off course. With a strange screech, the space-time tunnel suddenly collapsed and shattered, with the last few strands of spider silk breaking off in the air. Erin rolled several times on the ground until Luna picked her up casually. In the thin mist lingered the pungent smell of high-energy weapons burning the air. Yu Sheng riding the fox tail charged into the tunnel. The last flash seemed still imprinted on the retina. The fox girl in great demon fox form looked across the street at the mist regathering there. She suddenly sniffed, clawed the ground twice with her front paws, and shook her head, as big as a three-wheel. Savior successfully infiltrated the enemy. Not sure if he'll come back for dinner tonight. Erin, dangling in the air, started to mutter, suddenly looking up at Luna. Type C hook, put me down. Zheng Zhai, meanwhile, was still dazed, the events of the last moment being rather overwhelming for him. He stared blankly into the distance, finally reacting after several seconds, turning to Erin. Brother, you will be okay, right? Erin frowned, folded her arms, stood sensing for a moment, then waved reassuringly. He's fine, still hanging on by a thread right now. Zheng Zhai was stunned, looking up at the others, but before he could speak, Hu Li sighed. You'll get used to it. Her education level is just like that. Zheng Zhai. Actually, Aaron wasn't wrong. Yu Sheng was indeed still alive shortly after passing through the tunnel. In a remote deep space orbital laboratory, a fully armed security force was on high alert. The air was filled with a pungent, scorched smell, the purification system striving to vent the toxic smoke in the hall. The warning sounds from device malfunctions rang nerve-wrackingly loud, pipes around the research platform sparked, and smoke rose from the remains of the rift generator. Soldiers surrounded the invader who flew from the rift's other side, a huge furry foxtail emitting steam, curled among a pile of equipment debris beside the anti-gravity platform. The foxtail itself rapidly disintegrating in the air, while the man with over 100 bullet wounds leaned on a twisted mass of steel, blood covering the ground. The next second, the corpse twitched suddenly. Under the horrified gaze of the black spot commander on site, Yu Sheng leaned on a piece of steel to stand. He shook his somewhat deceased body, glanced down at the dissipating foxtail. Hu Li's tail had, after breaking into the lab, refrained from exploding to extend Yu Sheng's stay on this side, instead using its remaining spiritual power to form a barrier, shielding Yu Sheng from the deadliest shots. Of course, the other 100-odd bullets not shielded were quite deadly too, but those were minor issues. Yu Sheng raised his head, looking at the black dot group soldiers ahead, grinning a warmly terminal smile, seemingly oblivious to the guns pointed at him, and stepped forward to shake hands. "Great effort, everyone, great effort, well fought just now. No need to panic, I'll be leaving shortly." Yu Sheng's attitude was genuine, considering the amazing scene when he came and the considerable surrounding destruction. His sincerity in thanking the soldiers was rather heartfelt. He was clueless about any customs in Algierd, but imagined this to be terminal care. Of course, better not ask whose terminal care. Yet in the next second, his ring of encirclement instantly whoosh, retreated a mere distance. Even the extraordinarily resilient black spot soldiers, indifferent to life and death, were stunned, except the commander who was slightly more composed, quickly realizing this bizarre invader might be an extremely valuable research sample, and immediately shouted, "Capture alive!" Yu Sheng spread his hands. "That's a bit difficult." Then immediately he died. The surrounding black spot soldiers were swarming forward, only to see the invader collapsing face-up halfway. Stunned for the second time on the spot, all glancing at each other cluelessly as to what to do next. Eventually, all eyes fell on the commander on site. The commander hesitated too, showing no expression beneath his all-covering helmet. In 2 or 3 seconds, he gestured, "Check it." Thus a brave black spot soldier approached Yu Sheng, carefully avoiding the almost entirely dissipated foxtail, nudged the invader's corpse with a gun muzzle, and then crouched for detailed inspection, raising his head to report, "Sir, the invader is dead." Under his mask, the commander tightened his lips. Indeed, it looked dead, but the issue was the invader should have been dead upon landing. The jarring device alerts prevented further thinking. Black Spot Commander raised his head, surveying the lab's current state. The rift generator in the hall corner was destroyed. Equipment directly connected to the central research platform was severely damaged during the forced disconnection, coupled with reckless shooting and destruction by that group. Weirdos on the tunnel's far end when the rift opened, leaving the lab in utter chaos. The only good news was that the core area of the laboratory was covered by a powerful force field shield and was not damaged in the recent battle. The barrier device used to confine the black stone also appeared to still be operational. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. For a moment just now, he had even considered detonating the nuclear bomb buried beneath the laboratory. A fusion bomb is a primitive and inexpensive weapon, but it has always performed reliably when it's time for an emergency shutdown of a laboratory that's gone out of control. "Clean up here and send the bodies to the medical pod for the experts over there to take a look," the commander breathed out and calmly gave orders. "Also, inform the engineering department to come over and quickly resolve these annoying alarm sounds. Where are the researchers who just evacuated? Notify them that the laboratory is now safe." The soldiers immediately began to execute the orders. 2 of them soon found stretchers and body bags, skillfully packing up the invaders' bodies. One of them, while closing the zipper of the body bag, still felt unsure and checked again, muttering in confusion. The heart evaporated. How did this guy stand up and talk just now? "I don't know, but it's best not to be too curious," said the other in a low voice with a tone of caution. "The world is full of things that look human but are indescribable inside. Curiosity is the gateway that leads them into the material world. Such matters are better left to more professional scientists." "Sir," another soldier arrived in front of the Black Dot commander at the scene, saluted, and said with a tone of seriousness, "The boss already knows about the incident here. She is on her way from the Weaving Constellation and will arrive soon." "Got it," the commander sighed, clearly not in a good mood. "Prepare to welcome her." One laboratory accident after another, and this time there was a mysterious invading organism. Although the mishap with the breached generator losing control wasn't his responsibility as a non-technical staff, it was clear that the invader was now the biggest problem. Maybe it would have been better to directly detonate the nuclear bomb just now. At the same time, Boundary City, deep within the dark alley of the exotic realm. A fully armed deep dive team and several technicians were carefully handling the silver-white device, standing at the crossroads. In the alley under the dusk sky, wisps of black spider silk still draped over the buildings above, yet compared to the situation previously reported by the travel agency, the erosion of webs here had visibly receded significantly. Since the rift at the crossroads of the dark alley was forcibly closed last time, the spider silk that invaded here seemed to have been impacted to some degree, and most of the webs that blocked the road had now disappeared. For the Special Service Bureau personnel undertaking this mission, this was good news. The technical experts were gingerly dismantling the exterior of the silver-white cylinder. They still couldn't determine exactly what this device was, nor what purpose the technical madmen of the Black Dot group had in transmitting this device to this exotic realm. It could be a beacon, a container for spreading contamination, or simply a prototype for some larger-scale invasion plan. But in any case, its arrival inevitably signaled a conspiracy in the making. The Black Dot group had a heap of black technologies in their possession, and more notable than those technologies were the madmen's unscrupulous methods to achieve their goals. The complex locking device was finally safely released, and an opening was made in the unknown alloy casting of the device's shell, while a protective panel was carefully removed by the technicians. Two deep divers approached the device, deploying their power armor shields to protect the engineers conducting the dismantling operations, while curiously peering into the interior of the container. Inside were intricate pipelines and what looked like a cage-like structure functioning as a restraint, and within the cage-like structure was a seemingly inconspicuous silver-white cylindrical object. One engineer stared at the thing for a while, suddenly expressing a puzzled sound. The nearby deep diver immediately asked, "Have you figured out what this is?" "If I'm not mistaken," the engineer scratched his head, "it looks like a bomb." At these words, there was an immediate gasp among those present, and the protective force fields of several deep divers buzzed to maximum strength as they prepared to drag the nearest technicians to safety. But the next second the engineer waved his hand. Don't panic, it can't explode. If it could, it would have already done so. Let me take another look." With that, he leaned in again to study it carefully, suddenly clapping his hands. "Oh, it's a KKI-type fusion bomb." Chapter 530, Cross-Channel. In the remote deep space far from legitimate routes, an orbital laboratory resembling a giant disk is operating in a high orbit above a barren rocky planet. Inside the Blackstone space station, the unsettling alarms finally began to subside, and the flashing red lights in the corridors returned to calm. As the order to lift the emergency state was given, the technicians, who had been on standby in the evacuation compartments, started to return to their posts one after another. Meanwhile, as the large space station gradually restored order, a small team was cautiously and swiftly passing through a connecting corridor in the station's lower levels, heading towards the medical area. A floating stretcher hovered alongside the team, the deep blue body bag on it vaguely revealing a human shape. Traces of blood-colored aura seeped through the body bag, supposed to be thick and sealed, continuously spreading into the air. The black spot soldiers in charge of escorting the invader's corpse seemed entirely unaware of the blood aura dissipating in the air, maintaining a cautious yet serious state, advancing in silence. The connecting corridor in the lower area was very quiet, as if the chaos in the upper laboratory came from another world. A certain stagnant atmosphere lingered around, with only the low hum of operational equipment passing through the alloy walls on both sides, dispelling the tomb-like, eerie, oppressive atmosphere. One black spot soldier felt a bit uneasy and finally couldn't help but break the silence. "It always feels eerie here. Is it usually this quiet in this area?" "Don't scare yourself." The squad leader's voice sounded a bit muffled through the heavy power armor helmet. "It's because the upper area was just too chaotic." The team fell silent again, but silence lasted less than 2 minutes before another team member mumbled. I heard strange things have been happening on the Black Stone station recently. It's been numerous times. Some compartments suddenly have inexplicable foreign objects appear. Some rooms vanish without any reason, and I heard there's an extra room in the logistics channel. Even someone saw a bunch of black shadows in the cafeteria before. Maybe it's caused by the rift generator, another black spot soldier softly said. I heard they replaced it with a higher frequency excitation crystal, but that thing's not very stable. Or maybe some sections are just cursed. The first soldier who spoke shook his head. How did they say it? The mechanical soul is displeased. The whole space station is just a big machine. The things in the laboratory have a touch of black spirit ability. You better not let the science examination department hear you, the squad leader interrupted the soldiers' conversation with some irritation. The research projects up there are the boss's concern. Whether the space station is cursed is a problem for the scientists to worry about. Less talking, more working. The soldiers immediately quieted down, only one still mumbling softly. True, my great-grandmother always said, don't discuss sirens when at sea, don't mention fire demons when mining, don't think about subspace on a space station. The squad leader couldn't stand it any longer and elbowed the muttering soldier, who finally closed his mouth. Then they delivered the floating stretcher and the shriveled body bag to the infirmary. Behind the team, the lights in the connecting corridor flickered slightly at a frequency nearly invisible to the naked eye. A silver-gray fast shuttle silently slipped into the Black Stone space station's lock. After undergoing strict security checks and identity verification, the shuttle directly entered a docking platform near the core experimental cabin. The shuttle door opened, and a tall figure emerged. A female argled elf with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in an elegant silver-white robe, her starlit pupils deep and serene. She stepped off the connecting ramp, her legs under the skirt emitting a metallic sheen. Then, accompanied by a slight crunching sound, her legs quickly transformed and reorganized into a set of silver-white wheel-like appendages, as she elegantly glided through the connecting segment of the docking platform, not even pausing in front of the technical department officials who came to receive her. Save the formalities and head directly to the laboratory, the golden-haired elf said, her voice carrying a cold edge within the comm. Prepare the lab attack report within 12 hours and send it to my terminal. What's the current status of the Zolda Black Stone? Understood, boss, a laboratory head quickly responded, hurriedly keeping pace with the golden-haired elf while saying, Black Stone itself wasn't impacted. The core area's shield blocked the assailant's firepower. The greatest damage is to the rift generator. We had to destroy it to close the channel. Additionally, 4 communication devices between the rift generator and Black Stone are burned out. Casualties: 3 soldiers killed, 6 injured, all clones. The deceased ones are already in the resurrection process. The golden-haired elf nodded slightly, simply responding, then entered the most central part of the entire space station, the circular laboratory housing the Zolda Black Stone. In fact, this entire space station was established around that unremarkably-looking piece of stone. Everything here, from equipment to personnel, for that Zolda Black Stone. Not until seeing that black fragment still floating in the captive field, did the oppressive atmosphere around the golden-haired elf slightly dissipate, visibly relaxing her, also allowing the accompanied personnel to breathe a sigh of relief. Then she smoothly glided to the platform next to it. She looked up, a gentle, almost intoxicated smile appeared on her face, her starry golden pupils as if captured by gravity, staring longingly at the complex and mysterious ancient patterns on the surface of the Zolda Black Stone. Ah, you are still here, she muttered softly, the tension in her emotions further eased. The Black Stone trembled in her vision, emitting inaudible whispers. The golden-haired elf slightly closed her eyes, gently nodding her head, with a serene and gentle smile on her face, as if she were receiving some kind of enlightenment. The argled astrologers often showed such an intoxicated expression when listening to the whispers among the stars. This is the natural reaction when truth and knowledge irrigate the heart, and the soul gets to be enriched. The nearby busy technicians noticed this scene and all slowed down their actions, trying to avoid making noise, as if afraid of interrupting the boss's exchange with the Black Stone. But suddenly the golden-haired elf, who was intently listening to the Black Stone's whispers, slightly furrowed her brows. She still had her eyes closed, but her brows were furrowed in confusion, and she muttered to herself in a low voice, I don't understand what you are teaching this time. What does online recruiting of parents, going offline will cost mean? Yes, the mapping rules of time and space within the subspace lane are. What does it mean to patch soldiers like a 10-year brain thrombosis? Why do direct relatives need to rotate rapidly at 6,000 revolutions per second during the ascent? Exploded. What exploded? Who's the irritating, sweeping robot? An endless roar descended in the illusory celestial revelation. Those enlightening stellar illusions collapsed in cognition. A chaotic stream of information deviated from its previous trajectory and mercilessly expelled the fragile mortal mind from the connected state. The golden-haired elf suddenly opened her eyes, for a moment feeling like the earth and sky were shaking. Her wheel-like limbs lost control and jerked backward and then forward again, causing her whole body to tilt backward. But at that moment, the bionic covering on her back opened instantly, and the hidden nanomachines swarm inside her generated several mechanical limbs in the blink of an eye, supporting her body from falling. The nearby entourage rushed over immediately, safeguarding the golden-haired elf. Additionally, 2 guards stepped forward and extended their hands, ready to support their boss. The golden-haired elf waved her hand, not accepting the attendants' support, and instead looked up with a bewildered gaze at the Zolda black stone within the confinement force field, hesitated for a moment, and then muttered softly, "Too profound." A nearby attendant, not hearing clearly, asked in confusion, "Boss, where is the infiltrator who reported back previously? Where is he now?" The golden-haired elf did not explain what had just happened, but asked with a solemn tone. Still in the life-sustaining container. His physical deformation is very severe, and the pollution is difficult to clear. We are considering transferring his consciousness into a cloned body. Take me to him. I greatly need the knowledge he brought back now. The golden-haired elf quickly said, the noise and disoriented sense of illusion caused by the torrents of knowledge swirling in her mind, making it hard for her to focus. In fact, she had almost forgotten what she had heard and seen just now, only vaguely recalling. This time, the enlightenment brought by the black stone was stronger and more intense than any previous time, and the amount of information and its form were completely different from before. These strikingly different, residual sensations made her heart pound. The stars are supreme, too profound. It's like the feeling of attending a higher mathematics class while being hung on a tree. The days after death lasted a long time, seemingly even longer than usual under normal circumstances. After an unknown period, Yu Sheng finally reconstructed his consciousness in this haze and let his thinking become coherent. Is it because this time I died too far away, or because I talked too much nonsense before dying and ran out of breath? He muttered in a dark chaos, then slightly relaxed with a sigh, allowing his mind to drift upward in the darkness. The familiar sensation of crossing some boundary of nothingness emanated from all around, and the symptoms of death receded from him. He roughly judged his current position, and then confirmed that there seemed to be no other life signals around the area where he was about to resurrect. Safe, time to open your eyes. So he opened his eyes, once again stepping into the world of the living. A long corridor came into view. The lighting was dim, silent, and lifeless, with no silhouette in sight, only a web of crisscrossing black spider silk woven within the vision. Chapter 531, Mismatched Frequency Dimension. Is this the Black Dot Group's research facility? Standing in the dimly lit and eerie atmosphere of the space station corridor, Yu Sheng was stunned for a couple of seconds, looking up at the intersecting black spider silk that seemed to run through the entire facility. Pretty hardcore, he couldn't help but mutter to himself under his breath. Well, to say the least, it's true to the reputation of the universe-renowned extreme academics. Even though it's evident that the Omen goddess is lurking in their research facility, they seem unfazed. As mere spider silk in front of him here is enough to keep Aaron busy weaving for half an hour. Yet those Algredians are still enthusiastically messing around with stones in the laboratory. They are so carefree it could put 2 Hulis at ease. Especially Huli in winter when she's fluffier. With these bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Sheng began cautiously walking forward along the corridor, attempting to use the blood traces he had left behind earlier to pinpoint the direction toward the circular laboratory. After walking for a while, he finally began to feel something was amiss. Quiet, too quiet, there wasn't a soul on the road, not even any other human presence that he could sense. Yu Sheng stopped at an intersection, cautiously looked around, but saw only dim lighting, an empty and quiet corridor and spider silk running through the space station, though there was no lack of lighting facilities. For some reason, all the lights in the corridor seemed shrouded in a grayish-black veil, making everything appear as if seen through a curtain. If only one or two areas were like this, it would still be understandable. But the environment seen all along the way was like this then. It seemed not like ordinary pollution anymore. In such a large facility, how could there not be a single person? Yu Sheng frowned. He had come all the way openly, without the intention to hide his tracks, and it was impossible for a facility like this not to have a security system. Normally, there should have been someone coming by now. According to his original plan, he intended to put the black spot soldiers here through the grinder, helping them meet an even demise throughout the facility, yet he encountered a problem right at the first step of this plan. After stopping, subtle changes in the surrounding environment began to become clear in his perception, as if there was a hollow and weak whistling sound coming from a distant place, and in the void, it felt as though there were eyes cast upon him. Yu Sheng suddenly raised his head and saw a small device on the ceiling corner of the corridor. It was possibly some kind of surveillance equipment, which he had seen more than once on his way. The slender slit on the front of the small device resembled an elongated eye, with a dim scarlet light flickering inside. "Aaron," Yu Sheng tentatively called out in his heart. He received no response. After several unanswered calls, Yu Sheng let out a soft sigh and attempted to reach out to the air beside him, trying to open a door. A phantom door appeared silently, but after it opened, what lay beyond wasn't the anticipated destination. A chaotic and distorted play of light and shadow covered the other side, like an incorrectly projected shadow. A faint sense of danger rose from his heart, and Yu Sheng immediately closed the door. This situation felt familiar. He quickly recalled, finally remembering the last time a teleportation gate had this type of projection error, when he and the old handsome guy went to check the room at the end of the second floor. At that time, he entered a place suspected to be the Omen Goddess's temple through a mirror, and there, the door he opened exhibited a similar loss of control phenomenon. Yu Sheng's senses suddenly tensed, and he quickly pondered what was happening now. This must be the Black Dot Group's research facility, yet the surrounding environment clearly didn't resemble the real dimension. Was it because the power of the Omen Goddess ruled over this place and transformed it into some kind of projection space? Or did those Black Dot scientists really research something shady and black-tech from the Zolda Black Stone, creating such a prison? Based on last time's experience, Aaron might sense his soul anomaly and then try to drag him out. But who knows how far this research facility is from the boundary land, and whether Aaron's power would suffice. Various chaotic thoughts ran through Yu Sheng's mind, but he didn't pause in place. He soon had a general target, and then chose a branch at the crossroads, continuing to delve into the corridor's depths. No matter what, the Zolda Black Stone, placed in the circular laboratory, is definitely the core here, though he didn't know what that stone would be like in this bizarre space, but in any case, he must first find that laboratory. Somehow, Yu Sheng was still able to sense the blood traces he had left earlier. Though theoretically, those traces were left in reality, a kind of vague guidance was still effective in this eerie space. They seemed to emit a scarlet glow in the dim corridor, outlining a trajectory between life and death among the black spider silk, symbolizing the end. Yu Sheng had no idea how far he'd walked, as the monotonous, repetitive scenery and extremely silent environment quickly made him lose track of time and direction. But he could feel himself gradually approaching the core of the entire facility. The surrounding spider silk gradually took on a regular pattern, distantly pointing towards some direction. But just then, two vague black shadows suddenly appeared in his view, causing Yu Sheng to halt abruptly. "Humans?" "No, it's the shadows." Yu Sheng took a gentle breath, watching the two human silhouettes leisurely walk towards him from afar, brushing past his body. Judging from the outlines, they should be two fully armed Black Spot Group soldiers. After calming himself down, Yu Sheng continued to walk forward. More flickering shadows appeared in the corridors and cabins ahead, some resembling technical personnel, others looking like armed figures. They appeared out of thin air, as if entirely unaware of Yu Sheng's presence, carrying out their tasks before slowly disappearing again into the air. Yu Sheng also saw another type of shadow, possibly people from this research facility, yet they were trapped in those pitch-black webs. The unsettling dark shadows were ensnared by the webs, hanging on walls or ceilings, showing no signs of struggle, instead quietly staying inside black silk cocoons like they were asleep, occasionally wriggling slightly, emitting whispers akin to dream murmurs. Yu Sheng gingerly walked through a cabin filled with numerous cabinet devices, seeing over a dozen of these sleepers, hanging by webs from the ceiling, swaying like wind chimes in the air, producing indistinct murmuring sounds. Are these Algredians within this research facility? Are these people still alive in the real world? Or have they already been swallowed by this mutated space station? Yu Sheng frowned, cautiously avoiding the shadowy figures caught by the webs, and continued towards the next area. He felt himself getting closer to his destination, while vaguely perceiving that the dimensional boundaries seemed to become increasingly blurred as he approached Zolda Blackstone. He began to see more frequently the shadows seemingly projected from the real dimension, hearing the voices of people conversing in the real world, sometimes even catching glimpses of normal lighting shining down from the real world, like light spots passing through the cracks in the curtains, occasionally illuminating a small area around him. These changes seemed like good news. Yu Sheng internally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Right then, a small figure suddenly entered his view. It was a puppet clad in a black dress, crouching near a gate, focused and intent on doing something. Yu Sheng's heart stirred upon seeing the figure, quickly walked towards it, but cautiously slowed his steps as he got closer, breaking the silence from a short distance. Aaron. The small puppet remained crouched, as if not hearing the voice coming from beside it. Yu Sheng carefully stepped 2 more steps closer, looking down at what the puppet was busy with. Aaron was holding a pencil, writing and drawing in a notebook that looked too large for her. The notebook was filled with dazzling symbols and equations. The unrecognizable text was like a chaotic noise, jostling within Yu Sheng's vision as if trying to escape from the notebook. Yu Sheng swallowed hard. The extremely strange scene made him wary, the main oddity being Aaron actually calculating something. What are you doing? The end of the world is near. The small puppet suddenly spoke. It did sound like Aaron's voice, but an indistinct, unfamiliar tone mixed in. The end of the world? Yu Sheng felt a jolt in his heart while remaining vigilant. He quickly organized his words. Is it? Omen, right. That's the name they gave me, the small puppet said slowly, seeming not to care where Yu Sheng came from, her whole demeanor akin to sleepwalking. They were very fearful, fearing from the first moment they gazed upon the stars, so they named me this. They thought fear had sources and shapes, thus they fashioned such an object of awe and worship. Yu Sheng struggled to comprehend the puppet's words, squatting beside her, looking at the notebook's contents. You mean a group of people, because of their fear of the apocalypse, created an object of worship for themselves, and then this object of worship was born. That's your origin. The puppet did not answer, only kept focusing on her sketching. Yu Sheng remembered Anka Ayla, remembered the infant star body. Even in the last moment of falling, deep within that ancient shattered memory of the dark angel, there was still the immense and despairing shadow reflected at the end of all things. What do these equations mean? He asked seriously. The small puppet finally paused for a moment. She raised her head. Yu Sheng could not make out her features shrouded in the black mist, but could see a pair of crimson eyes. The ultimate solution of the universe. As soon as it's calculated, the sanctuary can be activated. Chapter 532, Life is Short. Yu Sheng wasn't sure what to make of the puppet before him that looked so much like Aaron. His instinctive first reaction was naturally, Omen Goddess. But when the puppet spoke, he indisputably detected Aaron's aura from it. That familiarity was unmistakable. She might still be some sort of hybrid, a kind of hybrid dominated by the Omen Goddess, but without a complete personality. Considering the complex circumstances surrounding the puppet, he decided not to delve into these details for the time being. Realizing that this shadow-like puppet seemed somewhat dazed, Yu Sheng decided to follow her words and asked, "What is the sanctuary?" "The sanctuary is the sanctuary," the puppet said slowly, in stark contrast to her usual chattering, rapid manner. "They said I could build a city or something else from the ashes, a civilization that could last for centuries. They said, living is hope even if the end is inevitable." Yu Sheng was a bit bewildered for a moment. They want the symbol of the omen to bear the responsibility of continuing civilization. The puppet stared at him, then slowly lowered her head after a long while, looking at the notebook without moving. Omen is their fear, and it's also their understanding and perception of the world. They have no choice. Yu Sheng was startled, probing further. There's something called the World Bridge. Do you remember it? The puppet thought dully, and after a long time gently shook her head. I don't remember. Then what about the boundary land? and a golden-haired puppet named Aaron. I don't remember those either. What about Black Star? It seemed that no matter what he asked, the puppet remembered none of it. After trying multiple questions repeatedly, Yu Sheng realized that this puppet, who looked similar to Aaron, seemed to only recall an apocalypse she couldn't understand, and a mission to calculate the activation equation for some sanctuary. She was endlessly cycling through this task, forgetting everything else. Then what do you remember? Yu Sheng couldn't help but ask. The shadow-like puppet once again pondered dully, her scarlet eyes flickering in the darkness. Then she finally made a move. The puppet lowered her head and clumsily wrote 2 words in the notebook with a pencil. Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, she said slowly, a face shrouded in dim shadows seemingly showing a slight smile. When Yu Sheng goes home, everything will be all right. Yu Sheng. He was momentarily bewildered, then saw the puppet suddenly remember something else, slowly writing further in the notebook. Silly fox. When the weather gets cold, she'll be fluffy, C-type clasp, a sweeping robot, the sunlight is warm, kids will be noisy, leaves are green, the little river flows through the valley into the black forest, the wind. The wind can't be caught, but the wind will catch me. She raised her head, smiling joyfully. However, just as Yu Sheng was momentarily distracted by this, that lively and clear expression faded from the puppet's face. Her features once again shrouded in shadows, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes glinting in the darkness. Do you want to go over there? She suddenly raised her hand, pointing at the door leading to the laboratory. What's on the other side of that door? Yu Sheng felt an impulse, not knowing why he asked such a question. The road home, the puppet said while looking into Yu Sheng's eyes. The aura similar to Aaron was gradually dissipating from her. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then turned to press his hand against the gate. The door opened silently. What are you going to do next? He turned back to the spot where the puppet squatted earlier. His words trailed off abruptly. The place was empty. The puppet had long since vanished, almost as if she had never existed in the first place. Yu Sheng stood there in a daze for a couple of seconds, frowning as he contemplated many questions, then finally turned and walked into the hall. It was still that familiar black spot laboratory, but it was no longer the bright place he remembered. A dim quality, as if shrouded by black gauze, covered his vision. A pitch-black, shapeless mass floated in the center of the hall, pulsing and writhing in midair, countless black spider silks extending from the mass, interweaving in the entire hall, forming a web that enveloped everything. Under the dimness and web were countless human-shaped shadows, projections from the real world blindly swaying in this dimensional crevice, emitting various buzzing noises that resonated, as if they were drilling into one's mind, clamoring incessantly. These were the voices of the star scholars thinking. Knowledge deviating from normalcy howled and trembled in their thoughts, impacting the fragile boundary of reality here, attempting to manifest into the observable universe. But there was one shadow that was very special. That shadow stood beside the pitch-black mass in the center of the hall, looking tall and slender, more substantial than all the surrounding illusions, even shining with a certain intense presence in Yu Sheng's spiritual intuition. He didn't make any noise, but was purely listening and thinking, as if communicating with that dark mass. Yu Sheng saw black spider silk strands extending from the dark mass, winding alone around the tall and slender figure, and a vague small shadow clinging to the tall figure's back, like a spirit at its back, poking the other's head with its fingers while swaying side to side and making lots of impolite noises. Many people's close relatives rose up to the sky in that whisper, blossomed brilliantly, then scattered like fireworks. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded, feeling that the atmosphere switch caught him off guard. Then before he could react, he saw that phantom-like blurry small shadow suddenly turn its head this way. Almost instantaneously, the shadow solidified somewhat, then happily and surprisingly said, "Ah, Yu Sheng." The next second, that little thing jumped off the tall figure's shoulder, quickly climbing towards Yu Sheng using both hands and feet along several spider silk strands. When it was still 2 or 3 meters away, it directly sprang forward. "Yu Sheng, Tilda, you're finally alive? This time you were dead for so long." Yu Sheng felt something solidly hit his chest, followed by a dizzying spin of the sky and earth, bone-chilling cold that seeped into the marrow, and a vertigo as tumultuous as being thrown into a whirlpool in the icy ocean for 3 hours, and then tossed into the stratosphere for free fall. On the spot, he felt like dying again, and this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It was a rude awakening, Aaron's unique wake-up technique. The next second, that dark dimension covered with spider web silently collapsed. The vivid colors and sounds of the real world flooded in like a tide. Yu Sheng staggered. The colorful specks in front of his eyes quickly turned into a clear view. A somewhat familiar, beautiful, golden-haired elf sister was standing not far away, staring wide-eyed at this side. Several metal limbs connected behind her, mechanical limbs like wheels extending from the skirt of her lower body. A large group of obviously frightened technical staff and elite combatants, looking like guards, stood nearby. Yu Sheng reacted, finally recalling what the familiarity the golden-haired elf opposite brought to him was about. It was that elf mechanic he'd seen long ago when testing the door-opening ability. She actually appeared here. And before Yu Sheng could think more, the golden-haired elf opposite clearly recognized the intruder before her. Her eyes widened instantly, followed by a sharp intake of breath, as she pointed at Yu Sheng, practically spitting out the words through clenched teeth. "Why is it you again? How did you get in?" "See the trouble this caused?" Yu Sheng, still not fully over the aftereffects of the rude awakening, dizzily waving his hands while trying hard to maintain balance, speaking without thinking. "If I knew you were on the other side, I wouldn't have bothered." Before he finished speaking, the surrounding security personnel had already surged over. The people in the laboratory didn't remember they'd already killed this intruder once before. But clearly, this mysteriously appearing individual in the core zone was a huge threat to the laboratory. Guns were pointed at Yu Sheng's face straight away. "Catch him alive," the golden-haired elf quickly shouted. An intruder who could intrude into her secret base repeatedly couldn't just be mindlessly killed. It was undoubtedly a rare research subject. "Don't say you really shouldn't say." Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard what she said. "There's potential this time." But the next moment, he opened a door beside him, took out a wolf fang club filled with justice and reason. "Unfortunately, I've got something else to take care of first," he grinned, striding forward. "Don't worry, it'll be quick, we'll meet again." Under the stunned gaze of the security personnel and the golden-haired elf, the intruder seemed to ignore the deadly threats surrounding him, took a few exaggerated, accelerating steps, and jumped straight at the Zolda black stone at the center of the laboratory. Appearing out of nowhere, extremely fast, incredibly powerful, a deep pit was stepped into the laboratory's reinforced alloy ground, not human. The soldiers instantly made their judgment. Their initial plan to capture the intruder non-lethally was swiftly abandoned, and they decisively pulled the trigger. Yu Sheng's thought process, however, was simple. He knew it was impossible to rush to the golden-haired elf or the black stone, with so many people tightly guarding it, at least not alive. But the distance wasn't too far, and he could at least try with brute force. After all, if brute force doesn't work, there's not much loss, death will claim its price. The god of war leaps. The god of war rests. "Aaron," a voice crossed the vast space-time, echoing in the mental connection. "What? This life is truly short." "Ah, wait, Yu Sheng, how are you dead again? You just came to life 2 minutes ago." Chapter 533, Closing in on the Border. The bizarre invader was almost instantly torn to shreds by a rain of bullets. A broken body was carried by inertia over a small distance in the air, eventually landing only 2 or 3 meters in front of Zolda Black Stone and the golden-haired elf. The gunfire ceased, and there was a momentary silence in the hall. "Killed just like that, so neatly. I thought it was some kind of monster that couldn't be harmed by knives or guns," an officer from the security forces muttered. "How could it be taken down with just a gun?" "Stay alert," a person who looked like a commander quickly reminded. "This invader is very peculiar. You two go check the body." "Yes." The soldiers began cautiously handling the scene. The golden-haired elf standing next to Zolda Black Stone seemed still a bit dazed. A slight stinging and dizziness spun deep in her mind, partly due to her direct link with Black Stone, but this time's after-effect was unlike usual, a certain discordant noise had mixed into her consciousness, and when the invader lunged in that jump, the noise in her mind inexplicably amplified, still not fully dissipated. The golden-haired elf shook her head hard, her vision momentarily clear, yet at the next instant seemingly shrouded in layers of black veils. Strange black threads appeared occasionally in her sight. A sudden wave of unease snapped her back to full awareness. It was a spiritual intuition inherent to a high-level astrologer. Though she had abandoned the astrologer identity many years ago, she was still Algridian favored by the stars. She abruptly lowered her head to the ground, only to see a pool of blood slowly expanding beneath the invader's corpse, with the blood branching into tiny streams. slowly creeping toward where Zolda Black Stone and she stood. When hurt people bleed and blood flows, this should be normal. But watching the slowly spreading blood, a strong sense of discord and vigilance arose in her, a terrifying sensation from deep within, as though she were witnessing some ancient and indescribable oddity. The golden-haired elf's eyes sharply changed. Her wheel-shaped mechanical legs slid backward, while she simultaneously pointed at the ground, a fierce spiritual fireball forming instantly at her fingertips. The fireball flew toward the blood, but before they contacted, the flowing blood suddenly stopped and quickly transformed into a line of text in the golden-haired elf's field of view. "Oh dear, you found me. TSS." The blood was instantly vaporized by the spiritual fireball, leaving only a radiating scorch mark on the ground. A faint chill spread in her heart. The golden-haired elf stood in place, momentarily even doubting if she had truly vanquished that eerie foe. Was the blood really vaporized? Or did it merge into Zolda Blackstone's restraint device at the last moment? Did she really see it clearly? Then she lowered her head again, quickly checking herself, ensuring no blood was splattered on her. The nearby Black Spot soldiers had already noticed the anomaly just now. They hurried to enclose the invader's body in a body bag before starting to char the area around the corpse with flame throwers. A commander swiftly spoke, "Send the body to the incinerator." "No," the golden-haired elf interrupted the on-site commander's words, staring intently at the body bag on the ground. The danger warning brought by her spiritual intuition throbbed painfully at her forehead. Deep in thought, her brows furrowed tightly. No, it must not remain in the space station. Put it in the ejection device, launch it into space with the fastest speed, then hit it with a falling star missile, burn it in space. Hurry. Yes. At the headquarters of the Special Service Bureau, in the full-dome alert monitoring hall, Bailey Ching hurriedly arrived, her brows furrowed, watching the scene presented by the main monitoring system in holographic projection. On the giant map symbolizing the full domain of Boundary Land, countless points of time-space instability were continuously flickering. They included exotic realms scattered across Boundary City, as well as various long-distance space passages and shortcut networks, while around many flickering instability points, red light spots representing different levels of anomaly emerged intermittently. The last time the monitoring center had issued a sharp explosion was when someone penetrated the entire time-space structure of Boundary Land with a single door opening, triggering the highest security alert of the Special Service Bureau that night. Bailey Ching rubbed her temples, trying hard to shake off that unsettling memory from her mind. The head of the monitoring center stood beside her, beads of sweat glistening on his sparse-haired scalp, tense. The first wave of anomalies started about an hour ago with no pattern. Something unseen swept randomly across the time-space instability points of the entire territory. The intensity wasn't actually high, not compared to the commotion Yu Sheng created back when he opened a door, but the situation is very bizarre. Many affected exotic realms underwent brief deep drifting. Several agents and deep diver teams executing tasks in exotic realms reported observing projections from other timespaces. Strange architectural structures and personnel illusions appeared out of thin air in exotic realms, emerging suddenly and disappearing quickly. Most projections did not interact with the witnesses, but in 2 projections, the personnel illusions seemed to notice our agents, showing reactions of surprise and tension. Yes, they are all Algredians. The head of the monitoring center paused briefly, observed Bailey Ching's reaction, and continued. The anomaly peak has now passed, and the frequency and intensity of abnormal occurrences in various places have decreased, but they still happen sporadically across the entire region. Additionally, a team of deep divers reported 15 minutes ago that they observed suspicious spider silk traversing the entire exotic realm at the Windmill Mill. This is the 3rd sighting of spider silk in realms other than Mist City and Dark Alley. All of these appeared intensively within the last hour. Bailey Ching crossed her arms, slowly tapping her fingers against her arm, and broke the silence after a moment. What about the reality dimension? The real world remains stable. That invisible force seems unable to puncture the L0 depth boundary, at least for now, the head quickly replied. However, we have received several reports from foreign realm residents in the city, all Algredians or Gyprolians. They say they sensed a premonition of impending danger and unstable psionic changes. Given the Algredians and Gyprolians' keen talent in the field of psionics, I'm afraid that force has already begun to affect the real world. Bailey Ching listened silently, and after a few seconds of oppressive silence, she nodded gently. I understand. Keep monitoring. Also, focus on monitoring the Wudong Road area and around the council tower and report any anomalies to me at any time. Understood. After leaving the monitoring center, Bailey Ching did not return to her office but instead took the elevator to a special floor, the N level. In this special floor, where no one would disturb her, she let out a gentle sigh, then removed one of her earrings and reactivated a secret channel. After several attempts, the communication was finally connected. The voice on the other end sounded noticeably tired, impatient, and resistant. Listen, I'm very busy now. Our acquaintance should not be enough for someone like you to reach out to me casually. I received clear intelligence that a laboratory of the Black Dot Group is studying an artifact possibly from the Outer Realm alien god. Internally named Zolda Blackstone. Is it your project? Bailey Ching's unusually straightforward and forceful inquiry this time seemed to catch the other party by surprise, and there was a brief silence on the communication channel before a response came. We lost a soldier, and now it seems he indeed ended up with you. However, the monitoring at the time showed that he was clearly captured by an artificial saintess. You from the Special Service Bureau call us extremists. Since when did you get involved with those real lunatics from the hidden monastery? We have no cooperation with the Venerate Saints Monastery, and these trivial matters are irrelevant to the current topic. Bailey Ching interrupted him. Luo, listen, given that we've collaborated a few times and that you've never backstabbed, I'm sincerely warning you, your project is likely out of control. Anomalies are observed even at the boundary land. Unlike your colleagues, I don't understand why you're engaging in such dangerous activities. My project is perfectly normal. Everything is under control. The impatient voice came from the earring. Perhaps there are minor leaks within acceptable error ranges, but they're just minor troubles. As long as you don't send a bunch of weirdos to mess with me, everything will soon be back on track. Understand? I don't want to bother anyone, and I don't want anyone to bother me. Let me research quietly. The voice in the earring suddenly cut off, followed by the faint sound of chaotic background noise. Bailey Ching frowned slightly. What's happening on your end? 2 or 3 seconds later, a response came from the communication channel. Someone suddenly launched a missile into space for some unknown reason. It might have been an operational error, and it's unrelated to you. Listen, I've said all I need to say, and I'm really busy now. Besides, to be frank, I don't trust you or your Special Service Bureau. The trade losses you've caused me over the years far exceed any of my experimental accidents, so goodbye. After a brief buzz, the holographic projection above the earring dissipated. Bailey Ching looked expressionlessly at the now-dimmed crystal earring, her eyes a bit cold. A moment later, she picked up the earring, gently exerting force. With a slight creaking sound, the crystal on the earring was crushed into powder, and the metal was twisted into a ball of red-hot waste. Perhaps I was too polite to her, she said blandly. A pair of huge eyes quietly floated behind her. Mice hiding too well think themselves invincible in the world, Bailey Zhu's voice echoed leisurely. I'll eventually send a couple of shipmen to her. Her laboratory is located in a lawless area. Bailey Ching rubbed her temples. Forget it, the most important thing now is to reconstruct the spatial temporal defense of the boundary land. There's a ton of work to do. She let out a gentle breath, her gaze falling again on the remnants of the earring in the palm of her right hand. Under her gaze, the dust recondensed, and the damaged metal structure began to repair as though time were rewinding. Bailey Ching sighed and put the earring back on her ear. So, sister, you got angry and crushed it, but now you have to repair it yourself. Shut up. Oh. Chapter 534, Superposition. Outside the intersection, mist enveloped the air, making the distant cityscape appear hazy and strange. Street lamps far away wavered like the eyes of living creatures, with suspicious shadows flitting by now and then, perhaps entities born of the mist, possibly tactical patrol robots from the Special Service Bureau, or maybe just simple illusions. Undoubtedly, it was an extremely dangerous act for anyone to venture alone into that mist. Thus, Li Lin remained dutifully within the safe zone, surrounding number 66 Wudong Road, observing this fog-shrouded exotic realm while waiting for Zheng Zhai and Yu Sheng to return. The good news was that this wait was not too lonely. Thanks to the widespread use of the new Spiritual Fox relay node, he could still connect with the real world here, as well as access the Special Service Bureau's dedicated channel within Mist City. Now, hundreds of deep-dive teams were operating in this vast otherworldly maze city. Despite the barrier created by the mist, the periodic updates from various task forces on the public channel made him feel somewhat reassured. So I'm here guarding the place, Li Lin said as he sat at the courier collection point entrance, messaging in the Special Service Bureau's second-team colleague group. Honestly speaking, this thick mist is rather eerie. Being alone for too long makes me feel as if something might emerge from the fog. No wonder the Bureau issued a notice prohibiting solo exploration of this place. His phone buzzed with an incoming message. Sujayali replied in the group, "Don't even mention solo, even in a team there's risk. Last time when I led a team, we nearly got caught by the clown. That thing teleports in the mist, and even Lingdeng can't lock it down, but thankfully my skills were exceptional." "Is there a deep dive team near Wudong Road? Have you seen them?" another colleague asked. "They passed by 15 minutes ago and greeted me," Li Lin quickly typed. Sister Liu led the team. They got startled because they didn't know number 66 Wudong Road is operational. The team initially planned to take a shortcut through the alley here. Now that the shortcut is a no-go, they'll have to write a report when they get back. "What report?" Ren Wenwen suddenly piped up. Being a logistics clerk, she was particularly sensitive to these words. "Contact report for number 66 Wudong Road. They crossed the alert line," Li Lin chuckled. "Even though Brother Yu wasn't there, that's the regulation. They weren't on the permit list." Sujayali, the world is a huge impromptu stage. Ren Wenwen, who would say otherwise? Li Lin chuckled as he watched the group chats, subconsciously rubbing his fingers. The temperature had unknowingly dropped, a slow and imperceptible descent. An eerie coldness gradually seeped into the mist, making his fingers feel somewhat numb. His spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. Li Lin awakened instantly, hurriedly putting down his phone and looked up around him. Everything appeared as usual, no changes in the mist. But that faint chilling sensation was slowly seeping from the mist, becoming increasingly distinct. Something was wrong, better to hide indoors. The thought sprang to his mind, and Li Lin turned decisively towards the outpost disguised as a courier collection point. Just as he was about to step forward, he spotted with his peripheral vision a shadow emerging in the mist. Above number 66 Wudong Road, layers of mist high in the sky swept a gigantic, slender shadow across, followed by two similarly slender shadows appearing nearby. The shadows moved slowly overhead, stirring the mist in high altitudes. In the ensuing seconds, Li Lin felt a terrifying numbness spreading through his brain, a realm where human imagination ran rampant, completing some possible hidden structure in the mist from the fleeting glimpse of those limb shadows. His mind battled the sudden surge of fear in his subconscious, letting that dreadful image fully form in his mind, only then realizing what he had truly seen. A gigantic spider, an alien god, was strolling across the sky of Mist City. The massive black web appeared and disappeared amidst the mist, with the alien god crawling slowly on the web, or perhaps due to the mist's veil, or because it hadn't fully entered this dimension. Li Lin could only see a small part of its existence. He could only see several gigantic jointed limbs moving blindly above Wudong Road like a sleepwalker, and each sway of those limbs seemed like it was slicing through space-time, stirring ripples along the web's edges. "Oh my!" Li Lin desperately tried to avert his gaze and step forward, only to find his whole body frozen, difficult to move. The bizarre coldness had seeped into his bones. Witnessing the web in that instant, he seemed to be a captured insect in the web in a futile struggle. He could only watch as those limbs repeatedly crossed his vision, until suddenly the enormous shadow halted in the mist. He saw two clusters of crimson glow. A few seconds later, he realized they were two eyes. The spider leaned down from the sky, revealing a vague female upper body surrounded by swaths of black drapes, making it impossible for Li Lin to discern its appearance. Only those doomsday-like eyes, gazing down at the tiny insect below through the mist. Doomsday was looming. Li Lin spent a second deciding where he should be buried, and then quickly reviewed his unfulfilled wishes in life. He wanted to strike a brave and fearless pose, hoping that when someone came to collect his body, they might speak a few good words for him in the action report. He wasn't hoping to become a beautiful girl in some card-drawing game in a few years, but at least he wanted to become a positive example in the Special Service Bureau's year-end work summary. He felt his brain trembling, his rationality evaporating, his blood freezing little by little, and his soul beginning to uncontrollably escape from his body. But suddenly, those scarlet eyes seemed to blur for a moment. The dreadful pressure abruptly dissipated. Li Lin heard a vague, mumbling voice coming from the mist. "He. Li Lin's. Yu Sheng's friend." The giant spider swayed its body, murmuring to itself as if in a trance, then inexplicably laughed again, its laughter carrying a touch of eeriness. He tilde. It seemed very happy, swaying on the web, and then slowly crawled deeper into the mist, murmuring to itself as it crawled. Not going home yet. Silly fox and the C-type buckle, where did they go? Weaving the web, oh, stick it together. Once it's stuck, it's fixed. It's hard to make, must fix it, gather the fragments first. Hee, make a repair, strong one, crawl, over percent a shat. The giant spider crawled along the web just like that, muttering as it went as if speaking its dreams. The bone-chilling cold suddenly vanished, and the nearly boiling rationality quickly calmed. Li Lin took a sharp breath, feeling himself regain control of his body in an instant. There was no time to sort out the mess of information in his head. He instantly retrieved 2 large doses of sanity blocker, specially distributed to Special Service Bureau officers, and injected them into himself with muscle memory precision, then sprinted into the outpost, rapidly pulling out his phone. His first reaction was to call Yu Sheng, but there was no answer. So then he dialed Zheng Zhai. This time the call connected quickly. Something happened here? He spoke quickly as soon as the call connected. I saw a giant spider crawling across the sky, half spider and half human. I couldn't get through to Brother Yu on the phone. Tell him about this. You guys hurry back. On the other end, Zheng Zhai was evidently startled by the sudden news, and after a 2-second delay, rushed to speak. We're on our way back, Brother Yu, he. Zheng Zhai suddenly hesitated, as if unsure which words to use for a moment, and then Aaron's loud voice came through the receiver, as if she had snatched the phone. Hey, Yu Sheng went out for a bit. He'll be back soon. You find a safe place to stay. Go to number 66 Wudong Road. I'll open the door for you. Li Lin was stunned for a moment, hurriedly rushing out of the outpost, and then saw the door of number 66 Wudong Road being opened from inside by someone. 3 errands stacked atop each other opened the door for him. As the door opened, the topmost errand couldn't release her hold in time and got hung on the doorknob, swinging there as she yelled over. Hey, little Lindsay, come hide here. Li Lin stumbled after taking 2 steps forward, his expression strange. Can you change the nickname? You're picking now? The errand hanging on the door turned to glare at Li Lin. Or would you rather be standing outside? Those scarlet eyes, through the thin mist at the crossroads, were like 2 flickering starbursts. Li Lin's steps toward number 66 Wudong Road abruptly hesitated, and for a moment, he even felt like he saw the illusion of that giant spider again. But the small figure hanging and swaying on the doorknob quickly washed away the tension and hesitation rising from his heart. He exhaled, swiftly moving forward. After all, survival was key. It's definitely better not to become a typical example if possible. The door of number 66 Wudong Road shut with a bang. Aaron jumped down from the doorknob and casually spoke to Li Lin, who had just entered the house. Help yourself to something to drink. The living room TV is mine. The dining room TV is mine. The sofa is mine. The coffee table is mine. Just find a place for yourself besides those. Another errand pattered over to the living room window, climbed onto the windowsill, and looked out at the fog-shrouded street. Where's the spider? The little puppet sat on the windowsill muttering, its scarlet pupils flickering. In the puppet's eyes, clear as red gemstones, the illusion of the giant spider slowly faded away. Chapter 535, Development Progress of the Myo Toolkit. In the living room of number 66 Wudong Road, Hu Li and the others who had just rushed back from outside were listening intently to Li Lin recounting his unbelievable experience. The enormous phantom emerging from the mist, resembling a pitch-black web covering all of Mist City, and the confusing, unsettling whispers from the illusion of the Omen goddess. Then several pairs of eyes fell on the small puppet on the coffee table. Why are you all looking at me? Erin, sitting on the coffee table, shrank her neck. I don't know anything. As she finished speaking, Luna nodded beside her. Erin Erie can't bear the blame for this big pot. Even the C-type clip says that. Having someone backing her up, the little puppet instantly perked up, tilting her head back with a smug face, but soon after she furrowed her brows in confusion, looking at the holy lady, C-type clip. Your accent and stuttering seem to be getting worse, I'm telling you. I didn't expect you to encounter such a situation too, Brother Li. Zheng Zhai sighed with emotion. Luckily, I wasn't here just now, or else I might have been gone by now. You stared at such a bizarre entity for a long time and still came out unscathed. To be honest, given a choice, I really wouldn't want to see it, but at that time I couldn't control myself at all. Li Lin recalled his earlier experience, breaking out in cold sweat, and feeling that the sense of eerie chill still lingered in his bones. Being stared at by that thing, I felt like my body wasn't mine, and even felt that death was a matter of course. Luckily, in the end, it suddenly sleepwalked away. At this moment, a faint clicking sound interrupted the conversation in the living room, and an illusory door appeared abruptly in the open space beside the sofa. Yu Sheng pushed the door open and walked out from inside, returning to the world. Hu Li, who was lying idly on the armrest of the sofa, was the first to leap up, rushing over and bumping into Yu Sheng's arm. Of course, she controlled her strength. Using her head to rub against someone was this great fox's highest form of etiquette towards close ones. Then she started to circle around Yu Sheng at high speed, her tail wagging like a fan at full speed. "Savior, you're finally back." Just now, Li Lin was possessed and said he saw a big spider crawling over our house's roof. Erin said she didn't know anything. Stop, you're spinning me dizzy." And when I regained consciousness just now, Erin had already told me about the situation. Yu Sheng said while struggling to grab and hold the big fox excitedly circling him by her tail, finally returning her to the sofa. Then he rubbed his arm that was just head-butted by the demon fox girl, sat down and exhaled. "Let me rest for a bit. I left last life too hastily. Now my head is buzzing when I open my eyes in this one." "What were you guys talking about?" "Oh right, the spider goddess Li Lin saw." He paused, recalling his experience at that black spot space station. The bizarre time-space eroded by the Omen goddess's power, the web-covered core area, and the Erin, always engrossed in drawing and writing. Puppet Erin, Omen goddess, an inseparable state, memories and words seemingly crossing over each other. And that golden-haired elf, appearing to have already been tainted by the Omen goddess. In that huge space station, who knows how many Algredians were like that golden-haired elf, tainted, or perhaps their minds were completely replaced. After all, in the heavily tainted core laboratory, countless minds were captured by the Omen web. The rustling sound nearby made the little puppet crawl over sneakily along the sofa back, using her scarlet eyes to look at Yu Sheng. "Yu Sheng, what do you think it is?" "The thing Li Lin saw." "What Li Lin saw and what I saw in the black spot space station might all be Omen goddess, but incomplete." Yu Sheng, feeling somewhat creeped out by the sneaking puppet, picked her up from the backrest and placed her beside him. "Could be some sort of fragment, or perhaps phenomena like echoes. After all, it's a god, fragmented during the descent incident 3,700 years ago. Its current existence may already surpass our understanding." He said this halfway, noticing Erin gazing up at him with her small face, eyes unblinking, feeling this all sounded weird. Because in some sense, this naive little puppet before him might also be an Omen goddess. She might even be the most well-preserved one, though her main self-identification was puppet Aileen. Yu Sheng shook his head, trying hard to dissipate the mental disarray caused by his consecutive resurrections in a short time. "I need to go to the Special Service Bureau," he suddenly said. "The current state of that black spot laboratory is extremely dangerous, and their project might have been out of control long ago. Now, with time-space anomalies appearing serially in several exotic realms of Boundary City, I have a very bad premonition. Need to discuss this with Bailey Ching," he said as he stood up, but suddenly paused as if remembering something. His action of reaching out to open the door halted midair. Erin curiously poked her little head out beside him. "What's up?" "Have Luna help me bleed a bit first," Yu Sheng said earnestly. "I'll send another batch to Moran and urge her about the progress there. I have a premonition we might be heading for a big conflict soon. It's better to be prepared." Before his words had even fallen, Luna had already drawn out her fingertip blade, gesturing to Yu Sheng's body. Yu Sheng only felt a chill over him, watching the artificial saintess's eternally serene and gentle perfect smile. He always felt that this girl's shell, if cut open, would be black inside. Vain, don't stab the artery. If you accidentally kill me, it's all for nothing." Li Lin and Zheng Zhai watched from the side, trembling. They actually already knew about Yu Sheng's situation. After all, Zheng Zhai had joined the team back on Qianfeng Ling Mountain, and Li Lin received blood transfer shortly after Yu Sheng returned, though the main purpose was to make it easier for him to deliver packages. Faced with these two gatekeepers sent by the Special Service Bureau, who were also old acquaintances, Yu Sheng didn't hide anything from them. But knowing is one thing, adapting is another. The unique corporate culture of the travel agency isn't something ordinary people can grasp in a day or two. "Brother Li," Zheng Zhai nudged Li Lin's arm, "is it normal to encounter such situations working for the Special Service Bureau?" Don't make a fuss," Li Lin spoke without thinking. "Watch carefully, learn attentively." Learn what? If it were me, I'd already let Sister Luna stab me to death. I want you to learn from Erin. Look at her watching TV in such a situation. In our line of work, you need this kind of steady mindset." Oh, hey, Brother Lee, you really shouldn't say. She may be young, but she has quite a broad mind. Damn, you're done for. Outside the mechanical pavilion, rain poured down in torrents. The array protecting the mansion blocked the city's wind and rain, and the circulating true fire spiritual energy dispelled the chill of late autumn. Dressed in a long black gauze dress, Moran led a few trusted family retainers through the corridors layered with restrictions, arriving at the hidden depths of the mechanical pavilion. As the largest and currently best-equipped artifact refining workshop in Mo City, the mechanical pavilion has been under extraordinarily strict guard of late. Not only are the external posts manned by Mo family experts, but the pavilion also hosts many powerful cultivators directly dispatched from Cayenne Feng Ling Mountain and the Lying Cloud 10 halls. And all of this, it's simply because the pavilion now hosts a group of special, expert scholars. Moran's gaze swept over the few figures who greeted her in the secret chamber. Leading the group was an old man with a sinister gaze and a gaunt figure draped in a purple robe. He exuded no sign of life, yet his every move radiated a terrifying aura. A young man, seemingly gentle and with an elegant demeanor, even with feminine facial features, appeared smiling. Yet, getting closer, one could detect an unmistakable scent of blood around him. A youthful girl dressed in a blue skirt-shirt ensemble, her gaze clear and curious, displayed an innocent facade. However, below her nose she wore a heavy cold iron mask, seemingly some kind of restraint that locked her teeth and tongue. If the surroundings quieted, occasional subtle creaks could be heard from beneath that mask, sounding like sharp teeth chewing on iron. Withered court elder, blood young master, and bone-devouring immortal. Originally, they all faced death sentences, but due to significant accomplishments and proactive denunciations of their peers, they were given life sentences. During the Demon Suppression Tower collapse incident, they didn't escape, though perhaps couldn't, earning them this chance to continue proving themselves. There were several others in the secret room whose appearances seemed similarly dubious, strong even among death sentence realm and life sentence realm experts detained in the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet before the scene's 3 death sentence commuted to life, personally struck but survived by Master Yuan Hao experts, they too dared not even breathe heavily. Instead, they stayed quietly in the corners, diligently tinkering with several crystal tubes filled with fresh blood. Greetings, Moran Ferry. The elegant young man stepped forward to greet Moran with a smile on his face. We are intensely studying the intricate secrets of several blood samples, making small progress, given time. Enough with the pleasantries, Moran frowned, interrupting the young man's courteous words. Just tell me the progress. Did the true monarch just ask me if there's any way to clone and mass-produce these blood samples outside the body? If not, do you have any methods to enhance their infectivity and range? The gaunt old man instinctively exchanged a glance with the girl in the blue skirt. Sister, it's really difficult, came a somewhat muffled voice from beneath the girl's iron mask, accompanying a suspicious scraping sound of sharp teeth rubbing against metal. I don't understand it. I touched a little, almost succumbed to demon possession. I'm ashamed, withered court elder shook his head, being the most straightforward and candid speaker among the 3. We have limited insight encountering such blood for the first time. All my esteemed blood-refining methods were nullified by that extra-bodily dead blood. In my opinion, it cannot be refined or modified with conventional methods, nor can it be manipulated. At most, we can use artifact refining methods to create auxiliary magic artifacts, which was the Yu Sheng True Monarch's original request. Blood young master and bone-devouring immortal beside him nodded in agreement, echoing, We also think the same. The 3 of you can actually say such things? Moran instinctively raised her eyebrows. Aren't you all evil cultivators? Blood young master instinctively glanced back at the transparent containers filled with blood on the table, his lips twitching. Not really that evil. Chapter 536, Not a Bad Solution. In the office of the Special Service Bureau, a virtual door suddenly appeared in the empty space beside Bailey Qing's desk. Bailey Qing had already received the message that Yu Sheng was coming over, so she wasn't surprised at all. After a simple greeting, she continued to focus on her work, her face as stern as usual. Hold on, I'll finish this up quickly. Yu Sheng carried Aaron in, opened the door, and casually moved a chair from the side to sit down. This chair had almost become his designated seat whenever he came here. Watching Bailey Qing reviewing documents with an intense aura of bitterness and resentment. The small puppet in his arms squirmed restlessly, lifted its head, and muttered softly, Hey, Yu Sheng, the ironclad expression seems to be in a really bad mood today. Before Yu Sheng could respond, Bailey Ching, who was reviewing the documents, suddenly looked up. "I'm not the ironclad expression." Aaron immediately started showing off. Hey, just that sentence got a reaction. Yu Sheng pressed the puppet back down and glanced at the director lady, who seemed a bit more tense than usual. Did something happen? You look. The invasion, caused by that black spot laboratory, is becoming more frequent and severe, and our current interception and countermeasures haven't been very effective, Bailey Ching said with a somber expression. The key issue is that we can't determine the underlying principle behind this phenomenon. Yu Sheng immediately adjusted his posture on the chair upon hearing this. Hey, I came here to talk to you about this. About that black spot laboratory. Do you know who the head of the lab on the other side is? He actually intended to brag a bit, but unexpectedly Bailey Ching's expression changed slightly. Though her face didn't show much reaction, having interacted for so long and with his sharp intuition, Yu Sheng sensed that the director lady had something on her mind, causing him to swallow his following words instantly. Judging by your look, Yu Sheng adjusted his expression and phrasing, you should have something to tell me, right? Bailey Ching sighed softly, seemingly making a quick decision after some internal deliberation. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to discuss this with you, given how things have developed now. She raised her eyelids and gazed calmly into Yu Sheng's eyes. I think I can identify the culprit behind these recent incidents. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Argold elf named Luo. Yu Sheng slowly opened his mouth, and after being stunned for a while, suddenly remembered a detail. I recall that black spot soldier we caught earlier mentioned someone named Loer. That name was something he made up. Loer is indeed a real person, but that's the name of a different black spot tech warlord. Bailey Ching shook her head. Luo is responsible for certain large facilities in the dark meteor domain under the black spot group. Although she could also be classified as one of the black spot warlords, she leans more towards being a researcher. Aaron crawled up onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, pointing at Bailey Ching. Hey, seems like your special service bureau is really in collusion with the black spot group behind the scenes, conspiring and secretly connecting shady dealings. All right, don't use words you don't know. Yu Sheng quickly pulled the little thing down from his shoulder, looking at Bailey Ching. So, explain yourself. He paused for a moment before adding, actually, I'm not surprised. After all, the nature of the black spot group clearly differs from those two cult groups, and you even emphasize their universal trade network and access to hyper-advanced technologies like the umbilical cord. Given such a special organization and the unique position of boundary land, regardless of your public relations, having some private contact isn't abnormal. I just didn't expect such contact to extend to the high levels. On the contrary, high-level contact is what's normal. It's often a kind of insurance, Bailey Ching said, sighing. But something is clearly wrong this time. I've known Luo for a long time, and we've collaborated several times. Among the typically radical black spot warlords, she can even be considered a moderate and rational individual, even when it comes to research projects. Luo is more like a pure technocrat than a businessman or regional manager. Most of her energy goes into this, and unlike other black spot scientists, she seldom touches those overly advanced, extreme fields. Her cautious and conservative style has, to my knowledge, even garnered criticism from many other black spot higher-ups. But judging from the current situation, she's ultimately no different from other black spot warlords. They mess up projects, cause a loss of control. It's a common trait among them. Bailey Ching shook her head, sighing again toward the end. Yu Sheng even sensed a hint of personal emotion in her last few words. You two didn't get into a fight, did you? Aaron climbed back onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, blinking at Bailey Ching. Bailey Ching frowned slightly and remained silent while Bailey Zhu's eyes appeared silently on the ceiling, observing the room. What could they say? Differences and conflicts aren't the issue. The problem is that the evidently problematic side is hiding in an inaccessible, lawless star region and has taken a stance of refusing communication, which is the most frustrating part. As the sisters found themselves brooding again, Yu Sheng suddenly stood up from the opposite side. How about? Bailey Ching raised her eyebrows in confusion. Then Yu Sheng casually opened a door from the side. How about you two talk face to face again? He had established a blood connection with that research facility hiding somewhere, and although he hadn't reached the level of control, at least he could determine where the golden-haired elf was in the experimental facility at the moment, because he had splattered blood on her skirt in a past life. The door opened, revealing what looked like a preparation room on the opposite side, spacious and filled with a dazzling array of mechanical equipment. where a certain golden-haired elf mechanic was standing at a control panel, repairing her set of mechanical limbs. Now she was staring in shock at the door that suddenly appeared in front of her, and at Yu Sheng on the other side of the door. In the next second, she let out a sharp scream, filled with exasperation, anger, resentment, and a touch of fear. "It's you again, how the hell do you always?" Then she suddenly froze up with a snap, much like Luna had when she crashed, glaring at Yu Sheng, and Bailey Qing standing behind him. Bailey Zhu's eyes popped onto the floor with a splat, then quickly slithered back up to the floor-to-ceiling window behind, staring in shock at the golden-haired elf on the opposite side of the door. Handle a scene like this, you need to have a certain talent, or maybe a lot of experience. Amazingly, Bailey Qing maintained her usual ironclad expression under such circumstances, controlling herself with great resolve not to leap up from behind her desk. She looked at the scene on the other side of the door with a look of calmness, only raising her eyebrows slightly before speaking indifferently. "Luo, we need to talk, before I have to resort to some extreme measures." Aaron nudged Yu Sheng's head. "Hey, Yu Sheng, she's putting on an act." Yu Sheng maintained a poker face, pretending not to notice the little puppet's nudge, while keeping the door open and observing the state of the golden-haired elf mechanic on the opposite side. Got to say, she was quite the pretty elf, with her hair almost standing on end. "I knew it, all the persistent hauntings must be related to you." Luo, near hysteria, glared at Bailey Qing in front of her, yet quickly remote-controlled the closing of the readiness room's hatch and set it to do not disturb mode with her hand, while one of her mechanical limbs quickly manipulated something on the control panel nearby, doing who knows what. "What the heck is going on?" "Before that, I want to know what's going on with your laboratory." Bailey Qing stood up slowly from behind the desk, and with her movement, an indescribable sense of authority was released, forming an almost tangible intimidation in the air. "That thing you're researching, Zolda Blackstone, it seems to have already gone out of control. Haven't you noticed the frequent anomalies in your lab?" The immense pressure emanating from Bailey Qing was enough to make giants tremble, yet the slim figure on the other side of the door seemed completely unaffected. Luo stared fixedly into Bailey Qing's eyes. "You have no idea how important this is. The future and path of the world are hidden in the Black Stone, and let me emphasize once again, my laboratory is in good condition." Bailey Qing frowned slightly. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something, whispering to Bailey Qing, "My door blocks negative influence, she can't feel your aura over there." Bailey Qing was taken aback. "Say that earlier next time." Yu Sheng immediately let out an awkward laugh. "Well, you guys continue talking. Continue." As he spoke, he shifted slightly to the side, making space for Bailey Qing and Luo. Taking advantage of the situation, Aaron slid down Yu Sheng's arm, using the chair as cover, and slipped to the side of the door. Several fine black threads quietly extended in the air, seeping little by little along the edge of the doorframe to the opposite side. Bailey Qing clearly noticed Yu Sheng and Aaron's subtle actions, and though she wasn't sure what they intended, she quickly cooperated by opening her mouth to divert Luo's attention. "The key point now is that your project has already posed a threat to the boundary land. If you can't control the situation, then I have no choice. Your lair has been found by us." "Threat, very well," the golden-haired elf on the opposite side suddenly laughed. "But you might be a bit late. Just now I entered an emergency code soon." A premonition of danger suddenly surged through her. Indistinct black threads flickered through the air. Twisted space rifts suddenly spread everywhere. Dozens of mass-produced puppets instantly filled the readiness room opposite the door, clattering and shooting wildly, then rushed forward to grab the golden-haired elf and started running this way. Wait a minute, who are you guys? What are you doing? Let go of me, let go." Chapter 537, Luo. When two factions have a conflict in ideology, and one side clearly has significant internal issues yet remains unreasonable to converse with, directly abducting the other side's boss for a face-to-face discussion isn't necessarily a bad solution. At least, that's what Yu Sheng thought. His approach to problem-solving was always quite straightforward. It all happened quickly, and evidently neither side of the door reacted in time. Under the wide-eyed gaze of Bailey Qing, a dozen mass-produced errands appeared near the golden-haired elf. In the maintenance room, beams of light crisscrossed chaotically, with clanging sounds following, as the golden-haired elf Luo tried to fend off the lifeless-eyed puppets charging towards her with her mechanical limbs. Yet the compact size and agility of the mass-produced errands left her struggling to cope. After a dozen scorching beams shot down two spiritual fireballs in midair, the golden-haired elf found herself swarmed with errands, far more than Yu Sheng usually had on him. The little puppets clung to her legs, grabbed her arms, gnawed on her mechanical limbs, pulled her hair, yanked her ears, bit her fingers, and tugged on her skirt. Some, finding no place to cling to, simply pinched a piece of flesh to hang onto the target. A swarm of dwarf-like puppets, scrambling like cursed dolls, lifted Luo up, noisily exclaiming, got her, and rushed into Bailey Qing's office. Yu Sheng then waved his hand and closed the door. Luo struggled desperately on the office floor, her mechanical limbs screeching against the floor as she screamed continuously. Ah, let me go, you little evil. By Lai King, you'll be cur. My ear. To be honest, watching from the side, Yu Sheng felt a bit frightened too. From another perspective, he imagined this unfortunate elf as if she had fallen into the set of a horror film. But even the most insane horror movie directors wouldn't stuff a dozen cursed dolls into their victim in the opening scene. There were already 4 hanging from the elf's arms. Fortunately, Aaron, who sat on Yu Sheng's shoulder, the main unit, waved her hand, and the mass-produced errands finally released the unlucky golden-haired elf. The tiny puppets quickly scrambled off Luo, then obediently lined up behind Yu Sheng. Luo, in a disheveled state, propped herself up with her arms and mechanical limbs, and saw Bailey Qing looking at her expressionlessly from behind the desk. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, confirming that she had indeed been captured and brought to the office of the Special Service Bureau's chief. A sense of absurdity and bewilderment struck her, as though fire might burst from her eyes. I've never heard of anyone doing this. Before she could finish, Bailey Qing sighed. I'm quite surprised, too. Luo, you'll get used to it, Bailey Qing continued calmly. Yu Sheng often solves problems in astonishing ways, but they're usually effective. Look, now we can have a good chat, can't we? Luo was at a loss for words, then heard footsteps from behind. She glanced back and let out another startled cry. Ah! It turned out that Aaron had climbed down from Yu Sheng, and with her short legs, made her way behind Luo. You're weaker than I imagined, the little puppet remarked, curiously fiddling with the mechanical limbs behind Luo, seeming carefree. Seeing you like this, I thought you were tough, like a mad scientist from a movie. But all you can do is throw 2 fireballs. Are these mechanical arms just for screwing bolts? The mechanical limbs twitched violently, causing the little puppet to jump in fright and hurriedly hide behind Yu Sheng. However, the anticipated attack never came. Luo merely furrowed her brows, her gaze turning a bit dazed after hearing Aaron's voice. Yu Sheng keenly noticed the dazed look in her eyes. Though he didn't speak, his expression seemed thoughtful. Bailey Qing walked around from behind her desk, extending a hand to help the elf sitting on the floor get up. Anyway, I didn't expect our first face-to-face meeting in reality to be in this form, she said slowly. Now we should talk about your dangerous research project. Whether you believe it or not, the situation is very serious, and I can't understand why you still. She suddenly stopped, staring intently into Luo's eyes. A slight gleam flashed through those faded gray eyes. Luo shuddered abruptly, as if waking from a nightmare. The dazed look vanished from her eyes, and she looked puzzled at the person in front, her voice hesitant and unsure. What did you say just now? My research project? What's wrong with my research project? Bailey Qing quickly noticed something was off about Luo's response. Her gaze sharpened, and her voice carried a tone that seemed to influence the mind. Zolda Blackstone, you've been researching it for 7 years. Have you forgotten? I've argued with you about it more than once recently. Zolda Blackstone, Blackstone. Luo's brow knitted tightly, her voice tinged with confusion and bewilderment. But soon after, as if recalling something, she held her forehead with one hand. Yes, Blackstone, I'm researching it. We found it on a remote, primitive planet. It's an incredible information carrier with a physical presence in the real world, yet its material structure cannot be decrypted no matter what knowledge. Yes, knowledge. Her eyes suddenly brightened, as if emerging from the daze into excitement, her mechanical limbs unconsciously stretching out behind her. It's a carrier of knowledge, a massive information structure compressed within its real-world existence. Data. With the right stimuli, it will feed back a wealth of incredible mysteries. It can even decipher the unobservable order in the distant deep space. Do you understand? Do you guys understand? All properties are incidental. The essence of that stone is more fascinating than its power. I've learned a lot through it. It wants to convey those. The golden-haired elf became fully animated, seemingly forgetting that she had been captured through unreasonable means. She even turned to Yu Sheng, as if eager to share her joy with a friend, gesturing with her hands. Knowledge, wisdom, it's the path to save this world from disaster, everyone's future. Do you understand? Do you grasp it? So much. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in her sight. Countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared in her sight. The mass-produced puppet stood neatly behind Yu Sheng, watching her. Aaron stood at Luo's feet, reaching out to tug at the elf's skirt. "What are you talking about?" The little puppet blinked. "Did you take something?" Luo's body wobbled. Those crimson eyes seemed to magnify crazily in her vision, and then transformed into two interfering, engulfing whirlpools of loss of control, yanking her mind brutally out of a certain drowning. Knowledge and wisdom collapsed, retreating like a tide. Only a kind of thought clarity, as if she hadn't felt in a long time, remained. "No way." Luo suddenly raised her head, turned to Bailey Qing. "That stone has a problem." Bailey Qing and Yu Sheng spoke simultaneously. "Do you even need to say that?" Luo just uttered another word, then suddenly raised her hand to cover her forehead as if another bout of dizziness attacked her. "There's noise in my head, very chaotic noise." Several seconds passed before that terrible dizziness finally receded, Luo gasping heavily as she looked at the figures in front of her, her gaze finally settling on Bailey Qing. "I need help from the Special Service Bureau, the price you name it." All the confusion and bewilderment had faded away, her expression grave, completely different from before. "You need more than just the Special Service Bureau. You also need the power of the travel agency," said Bailey Qing, raising a hand to gesture towards Yu Sheng. "He's able to bring you here. Now it seems only he can help you shut down that out-of-control lab." "Yu Sheng?" Luo blinked somewhat perplexedly, turned to look at Yu Sheng for a moment and seemed to finally subconsciously match certain information in her mind. "Wait, I've heard some news. That angel hunter." She widened her eyes abruptly, staring in disbelief at this figure who had repeatedly opened doors to her secret base and had just led a dozen cursed puppets to bind her here. The big shot. "That's a name I've heard." Yu Sheng chuckled as he pulled out a business card from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. "I opened a spirit realm detective agency named Travel Agency, handling various supernatural affairs, including dealing with dark angels at home." "Luo." The elf took the small card somewhat perplexedly, noticing the front side printed with a large fox head, and the back bearing Yu Sheng's name, phone number, and a bunch of advertising phrases. Behind her came Bailey Qing's voice. "We need to shut down your laboratory as soon as possible. At least let that Zolda Black Stone quiet down. That thing is currently digging holes all over the boundary land. If it wasn't suspected from the beginning that there could be a hidden agenda behind it, the situation would definitely be more serious than you imagined." Luo listened solemnly as Bailey Qing informed her of the current situation, while her mind swiftly compared those memory fragments she had once ignored. Minutes later, she spoke with a heavy expression, breaking the silence. "Theoretically, as long as I reconnect to the Black Stone space station system, activate the nuclear bomb buried under the laboratory." But before she finished speaking, Bailey Qing interrupted her. About that nuclear bomb." "Luo." "Bailey Qing, it's in our hands now." "Luo, ah." Then the gaze of the elf mechanic fell on Yu Sheng, her expression odd. "Mr. Hunter, why did you kidnap my nuclear bomb?" "Why would I kidnap a nuclear bomb?" Yu Sheng said, struggling to restrain himself. "That thing fell into the exotic realm by itself, okay? We collectively suspect it was sent by Black Stone using a space rift." Luo blinked, frowning slightly. "Is that so?" But she quickly pursed her lips, swiftly adjusting her expression. "No matter, there are more than one safety measures, and there is another backup bomb above the laboratory, as long as I reconnect." Before she finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded from the hallway, interrupting her again. Knocking on the door followed, and after Bailey Qing responded, Song Cheng pushed the door open and entered, speaking hurriedly. "Director and operative team found a fusion bomb in the museum. It bears Black Dot Group's markings." Song Cheng paused halfway through, staring blankly at the golden-haired elf in the office. After a moment of unspeakable silence, Yu Sheng spread his hands at Luo. "Now you don't have a backup bomb." Chapter 538, Invasion. The mechanical limbs behind the golden-haired elf mechanic curled up, even his ears drooped slightly, making him look quite dejected. Yu Sheng watched him from the side and after a moment said, "Well, it's just about dropping a couple of nukes, right? And they don't seem that big. If it really won't work, I'll open the door and send them back for you. You just give me the cost price later." But before he could finish, Luo shook his head gloomily. "No, the key isn't the nuclear weapons themselves, it's their installation spots and the chain mechanism. A complex layer of force field devices protect the core parts of the lab, enough to withstand considerable destructive force." and the safety system is meant to trigger a chain reaction at key protection points of the force field to shut down the operation of Zolda Black Stone from the inside out. You understand? Those two fusion bombs are merely triggers. Simply sending them back is useless. They need to be reinstalled in the correct spots within the chain mechanism, but the safety system was never designed to anticipate the triggers disappearing into thin air. Reinstalling the bombs without damaging the chain mechanism is nearly impossible. The people in the office exchanged confused glances, and Aaron finally couldn't resist speaking. I don't understand a thing. Why is blowing up a lab so complicated? I mean, haven't you guys got loads of high-tech stuff? Can't you find something more powerful than a nuke to just blow up the whole space station? What's with all the chain reactions and internal shutdowns? Of course not, Luo hastily interrupted Aaron before she could finish. Luo clearly had some psychological shadow from the 66.6 cm tall little person, avoiding direct eye contact while speaking. You don't understand that lab. Even the entire Black Stone space station, they're not just protecting the Black Stone, they also function as Black Stone's limiter. Yu Sheng immediately furrowed his brow. Limiter. Yes, or to put it another way, the entire Black Stone space station is essentially a cage, with 80% of the structure designed to prevent Black Stone from escaping, Luo quickly explained. Do you remember what I just said? Black Stone responds to external stimuli in various ways. It's like some kind of living being, and while in the awakened state, it's quite active and has a very strong tendency to escape. So we need the chain reaction triggered by the triggers to ensure it can instantly shift Black Stone's operating mode, sending it back to its dormant state. If we don't do this and simply destroy the space station in a crude manner, the Zolda Black Stone, currently in operation, will be directly exposed to the outside world. I don't know what would happen then, but it's certainly not going to be good. After listening for a while, Yu Sheng finally caught up with the explanation but looked utterly puzzled. What the heck? A nuclear bomb explosion can put it back to sleep. Luo's eyelids visibly twitched, and he looked at Yu Sheng with helplessness and a sigh in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hand upon seeing the response. I didn't score that well in the college entrance exams. Bailey Ching, on the other hand, appeared thoughtful, but as far as I know, before you guys obtained that stone, it was circulating among scavenger settlements for a long time and even sparked several warlord conflicts. During those times, its state was dormant, Luo sighed. The Zolda Black Stone had been in a sleeping state for ages, which is why those primitive scavengers could survive passing it around. In fact, it wasn't until 3 years ago that we first awakened it in a lab environment and realized then its tendency to escape. But at the time, it was still quite controllable and didn't cause any trouble. Until about a year ago, its level of activity suddenly increased several times over, as if it fully awakened. Thinking back, the loss of control probably started unknowingly back then. Yu Sheng was suddenly stirred by the words, instinctively lowering his head. Aaron also raised her head, her scarlet eyes meeting his. Carrying a painting frame is heavy enough, the little puppet began to mumble. Now I've to carry a hot potato too. Luo heard Aaron's mumbling and turned around in confusion. What do you mean by that? Yu Sheng waved his hand. Given their lack of familiarity, he did not explain much and instead changed the subject abruptly. I don't think you should worry about those two safety systems anymore. They're of no use now, even if the triggers are fixed. Luo frowned. Why do you say that? Because Black Stone's current active state has nothing to do with the activation you performed 3 years ago, Yu Sheng sighed. It's now agitated for other reasons. The shutdown process you set for it 3 years ago has already failed. Luo turned around, still puzzled, directing her gaze at Bailey Ching. I suggest you trust what he's saying, Bailey Ching stated emotionlessly. He's an expert. Isn't this hunter gentleman an expert in combating the Dark Angel? Luo's expression was somewhat bewildered. But the next moment, she suddenly realized, her bewildered expression turning to shock. You understand now? Bailey Ching calmly stared into Luo's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and annoyance. Will you still casually pick up things to study in the future? Luo opened her mouth a few times, but in the end, she didn't say a word. After a few seconds of silence, she finally turned her head to Yu Sheng and asked, All right, Mr. Hunter, so what's your suggestion? I need to get close to that stone, and I'll need your cooperation for that, Yu Sheng said seriously. Maybe I can find another way to calm it down or figure out what it's thinking. But let me be clear, I can't guarantee success. I have to try first. No problem, Luo nodded almost immediately. As long as you can get me back to the space station, I'll immediately order the lab to open its doors for you. As for my disappearance during this time, I'll come up with a reasonable explanation to dispel my subordinates' doubts. No, it might not be that simple. Yu Sheng shook his hand right away. Images of the mind entities caught in webs and trapped in dreams on the mirror space station, eroded by ominous forces, flashed through his mind. Are you really sure that those researchers and security forces around the Black Stone are still your subordinates? Luo was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and her expression changed. What do you mean by that? Recall your state just now. Yu Sheng shook his head. When someone questioned the loss of control over the Black Stone and demanded you shut down the research facility, what was your first reaction? 2 seconds later, Luo's face visibly changed. That stone, it can perceive external threats to itself, Yu Sheng said slowly, deep in thought. It will contaminate and assimilate the surrounding minds, turning you into its protectors without you even noticing, and it doesn't stop there. Those 2 nuclear bombs transmitted to the boundary land were clearly no coincidence. Luo reacted instantly. So you're saying, it's already trying to dismantle the restraints around itself. We're not facing just a stone, but a brain that's occupied the space station, capable of perceiving threats and malice. Its criteria for threat assessment and perception are a total mystery, Yu Sheng said, pacing slowly around the office. The researchers and security forces around the Black Stone, even the space station itself, will go to any lengths to protect it, not to mention that the Black Stone itself might have all sorts of bizarre abilities. Luo listened attentively, took a deep breath after some reflection, but just as she was about to speak, a piercing alarm interrupted her actions. The alarm resounded throughout the Special Service Bureau building. Red light suddenly flooded the corridor outside the door, and several warning notifications popped up on the screens on a nearby desk. Bailey Qing's eyes sharpened as she swiftly moved to one of the screens and connected an incessantly flashing call request. What's going on? Director, an urgent voice came from the speaker. Space detectors have sensed several anomalous mass focal points forming on the second customs floor. Something is tearing through our spatial barrier. Evacuate customs, everyone fall back to the buffer zone and stand by, security forces are on their way, Bailey Qing said quickly, then looked over at Song Cheng not far away. Song, take a team over immediately, bring heavy firepower. Yes, Director. Song Cheng quickly left, while Bailey Qing connected several other emergency communications, rapidly grasping the intrusion situation occurring within the building and completing deployments for all affected floors and departments. Only then did Yu Sheng chime in. Where is that customs floor exactly? I'll head over to help. You haven't been there, I'll take you, Bailey Qing said bluntly, stepping out from behind the desk, turning her head to glance at Luo. You come too. Assuming you don't mind a black spot scientist wandering around your Special Service Bureau building, Luo said nonchalantly, as her legs beneath the long skirt remodeled into nimble wheel-like forms. Aaron glanced up at her, the small puppet's face full of doubt. What can you do there? You can't even beat me. Luo was momentarily choked by the words, but fortunately Bailey Qing spoke up. If Black Spot soldiers do rush in, at least she can negotiate on our behalf. All right then, if those intruding Black Spot soldiers are even willing to listen to reason. Aaron shook her little head, then waved her hand, and a dozen mass-produced puppets immediately ran over to line up behind her. Admittedly, they looked quite imposing, if you overlooked the fact that each of these little things was only 66.6 centimeters tall. I still trust my troops more, Aaron said smugly. Chapter 539, Something Big Has Happened. Under the leadership of Bailey Qing, Yu Sheng, Aaron, and others boarded a giant elevator they had never seen before. The carriage of the elevator was almost a spacious hall, and its entrance was located in a mural hanging in the corridor near the director's office. Upon entering the elevator, Yu Sheng noticed that the ridiculous carriage was surrounded by 12 extremely wide doors, with dozens of Special Service Bureau soldiers in light armor and several deep divers in heavy power armor already standing inside. All fully armed, with each diver even accompanied by 2 walking tactical robots. As soon as Luo stepped into the elevator, she visibly tensed, retracting her mechanical limbs into her body, and her lower half-wheel feet turned into legs. She even tried to lower her head to reduce her presence, seemingly wanting to hide somewhere. But surrounded by a group of mass-produced errands standing at a height of 66.6 cm, there she was, a golden-haired elf with a silver dress standing at 1.7 meters tall, standing out like a crane among chickens. You look a bit embarrassing, Aaron looked up at the awkward black spot warlord and was quite blunt. After all, you're a villain boss. I'm a scientist, not a combatant, Luo immediately hurriedly explained, quickly lowering her voice halfway through. And who said I'm a villain? From my perspective, you're the ones who are off. But the poker face said you're the black spot warlord, Aaron continued, righteously looking up. Sounds like a bad guy. Black spot warlord, what kind of title is that? That's a slanderous label made up by outsiders. Luo frowned hard. Within the Black Dot Group, we have strict job titles and divisions of responsibilities. Firstly, I am an S-class scientist and engineer, and secondly, a regional director. I also have a... Quiet down, Bailey Ching suddenly interrupted the golden-haired elf's ramblings. When you usually contact me, you're quite sparing with words. Well, you brought me here? Luo instinctively began, then shrugged. All right, I won't say any more. The entire hall trembled slightly. From outside one of the nearby doors came faint sounds of gunfire. The expressions of everyone instantly turned serious as the fully armed Special Service Bureau soldiers and deep divers immediately gripped their weapons, standing on alert near the elevator doors. After a brief delay, the door slowly began to open. The sound of gunfire outside suddenly became much clearer, but it sounded as though there was still some distance. Deploy the walkers, one of the deep divers said in a low voice. Several walking robots equipped with high-powered shield devices immediately left the carriage first, stepping into the corridor outside. The other soldiers quickly moved under the protection of the walkers' shields, moving swiftly outside the elevator. Yu Sheng heard several suppressed gasps. He followed the Special Service Bureau soldiers out, looking at the situation outside with some bewilderment. An extremely wide, dim, and chaotic space came into view. The corridor extended forward in a winding manner, while the walls on both sides and the roof above seemed to have been shattered, with fragmented debris floating as if weightless. Beyond its boundaries lay rooms, corridors, and halls of a style completely different from the Special Service Bureau building, with massive architectural structures floating like mirages at distant intersections. Intersecting illusions moved slowly, with structures materializing only to fade and dissipate like shadows. I guess your customs floor didn't originally look like this, he hesitated, glancing back at Bailey Ching behind him. Doesn't this working condition somewhat touch on subspace? Bailey Ching didn't speak for a moment, simply staring at the distance with a grave expression. Midst the shattered, floating corridor structures, the first batch of assembled Special Service Bureau soldiers were engaging in makeshift fire points, battling distant enemies. The muzzle flashes illuminated the surrounding eerie darkness, and streamers of fire interwove into a net across the fragmented space, intercepting those phantasmal enemies constantly emerging from the convergence point. Simultaneously, Bailey Ching and Yu Sheng, also looking towards the distance, widened their eyes in unison. They saw another force fighting in the shattered areas ahead of the corridor, combating enemies emerging from the convergence point alongside the Special Service Bureau soldiers. Despite the thick smoke and dim lighting, Yu Sheng immediately recognized it as the Black Dot Group's security forces. He couldn't help it, their equipment was too familiar to him, given their life-and-death connections. Hey, your troops are fighting alongside those Black Dot soldiers. Aaron also immediately jumped up, raising her hand to point into the distance and shouting to Bailey Ching. They've hooked up. Bailey Ching ignored the jumping puppet and quickly walked forward. Yu Sheng paused for a moment and then hurriedly followed. Along the way, he realized he hadn't been mistaken. There were indeed several Black Dot combat teams fighting alongside the Special Service Bureau soldiers in the distance. Although it didn't quite reach the level of fighting shoulder to shoulder, and there was little cooperation or coordination between them, at least their muzzles were all pointed in the same direction, fighting against the same enemy. What's going on here? Bailey Ching quickly arrived near a piece of cover, asking a field agent on site, What's with these Black Dot troops? Director? The questioned soldier was startled upon seeing the director herself here, but quickly regained composure and saluted hastily. We were not quite sure what's happening either. Just now the entire floor experienced temporal disintegration, and then those Algredians emerged from the space rift. We fired a few shots, but they shouted something like, for the sake of our humanoid kin, and they're coming, then turned their guns to shoot at the things following them out of the rift. During the conversation, another explosion boomed in the distance, this time mixed with the piercing whine of plasma. The deep dive team, arriving for reinforcement, employed heavy firepower, repeatedly firing the plasma shoulder cannons that required power armor to operate, projecting clusters of dazzling blue light to the end of the corridor where the blurry, intersecting, convergence point area was. Heat waves surged, engulfing the twisted masses of bizarre creatures, seemingly fused with various aberrations in the expanding plasma clouds, vaporizing them completely. However, that convergence point only swayed briefly, followed by more bizarre spatial structures unfolding on the floor, with even more strange entities rushing out of the rift. A series of heavy footsteps sounded from behind as the support troops from other floors arrived on the scene. Yu Sheng heard a familiar voice nearby. "Oh man, I finally got 2 days off." "Boss, don't say that, meow. The director is right next to you." Yu Sheng turned his head to see Su Jiali, who was setting up a walking tactical robot in power armor, and the cat-eared girl beside her. "Don't mind me, carry out the combat tasks." Bailey Ching gave the support troops a glance with her light gray eyes, nodding slightly. "The tech department is trying to close the space rift on this floor. They need time to analyze the fluctuation patterns of the rift. Give them some time." "Yes. We've got to figure out what's happening on their end." Yu Sheng watched the strange enemies continuously emerging from the convergence point, his brow furrowing tightly. "Those black dot soldiers surely know something." Bailey Ching glanced at Luo, then turned and ordered the nearby combat team, "Bring the few Algredians on the left front over here." A black dot combat team that had been firing from cover soon retreated to the front. They looked somewhat confused and nervous. After all, they were now on the Special Service Bureau's turf, and judging by the situation, they had hastily escaped from the other side of the rift, so being suddenly taken away by a bunch of Special Service Bureau soldiers naturally made them a bit apprehensive. But soon, that apprehension turned into bewilderment, because they saw their missing leader standing next to the Special Service Director. "B-boss," the leading black dot soldier was utterly shocked, and despite the thick helmet, the astonished tone made it easy to imagine his expression at the moment. "What are you doing here?" "It's a long story." Luo waved off the explanation. After all, under such circumstances, she was too embarrassed to tell her subordinates she had been bundled up as a local specialty. "Right now, I first need an explanation. What's going on?" It's... The black dot soldier hesitated for a moment, but after taking a breath, he spoke. "The Zolda Black Stone is missing." Luo's expression changed instantly. "Huh, you mean missing, not out of control, not the lab exploded, but missing." Yes, things were chaotic at the time," the black dot soldier stammered nervously. "At first we received an emergency code from you, the nearest guards went to check, only to find you weren't in the room, and then there was no signal from you anywhere in the space station. So the guard commander went to the lab, ordering the lab's tech team to elevate the Zolda Black Stone's containment level to 4, and to stop the energy input to the Black Stone. All these were standard security measures, but those technicians suddenly became frantic, yelling they had reached a critical stage and couldn't let it end in failure, refusing to comply. Initially, it was just the technicians who seemed frantic, but soon the lab security forces gathered as well, yelling about protecting the Black Stone as they surrounded and confronted us at the force field. The commander found the situation bizarre, so as per protocol, asked all lab personnel in contact with the Black Stone to immediately head to the quarantine zone for mental evaluations, while calling for backup from defense units from other space station areas. But just as the order was issued, all defense units rebelled simultaneously, destroying all shuttles and sealing the lab. Then the lab security team started shooting at us. In the chaos, the commander used the code authorized by you to activate the nuke below the lab, and then... The soldier paused abruptly, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed, and Luo sighed at the sight. "I know, the nuke didn't go off." "No, it's more than that," the soldier shook his head. "I think we somehow pissed off that stone. Before our eyes, it decomposed. Just like vaporized, the Black Stone vanished out of the well-secured force field, and shortly after, the entire lab's space started collapsing. With the anti-gravity platform at the center, the entire space station began to rapidly disintegrate." Chapter 540, Infiltration. A bizarre, ear-piercing shriek, like that of a large piece of metal being violently torn apart, suddenly came from the depths of the corridor. Yu Sheng looked up and saw that the space ahead, presenting a strangely fractured and overlapping state, had more fissures, and a mass of substance, resembling muddy sludge, was surging between those cracks, desperately trying to enter the real world. Several dazzling balls of light instantly crossed the corridor and landed in the middle of that pile of sludge, burning it full of holes. Hiding behind the cover, the black spot soldiers subconsciously tilted their heads at the sound of the explosion, then looked nervously in the direction of the fissure before continuing to speak. "We were trapped in the laboratory at the time. Outside was the space station defense force that had already defected. surrounded by hysterical technical staff and laboratory security who were shooting wildly as if they were crazy. The collapse triggered by the disappearance of Zolda Blackstone ripped open several large gashes above the laboratory, and you could even see the stars outside through those gaps. Then something fell from the starlight like sludge, some viscous shadow-like. The soldier gestured with his hand, his tone filled with fright and hesitation, as if he couldn't think of a better way to describe the bizarre and mad scene he had witnessed. After organizing his thoughts several times, he finally continued. It was like pus flowing out from between the stars, falling on the dome of the space station, making the whole station boom like a giant bell struck fiercely, with things seeping through every fissure. But just at that moment, a passage appeared where the black stone disappeared. We didn't know how it opened. The rift generator in the laboratory had already been destroyed, but it looked at least more stable than other places, and silhouettes could be seen on the other side of the passage. Our squad leader then led us rushing over, and then? Is the current situation those things followed us to this side. The soldier took a deep breath and looked at the golden-haired elf standing next to Bailey Ching. "Boss, what on earth is happening here?" Luo's face was gloomy, but she did not answer the soldier's question. After a long time, she finally said to Bailey Ching, "The laboratory staff and the space station defense force have been exposed to the black stone for a long time. They might be more deeply affected than I am." Yu Sheng remained silent, gazing at the far-off corridor-integrated space station structures, and those bizarre projections outside the structures that couldn't even reveal their original shapes, possibly not even from the real world. The scene described by the black spot soldier next to him was exceedingly absurd and strange, with the torn space station being understandable, but the pus-like shadow dripping from the star space sounded more like something happening beyond the boundaries of rationality. More crucially, why did this all erupt suddenly? Although Zolda Blackstone has always had a strong urge to escape, it had always been firmly controlled by the Black Spot Laboratory until today. Was it because the order from Luo's squad leader to increase the suppression level made the Black Stone feel threatened? Or was it because of his own invasion? Yu Sheng calmed his mind in thought, sensing the distant connection established via blood. It was the imprint left by his 2 deaths at the Black Stone space station. The feedback returned by the blood was broken and fragmented, with an empty and eerie whistling echoing in his heart. This situation doesn't seem right. Yu Sheng frowned, feeling that the blood he left on the space station seemed to be disturbed by something, with the feedback containing obvious blanks and breaks, almost as if parts of it were no longer in the real dimension, not even in this world. Yu Sheng closed his eyes, attempting to reconstruct the current state of the Black Stone space station, based on the limited feedback from the blood. In the darkness, a massive and shattered disc-shaped virtual shadow slowly surfaced. But the moment that shadow emerged, a chilling and threatening sensation suddenly struck, and Yu Sheng saw that virtual shadow vanish while countless black spider silk threads inexplicably filled his vision, covering him like a gigantic net. Yu Sheng, oh my gosh, not this again. A startled exclamation from Aaron echoed in his mind, immediately followed by a powerful force pulling at him. Yu Sheng's body jolted, his eyes snapping open to find 2 mass-produced puppets hanging onto his arms, shaking vigorously, with another already climbing on his shoulder, preparing to swing a little fist wide open. As soon as Yu Sheng opened his eyes, Aaron, who was swinging her arm on his shoulder, quickly retracted her strength. Then with an "oh my," she fell down. Fortunately, Yu Sheng was quick enough to catch her by the back of her neck in time. "I have to go over there and take a look," Yu Sheng said quickly. "Go over there?" Dangling in midair, Aaron took a moment before reacting. "Oh, the space station." Bailey Ching also quickly caught on. Even she widened her eyes slightly upon hearing this bold idea. "That's too dangerous. The space station is probably completely overrun by now, if you open the door and go over." "I'll come back immediately if things aren't right," Yu Sheng interrupted Bailey Ching. "Given the current situation, the number of monsters crawling through the fissures seems almost endless. It's uncertain when we can close the fissures by conventional means, but I might try to close it from the other side, perhaps with a higher success rate." Bailey Ching gazed earnestly into Yu Sheng's eyes, and after confirming his resolute attitude, she finally nodded slowly. "I understand. We will strengthen our firepower here and try to keep as many enemies as possible on this side of the fissure." By then, Luo also realized from the exchange between Yu Sheng and Bailey Ching that this door monster's plan was suicidal. What followed was immense incredulity and shock. She stared dumbfounded at the man who repeatedly intruded into her base. her initial prejudice and hostility greatly shaken, transforming into a touch of admiration and respect. After a brief hesitation, she stepped forward. "I'll go with you." Yu Sheng looked at the golden-haired elf a bit unexpectedly, quickly waving his hand. "No, your combat prowess isn't even as good as Aaron's. It's easy to get killed there." Luo was choked for a moment, but looking at the circle of mass-produced puppets with dead fish eyes staring at her. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't voice her rebuttal, only managing to maintain a composed face. "You're willing to risk yourself. I have no reason to stay here. After all, that's my space station." Yu Sheng tugged his lips, "Mainly because I'm not afraid of death." Luo looked indifferent. "I'm not afraid of death either." "Yu Sheng, I think we're talking at cross purposes." Luo. However, Yu Sheng quickly reconsidered and gave up dissuading her. "But speaking of which, it seems okay for you to come along. You know more about the condition of that space station than I do." Luo nodded, slightly puffing out her chest. "But once we're there, you have to follow my orders." Yu Sheng glanced at her, emphasizing, "You now know that stone is related to the Dark Angel. I'm the only expert in this field. Can you comply with orders?" "Of course," Luo responded without hesitation. "I can distinguish priorities." "Very well," Yu Sheng nodded, then looked down at Aaron, whom he was holding, briefly thought, and placed her on the ground. He casually grabbed a nearby mass-produced puppet and held it under his arm. "You come with me too, just bringing a mass-produced one is fine, at least they're tougher." The mass-produced puppet held under Yu Sheng's arm dumbly lifted its head, its dead fish eyes without highlights rolling and instantly becoming lively. "Oh, okay." A phantom door formed in Yu Sheng's hand and was gently opened. "I'll leave this side to you." Yu Sheng looked back at Bailey Qing. "If I'm correct, the black stone hasn't truly disappeared, but rather it's still affecting the space station through some means. Once I attempt to close the rift, the black stone will undoubtedly feel threatened and try to prevent it. You must keep those monsters on this side. Don't let them go back to cause trouble for me." "Okay," Bailey Qing promptly nodded, then added a bit apprehensively, "I could send a crack team with you." "No need, taking too many people will affect my performance." Yu Sheng waved his hand. "Besides, if I truly need manpower, I can pull reinforcements anytime." Bailey Qing didn't say anything further, just calmly nodded and stepped back half a step. Yu Sheng, along with Aaron and Luo, turned and stepped into the phantom door. As if instantly crossing an entire world, the environments on either side of the door were starkly different. The roaring gunfire sounds abruptly faded away, leaving only distant, muffled explosion sounds, seemingly coming through layers of walls from an unknown direction. A mild chill and a faintly terrifying atmosphere permeated the air around them. Aaron quickly climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, hugging his head tightly with wide eyes surveying the surroundings. "Is this the space station?" He saw dimly lit alloy corridors skewing in every direction in her view, riddled with fissures throughout the station's interior, along with bizarre out-of-time scenic glimpses flickering through the darkness. Suspicious and unsettling black substances clung like viscous shadows to the walls on either side, and among those viscous shadows were interwoven threads of pitch-black silk. Considering the space station's core laboratory module had been completely contaminated by the black stone's power, barging in carelessly might lead to immediate death without time for operations. Yu Sheng did not directly open the door in the laboratory, but rather in a corridor near it. The eerie scenes here were expected, but the level of quietness was surprisingly unexpected. Yu Sheng turned to look at the elf walking beside him. Luo's face looked terrible. She seemed to struggle to accept how her perfectly fine space station turned into such a polluted nest in the blink of an eye. But in just a moment, Luo adjusted her emotions. "Let's go," she exhaled slightly. "I'll lead the way." Chapter 541, The Hall of Cocoons. Under Luo's guidance, Yu Sheng and Aaron cautiously maneuvered through the connection passage near the laboratory. The outer area was unexpectedly quiet. Even though Yu Sheng had considered that the probability of encountering enemies outside the laboratory might be low, he hadn't expected there to be no one at all on this path. A polluted corridor, spider silk eroding into the real dimensions, and shadows with a sticky texture silently writhing between the cracks on the walls and ceiling. These were all that could be seen in the outer area. The rebellious space station, defense force, laboratory security, and the deranged researchers seemed to be nowhere in sight. "I feel a bit creeped out." Aaron, who normally feared nothing, was now clinging tightly to Yu Sheng's head, showing a rare glimpse of fear. I'm not playing Dead Space-O anymore in the future." You weren't this cowardly during the infant star body outbreak before. Yu Sheng glanced at the little thing on his shoulder. Wasn't that thing scary too? No, it's different, the little puppet muttered. Look at the threads around here, they're beyond my control, and these shadows, I feel like they're all eyes watching me. This place is targeting me. For some reason, scenes from the images Marin had sent before flashed in Yu Sheng's mind. The blonde-haired puppet arrogantly charging at the omen goddess, descending from midair with a frying pan. From that footage, the blonde Aaron back then seemed strong yet unrefined, while the omen goddess was polite but utterly cowardly. The little Aaron on his shoulder now clearly combined traits from both sides. Both cowardly and unrefined. And short. A blend of shortcomings from everywhere. The little puppet suddenly turned her head, her scarlet eyes fixating on Yu Sheng. Are you thinking something impolite? Not at all. Yu Sheng casually patted the little puppet's head, distracting her attention, then focused slightly, perceiving the bloodstains he had left in the space station earlier. After returning to the space station, his perception of the blood marks here had strengthened considerably. Although the previously vague feedback caused by interference now contained more information, despite still being unable to analyze the breaks and blanks, he could at least clearly and steadily visualize the contours of the space station's core area in his mind. In the location where the laboratory was, he vaguely sensed a massive void. All material structures abruptly halted at the edge of that void. Inside, he couldn't sense anything, as if someone had taken away a chunk of the space station out of thin air. Wait a moment. Luo's voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Her spider-like limbs made a slight breaking noise, coming to a stop at a corner of the connection passage before pointing forward with her mechanical appendages. Yu Sheng cautiously peeked his head out, looking toward where she hand pointed. The passage ahead was twisted and distorted, as if the walls had been cut into many irregular puzzle pieces by an invisible force. Between the cracks, one could glimpse architectural structures not belonging to the Black Stone space station, along with many vague silhouettes, flashes, and distant, muffled explosion sounds. It's from the Special Service Bureau. Aaron's sharp eyes immediately recognized it, raising her hand to point into the distance. Hey, over there, that looks like Su Jiali. They can't see us. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, quickly making a judgment. Let's go, but watch the cracks on both sides. The space structure here is very unstable. The group cautiously emerged from the corner, continuing forward along this passage exhibiting space-time overlay scenes. A hollow, indistinct whistling sound faintly came, echoing directly at the heart. Yu Sheng instinctively looked up, seeing a crack seeming to open in the darkness, with elongated, terrifying limbs reaching out and blindly moving through the air, joint tips stirring up semi-transparent ripples, while sticky shadows like sludge dripped from the limb tips, corroding holes into the corridor floors of the space station. But in the next second, everything vanished like an illusion. Did you guys just see that thing? It looked like a spider S. Of course I saw it, Aaron immediately said, instinctively shrinking her neck. Already only 66.6 centimeters tall, shrinking further might leave her only 65 centimeters tall. Li Lin saw this thing before, didn't he? Yu Sheng said nothing, simply soothingly patting the little puppet's back, looking up ahead. The final gate leading to the laboratory appeared before him. A half-closed gate seemed jammed, stuck in an open position. There was a low humming sound from beyond the door, as if many people were gathered, praying for something, or perhaps it was just collective unconscious murmuring. Luo seemed tense, her mechanical appendages slightly retracting, then watched as Yu Sheng strode directly toward the open gate. Hey, you really aren't afraid of dying. Luo's low exclamation echoed from behind, and at the same time, the scene in the laboratory came into Yu Sheng's view. This once brightly lit giant hall was now shrouded in shadow, with crossing and crisscrossing black cobwebs covering almost every inch of the ceiling and walls. Many pieces of equipment were shut down, and the few remaining machines were flashing with alarm lights and error holograms. Amidst the intertwining webs, Yu Sheng finally saw the people left in the space station. Spider silk had wrapped into cocoons, enclosing slowly wriggling black figures. The maddened soldiers and researchers were all here, countless human-like silhouettes hanging from the ceiling, sticking to the walls or fixed on the ground. Layer upon layer of prayers emerged from those wriggling cocoons, devout, fearful, yet seeming intoxicated in a dream realm. And in the center, surrounded by these human cocoons, on the platform that once held the Zolda Black Stone, was a giant cavity, a black rift trembling at the edges, as if even space itself was constantly flipping and collapsing inward toward the rift's center. Even just looking at it seemed to exert a powerful attraction, making it difficult to stand or think. Luo glanced at that black rift once and immediately felt her spiritual intuition crazily warning her, hastily shifting her gaze aside. Then she saw the viscous shadows overflowing from the platform's edge, mud-like shadows continuously dripping from the cavity above the platform, like bloodied mud seeping from a wound. The shadows filled the platform, then flowed out from it, spreading wantonly along the laboratory floor and even reversing upwards along the surrounding walls. Each human cocoon was immersed in those viscous shadows, as though absorbing nutrients. Luo involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. What the? Probably due to her limited vocabulary, she never completed the second half of her sentence. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng's gaze had already landed on the cavity in the center of the hall. "This should be the source of all the space rifts in the station," he said solemnly. "Turning this thing off should do it. That's what I think." "Off? How to turn it off?" Luo looked incredulously at Yu Sheng, who was empty-handed but eager to try, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. "Wait, you can't be planning to just go over there and handle it directly, can you? Are you out of your mind?" "I told you I'm not afraid of dying," Yu Sheng said with a serene, almost teasing look at her. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid either?" Luo was completely dumbfounded. "No, I said I'm not afraid of dying, but I never said I came to meet my end." Yu Sheng chuckled, opting not to continue teasing her. He raised his hand, lifted Erin from his shoulder, and handed her over to Luo. "You two stick together." Upon seeing such a red-eyed little shorty, Luo almost slipped and fell on the spot, refusing to take her. "Huh." Erin, initially unresponsive, was being held midair and turned her head towards Yu Sheng. "Why?" "You're a mass-production body with an emergency teleportation gate inside," Yu Sheng explained. "I'll go up and close the rift. If I succeed, great. If I fail, take Luo and teleport back to the valley immediately. The mass-production model can take one person without issue." Oh, Erin finally understood, immediately nodded and agreed while turning to leap onto Luo's arm, beginning to climb up her shoulder with hands and feet. Luo almost jumped on the spot. Of course, she didn't jump, primarily because wheels aren't suitable for jumping. If it were walking mode, she would have practically flown by now. "I've got a good grip." By now, Erin had already climbed to Luo's shoulder, not minding her pale face as she grasped onto her long ear like holding a handlebar, turning her head towards Yu Sheng. "Off you go, Tilda." Yu Sheng nodded, then strode towards the fearsome cavity in the center of the hall. He stepped onto the flowing shadow, thick as mud, feeling a surge of chilling yet ultimately peaceful and serene air flooding into his heart. With the next step, he heard a vague murmur whispering by his ears, as if someone was calling his name, or perhaps it was only the hollow wind. On the third step, within the hall, the layers of prayers abruptly quieted down. All the human cocoons ceased their writhing, all the viscous shadows ceased their flowing. Within the entangled spider webs, one cocoon after another, silhouette-like cocoons, suddenly turned, with countless invisible gazes piercing through the silk, falling upon the intruder. In the next moment, the cocoons broke open. Person-shaped figures like silt burst out, clamoring with unspeakable noise as they pounced on the invader in the hall. "I damn well knew it wouldn't be this easy," Yu Sheng shouted, already prepared, as he raised his hand and extracted his tetanus wand from a door, while with the other he opened a portal to number 66 Wudong Road, calling without looking back, "Erin, summon reinforcements." Before he finished speaking, distorted space rifts were already opening behind him. One mass-production puppet after another stepped into the hall, followed by the whistling sound of a figure leaping elegantly through the gate, brandishing sharp blades at the creatures emerging from the cocoons. Then a silver-white figure, edged in dark blue flames, dashed in, hopping around Yu Sheng with joy. Savior, I'm here." Yu Sheng pointed a finger forward. "Attack." The fox girl let out a howl, and 8 fox travel cannons flew beside her, charging forward. Chapter 542. Teamwork and contribution are paramount at the travel agency. What crawled out of those cocoons were clearly the original Black Dot Group employees who worked on this space station, the mutated security team and the deranged researchers. Amidst the writhing, flowing, sticky shadows, one could faintly discern their original human silhouettes and attire. On some shadows, even the faint outline of a human face could be seen in the head region. However, these human traits did not make them look any friendlier. Instead, they appeared even more terrifying and bizarre. tall figure crawled out from the nearest cocoon. It seemed to be the commander of the former laboratory's security team, who seemingly was still faithfully executing the mission of securing the lab, directing other shadows to attack Yu Sheng and company. Under his command, the nearby black spot soldiers lifted the guns in their hands, twisted and covered by shadows, and without hesitation aimed at their former master, Luo, pulling the trigger. Their weapons appeared to be completely corroded, transmogrified by shadows into something other than guns. Yet when the triggers were pulled, those misshapen weapons could indeed fire bullets and beams. The eerily crimson beams pierced the air, several of them nearly grazing Luo, making her hair stand on end. But the next second, she saw a large silver-white tail blocking in front of her. The tail shielded her from the deadly barrage, and the protective spirit chi around it flickered intensely a few times, then suddenly erupted with a blazing propulsion flame, whistling into the midst of the mutated security team, triggering a violent explosion. She looked up again and saw several other foxtails in the air, pouring barrages toward the opposite side. The sounds of explosions, the whistling of the foxfire barrage, and the chaotic didida sounds from who knows where filled the surroundings, leaving Luo in a complete daze. Wait, what's that demon fox shooting? She finally snapped out of her shock, while concentrating to form a spiritual fireball to help fend off the shadows continuously crawling out of the cocoon, shouting to Yu Sheng. I haven't heard that line in a long time. Yu Sheng couldn't help but laugh at the voice coming from behind. He then raised the war stick in his hand and slammed it down hard on the nearest enemy, smashing it on the spot into zip format, with mud splattering and falling to the ground. But then Yu Sheng felt something was off. He felt the opponent was empty. It wasn't the feel. He indeed felt he struck a solid entity. The feedback was even more substantial than normal flesh and blood. The emptiness came from the blood feedback. The tetanus wand soaked with Yu Sheng's blood acted like some sort of enchantment effect. Typically in battle, this war stick could continuously corrode the enemies it touched, effectively turning them into allies in 3 hits, if it didn't kill them outright. Even if the corrosion wasn't complete, Yu Sheng could establish a blood link through such contact, allowing him to perceive changes in the enemy's status at any time, and even interfere with and predict their actions to some extent. But just now, when he struck down, the blood feedback returned only an empty shriek, as if he smashed an empty cardboard box. The whistling wind sounded by his ears. A graceful and charming figure swept through the battlefield like the wind, shielding Yu Sheng from a side attack. Luna kicked away the enemy, emitting a hoarse whisper, then spun her body, leaped high, and with several sharp swipes of her fingertip blade, sliced the surging shadow mud into several pieces in midair. The enemy's remnants dropped to the ground with a sinister, hissing sound, then like melting, turned into some fluid, merging into the shadows flowing down from the central platform. The pitch-black void at the center of the laboratory trembled and bloated as a phantom spider limb reached out from above the void, its long leg blindly sweeping across the air. The end of the limb constantly dripped sticky shadow substance, and new cocoons quickly swelled between the webs. Accompanied by reverent and grateful prayer chants, each cocoon shattered, and those vanquished enemies once again crawled out one by one, resuming their assault. Luna's steps abruptly halted, turning her head to look at Yu Sheng. Master, they are endless. Yu Sheng found the words odd, so misplaced breaks are also part of the travel agency's corporate culture. At this moment, another large group of mass-produced puppets transported from the valley crowded near several destroyed pieces of equipment at the lab's entrance. Using these makeshift covers, they fired scorching rays at the continuous enemies crawling out of the cocoons. Aaron, on the other hand, was hiding behind Luo, shouting to Yu Sheng, "Hey, why does it feel like there are more and more of them?" Yu Sheng hadn't had time to respond when Luo also shouted, "Having more and more isn't the problem. Why is more than half of them aiming at me?" Yu Sheng immediately glanced over with his peripheral vision, seeing Luo in a sorry state sidestep away. Dozens of faint red beams landed where she had just stood, burning the ground with various-sized pits, and several beams even struck her. They were blocked by a flashing spiritual shield. Though it blocked the attack, the elf's face still paled. This black spot scientist's face was filled with fear and anger. Indeed, most of these continuously resurrecting shadows were rushing at her. Midst the conversation, another explosion echoed as Hu Li blasted away the enemies targeting Luo. But before the foxfire's fireball had even dissipated, more bullets and beams passed through the hall's smoke, showering towards Luo. Luo let out a scream, her wheeled mechanical legs almost smoking as she angrily shouted, "You bastards! I'm your boss, I'm your boss!" Long Ears, stop shouting. Aaron cried out loudly upon hearing this. Haven't you ever worked a day in your life? If one day you become this mess, holding a gun without worrying about the next day's attendance and KPIs, and your former boss stands in front of you, if you don't shoot, you're this, flips the middle finger. Yu Sheng swung the war stick, smacking away an enemy pouncing beside him, then turned to the unlucky elf darting around. Honestly, did you piss off your subordinates usually? Shut up, I'm a good boss. Luo launched a spiritual fireball, blasting away an ex-lab researcher lunging at her. I never withheld a cent of wages. In the next second, she ducked her head in a sorry state to avoid the barrage coming her way. I gave them bonuses equal to 3 times other project groups. A black spot soldier was impaled by her mechanical limb, pinned to the ground. I even gave them additional paid vacations, twice the days off. She screamed in frustration, then got bombarded with gunfire from her former employees. Now almost all the monsters in the hall started focusing their fire on her. Even a few who were initially shooting at Yu Sheng and Hu Li changed their targets. To be fair, you're being treated unfairly, Yu Sheng remarked sincerely, listening to Luo's yelling. I'm almost tempted to ask if you're still hiring. Luo gritted her teeth. Well, thank you for your understanding, but I'm about to be killed. Yu Sheng, so I suddenly have an idea. Luo's huh. The elf only had time to say, huh, before seeing a large group of red-eyed little figures suddenly jump out from behind nearby cover, rushing at her chaotically. A strong sense of unease and the previous trauma of being kidnapped surged into her heart, and Luo felt her hair stand on end, instinctively letting out a sharp scream. What are you doing? The next second she was surrounded by layers of mass-produced puppets, unable to resist as the red-eyed little figures clambered all over her. Some grabbed her legs, others her arms, some gnawed on her mechanical limbs, and some pulled her hair, pinched her ears, bit her fingers, and tugged at her skirt, even finding spots to twist and hang onto her if space was lacking. The familiar feeling hit, and the unlucky elf started to struggle frantically. Let go. Erin threw herself onto her, stuffing an omen wandering star into her mouth, almost knocking her teeth out. Then the mass-produced puppets started racing around the hall, carrying an elf with a face that seemed to say, "What the hell did I do to offend this bunch of weirdos?" Their short legs moved rapidly, even faster than Luo's wheels. And perhaps it was an illusion, but at that moment, Erin, who usually didn't think much, could accurately assess the enemy's attack frequency and shooting blind spots. She commanded the mass-produced puppets to carry Luo to provoke the front lines, almost attracting all the gunfire in the hall, yet she endured less attacks than when she was dodging unpredictably by herself just now. Yu Sheng shot a glance at Erin, about to say that he hadn't even explained his plan yet, but then saw the little puppet standing in the open, giving him a thumbs up, a bright smile on her face as if carefree and shameless. That smile was filled with complicity, knavery, and scheming. In the background behind her, the golden-haired elf sister was being carried frantically around the hall by a dozen mass-produced puppets. Quietly thanking Luo for her great contribution to the team, musing that even Black Dot has good-hearted people, Yu Sheng turned and rushed towards the dark void in the center of the hall. As he was halfway there, some of the enemies initially firing at Luo suddenly reacted, as if provoked by a greater threat, starting to redirect their guns towards him. Yu Sheng felt a thrust from behind. Luna dashed from the side, fearlessly using her body to block the gunfire assaulting them from the side, then grabbed Yu Sheng's waist and charged forward. Bullets and rays hit the Holy Lady, scorching her nun robe, sparking pinpricks of light against the battleship armor alloy exterior of her body. Yu Sheng could barely get out a word before feeling the thrust from behind intensify dramatically. Luna stomped on the ground forcefully and launched Yu Sheng forward like a cannonball. Master, go. My waist, I've cracked my waist. Chapter 543, Deep Within the Void. When Yu Sheng was launched by Luna with brute force, Luo was being carried by the little puppets, dashing around the hall for the third lap. The elf's eyes widened, staring as the malfunctioning artificial saintess in a nun's outfit, who she thought had to be malfunctioning if it was able to move with humans and understand human speech through her master with a murderous technique. She also noticed the demon fox, and the puppets beside her seemed completely unsurprised by this scene, with 2 mass-produced puppets even clapping nearby in celebration. It left her utterly stunned. Originally, she was struggling with all her might, trying to scream as she was getting pounded by a bunch of red-eyed dwarves in the hall. But at that moment, she was so shocked that she became completely silent. So these sinister folks don't even spare their own people. In the blink of an eye, Yu Sheng flew into that large void. The next second, it was as if time in the entire hall had slowed down. Luo felt an invisible surge released from that void, sweeping across the hall in an instant. All the shadowy creatures attacking suddenly became incredibly sluggish, as if their mind-body connection had been violently severed. After several breaths, those slowly writhing monsters started to melt rapidly. Like melting candles, each shadowy creature collapsed and merged into the sticky, flowing shadows on the ground. Even the large and small cocoons within the cobwebs melted, all returning to shadows. The red-eyed dwarves, who had been running wildly, finally stopped, without hesitation throwing Luo onto the ground. Luo scrambled up from the ground awkwardly. Then another mass-produced Erin rushed over, climbed onto her, and took away the omen-wandering star that had been stuffed in her mouth, rubbing it fiercely on the ground. I've never seen such chaos. The golden-haired elf was exasperated, but before she could finish speaking, she realized no one was paying attention to her. An unusual fox demon who could launch its tail, a bunch of evil dwarf clones, and a malfunctioning, nun-outfitted artificial saintess had all gathered around the platform in the center of the hall, chattering away. Luo glanced at the mass-produced red-eyed dwarves standing by around her, felt her hair stand on end, and had no choice but to lower her pride and make her way towards the platform. Halfway there, she overheard the demon fox speaking. "When will the savior be back?" "I don't know anyway, he's barely holding on," Erin said, then glanced at Luna. "To be fair, that C-type strike you did just now was pretty cool." Luna was reserved. "Master, coordinate well." "The hall has quieted down," Hu Li looked around. "Has the savior succeeded?" "Hard to say, this big hole is still floating here," Erin tilted her head, "and I saw those cracks on the edge of the hall still there." "Isn't this operation overly reckless?" Luo finally couldn't hold back. She still dared not to look at the void for too long, always feeling that even her rationality and soul would be sucked into it, so in speaking, she could only turn her head. "You guys, do you really think through such operations?" Erin didn't hesitate. "I don't know, usually Yu Sheng is the one who thinks them through." Hu Li stretched lazily. "Anyway, whoever the savior tells me to hit, I'll hit." Luo continued to glare, realizing she seemed completely out of sync with this group. As an honest black spot warlord, her worldview was clearly a bit too conservative. Then after 2 more seconds, she heard the delayed response of the malfunctioning saintess, several beats behind. "This is our style." "Luo." Yu Sheng clutched his waist, grimacing as he climbed up from the chaos. The good news was that he found his waist wasn't broken. Luna surprisingly held back when she threw him. The bad news was he didn't know where he had been tossed. Surrounded by endless chaos, veiled like layers of curtains covering the world, he stood on a layer of floating mist, unable to see through to what lay deep within it no matter how hard he looked. The sky seemed to hold a massive shadow, but it too was blurry and unclear. "Where did they toss me?" Yu Sheng mumbled, inhaling sharply. "Ow, it hurts." "Is this the interior of that dark void? Are those flowing shadows coming from this place? Where are the shadows, the omen goddess?" Yu Sheng steadied himself on the spot, feeling the dull ache in his waist ease a bit before he exhaled softly. Then he chose a direction by intuition and began to walk slowly into the depths of the chaos. Meanwhile, he idly chatted with Erin in his mind, learning about the current situation in the hall. The little puppet was chattering away. "All those weird things that crawled out of the cocoons have disappeared, but those sticky shadows are still all over the floor and walls here, and the cracks are still there. The elf, she's alive, but she doesn't seem too happy. Yu Sheng, let me tell you, this little black stone or whatever is so uptight doesn't even have the adaptability of an ironclad expression from the movies with mad scientists I've seen. Some of the spider silk retracted earlier, but there's still a lot. Hu Li is muttering again, though she's not hungry, just muttering about you. C-type strike is sharpening a knife, though it doesn't need it. I'm sure she's just scaring that elf, who seems quite afraid of the artificial saintess, always muttering about malfunctions. Hurry up and fix things, then we can go home." Yu Sheng shook his head again, walking a bit further when he suddenly halted. Deep in the chaos in front, there seemed to be something. He hurried forward, the object becoming clearer in his view. It was a fissure with irregular edges like a mirror. A faint light seeped through the tiny crack in the mirror. Yu Sheng leaned in, looking inside with one eye. He saw mottled, old wallpaper, an empty room, and a tightly closed door. Yu Sheng blinked. What the hell? It was that room at the end of the hallway, on the second floor of number 66 Wudong Road. Instantly realizing this, Yu Sheng subconsciously took a deep breath, his heart pounding, but he quickly calmed down. He rapidly contemplated in his mind, thinking that this development wasn't all that surprising. This was inside the void formed by Zolda Black Stone, and Zolda Black Stone is a fragment of the World Bridge, a world-crossing device crafted by the Dark Angels. Any phenomenon it could trigger seemed reasonable. Moreover, that room at number 66 Wudong Road was eerie as it was. Yu Sheng settled his thoughts, hesitated slightly, then extended a finger to cautiously touch the crack. If a professional spirit realm detective, like Little Red Riding Hood, saw his action, she'd definitely give a piercing shriek. The crack quivered for a moment the instant Yu Sheng's finger touched it, and then it silently disappeared like an illusion in water. Yu Sheng paused, startled. Afterward, he furrowed his brow and continued forward. Not long after, another crack, flickering faintly, appeared in his sight. He hurriedly stepped forward, looking at the shattered mirror about arm's length in size. Through the crack was a dim and vast hall, with collapsed pillars chaotically strewn on the ground. The high ceiling bore a large hole, yet the remaining architectural structure still allowed one to glimpse its former grandeur. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, examining this unfamiliar place, suddenly noticing something by one of the pillars at the hall's end. He squinted his eyes for a long time, and discovered it was half a plate of braised chicken over rice. Yu Sheng, was it the place Zheng Zhai visited last time? A thought flashed in his mind, and Yu Sheng immediately fished out a bloodletting knife made from Luna's nails from his pocket, cut a small wound on his hand, and flicked the blood toward the crack. However, as soon as the blood touched the mirror, the latter quivered violently and disappeared silently just like the previous crack. The blood also vanished into thin air amidst the surrounding chaos. Yu Sheng tightly furrowed his brow, but suddenly a thought struck him, and he turned his head to look around. At some point, a larger crack appeared nearby, standing lopsided in the mist. He walked over, looked into the depth of the crack, and in the next moment his eyes widened abruptly. He saw a pitch-black space, seemingly boundless yet strangely conveying a sense of confinement, as if being trapped. At the center of the darkness stood a solitary chair. On that chair was a vivid red velvet blanket, like scarlet blood, draping from the chair to the ground. A stuffed teddy bear sat crookedly on the chair. In the darkness, the teddy bear's glossy, seemingly plastic eyes stared directly through the crack, locking eyes with Yu Sheng. Those glossy eyes sent a tingling sensation through Yu Sheng's heart, compelling him to blurt out, "What are you looking at?" Detected an analysis unit meeting the criteria. The bear's voice came from the crack. "Yu Sheng, what the hell?" In the next instant, he saw that plush teddy bear leap down from the velvet-draped chair and walk straight toward him. It looked up, making eye contact with Yu Sheng from the dark space opposite the crack. For a moment, Yu Sheng even felt like the figure had walked out of the crack, standing face-to-face with him in the real world. He swallowed a gulp, forcefully calming his mind, and after several seconds of contemplation, he broke the silence. Hello, I'm Yu Sheng." "Hello, I'm Aaron." "Yu Sheng, huh?" A massive shock struck Yu Sheng's heart, leaving his mind blank for an instant. Then he heard the teddy bear continue. "When this record is played, I should have already disappeared from this world. But from another perspective, I might still be alive, still be me, and my future existence might last longer than my originally designed lifespan. Fusion is irreversible, but this is the only way to preserve these precious records and maintain the stability of the outer god known as the Omen." Chapter 544, Here Comes the Big One, It's Really Huge. Listening to what the little bear said, Yu Sheng quickly reacted from his initial shock and immediately guessed what it was. It was a log left by that blonde Aaron years ago. Now the plush little bear still stood on the other side of the rift, its plastic eyes like two endless dark holes, calmly staring into Yu Sheng's eyes as a mechanical and flat voice, sounding quite like Aaron, continued unhurriedly. "My mission is to cross the border, observe the process of World Rift activation inside the Zero Angel, and respond to the outer god codenamed Omen, accordingly, either to welcome or to destroy. Based on information security isolation rules, this mission shall leave no trace in the Garden network, and should the mission ultimately fail, most of my data will also be wiped out along with it. What can now be confirmed is that the World Rift has gone out of control. The device known as the World Bridge collided with error during the entry process of this universe, and Omen was severely damaged during its descent, with its divinity having lost control, causing continuous pollution backflow. The situation is irreparable, and severing the residual connection of the world bridge and stopping the spread of pollution is now the top priority. If all goes well, perhaps the Zero Angel can still be saved. By the time of this log record, I have successfully intercepted the main entity of Omen and fell with it onto the node star of the world bridge. Observing from my side, I can confirm that the other end of node star has successfully disconnected from the observable universe, so the only task left is to render Omen harmless. He agreed to my fusion proposal and chose to voluntarily relinquish most of his consciousness, only wishing for me to preserve a set of special data from his memories. The scale of that data is astounding, but harmless. I cannot comprehend what it is, but it holds extraordinarily significant meaning for him. To ensure the successful completion of the fusion, we reached a deal. The fusion process is irreversible, the next time of awakening is unpredictable, and the result of the fusion and the future mode of my existence is also uncertain. Perhaps the next time I open my eyes will be tomorrow, or perhaps only after a long time at the last flash when the world ends, or perhaps it's neither too early nor too late, but a good day. I look forward to welcoming the future fate in a whole new posture and perspective. The above is Aaron's final action log. The little bear sat down in the darkness, staring straight at Yu Sheng across the rift, its fluffy face appearing somewhat comical. Yu Sheng opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After all, the bear in front of him was just a log left long ago. And just at that moment, the little bear suddenly moved again. In Yu Sheng's stunned gaze, it slowly wobbled its body a few times, then used its fluffy paw to press against its own belly. Accompanied by a slight ripping sound, the doll's belly was torn open, and a sticky, mud-like shadow flowed out from the slit. Yu Sheng jumped in fright, and with a damn, he stepped back half a step. He saw that the viscous shadow oozing out from the little bear's belly flowed out of the rift like a living thing towards him. For some reason, this scene reminded him of the time when he first molded a shell for Aaron. Back then, it was the same, with dark material oozing out from the bottom edge of the frame, flowing onto the table like a living thing, seeping into the newly formed puppet body. And in that brief moment of hesitation, the viscous shadows spreading all around had already closed in, and Yu Sheng's heart suddenly stirred, instinctively looking up. The little bear in the rift lifted its head towards him, its fluffy face seemingly showing a smile. "Hello, I am Omen." "Spatial erosion is fading. Spatial erosion is fading." Calls echoed in the corridor, accompanied by low rumblings from all directions and continuous tremors underfoot. Song Cheng, who was directing officers and deep divers to desperately fend off those endless, shadow invaders, looked forward and immediately noticed the changes happening in the corridor. Those crisscross space rifts, large and small, were rapidly closing and disappearing, and the corridor, which displayed a bizarre expanded form due to space-time overlay, was swiftly returning to its original appearance. No new viscous shadows emerged from the rifts, and the sounds of crossfire from all directions were gradually ceasing. The spatial structure of the entire customs floor was rapidly stabilizing. Familiar architectural structures and interior scenes were returning to view. Song Cheng turned to look back, meeting a pair of shallow, pale gray eyes. "The rifts seem to be all closed, Director," Song Cheng spoke with some uncertainty. "Could it be that Yu Sheng succeeded?" However, Bailey Ching remained expressionless. Despite the quick restoration of the corridor's sight seemingly relaxing her slightly, her aura showed no sign of easing up. "The rifts are indeed closing, but Yu Sheng hasn't sent back any message," Bailey Ching began slowly, her tone somewhat serious. "Normally, he would definitely contact us immediately after resolving the matter, and besides." Song Cheng looked puzzled, and besides. Bailey Ching hesitated for a moment but still spoke, and he often makes a big noise in the end when causing trouble, especially this time. It seems a bit too quiet. Song Cheng, hearing this, instinctively glanced around again, but only saw the corridor rapidly returning to order and the warriors waiting for further orders. He thought to himself that it ending so smoothly couldn't be a bad thing. Yet, just as the words were about to leave his mouth, he swallowed them back, because simply recalling Yu Sheng's deeds made him feel that the director's judgment might have some truth to it. But no matter what, the invasion within the Special Service Bureau building had indeed stopped. Since no new anomalies had appeared, Song Cheng began arranging soldiers to handle the post-battle cleanup, while also assigning personnel to take over those stranded Black Dot Group soldiers on the customs level. Under the supervision of fully armed Special Service Bureau officers and deep divers, these illegal immigrants, the Algredians, were separated and began handing over their weapons and registering themselves obediently. Of course, given that they had just been fighting side by side, the Special Service Bureau people would not trouble them, but disarming was a necessary procedure, and so were the subsequent temporary detentions. How this matter would ultimately be settled depended on the higher-ups, final negotiations and talks. Bailey Ching glanced at the situation in the corridor, but her attention was clearly not entirely focused there. An invisible, illusory pair of eyes appeared in the air, and Bailey Zhu's voice entered her mind. "Sister, it seems you're feeling a bit uneasy as well." "Bailey Ching, did you see anything?" "Not yet, but I can foresee some unpleasant shadows," Bailey Zhu said slowly. "It's like something is shrouding my vision, and no matter where I look, shadows cover the entire boundary land. Do you understand what I mean? It's like everything is getting darker and something big is coming. This feeling is quite ominous." Bailey Ching frowned, and just as she was about to say something else, a slight tremor and buzzing suddenly came from her earlobe. Her heart stirred, and without taking off the earring, she raised her hand to brush the earring's edge. Without waiting for the other side to speak, she asked, "Luo, what's your situation over there?" "Expressionless," Luo's voice came from the other end of the earring, and the first word made Bailey Ching's eye twitch, but the hurried message that followed made her ignore the opening, expressionless words. "Something's wrong over here. The rift and void in the hall have disappeared, but what? But half of the space station has turned transparent." "Bailey Ching, I can't quite describe it to you. It looks as if half of the space station was sliced diagonally by something, and nearly half of the structure is gone. You can even see outer space. But in reality, the physical structure of those parts is still there," Luo said quickly, and from the background it seemed he was relocating. "The dome of the lab has vanished, and it seems the artificial gravity is also having issues. Wait, there's something outside the space station. I think I see." The signal seemed greatly disturbed, suddenly becoming intermittent. Even someone as calm as Bailey Ching found it hard to remain composed at this point, her expression changing as she quickly spoke. "What is it? Luo, are you still?" Before she finished her sentence, several exclamations suddenly came from the corridor, and then Song Cheng came rushing towards her. Director, look over here." Bailey Ching was startled, her figure instantly transforming into a blur, and in the next moment she appeared in front of a large window outside the corridor. Meanwhile, Bailey Zhu's eyes, which had been beside her in the air, dissipated and directly leapt outside the Special Service Bureau building. Outside the large window was the cityscape of Boundary City, the view seemingly high above the city center, where you could clearly see the towering skyscrapers and the most magnificent building located in the heart of the city, the Council Tower. The city was shrouded in darkness, the sky gradually turning dim and lightless, with the clouds being dispersed by an invisible force, while an astonishingly colossal object was casting its shadow over the grand main building of the Council Tower. As she saw the scene outside the window, the image Bailey Zhu observed from the sky simultaneously entered Bailey Ching's mind. She saw the enormous saucer-shaped space station that was slowly moving in the sky, along with the shimmering starry sky around it, seemingly mapped in through dislocated space-time, and she finally gasped. Having presided over the Special Service Bureau for 100 years, Director Bailey, renowned for her icy composure, for the first time in her life felt the urge to curse. And from her earring, Luo's voice finally came through again. "I think I damn well see the boundary land. The signal's back. Luo, I'm going to blow you up with the anti-aircraft cannon." Chapter 545, Large-Scale Invasion. The piercing alarm sounded almost instantaneously throughout all the floors, and under the massive shadow cast by Blackstone Station, the entire city plunged into great chaos. Now everyone who looked up could see an astonishing astronomical megastructure covering the sky. The giant disc-shaped shell of Blackstone Station resembled an upside-down steel land from the ground. Countless auxiliary constructions and various weapon turrets, enhancement devices, and shield generators attached to the shell appeared jagged and terrifying in the shadow. As Blackstone Station appeared, an invisible force also dispersed the surrounding clouds, tearing apart vast spaces. The starlight from the distant universe spread across the sky like a broken mirror, and its scale was still expanding. The people on the ground started scattering in terror. The traffic on the city streets instantly fell into chaos. Alarms blared throughout, and the collective mental impact from being bathed in the external starlight began spreading through the entire Boundary City like a plague. Boundary Land, Depth L1. Vast areas of pale purple mist rose on the city's edge, within which something seemed to be continually disintegrating, collapsing from the sky. Indistinguishable illusions first rose from the suburbs outside Boundary City and gradually engulfed the urban area inside, filled with unsettling silhouettes, dragons, giants, giant beasts cloaked in thunder and crown-wearing kings. Boundary Land, Depth L2. Tortuous and twisted obsidian pillars began to grow throughout the city, like a flipped earth, with the skeletons buried in the old world hearing the horn of various city-states, mistakenly believing they were still in this world. Boundary Land, Depth L3. But just then, a strange, low rumble suddenly spread throughout Boundary Land. It sounded like a horn being infinitely elongated, sweeping across the entire city continuously. The horn came from the grand and mysterious tower at the city's center. At some unknown time, the silver-white council tower was coated with a layer of floating light and shadow, and the long horn sounded from the top of the tower throughout 4 bounds. The pale purple mist on the city's edge began to fade rapidly. The outdated army within the mist woke up abruptly in reality, fell back into the dream realm. The invading obsidian columns collapsed and disintegrated under the rapidly dissipating obsidian snowflakes. The people seemed to be affected by an invisible force, gradually ignoring the anomalies around them in bewilderment, and began to subconsciously move towards the nearest refuge facilities. Bailey Ching stared grimly in the direction of the council tower, while the hurried report of an underling came from the side. "Director, Requiem has been activated on the council tower side, and currently the entire depth is temporarily maintained at L1, but it's unknown how long it will last." Bailey Ching's face was clouded. "What about that space station?" "There are no signs of continuing to fall," the subordinate quickly replied. "It's hovering 300 meters above the council tower, but the exact mass data couldn't be measured. It seems like it hasn't truly arrived at Boundary Land, but rather 2 spaces have overlapped." "Overlap?" Bailey Ching abruptly turned her head. "You mean, similar to those rifts in the hallway before?" Yes, the subordinate nervously swallowed, "but this time's scale is obviously very large." Bailey Ching's gaze moved toward the window again. A layer of diffuse and thick shield had already appeared over Boundary City, centered on the council tower, with countless hidden shield generators at the city's edge as nodes, its strength theoretically sufficient to withstand the fall of the space station, if it truly falls down. But worse than the space station falling directly is precisely its current state of violating physical laws, stably floating in the overlapping space above the city. This implies that large-scale anomalies are still ongoing. A certain event located beyond the boundary of reason is still approaching reality. As if to confirm the gloomy prediction in Bailey Ching's heart, just when the giant space station was still steadily hovering above the council tower, while many felt that at least at this moment things had stabilized, an unsettling cracking sound suddenly reached everyone's ears. It sounded like a gigantic mirror continually shattering. Song Cheng held the windowsill, looking up at the sky in astonishment. He saw the starlight around that black stone space station starting to distort. As if the universe itself was being folded, the starry background near Black Stone Station slowly turned into a massive vortex structure, and then the starlight stagnated on the vortex's outer wall, while something extended from the deep space, gradually penetrating an irregular shadow from the bottom of Black Stone Station. He saw it clearly. It was a jagged, ancient, and mysteriously shrouded dark tower, descending from the starry sky, directly penetrating the core area of Black Stone Space Station. The tower body stretched and elongated infinitely in the depths of space, one end unobservable by the naked eye, and the other continued, growing towards Boundary City after penetrating the space station. Slowly but inexorably. "Damn, this might be hard to top." Song Cheng heard someone exclaiming beside him, turned his head, and saw that it was Su Jiali. Beside Su Jiali was a spiritual servant already in a dazed and static state. Bailey Ching heard a burst of noise coming from the earpiece, but it seemed not interference. Rather, something in the environment was leaking, exploding, and burning. In between, Aaron's faint cursing and Luo's exclamations could be heard. "The laboratory is gone. The entire laboratory, it's all gone." After another burst of noise, a voice emerged in the earpiece, sounded either like a culprit or an unlucky fellow distraught. "A black wall just smashed down from above, puncturing through the entire core area right in front of me. If I hadn't sensed something wrong and warned in advance, we would have all been smashed in." Hey, Stoneface, are you listening, Stoneface? Bailey Ching's face was grim, and it took her a great effort to keep her voice steady. I don't care if you live or die, where is Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng was just thrown into that big hole by his subordinates. I find it quite ridiculous, but this puppet named Aaron said it's normal. Luo's voice was slightly breathless. He hasn't come back yet, and Aaron said there's some interference on her end too. She can't hear Yu Sheng's condition clearly, just that he's safe. I can't see the outside situation from here. What's going on now? The world bridge has appeared. That's the black wall you mentioned. Bailey Ching pressed her lips together, her voice low. It's connecting to the boundary land. Hearing the exclamation coming from the earring, Bailey Ching had no mood to continue talking with Luo. Instead, she turned her gaze back outside the window, staring intently at the bridge that was slowly growing down from among the stars. Yu Sheng hadn't returned yet. He might still be trying desperately to end this crisis, or may have already failed. The Special Service Bureau and the Council have many disaster contingency plans. Being a faction with an unstable homeland, their contingency plans even included extreme situations like the destruction of the entire boundary land. But in such extreme cases, all protective measures have a quite slim success rate. Should they actively enter the broken tower in search of a chance, recklessly release the ancient souls from the Pale Library, implement dome shattering, and permanently abandon some parts of the homeland? A series of plans quickly spun through Bailey Ching's mind as she stared at the inverted tower outside, instinctively clenching her fists. Fine, crystalline scales quietly appeared on her arms and neck, while her pale gray eyes reflected countless rapidly switching possibilities of the future and past. At that moment, the surface of the tower, which had pierced through the black stone space station and was slowly extending toward the boundary land, underwent a new change. Many bizarre branches suddenly grew out of the tower's layered structure, transforming into constantly extending cracks. Chaos surged within those cracks. Then, thick, mud-like shadows began to drip down from the ends of every fissure. The viscous shadows fell on the big shield above Boundary City, quickly producing billowing smoke before slowly seeping into the city. The shield, originally designed to withstand various real and surreal invasions, could not completely repel this corrosion, with many tiny droplets managing to laboriously seep through the barrier, descending upon various parts of the city. Song Cheng instantly inhaled sharply. Director, he abruptly turned his head to look at Bailey Ching. That below is. Immediately activate the spiritual fox node in Mist City, Bailey Ching ordered instantly. Execute it in zones, only flip the districts that have been invaded. Song Cheng was taken aback, instinctively speaking out. But this system hasn't been very stable in previous tests, and once the pressure exceeds, it's better than allowing the civilian areas to suffer contamination. The effect of Requiem is limited, and once large-scale casualties or panic occur, the collective mental contamination could puncture the Requiem's defense line. By then there'd be no boundary land or Special Service Bureau left. All right, I understand. Good, Bailey Ching nodded. I will arrange for the 3rd and 4th Battalions to act with you. Once an invaded district executes a flip, you must immediately enter the corresponding area and swiftly eliminate those shadows, and the purified districts must revert immediately. As you said, that system cannot withstand too much pressure. Song Cheng quickly left, and Bailey Ching immediately took out her phone to make the next arrangements. Little Sue, dispatch the mobile unit to clear the shadows that have entered the city. Remember, evacuate immediately if the district becomes foggy, and if evacuation is truly not possible, construct a perimeter on the spot and hold on until the deep dive team arrives. Outside the window, the viscous shadows seeping from the vicinity of the World Bridge continued to drip onto the big shield, amidst billowing smoke and hissing sounds. Tiny droplets were simultaneously descending towards the city from several leak points. Under the function of the Requiem system in the Council Tower, most civilians had already taken shelter in the refuge facilities. The blind invading shadows lingered in the deathly quiet streets until this silence was shattered by gunfire from the agents of the mobile unit. But the leak points on the big shield continued to increase. A pair of gigantic eyes emerged on the outer wall of the Special Service Bureau building, observing the situation within the city. Moments later, a faint mist quietly spread through districts one by one within the city. On the big shield, yet another new leak point appeared. The viscous shadow gathered into a mass, dripping down from above the city. But accompanied by a buzz, the entire district beneath this mass of shadow abruptly experienced a ripple, like a reflection in water, followed by the fog rising and space flipping. The experimental spiritual fox system had been activated. A portion of Mist City erupted upwards, replacing the impending battleground of the real district. The invading shadows fell into the thick fog, and before the blindly menacing soulless creatures was the fully armed deep dive team. Chapter 546, The Long End. The sensation of falling suddenly hit. Fragments of light and shadow swept through the field of view like a storm. A vast stream of information flooded into the mind, then roared away. Yu Sheng didn't know how long he had been falling in the chaos, only felt as if he had instantly experienced countless switches between life and death. Yet it seemed he was merely disturbed in consciousness, losing the perception of life and death. Then his consciousness finally stopped this seemingly eternal fall, lightly, as if sent to a certain place. He opened his eyes in the darkness, first seeing a city with towering spires standing like a forest. As if wanting to support the sky, the spires connected with endless chains, all dyed black, mimicking the form of a spider web. Above the city, the sky is gloomy, sparse stars scattered, the strange firmament covered in fine crimson stripes like a thick, oppressive shell enveloping the whole world. Then he saw a group of people gathered in a vast building, clustered around some gigantic computational device. People bustling back and forth in the hall, tense and busy, all faceless, with only hazy shadows, indistinguishable features. Finally he saw a mountain, an extremely high mountain, soaring as if trying to reach the stars. At the foot of the mountain, the city sprawls endlessly, full of towers. At the top, the temples are grand and awe-inspiring, the divine temple adorned everywhere with spider web insignia. Long steps stretch from the foot of the mountain to the top. Dark flags flutter on the platform before the divine temple. Monks gather on the platform, seemingly surrounding some observational device. A voice is shouting, hoarse and vague, repeated several times before Yu Sheng could barely understand the meaning of the sentence. They succeeded, those nearby. They built a sun, reshaping the dwelling place using the remaining mass and information of the world. Ashes can sustain. Yu Sheng's consciousness floated, not knowing when it landed in front of the divine temple, passing through the shouting figure, hearing the whispers around. The crowd discussed about some sanctuary, discussed ashes, anchor points, observer effects, and the sustenance of the world. But suddenly all sounds vanished. The entire world froze at this moment. Yu Sheng instinctively raised his head, seeing the divine temple doors wide open. Inside was dim and chaotic, a massive shadow deep in the darkness watching him. He could not discern the shadow's form, only seeing it had a spider-like lower body and a female figure, eyes crimson, like the strange, fine stripes of the sky. A voice suddenly sounded in Yu Sheng's mind. It wasn't until long after did I realize. It turns out not every world's end lasted so long. Yu Sheng instead calmed down at this moment, not entering the divine temple, but simply sat down on the stone floor before the door, looking at those crimson eyes in the shadows. Are there differences in the duration of the apocalypse? Yes, the voice sounded warm and patient. Some are quick. The red scars swiftly run through the entire world, so everyone doesn't have time to realize the arrival of the apocalypse, and everything is over. Some slower, they still have time to lament and fear, can cry painfully, or send out a team to save the world, engaging in a futile but not long struggle. Some slower still. They can properly plan a dignified farewell, welcoming peace after grief and chaos, or make some attempts of slim hope, yet meaningful. Yu Sheng hesitated. Then, what about you all? Ours is slower, the gentle voice lightly said, lasting 6,660 years, precisely starting when we first observed space, then accompanying our entire civilization's progress. Yu Sheng took a light breath. Yet that voice continued seemingly unconcerned. So since the day civilization was enlightened, the end of all things to us is a countdown placed before everyone. No need for any ethereal prophecy, no need for any endless conspiracy theories and disputes. It's right above us, slow, real, advancing daily without rest. The observable universe is collapsing, a very slow collapse, and we are almost at its center. Scholars say this universe was once stable, because traces left in the noise of background radiation were those beautiful ones. They say in those times stars prospered. Space dimensions were unimaginably large. Stars had none of those crimson lines representing countdowns, only a deep black that was tranquil and peaceful. Tribes living in that era were blessed. They didn't even know when the apocalypse would come. So much that they might still need to concoct some horrifying apocalypse stories to scare themselves. But we didn't catch such good days. Sounds of sharp, hard objects scratching the ground came from the darkness. Yu Sheng saw a long limb slowly probing out from the temple door, covered in black armor, surface densely packed with fine, intricate, and elegant patterns, intimidating, yet seemingly emanating an indescribable, saintly quality. The limb stopped beside Yu Sheng. No malice. No wonder a tribe would take omen as faith and construct the entire worldview and belief system around omen, Yu Sheng said thoughtfully, yet his gaze was on those frozen figures before the temple. But it seems those who created you don't want to resign themselves to fate so easily. Survival is a biological instinct in the slow years of the apocalypse's approach. The frail ones die first, and the rest are notably keen to live. Computation. Yu Sheng suddenly thought of something. The dense formulas in the Jinglin Sanatorium ward, the constantly calculating puppet in Blackstone Space Station, the Black Dot Group's pursuit of some ultimate truth. You are trying to find the solution to the Creator's equation. We tried many things, split over them, waged civil wars, and even nearly faced an extinction crisis before the apocalypse arrived. Some advanced while others retreated, some sought truth while others embraced folly. Much blood has flowed in front of this divine temple, and the calculation you mentioned was merely one of the paths that prevailed. But at least most people reached a consensus on this path. To understand destruction, one must understand creation. Yu Sheng creation. The slender limb gently lifted and pointed at the frozen figures on the temple square. A gentle voice echoed in Yu Sheng's mind. In the third millennium of the apocalypse, we observed the walls of the world becoming thin. As the observable universe kept collapsing and shrinking, this phenomenon became increasingly evident, and gradually, scholars discovered they could capture some information that seemed not to belong to this world through specific methods. So we built numerous observation devices, hoping to observe the situation beyond the crimson. But the initial observation results almost broke down even the most optimistic among us. What did you observe? Yu Sheng instinctively asked. Debris, the corpse of the universe, the roar of destruction of all things echoed among the corpses of thousands of extinct universes, turning into maddening noise. The slender limb uneasily scratched at the ground, as if the terror and despair felt by the former believers while observing the outside, for the first time were still imprinted in this god's memory. Everything was over. Outside the world there were only embers. The immense shock left Yu Sheng speechless for a moment, and he quickly thought of Anka Ayla and the inferent star body's memory, and the scene witnessed in the illusion, surrounded by the dark angel. After several seconds, he reacted suddenly, but it seems you later observed something else. Yes, there are always those who don't give up, so after countless fatal madness and aberrations, we finally discovered survivor settlement. Survivors. A group of embers, remnants piled together after several worlds were destroyed, where someone reignited a fire among those embers and raised a new sun. The slender limb softly tapped on the ground. The observed information was vague, and establishing communication was impossible. After several attempts, we only obtained a rather limited amount of information, yet we did get a name. Endless Sea. It's the name they gave their sanctuary. The gentle voice paused for a moment before continuing. Despite the limited information, this greatly encouraged us because the existence of the Endless Sea sanctuary proved one thing: recreation after the end of the world is possible. Creation, Yu Sheng instinctively repeated the word. He felt he had already guessed what the sanctuary they observed was about. Bailey Ching once said that before the second singularity explosion, the previous era of this universe, the Old World, was known as the Deep Sea Era. Thus our calculations began for the recreation after the end of all things, the ancient outer god said softly. We didn't have so many embers aggregated together, nor did we have so many opportunities to get things wrong and try again like they did. The only possible bearer of the sanctuary, the observer effect stable anchor, was a god. There was only a single chance. The timing could not be missed, nor could there be any mistakes. We began to set up numerous observation devices within the remaining universe space to precisely measure the shifts of time and space, summarize the laws governing the transformation of creation and destruction, and the believers carefully adjusted the rituals and doctrines so I could understand their intentions and prepare for the new world. Day after day, scholars calculated, seeking the ultimate solution to the Creator's equation, and engineers began constructing a massive engine deep within the mother planet, to trigger the apocalypse when that final day arrives, creating our own sanctuary. Such days continued for more than 3,000 years, and finally everything was ready. Then we unlocked the Creator's equation. After such a protracted struggle, we finally derived all the data required for rekindling the embers and reached the final conclusion. Yu Sheng unknowingly held his breath. He seemed to have had a certain thought, yet he instinctively asked, "The conclusion is?" The slender limb gently placed itself on Yu Sheng's hand. The universe's mass is insufficient. Chapter 547, Legacy and Ruin. The mass of the universe is no longer sufficient. Thus, this is the final outcome of this prolonged apocalypse that has lasted 6,660 years. The slender limb gently lay on the hand, cold and hard, as if it embodied the doomsday itself, or perhaps the greatest impression left by those departed souls on their homeland. Cold, malicious, like a vast machine collapsing relentlessly and crushing everything. The fear and awe that mortals felt towards their homeland have transformed into the world's last deity, entrusting all earnest wishes for continuity and dreams of the new world to this deity. Hope belongs to it, despair belongs to it, and the void left after everything ends also belongs to it. No wonder those strands of spider silk were so cold and unyielding. Yet Yu Sheng suddenly found it hard to reconcile. No, why, what's this all about? He was even a bit agitated, suddenly standing up from the stone slab in front of the divine temple. It has come to this, how can it just? For no particular reason, misfortune simply is. The slender limb still rested on Yu Sheng's hand, the voice consistently gentle and patient. Fairness is not the foundation upon which the world operates. Mathematical laws are devoid of warmth. Compared to the flickering flames on the mother star, coldness and darkness are the norms in the universe. Civilization itself is a low-probability event, and we just happen to reside at the final notch of the time scale during the entire civilization cycle. Yu Sheng stared blankly at the limb resting on his hand, until it gently retracted into the darkness behind the divine temple doors. An enormous shadow slowly retreated into the darkness. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, instinctively stepping forward to follow into the divine temple, only to find himself blocked by an invisible barrier. Not a hard wall, but a curtain soft as wind, which he could not penetrate. After several attempts, Yu Sheng quickly realized. The ancient deity was not truly here. What he saw was essentially only an echo, recorded, much like the journal left by Aaron in the little bear before, and the true omen goddess had shattered 3,700 years ago, with the largest fragment already fused with Aaron to become a new being. And in the moment of realizing this, Yu Sheng suddenly recalled another phrase left by blonde Aaron in the log. She agreed to my suggestion of fusion, choosing to voluntarily relinquish most of her consciousness, only hoping that I could retain a particular set of special data from her memory. The data set was astonishing in scale, but harmless. I couldn't understand what it was, but it was clearly of extraordinary importance to her. Yu Sheng stood frozen on the spot, turning his head to look around. The towering divine temple stood on the mountain peak, with winding steps extending to the foot, in a nameless city illuminated by lights. Between the towering towers were citizens waiting for the sun to rise again, under a sky draped low, encased with crimson streaks, enveloping an ever-shrinking world. The tower is one of the significant cultural symbols of this civilization. It originated from the ancient fear and awe of the sky by the forebears, who constantly worried about the sky collapsing and built towers on the earth, hoping to hold up the collapsing firmament on the day of the world's end, preserving a realm where civilization might still cling to life. Even though the advancement of scientific knowledge had made later generations aware of the futility of such actions, the pious still erected grand forests of towers in this holy city surrounding the temple. Yu Sheng thought, perhaps this is what the omen goddess exchanged with blonde Aaron at the cost of herself, a memory of their homeland, a story of her and her people. All elements of the Dark Angel carried tremendous contamination, especially the knowledge they bore. The cost to exchange such stories for a storage space was evidently substantial. The surrounding scenery began to shake, initially as mere visual tremors, quickly escalating into a gigantic quake. The city at the mountain's foot crumbled, the earth tore open deep chasms, boulders rolled down from the mountain, and both the divine temple and the mountain rapidly transformed into countless viscous shadows, flowing towards the city down the slope. Yu Sheng suddenly couldn't stand still, his body tipped aside, and before he could touch the ground, everything in his view vanished. His heart stirred, instinctively turning his head towards where the divine temple had stood. Chaos mist enveloped everything, while a black tower reaching heaven and earth stood in the endless space, its various parts fractured, yet the numerous cracks emitted intense radiance, seemingly mending themselves swiftly. Beneath the tower was a distant and ambiguous city, appearing vaguely familiar. Yu Sheng lifted his head again to look at the other end of the tower. A pitch-black planet hung high above the tower top, like a shadow at the end of time and space, a giant void of endless darkness. A staggering sense of oppression emanated from the black star. A torrent of vast information surged into his mind. For a moment, Yu Sheng seemed to hear numerous voices, but before he could fully comprehend the torrents of information in his mind, he suddenly felt his hand become heavy. Startled, he looked down, seeing that he was clutching an irregular black stone. The stone was large, about the size of Aaron, with uneven edges and some smooth surfaces inscribed with intricate patterns. Zolda Black Stone. Yu Sheng felt a jolt in his heart, but before he could figure out why this black stone ended up in his hands, he saw the surface of the stone suddenly light up with a dense glow. The light flowed and transformed into countless cracks as the black stone swiftly began to disintegrate in his hand. Damn, Yu Sheng jumped, completely unprepared for the Zolda Black Stone which had caused so much trouble to start breaking apart as soon as it came into his hands. His blood ran cold. No, how am I going to explain this when I get back? In his panic, he didn't care about anything else. He instinctively pulled out a bloodletting knife made from Luna's nail from his pocket, slicing his hand without hesitation. As he fumbled to grab the half-broken black stone, he smeared his blood on it, trying to use the power of his blood to forcefully stabilize it. But instead of improving the situation, the moment the blood touched the stone, it shattered even faster, and even began to evaporate as it crumbled. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, the Zolda Black Stone, once about the same size as Aaron, had fragmented into countless pieces that dissolved into mist and drifted away. All that remained in Yu Sheng's hand was a small cube, about the size of half a palm, with a texture similar to jade. Yu Sheng stared dumbfounded at this core, the only thing left after the black stone shattered. His first thought was that this thing's final shape wasn't coincidental. Instead, it seemed more like some kind of sophisticated artificial device, originally hidden inside a seemingly irregular stone shell. He also noticed there were finer runes on the edges of the cube, different from the omen runes previously on the black stone's surface, yet difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. However, he didn't have a chance to study it closely. A tremendous force suddenly surged, nearly knocking the cube out of his hand. Yu Sheng barely had time to cry out in surprise before he instinctively clutched onto the cubic core, which swept him off his feet, dragging him directly toward the dark tower standing in the chaotic space. What the hell is all this? Aaron didn't mention another bloody disaster on this mission either. Out of options, Yu Sheng glanced back helplessly, sighed, and curled around the cubic core, bracing for the impending impact. Yet the predicted impact never came. He only felt like he passed through a layer of intangible mist. Light flashed before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he was already standing on a platform inside the tower. The artificial gravity system seemed to be malfunctioning, as the entire space station began to feel increasingly tilted. Surging warning lights flickered in the corridors, accompanied by a cacophony of distorted, shrill alarms, agitating the nerves. Luo led the group swiftly through the complex corridors of the Black Stone space station's outer sector, with flickering lights in their path, annoying noise buzzing in their ears, and the artificial atmosphere thickening with toxic fumes. Hu Li, using his 9 tails, held several mass-produced errands and carried one in his arms, asking as he ran, "Savior is really okay, right?" "Oh, he's fine, really alive. Just some signal interference so I can't hear what he's saying clearly. This is the 7th or 8th time you've asked," Aaron exclaimed, struggling to look up. "Hey, silly fox, take it easy, you're going to strangle me." As they spoke, the group arrived at a chamber, where the warning lights above the chamber door flashed violently, yet the lock mechanism of the gate was jammed. Luo stepped forward. "I'll repair the mechanical gate." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure swiftly dashed forward. Luna raised her blade, fingertip blade flashing, and dismantled the door with a few cuts, then kicked it aside. "No need to repair." Luna turned her face to look at Luo. "It's all wrecked like this." Luo looked at the scene, wanting to cry without tears, then glanced back at the trail of chaos and debris in their path, resigning herself to swallow the words, "all my belongings," back down. Then she quickly passed through the gate. At the center of the chamber stood a large assembly. A myriad of complex pipes and cables connected to a cylindrical structure about 2 meters in diameter, whose midsection was transparent, revealing several rapidly spinning concentric rings and a fist-sized bright core within a powerful binding field. "This is the last one," Luo quickly moved, gliding over with her wheel feet, opening a panel beside the assembly. The mechanical limbs behind her began rapidly reorganizing some key structures inside. The last fail-safe of the space station's total disassembly and self-destruction system. Erin strained to poke her head out from Hu Li's chest. "If you dismantle this thing, will the boundary land be safe?" "No," Luo didn't look back. "The erosion of the world bridge continues. I can't do anything about that, but at least the big shield over Boundary City won't be backstabbed in a critical moment by the self-destruction of the Black Stone space station. I have never betrayed any partners in my life, and I don't intend to make an exception before I die. Besides, what if I don't die this time?" Chapter 548, Fox on a Rampage. Luo's maneuvers were dazzling, with a swarm of mechanical appendages behind him performing complex tasks that seemed to require several people to complete. Erin stared wide-eyed from behind, but still couldn't comprehend, and after a long pause, she blurted out, "Are all those mechanical arms really just for screwing in screws?" Having fought side by side, along the way, Luo had gotten used to this puppet's lack of manners, so he was too lazy to respond and just continued with his work. But Erin couldn't sit still. Seeing the golden-haired elf in front of her not responding, her eyes darted around and she came up with a new question. "By the way, is it really necessary to cram your home full of self-destruct bombs with a string of backups as well? If something like a Dark Angel incident actually happens, those bombs seem useless." "Those bombs aren't meant for blowing up Dark Angels. As long as they can blow us up, they are enough, though it's better not to if possible," Luo replied without turning his head. "It's a necessary safety measure." "Why?" Erin blinked her eyes. "Why what? It's so dangerous, why bother? I heard you guys study a bunch of weird stuff, with subspace and black spirit ability. The Pioneer Lab blows up twice a year, not only disregarding others' lives, but not caring much about your own lives either." Luo was silent for a moment with some doubts in his heart. For some reason, although the red-eyed dwarf behind him was always rude, causing trouble along the way and chattering noisily at this moment, he couldn't resist the urge to answer her question. Because of curiosity, the elf finally broke the silence. "Erin Hull. Curiosity. I'm very curious about the world we live in, the secrets left by the ancient saints, the broken history and old technologies of various races, the stories of the deep sea era, things beyond our world. All that is beyond our vision, unknown, and I want to see them. It's as simple as that. Of course, that's just me. My colleagues may have more complex attitudes towards this world." Erin stared for a while, drawing out her words. "Wow. Don't you have any curiosity?" Luo finally slightly turned his head, but his hands remained busy. Erin thought carefully, and suddenly her face lit up. "Yes, there is. Yu Sheng has a folder on his computer he never lets me see, and he even put a password on it. I asked C-Type to help me crack it, but she always says she's too busy. I'm super curious." Luo pondered, rubbing his chin. "That really does sound intriguing. Perhaps it's important research data or something. I can help you later." But before she finished speaking, she heard a beast-like woo-ah growl next to her. Raising her head, she saw Hu Li glaring angrily and threateningly at her, the demon fox girl baring her sharp teeth, her tail flickering with flames. "The Savior's things are off-limits to outsiders." "Yes, that's also an issue." Erin glanced at Hu Li. "That silly fox guards Yu Sheng's things so tightly, she might really kill you." Luo shuddered all over and continued muttering as she turned back to her work. "What a bunch of nutcases." Erin, however, didn't react to this sentence. Normally, she would have 10 retorts ready. But at this moment, she suddenly tilted her head, a faint look of confusion and hesitation appearing in her eyes. She watched Luo's busy silhouette, blinking her eyes, only to see that figure transform into an unfamiliar and blurry outline, one that reverently bowed to the ground like a devout believer, surrounded by many equally indistinct shadows, as if speaking to her. She blinked again, seeing a tower floating in the depths of the void. She was crouching on top of that tower, surrounded by all sorts of bizarre shadows, confiding matters to her. Erin raised her head in bewilderment. Lofty divine temple pillars encircled the area, high walls and banners etched with web-like reliefs and patterns. An unknown voice permeated through, hoarse and low. "Lord, the universe is running out of mass." Erin shook her head vigorously, her vision extending beyond the divine temple's door opening, spotting a figure standing at the entrance, grasping her hand, filled with indignation, the voice particularly familiar. "We've come this far, how come?" Erin froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, Yu Sheng." "Done," Luo's relieved voice came from the side. "The last one. Once we dismantle this, we won't have to worry about the big shield being blown up." "Great, then we should go find Yu Sheng." Erin enthusiastically wriggled half of her body out of Hu Li's embrace, pointing in a certain direction. "We've got to go this way." "Huh," Luo was momentarily stunned. "Weren't we supposed to retreat after dismantling the space station's self-destruct devices? You mentioned Hunter could open his own door back home." "But plans changed. Yu Sheng is nearby," Erin unceremoniously interrupted Luo. "We're going to find him next." Hu Li and Luna nodded in agreement. At least on this matter, they quickly reached a consensus with the noisy Erin. Luo's expression was a mix of subtlety and conflict. She glanced around at the severely damaged space station, its interior entirely unfit for ordinary people, keen to leave this danger-prone place. But after several seconds of hesitation, she gritted her teeth decisively. "All right, I'll go with you." But to her surprise, Erin tilted her head and said, "Why are you coming along?" The little puppet spoke, pointing to herself and the nearby Luna and Hu Li. "I have a bunch of backup bodies. If Type C gets hurt, there's some sort of recall skill that automatically transports her back into that iron coffin. And she's pretty tough anyway. Plus, this one here, Yu Sheng was afraid this silly fox would get stuck somewhere and couldn't return home, so he put over 200 teleportation gate cards and several pre-made doors in her tail. The three of us can just turn around and go home when we encounter danger. Why are you eager to tag along?" Hu Li nodded vigorously as she listened, kindly reminding Luo, "If you die, you're really dead." Luo opened her eyes wide, wanting to say something, but before she could open her mouth, she saw a few mass-produced errands clutching onto Hu Li's tail jump to the ground. One of them walked over to her, waved, and directly opened up a space rift out of thin air. As the space twisted dizzyingly, the puppet's body quickly reassembled, astonishingly transforming into a slightly trembling door in the blink of an eye. Luo looked on, dumbfounded, instinctively opening her mouth. Wait. Before she finished speaking, Erin waved her hand dismissively. "Wait for what? The time for a mass-produced machine to open a door is very short." As she spoke, a few mass-produced puppets ran behind Luo and in a few quick strides, jumped up all at once, delivering several kicks straight to the elf. "In you go." Luo let out a sharp scream instantly. "Wait, this thing doesn't look very stable, damn you." And then she was beaten into the teleportation gate by the puppet's hands and feet. Erin lay in Hu Li's arms, clapping her hands with a satisfied smile on her face. "Going to find the Lord," Luna stammered slightly from the side. "Is our savior at the space station?" Hu Li looked in puzzlement at the direction Erin had pointed to earlier, her big ears twitching around. "My divine sense didn't find him. I can't explain it clearly, but he was just here, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, maybe in the direction of the laboratory," Erin said hurriedly, waving her hand and wriggling restlessly in Hu Li's arms. "He might need help. We have to hurry over." The little puppet suddenly paused, raising her head hesitantly. "Silly fox, do you still remember the way?" "Not at all, I didn't memorize it." Erin was dumbfounded. "Hey, no, isn't your nose always sharp? Isn't finding the way your strong suit?" "But the path kept collapsing as we walked," Hu Li said helplessly, "and there's exhaust all around here, smelling foul. I haven't breathed for half an hour." "You're letting us down at a critical time." Erin was nearly in tears. "I should have kept that pointy-eared girl. She would definitely know another way." Hu Li's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Actually, it's not a big problem." "Erin, what do you mean?" Then the little puppet saw Hu Li, holding her, verify the general direction of the laboratory while bowing her head slightly. "Erin, are you sure it's this way?" "Yes, this way, but wait, silly fox, what are you doing?" Hu Li bent down, lowered her head, took a slight backward step to prepare to dash. Erin finally screamed, "You big silly fox, what exactly are you going to do?" Boom! The explosive roar of the foxfire interrupted the puppet's remaining words as the demon fox girl launched a fiery headbutt, crashing through the nearest wall and charging straight toward the laboratory. A series of explosive roars and the ear-splitting noise of metal tearing followed, accompanied by blazing flames lighting up the sky, intermixed only with the puppet's almost inaudible shrieks. "Oh gosh, put me down first. Oh crap, that's a big beam. I want to go home, I'm not playing. Ah, big silly fox." Luna stood in place, watching Hu Li crash through walls one after another, trying hard to speak but unable to utter a word. Raising her hand several times, she finally stammered out a few words. I actually have a pathfinding. Forget it. Of course, most internal partitions of the space station wouldn't be particularly strong. After a moment, accompanied by a searing fox firelit path running from the outer zone straight to the core, the last internal wall was quickly burned and smashed through. Hu Li hunched her head and charged into the laboratory, only to hear Aaron shout loudly, "Stop! Stop! Wall there! Wall!" In the puppet's despairing screams, Hu Li headbutted into the massive black wall filling the entire laboratory. This one didn't budge. Oh, what? Chapter 549, Invasion and Battle. Hu Li clutched her head and hopped around, yelping in front of the black, high wall. When she finally calmed down, a large red bump had already formed on her forehead. The great demon fox gently rubbed the bump, tears welling up in her eyes. Aaron, who had been casually tossed to the ground by Hu Li, lay there motionless as if dead. After a long while, she suddenly seemed to reconnect with her body. Jumping up and pointing at Hu Li, she started nagging. "Silly fox, can you not bring me along next time when you're being so reckless? My waist almost got snapped. Do you even know how hard it is to deal with a broken joint in the waist?" Hu Li didn't say a word, just continued to rub the bump on her head. Aaron paused, looking at Hu Li's head, then turned to glance at the black high wall that ran right through the laboratory. It was naturally part of the broken tower, world bridge, made of mysterious materials not belonging to this world, with a hardness beyond imagination. Possibly even harder than Luna's battleship armor shell. "Silly fox, just how tough is your skull?" the little puppet couldn't help but exclaim, "to only get a bump from hitting this thing." "Our line of foxes practices body cultivation," Hu Li said sullenly, as if she'd also hit her nose earlier. "Back in school when there were no classes, the elders in the clan would take us into the mountains to mine with our claws and heads." Aaron's wow. At that moment, Luna also entered through a large hole in the laboratory wall, carrying 2 mass-produced puppets she picked up along the way. She casually tossed the puppets to Aaron, then looked up at the black high wall and spoke slowly. "No entrance." The surface of the high wall appeared seamless, with mysterious patterned grooves whose purpose was unclear, but there were no visible doors or windows. Luna went up and scratched it with her nails, discovering that its strength was astonishing, and even her blade couldn't leave a mark. Then she and Hu Li watched as Aaron walked up to the high wall and began to feel around on it. "Do you know how to get in?" Hu Li asked curiously from the side. Do I know?" Aaron's reaction was strange, not quite a reply but more like questioning herself. As she felt around the rough surface of the world bridge, her expression began to grow hazy. Suddenly, as if remembering something, nostalgia appeared on her face. "Ah, yes, I know, we all built this together. Go in. Yes, we can go in. Yu Sheng is inside." She pressed her hand against the outer wall of the world bridge. Black threads began to seep from her fingertips, spreading over the surface of the high wall, weaving into a web while gradually penetrating the wall. The black stones at the edge of the web took on strange hues, and a curtain, composed of numerous irregular polygonal light fragments, covered the web. In the next moment, the curtain collapsed inward and shattered, revealing an entrance before everyone's eyes. Behind the entrance lay the vast interior space of the tower. An unoriginated faint glow illuminated the layers of platforms inside, ancient intricate mechanisms of unknown function, and flights of stairs seemingly without end. Hu Li suddenly sniffed the air. Her eyes lit up. "I can smell our savior." "Yu Sheng passed through here." Aaron began walking into the tower. "He's heading upward, let's go after him." The terminal structure of the world bridge has intruded into the big shield. Our shield has not reacted to this. Unknown composition of the intruding structure, unable to lock it down. The terminal structure of the world bridge contains many rifts. Conventional interference and blockade measures are ineffective. The Council Tower Requiem system is affected, and its effectiveness is decreasing. The backup system has kicked in. The Spirit Fox system operation in the West City Canal section is malfunctioning. One block hasn't been exchanged with Mist City in time. A shadow has entered the real-world block. How far is the nearest mobile unit? Bailey Ching's face was serious as she listened to the continuous reports and commands coming from the hall. She made timely adjustments to overall deployments while sharing another perspective in her mind with Bailey Zhu. The giant eyes that only she and Yu Sheng could see were now floating above the boundary city, sticking close to the big shield of boundary land. Bailey Zhu overlooked the city, constantly reporting the situation of erosion in each district to her. From that high-altitude perspective, many areas could be seen already enveloped in thick fog. When the viscous shadows dripping from the big shield into the city, the corresponding block would instantly activate the Spirit Fox system, swapping a part of Mist City with the real-world block. Battles would take place in the twisted exotic realm filled with mist, to maximize the protection of Boundary City in reality. This was a system still in the experimental stage. Its hardware was based on the newest generation of the Spirit Fox node, publicly presented as communication devices, but their actual functions went far beyond that. Thanks to the fantastic spiritual energy affinity of their core materials, scientists in Boundary Land found a way to incorporate some deep-dive technology into these nodes and designed a vast grid network throughout Mist City, known as the Spirit Fox system. The purpose of this system is to add an extra layer of insurance for Boundary Land, a place always encountering various accidents and crises. Since Mist City covered the entire Boundary City, let it serve as Boundary City's safety shield. People outside only harbored fear and resistance towards the exotic realm. Yet for those living in Boundary Land, the exotic realm was a resource to be used. But after all, it's an experimental system, and Mist City is massive. The production of Spirit Fox nodes is limited by raw materials, and this network setup in Mist City is not completely finished. As the shadows intruding from the big shield into the city grew in number, the whole system began to show unstable behavior. More and more blocks were undergoing, flipping, and the energy needed to maintain the stability of the real-world boundary would increase exponentially. The voice of Bailey Zhu echoed in Bailey Qing's mind. I heard that this set of things also uses some techniques from the Black Dot group. Their Black Spirit ability, stuff itself has questionable stability. Deep dive technology was created by the Black Dot group. If we want to make the Spirit Fox node practical, we can only use compatible things, Bailey Qing said calmly, but her gaze fell upon the city. At the highest point of the big shield, the black tower that extended from beneath the Black Stone space station had already intruded into the sky of Boundary City. The end of the tower was filled with bizarre space rifts, making its overall appearance fragmented and broken. Now, a large number of mobile units and deep diver units had gathered near the council tower, trying various means to prevent the further extension of the world bridge, but they were clearly having little success. Sister, it's time to make a decision, Bailey Zhu's voice echoed again. If we execute dome shattering now, we can still manage to eject that space station along with the extended world bridge, of course. The cost is that the Boundary Land will forever lose a piece of sky, and perhaps some land as well. Moreover, the ejected world bridge could very likely change its position and invade again, Bailey Qing said slowly. Its origin isn't here. Oh, do you have a way to solve its origin? Listening to the voice in her mind, Bailey Qing simply took a gentle breath and slightly narrowed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, a silver-gray vertical pupil flashed across her pupils. Zhu, I need to leave here temporarily. You take over commanding and don't let anyone find out. Ah, Bailey Zhu was evidently taken aback. Wait, I'm replacing you. I can't. How do I replace you? Song Cheng and Secretary Liu know what to do. You can directly inform them of my whereabouts, Bailey Qing said calmly, turning to walk towards the door. As for you, you don't need to do anything. Just let the people at headquarters see that their director is still here. Wait, aren't you being a bit reckless? You really want to go into that tower? Hey, all right then, it feels like it's not the first time you've sold me out. Listening to the voice in her mind, the corners of Bailey Qing's mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. She left the hall, her footsteps hurrying through the corridor. In a moment when everyone coincidentally wasn't looking at her, her figure vanished into thin air. At the same time, Bailey Zhu took over the visual and auditory senses of everyone within the building. In the command hall, several staff members saw Bailey Qing hastily leave earlier, but soon they saw the director return from outside, standing at the initial position, continuing to stare at the scene without any change in expression. Everything proceeded as usual, except Bailey Qing furrowed her nose slightly when no one was paying attention, raised her hand to pinch her face, and mumbled quietly, "Keep a poker face, keep a poker face." The backyard of number 66 Wudong Road, deep within the valley. The square of Fairy Tale Town was bustling with activity. Sanity blocker, make sure they're all checked, take sufficient supplies before heading out. If you can't win, come back quickly. Cinderella went out to scout. She just reported back that the Old Town road towards Sun City Square is full of monsters. The fog has connected 3 or 4 blocks. It's a huge area. Dorothy's ground troops have already engaged up ahead, but they're lacking assault forces. Has the Dragon Slayer awoken? If he has, let him charge again. Emergency situation. Drones near Tay's shopping mall found a team of trapped Spirit Realm detectives who are barely holding on. Who's nearby? The king? Great, quickly get it over there. The main combat force of Fairy Tail gathered on the square, using walkie-talkies and phones to contact partners who had already left the valley and entered the city, while confirming the current situation in the city and arranging subsequent manpower for battle under Little Red Riding Hood's command. In this sudden chaos and crisis, these precocious children, and one who is now an adult, have clearly become the strongest civilian fighting force in Boundary City. With the Spirit Fox, systems load gradually exceeding limits, and a large amount of the Special Service Bureau's combat strength being diverted to deal with several large erosion points around the World Bridge. They were practically supporting the entire defense of the old city area. And at this moment, a twisted, vibrating door suddenly appeared on the square. The door abruptly opened, accompanied by creaking noises, quickly dissipating. A dizzy puppet fell out of the doorway, dragging along an unfamiliar person. The long-haired princess, Bai Zhu, and a few young kids who were preparing on the square were startled at once. But after being stunned for less than a second, they rushed forward. "What's this?" "Thrown in by Brother Yu. Golden hair, like the hair after long-haired transforms." Hey, it's still moving, it's alive." "Don't poke them, it's rude." Chapter 550, Fairy Tail's Frontline. As Luo gradually regained consciousness amidst a bout of dizziness, her mind was still muddled, unsure of her surroundings. After some time, she barely managed to gather her thoughts and found herself lying in an open area resembling a small square. Bright daylight, fresh air, and in her line of sight she saw many oddly shaped houses, with the sound of wind and some noise possibly coming from a construction site in the distance, while nearby there were chattering sounds. Her head spun again, and then she saw 2 children squatting beside her, curiously observing her with wide eyes. Several red-eyed imps, clones of the evil imps, stood near her head, staring at her with scary and evil dead fish eyes as Luo perceived them. Luo jolted fully awake and instantly flipped up. "Ah!" The children around her exclaimed in surprise, with some, who looked no older than elementary school students, starting to clap excitedly. A few older kids approached, including a tall girl with cascading blonde hair that even touched the ground, exclaiming to her companion with glee, "See, I told you we didn't need to pour cold water. What Brother you threw over must be quite hardy." Someone nearby retorted, "Is that not needing to pour water? You just didn't have time to pour it. Don't think I didn't notice you hiding the water bottle in your hair just now." "Where am I?" Luo shook her head vigorously, looking bewildered at her surroundings. It was her first time seeing such a bizarre human settlement. The houses around the small square were so oddly shaped it was like something out of a picture book. The tree houses, castles, and magical cottages made sense, but the towering cat-climbing structure was beyond her understanding. More peculiar was the faint sight of a huge ancient pyramid-like structure in the distance, a juxtaposition of earthy, mysterious, rugged, and grandeur styles. The surrounding lineup of variously sized toilets added to the confusion. Luo gazed farther out and shockingly saw a towering vine in the sky. It didn't seem to need support and could climb that high as if the clouds were its scaffolding. The scene in another direction was even more absurd, a spaceport. A large battleship, clearly in the style of the Venerate Saints Monastery, was docked at the high platform, disguising itself as a force for justice with its repainted bow. Could this really be Boundary Land? Luo instinctively shrank back, unsure if she was in a safe zone or had been kidnapped to some lair. Though surrounded by seemingly harmless human children, she felt an inherent sense of crisis emanating from the chaotic scenery that was almost an assault on her eyes. At that moment, a seemingly steady and friendly person finally approached, a girl in a red coat. "This is Fairy Tale Town. I'm the person in charge here. You can call me Little Red Riding Hood," said Little Red Riding Hood, looking at the elf in front of her. "If you're talking about this valley, it's the base of the travel agency. Did Yu Sheng send you here? He didn't inform us." Luo blinked, feeling reassured. Oh, indeed, she'd been brought to a new lair. "My name is Luo," she said, patting her now wrinkled and dirty silver-white dress, all disheveled from the journey. Though unsure why there were so many human children here, given the presence of a bunch of dangerous red-eyed imps, she maintained utmost courtesy. "I'm a science advisor collaborating with Yu Sheng." Before she could finish, A mass-produced puppet closest to Little Red Riding Hood suddenly blinked, its dead fish eyes swirling with a gleam as Aaron went online. She's a black spot warlord, but we captured her. Now she's temporarily helping us, half considered one of our own. A black spot warlord? Little Red Riding Hood's expression visibly changed, and her gaze towards Luo became wary. Noticing this, Luo hurried to explain, but before she could utter a word, 7 or 8 snarling shadow giant wolves suddenly appeared around her. And the blonde girl who had been silently watching with amusement conjured a golden giant scythe in a blink, her previously harmless gaze now bloodthirsty and chilling, filled with the menace of tearing demons apart for a decade in some cursed land. I said I'm half one of your own. Luo's hair stood on end, her long pointed ears pinned to her head in panic. We've already fought before I came. Changfa paused, looking at Little Red Riding Hood while carrying the giant scythe. Is this what a black spot warlord looks like? Little Red Riding Hood, I don't know, it's my first time seeing one. I said I'm a scientist. Luo was near hysterics. Can any of you in Boundary Land listen to people? Little Red Riding Hood frowned, but as she was about to say something, the door standing in the plaza was activated again, and a girl in crystal dancing shoes and lavish royal attire rushed in. As her royal attire swiftly changed to casual wear, she hurriedly reported to Little Red Riding Hood about the nearby district. There's a big hole in the old district. That tower from the sky ripped open the shields from the city center to the old district. Around the old orphanage, there's fog and shadows. I saw several groups of self-organized spirit realm detectives trapped on Taeyan Road from above. Little Red Riding Hood's expression shifted slightly. Taeyan Road? Is Belle nearby? Yes, but don't worry, she's only slightly injured. Then she got picked up by one of Dorothy's armored squads, Cinderella said swiftly. Dorothy set up a medical camp nearby, and they have excellent pediatricians there. All right, take a break first. Snow White and I will go check the situation outside. Little Red Riding Hood nodded, then suddenly turned her gaze towards Luo. Luo only then belatedly noticed the tense atmosphere around, as well as the orderly coming and going of personnel near that door. This square, gathering a bunch of teenagers and young children, has surprisingly become a command headquarters at the rear of the battlefield. There's a battle going on outside. Little Red Riding Hood stared at the dangerous extremist before her. Brother Yu has gone to deal with that tower. Aaron wants us to handle the monsters running into the city before the incident ends. I'm going to lead the team now. You must stay with us. Luo was stunned, realizing that most of the kids who seemed not even of age were indeed the combat force under the name of the travel agency. She was completely dumbfounded. A group of kids fighting in the city? No, what's wrong with you people from Boundary Land? Isn't this kinda extreme? The long-haired princess glared. Well, aren't you black spot people extremists too? Not this extreme. Luo looked shocked. In human age terms, we only start dabbling in black spirit ability after 18. This time it was the long-haired princess, turned to be utterly shocked. Heard about it before, but there's indeed a place in the world where people are allowed to legally play with black spirit ability. Truly extreme. But Little Red Riding Hood didn't give Luo and the long-haired princess further opportunities to argue. She quickly briefed the situation on site, confirmed the situation at the World Bridge with Aaron, then directly grabbed Luo's arm, dragging her out towards that door. Luo felt as if she was being dragged by a giant beast. The strength felt like a vice grip on her wrist. Though her body was strengthened and modified, which far surpassed ordinary people, even if not at warrior level, she found it difficult to resist the seemingly slender arm strength of the girl in red, stumbling several steps unexpectedly. Wait! Why? Aaron said you're only half one of us. I don't feel comfortable leaving you out of sight, Little Red Riding Hood said without looking back. And I heard that, ultimately, this mess was caused by you Black Dot Group guys. You should clean up your own mess. The Snow White walking beside them chimed in. Exactly, and you're called Black Spot Warlord, so you must be skilled in fighting. I heard your Black Spot Group warriors are elite, packed with black tech. We definitely need more fighters now. I've said it many times, I'm just a scientist. Luo was on the verge of tears. I don't have their kind of power. But no one listened to her. In a blink, she was dragged out the door by Little Red Riding Hood. Vast swathes of mist surged forth. The large door on the fairy tale town square connected to the ruins of the old orphanage, located deep in the old city area. And evidently, this region had already been affected by the spiritual fox system, with Mist City flipping and replacing the original real space. The ordinary people in the district were unconsciously hiding in shelters under the influence of the Requiem system. And as the whole area flipped, they temporarily entered another dimension, leaving only the thick fog and invading monsters. Luo still babbling as she stepped out. And what if I run off the moment you take me outside? With all the chaos and fighting, if you're distracted, I can just... Before she finished, she saw a thick shadow falling from the sky, exploding into countless twisted, frenzied illusions in the mist. Terrifying low whispers and crawling sounds coming from all directions, monsters everywhere in the mist. Taller, bigger, more wag than those from the space station before. She swallowed the rest of her sentence. Little Red Riding Hood glanced back. You sure you want to run? Luo swallowed hard, looked around, then glanced back at the door leading back to the valley, guarded by a group of sinister red-eyed dwarfs. I will swear to stay behind you all,